Greetings, esports fans. We're in radiant Romania in the beautiful city of Bucharest for Season 2 of PGL Wallachia. I am your host, Richard Lewis, joining the Dota team in what is going to be the biggest Dota event of my long and very storied career. I'm honored to be here. Joining me on the desk, we have got the finest minds in the game. We've, of course, got the Evil Genius's legend, Fear. Not quite an Evil Genius's legend, but a legend all the same. It is, of course, Lacoste and one of the finest commentators in all of esports, Fogged. Gentlemen, how are you doing today? Oh, it's great to have you here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing absolutely great. This is the second iteration I'm getting to come back to, and it's going to be really spicy. It's directly after TI. There's a lot of shuffles. We'll get into that later, but it's going to be some fun Dota, and we're going to see a lot of names that we haven't seen in a long time compete.
Yeah, a lot of the boomers are back. We're so back, baby.
Oh, yeah.
We're killing it right now. So look, let's talk about TI. That's the place where I think we need to start. Obviously, it's the first big tournament after the international. We've had a little patch, but just before we get into those details, it wasn't a very diverse TI. It was the least number of used heroes, I believe, in total. The meta felt very clearly defined with the aura items and what have you. So I just want to get your general thoughts about kind of where the game was at going into that and whether or not you thought the results were unexpected.
Yeah, some of the results were unexpected, I would say. Team Liquid, they finally made it. They got so close the previous TI as well, the TI before that. And this time around, they were able to take it home and in a very convincing fashion because they didn't drop a single game when it comes down to the playoffs, that never happened in the history of TI.
Yeah. And it was speed, it was pace, right? They literally set tempo of like no more slow games. Gaming and Liquid were just like cruising through every single one of these games, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, kind of just taking over. It was very interesting TI because also right toward the ends of it, it was like, oh, everyone was dominating with these certain like carry heroes and then like lone druids and stuff. It's like, oh, shit, we need to start thinking about these heroes as well too. So it was definitely an interesting TI.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty defined in the sense that auras are really popular, but there was one team in particular that went against the grain in Tundra. They're still running like the MOUZ, heroes like that, showing that you can still play a different style of Dota and do incredibly well. So that was very interesting to see from my point of view. And I also really think like Liquid is a team that they really thrive when you have to play fast, and so does Gaming. And so Tundra coming in playing a different style was really cool. And of course, you know, Falcons not doing as well as they hope to do with their own unique style as well.
Well, two teams we'll be talking about at length, no doubt, for different reasons, but also a lot of emotions at TI. And we've got our interviewer, our sideline reporter, that'll be bringing us some of the emotions. We're going to check in with Nomad. How are you doing, brother? You hear me okay?
Yep. Hello, Mr. Lewis. Yeah, we're here behind the scenes. It's all looking very kind of nice, cozy, very professionals. You know, here at the PGL studios, we go socks and sandals over here. You know, it's gets the players nice and relaxed and ready for the game. We can actually have a little walk around and a very literal actual peek behind the curtain here at the Magic and at the players setting up here at Wallachia's here. We'll go a little bit quiet, but we've got Infinity setting up for their game. They're looking very serious, very locked in, very ready to go. That's just one of the booths. We have a whole bunch of booths down this corridor, and here's one of the big stages here as well. Stage number 8, where we've got Apex Genesis also setting up for their series, looking ready to go. So, yeah, players looking great. The booths are looking great. Everybody's ready to play, so I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot for that. We'll be checking in with him over the course of the broadcast. We've got him creeping around and like pulling back curtains and whispering. I think that could backfire at some point, but we'll see. Right, anyway, back to the TI talk. I'll come to you first here, Fear. I mean, you know, when I was watching it, with the exception of Tundra that you pointed out, it did feel that a lot of the games were kind of a bit on rails in terms of everyone's got a Gleipnir for starters, and we were kind of seeing the same heroes and the same builds repeatedly out of the same teams.
Yeah, it just comes down to specifically offlaners and carries. They generally have a role. Like in the offlane, either auras are good and you're always buying the auras, or the auras aren't good and you're playing for a late game timing, you're buying MOUZ, BKB. Same with carries. You're going to buy the best item for the patch that can help you farm. And in this particular patch, Mana Boots, Gleipnir were those items for the carries. They would buy them almost every single game, and they got nerfed. Mana Boots,
I'm actually getting PTSD looking at this graphic, mate. It's actually killing me.
Gleipnir got heavily nerfed, and on top of nerfing not only those two items, they also nerfed the heroes that bought them. The Miranas got nerfed, everything about Solar Flare was nerfed, everything about Whirlwind from the Facet of Wind Ranger was nerfed, the Treant was nerfed from NP as well. They love buying these items, they got nerfed, so it's like a double nerf effect on them, and I think that'll heavily impact how much we see these particular heroes going into this patch.
Fear, how come we get stupid carry players ruining it for supports, and now Arcane Boots have gotten nerfed because carries are buying
What are we gonna buy
damn
now?
Arcane Boots instead of treads. Like,
sucks so much.
this is probably the most painful thing that I saw when it immediately in hell. I was like, yes, this needs to happen, right? These Arcanes are stupid with these carries, but it's like the supports got destroyed this patch as well too. So it's pretty interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can talk about the braces and null talisman and wraith bands. I mean, bracer was the best item in the game, in my opinion. You just stack that for life, and now obviously it doesn't double its stats at 25 minutes. So
Yeah, that's the big one. I think people are still going to buy them because you still need some items. The Bracer, the recent change before this patch was that you're getting less damage, but you're getting more HP. So you still want to have that at 25-minute mark. As a core, you're going to need to make a decision what you want to sell, because before you did not want to sell the Bracers. Now you're going to be like, oh, maybe a magic wand, maybe something else that I want to sell. But Bracers, I think at 25, they're losing the value, so they will most likely have to
we
go.
might see a resurgence of like the Falcon blades and these items nobody was ever buying for that early game, like regeneration instead of the nulls. We'll have to see. I mean, they still might be good enough for now, but they're going to try it out, see what's going to be working. I think you're still going to buy bracers because the alternatives for regen and the laning stage are quite limited right now, unless they want to bring back some buffs like the Ring of Health and Ring of Regions, which they didn't really do this patch. So we're probably going to still see them for now. They just don't have as much value at that 25-minute mark where you hit a power spike, you got 4 bracers, you can go high ground, right, and just end the game. So on a support at least. So we'll see.
Do you think, like, I know we talked a little bit at the hotel, do you think there was this big change for the melee versus range carry thing? Are we actually going to get melee carries? Because it was pretty much non-existent at TI.
Some people try to, coming into TI, I was doing a research, and a lot of people were playing some of these melee heroes as well from the carrier role. The most dominant ones were, of course, the range carries, but we saw a couple of Spectres. We saw some PA coming into a play. I think some of these heroes could be viable now that most of the range carries have been nerfed and their item build.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dragonite didn't get nerfed enough.
No,
He did not, but he's not a range carry. He's a bit
He's like,
different.
he doesn't build like the Gleipnir, right? These Lunas, they got nerfed as well. We'll have to see. I think the big thing is we're still going to see a lot of ranged carries, but we'll have to see what they build now. Like, you have to still realize Mjolnir is still in the game, and it's usually just been ping-ponging between those two items, which one's OP at the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see. I don't think Battle Fury is really good right now. It's really slow.
No, it isn't.
Radiance is also kind of slow as well, so...
I consulted the Oracle last night when I was doing my prep. BSJ helpfully released a video, so I can just repeat everything he said, and people would be like, "Oh, wow, Richard actually knows his stuff." And if you say I don't, you're insulting BSJ. Just putting that out there. So anyway, he said he thinks you'll still see Gleipnir on the natural Gleipnir buyers, despite it being absolutely murdered in the patch notes. It's just, rather than seeing 3 of them every game, you're just going to see them on the heroes that would naturally build it. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, most likely.
Probably.
I mean, the item is still really good, even though the numbers, the attack speed, the damage on the chain lightning, everything has been nerfed pretty much. But what else you're going to buy? You did mention the Mjolnir. Melee carries as well, not as popular, but that's what I wanted to see coming, because I expected that we were going to have a bigger patch, maybe some new items as well. I would love to see a new farming item, because it's pretty much between Maelstrom and the Battle Fury. There's some like Blade Mail in between for certain melee heroes that you do buy, but I would definitely love to see something else.
My thing also is just like Gleipnir still gives the stats, right? You still get an insane amount of HP, and now if bracers are nerfed and stuff like that, that's where mine was like, oh, I feel like Gleipnir still just super value. It's an AoE disable with stats.
I thought they were going to do something with the AoE and stuff.
Something.
And I mean, you do have less HP, but we can see the top 3 safe lane combos. At the start,
From
this
TI,
was from TI, yes. This was very popular, this Luna and Trin Protector. This is something that Nouns ran multiple times, and they did look good. Never got the hands on it after people figured it out. And of course, Tusk plus Luna, Tusk being the best position 5 pretty much hero in the game, because it provides you with everything. There's so many good combos that you can combine them with. We've seen Wind Rangers, we've seen Lunas. Pretty much anything range feels really good. Having multiple saves, this hero is just too good.
Let's talk about Chinese Dota. It wasn't a great TI for it. Historic in many ways. I believe it was no Chinese team in the top 4. First time it's happened at TI. So let's talk about that and whether we're going to see something here that might make us believe in Chinese Dota again.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see, because it's
a lot of copium.
Yeah, it's a lot of these...
You made a lot of fans with one noise there.
I mean, it's just the truth what it is, right? We have a lot of these, like, the tier 2 kind of guys. It's teams kind of, like, mixed around players that were... It's like nobody really played together, like, in the past all together. It's like 5 jumbled from 5 different teams now combined. So it's just, I don't know, it's going to be pretty interesting.
I've seen this happen across multiple esports. I think once you get to a point where you are recycling the same players in all these different iterations of lineups, it's really destructive. But obviously you have to think about, there's a unique issue in the sense that we know it's hard for youngsters to practice video games in China right now because of the new rules around that. And so you haven't got talent coming through, and you've got these older guys who are like, I just make a fortune streaming, so I ain't going to grind like I used to. A lot happening, but I mean, is there any hope at all?
At this tournament, I would say so. I could feel them maybe reaching top 4. Taking the whole thing is going to be almost impossible, considering the changes that they did have. If you look at the lineups, IG, the old G2 IG at TI, team that didn't do too well. But looking at the lineup that they do have, the only original member is pretty much Baboka, and I would say that they got downgraded. Same goes for Azure Ray's lineup, because Lou is the only member of the team. And then you have these, I would say, relatively unknown. Some players have been known, Planet and the New, they did reach top 2 or top 3 at the previous TI. And this one, you have Han, who is relatively unknown. He's like a new member, but I'm not putting too much faith into these two teams.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to tell, but I think out of the two teams listed, I think Azure Ray is the one I'm looking at the most, because they do have more new talent there. They've been doing really well in the qualifiers as well. The 3 qualifiers that there were, they qualified for 2 of them, got second place in the other one. So they're doing well right now within the region. Will that translate into an international scene? Well, at this event it might, because there's not absolutely the best of the best here, right? Some of the teams are
a lot of
taking a break,
stand-ins
a lot
too,
of
which we'll get
stand-ins,
to.
and these are a team that are cemented, so they might do okay. We'll have to see, and I think this is a good tournament to ease yourself into.
I think this is going to be a tournament of surprises. One surprise I don't think we're going to see is I don't think Falcons are going to replicate the failures that they had at TI. I think Falcons are the clear favorites. But before we glaze them, as the kids say, let's talk about the failure that they had at TI, which was, I was very surprised that they didn't go further in the tournament. I thought they were a genuine contender to win it. I thought that they could have ultimately cemented their position as Team of the Year with the TI win. You can argue they're still the Team of the Year, but as you can see here, it was disappointment and humiliation.
Pretty much. They got knocked down from the upper bracket quarterfinals by Tundra, and then one more time they got eliminated by Tundra. So the play style was a bit different. Tundra, they brought out these new heroes, this Lone Druid that was insanely popular for the last 2 days of the tournament. But Team Falcons reaching top 4. This is the team that was kind of best team of the year, and you expected them to. They were probably the team to win it, but failed to do so. And I think the good thing for the team is they're still sticking together, which I really like. I don't think anything is bad, or I don't think anything is. When it comes down to the whole squad, they're just a strong squad, but not able to reach that top 3 is a failure in their own eyes.
Definitely. I was a bit of course they were coming in like one of these top favorites and everything like that, but my back of my mind kept thinking also, this is Maureen's first TI. So it's like the pressure can come. Sure, he's had these insane other tournaments where he's done super dominant, but I feel like the pressure can really get to you when it's just TI. So I feel like
TI is like nothing else. And also different. As well, as you can see with the chat and stuff coming up, there was some spice to that game. It does get inside your head a little bit, and I think that's definitely one of those. In NFL they call them, missing rings, lost rings. You had that opportunity to get that Super Bowl and you didn't, and it's inexplicable. I think that's one of them, because now we can get to the good part. I think this is an incredible tournament for them to bounce back at, because obviously I would expect them to win this at a canter, frankly.
Yeah, I would say absolutely the favorites, and they're one of the teams that actually has the same line roster, right? It's not the only one. So they're comfortable. They
insane
strong
consistency
still
over the year as well. They've been a delight to watch and innovative. And they do play with some fire in their bellies, which I also like. I think that's very good for the game.
And even though confidence is super important for this game. If there's any moment in which the stakes get high and their confidence falters a little bit, this is where this team in particular, kind of doesn't look like where you want them to look like. We talk about TI, EWC, they should have done better there as well. I don't know if Tundra was their roadblock, whatever it might be. But these tournaments, how we talked about before, they have no expectations going into it. They either started with a stand-in or something like that. They have nothing to lose. They're full confident. When the Falcons is 100% confident, that's when they're scary. And how do they keep that confidence?
I think the problem with staying on the top is you all your strategies are getting nerfed constantly. All your heroes, patch by patch, we had so many small, like these nerf patches, and it's always Falcons heroes because they're winning everything, and that also means that all of your heroes are getting nerfed, so you need to constantly adapt, constantly add your new heroes to the pool, practice, because everything you know, it's going to get nerfed.
Yeah, well, look, we can take a look at the participating teams, and this is who, obviously, Falcons would have to beat en route to any victory. What are the other big names that leap off that page for you? We're not going to talk about Team Ligma. I'm getting that out of the way. I know I'm going to stumble on that. It's the host's nightmare. It is Liga, but it will happen.
We have to talk about it has to be Nigma, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, they're the other ones, right?
I mean, they are the team that has been always that close to getting to LAN, but they've always been blocked by PSG Quest. But they figured out the problem. We'll just take PSG's Quest players and bring them to our team. That way we can make it to LAN.
Yeah, can't beat them, sign them. Yeah. You know? Who else, though? Because, I mean, you know, I'm always excited
What
to see...
year is this? We're
coming to that point.
If we're looking at the big names from last year, we got Tundra on there, completely different roster. Heroic from South America, incredibly dominant as well. Outside of that, we've got a lot of names we haven't seen in a long time. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, quite literally as well, as we'll get to. But I feel, you know, there's some interesting teams there. You know, a lot of people are kind of playing for the contracts. I'll just talk quickly about the TI Shuffle, which was a bloodbath. I've never seen one as brutal as this in terms of the crunch. For orgs to get their teams signed and players to have the opportunities that they want. It was like 5-6 days where there was another qualifier or something. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about that because I do feel sorry for some of these players that are going to be under this immense pressure to essentially lock in a deal for themselves with a good performance here.
TI After Party has always been the place where you feel that stress a bit. You see the players, like the little huddles, and everybody's like, oh yeah, they're making this team. You know? The little whispers start coming around. But I felt like this one was... It felt like a lot more tense. I don't know. In the area, I saw people like either sticking with their teams or just completely split. Even before the after party started, too. I saw these players already talking.
You know what's the big brain play here at TI? You drop out early so you can start negotiating earlier and get the other players.
Wow. That's literally what people were doing.
This is why Lacoste is on the analysis desk. He's figured it out, man. He's won the game.
I must have missed the memo.
But yeah, so look, let's also talk about the Boomers. We've got some glorious elderly gentlemen coming back. I'm hoping that we've got the graphic for this.
I've
not
been
just
here
my face. That would be nice. But anyway, because I am an elderly gentleman. But here we are. Look at this. The boys are back in town. Puppy, literally one of my esports heroes. Loader, not so much. We've got him back. Obviously, Kuroki there as well, and Mag. I mean, one of the things I do want to talk about in all seriousness is I love that we have this pipeline now where the older players can stay involved in the game. It's not like you know, even 10 years ago, you would just disappear into the ether like, well, I'm washed now, bye.
No, you just become a panelist.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly,
we used to play against these guys, the three of us, all the time,
I know
honestly.
those guys very well.
Yeah. But on a serious note, obviously some players coming back, haven't played for a while, some, you know, stepping into the coaching shoes. Is there anything there you'd like to highlight? Anything you think is going to maybe give one of the teams an edge, like, you know, Loader being behind Alliance?
Potentially. So some of these players, like... Let's go back through Dota history. I think some of the most successful teams always were, and we had these captains. Like, it was always a mix of the new blood and also some old school players, and these were the most successful teams around Kuroki, around Puppy as well. And now we see them in a bit of a different position. We have Loda coaching as well. So I think they bring a lot to the table when it comes down to the experience. But you also, like, some of the most successful teams recently have been like newcomers, where you have like these players who've been playing the game for like 4 or 5 years maybe, because I do consider, you know, the veterans are the ones that did play for 15, 20 years.
Also, lots of nationalities on display. It's and just like it was when I used to live on the east coast of America, lots of Peruvian players.
Even I've infiltrated the panel too. We have all the players and me now here. So.
Peru on top. I mean, this is another fantastic thing, again, in all seriousness, about Dota, the sheer global nature of the game and the fact that different regions do seem to innovate different styles, different strategies, different philosophies. I guess I'll come to you, as you are the expert on Peruvian stuff. How's that been going?
No, I would say I haven't covered. He's been covering a lot more of them, but overall, like I like these guys have changed a lot in the last like 5-6 years, especially after EG or whatever you wanted to call them in particular, Beast Coast when they were, etc. So they became more stable. these players actually started to do more normal strategies rather than the past when we'd watch South America. It'd be like, okay, well, they just have to go ball to the walls, cause chaos. This is the way that they win these games. Now, there's a lot more stability, and the scene overall just has been growing massively. I think they're the most growing scene.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've kind of figured it out at this point. Like, they stopped playing on U.S. servers and they play in Europe now.
Yeah,
they play with like the best teams in the world now. They've been practicing, and I think when you confine yourself to one region, you're going to have a vastly different idea. And I think for a long time,
Especially if that region's
yeah, and I think their idea just wasn't up to snuff for a while, and they figured out, okay, we're going to move regions. So pretty much all the good players play on Europe West now. They play with all the other teams that are doing incredibly well, and they're adapting very well.
Yeah. So let's take a quick look at the prize pool as well. This is what it's all for. Nothing to be sniffed at all. $1 million up for grabs. The lion's share going in first place. $300,000. But absolutely bomb out in second place. Not a problem. 175 grand. Pretty good.
I do like the split. I like the split.
Yeah, I was going to say you have to get something, and I love that every team is going to go away with something all the way down to 16th place. So, but definitely $300,000. You know, so soon after TI, especially if you're one of the teams that maybe didn't do so well or didn't participate, it's a big scalp.
Yeah, I like these like 30% when it's not like 50% for the first place. I know we've had a couple of the TIs where it's been a little bit like that sometimes, but I like when it's like the first to second. There's a nice little. You know, you're not like feeling as horrendous when you get second place, even though first should always be the best. But
I mean, take a look at the format as well. I mean, this will be pretty bog standard. This is the format I love the most. I wish we had this in all the other games that I do. It's just so good.
I do have to agree. The format is just too good. It's the same format as we did have for Wallachia Season 1.
Yeah, you can see 16 teams, all in the Swiss at the group stage. All of matches are the best of 3. Of course they are. Pay attention, Valve, for the games that you make, please. And you can see 8 teams are going to go through the playoffs. 8 teams will be eliminated. And then the playoffs have the thing that we figured out at the birth of esports, that double elimination is the king. It serves up a delicious meal because you have 2 chances. You can come from the upper bracket and go all the way to the final and play less and get a rest, or you can battle through the lower bracket to make an epic comeback story and be crowned champion. And just to specify for everyone at home, the advantage is that you get that fewer games, you get that rest. There is no inherent advantage. You don't get a map advantage or a coin toss advantage or anything like that.
Can you imagine we get a Nigma lower bracket run through the whole thing? Miracle just goes up, says his famous line again, upper brackets for bitches. Can you imagine?
Bring it back.
That'd be pretty wild.
But I mean, you know, obviously, I think because we've got so many unknowns and we are starting on a patch, I think that lower bracket's going to be super intriguing, actually. I really do.
I think when we have these type of, like, not trying to take anything from the teams or anything, but it's like the tier 2s and stuff like that, the games become a lot more interesting because it's a lot more volatility, there's a lot more craziness going on. So, I mean, this is going to be pretty nuts.
Can't even fathom the lower bracket at this point. I just want to see the teams play because so many of these teams just have never probably ever played against each other at any point, right? So it's going to be explosive, a lot of fireworks in these games.
I think we've got some like LAN debutantes as well, you know, and it's a different ballpark from playing online at home. So I'm told. Never done it. Whatever. Anyway, let's take a look at the schedule. We've got, this is the secondary stream because obviously with PGL, there's 2 games going to be running concurrently. You can choose which one you want to watch. I'm just going to work my way backwards. You can see we're going to end the day with Tundra versus Team Waska. I am told it's a W and not a V. Apologies if I'm wrong. AVULUS versus beastcoast. Invictus Gaming versus Alliance. And it starts out, it will be MOUZ versus Apex Genesis. It is crazy seeing MOUZ back, actually. That's really thrown me back.
After TI, that's the big one. You know, I mean, this is the team that also was a part of Wallachia Season 1. It's a relatively new team, but this is also a team that did beat Nigma in the qualifiers the other day, and this team is getting better. This is the squad that is also sticking together, which I really like. They do believe in the team, and I want to see what they have to, you know, what they've improved from previous season and what they can bring to the table.
Bengen's gotten better at Witch Doctor, probably.
Yep, more Witch Doctor. We'll probably see the first 3 ban of the Witch Doctor. That's actually a good point, though. I didn't really think about that. MOUZ is also one of those teams that stuck together, even though they didn't have the best of performances. So that could be interesting just because, you get the stability.
But probably in their minds, they're like, they didn't expect to do as well as they did because they got their debut here and they looked better than most people expected, right? And they're like, okay, we're doing this. We should just stick it together. And I think a team like that didn't probably have any better options to bring in the team at that point, and they're already doing pretty well. So it makes sense to me.
Yeah, okay, and let's look at the main screen. And this is the one we're going to be talking about here on the analysis desk. Again, we'll be closing out the day with Team Falcons versus Nigma Galaxy. I will just throw this in. I have heard that we've had some connection issues, not the internet, flights. So we don't know what's going on there. We will keep you updated over the course of the broadcast, but something to think about. There is a potential risk that players in that game could very well be coming straight from the airport. So we will keep you up to date with that, especially if you're a fan of those organizations. We're going to get you updates regularly. Then prior to that, we've got Heroic versus Navi, the Nouns Esports versus a Liga team, and of course we'll be starting with Azure Ray versus Infinity, and that's the game we are going to be breaking down. So I guess we should start there. I'll be honest, it's not the spiciest meatball on the table to start the day with, but it is intriguing. There's some interesting little narrative threads there that you have certainly highlighted to me in the green room.
Yeah, I mean, Azure Ray is a team that changed the roster. Pretty much Low is the only member of the team. I would say this is also the team, because they failed to qualify to TI in the Chinese qualifiers, and team kind of fell apart immediately after. They needed to make some changes, but yeah, the team has some like new blood. The big one that maybe I'm a little bit biased here, but if you go back to TI 12, Niu was one of the best performing players on the team and the whole TI. This guy is a beast, and he needs an opportunity to shine, and I think this is the good tournament for him.
Yeah, and I think for Infinity in particular, they ended up getting third place in the qualifier, which wasn't a qualification. I think they were ready to go their separate ways. So they brought in 4 new players for this tournament. So they're not in their best shape, I want to say, but I would say they upgraded their players just by ranking, I would say, in the region. So we'll see.
I think it could be pretty rough for Infinity, honestly.
Yeah.
Just like, there it is. Yeah, some of these guys, I've seen Costa Bile for such a long time playing and stuff like that, and it's always just not really hitting that expectation that I feel like he needs to, and it's not the easiest of opponents. I feel like it's one of the harder ones they could have actually gotten. So, yeah just...
Well, anything can happen. Remember, it's a new patch, new day, new land, new lineups. So, and with that, I have to say goodbye to you, brother. You have to go to the casting station.
I do. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for doing the pre-show.
Yeah,
it was rad. It's better with 3. It's always better with 3.
Some more space.
Have fun.
I'm really glad
Enjoy
it's gone.
Don't pretend you weren't enjoying that. Right, anyway, back to the game, because the drafts are going to be coming up in a few moments. So, obviously, we've talked a lot about the patch changes, and I don't think it's going to materially change too much what we see. It's probably going to be a continuation of TI for the first few games in terms of what you see. Do you agree with that?
I think so. I think a lot of these teams are going to stick what they know, right? Instead of try and find something new. Because you still hasn't been enough time in pubs to really find out what's Emba in this particular patch. So you're going to just find the heroes that were working for you, see if they're not too nerfed to be played still, and if you can still play them, why not? And if it doesn't work out, that's when you branch out, you start trying new heroes.
Infinity will definitely experiment a little bit more, I would say, because they need to bring something new to the table, something spicy, I would say. And these are the type of players, because I think overall skill in Dota has been there's not much discrepancy coming out from tier 1 and tier 2 scene. There is some, of course, but we are getting better. Dota has been played for a really long time, and I would say that you don't feel it as much, because all of these players are getting really, really good mechanically at the game. But now, is there going to be some spice? This is how South America has been playing, having some of these niche, crazy picks. I'm down to see something that they experiment. We've seen, I would say, Gaming Gladiators, Ricky, grand finals of the previous TI. They were picking up Ricky game 1 to counter the puck. These type of the picks that are the ones that I want to see in this series.
Yeah. Anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think in general, just we're going to see a clash of styles, most likely. South American teams have been very known for being very aggressive and getting on the map, fighting, taking very scrappy fights. Maybe not the most strategic and methodical play style, where China in particular has been known for more methodical, sitting down as a team, doing team objectives. And I think these SA teams have been really good at infiltrating that play style in particular and really throwing you off guard. So I do want to see that type of scrappy play style.
That's one of the things I like about watching Chinese Dota in general. I think their understanding of timings and power spikes and when to go for objectives and stuff, when it's done at its best, when you think of the best Chinese teams historically, it's always been immaculate. But I also do like, when I watch a game, it's boring, right? When you play Perfect Dota, it's not fun. You want it to be a little bit grimy, a little bit dirty. So I've been loving, as you said, that aggressive style that teams like this bring, where they'll pick crazy heroes and they just want to fight you super early. So I'm hoping we get kind of a strange game, because then there'll be plenty for us to talk about.
Oh, for sure. And if we look at the Dota Pro tracker, some of the most successful heroes, Ringmaster is still up there. Unfortunately, he's not available in Captain's mode. We should definitely bring him up, even though he still feels super strong.
Yep.
Bounty Hunter, 56% win rate, top of the charts, because this hero didn't get too much when it comes down to the buffs in the previous patch. It's just a little bit of extra damage, but on Janata, but people have been theory crafting, playing this hero as a position 4, buying the Spirit Vessel, which has been buffed. Now you have 60% of the healing reduction instead of 50. You always get the charge nowadays. That's not that big of a change for Bounty, but yeah, you're still buying all these like small items, and we've been in Snowball meta for quite some time, so this is the perfect hero to be played, I would say.
Yeah, and to add on to, not necessarily supports, because I'm more of a carry player myself, just more of like the carry pool. We talked about how the Gleipnir mana boots got nerfed a lot. A lot of these heroes that didn't get those type of like nerfs, where the Luna, sure, she got nerfed, but not by the Gleipnir, didn't get a double nerf. Shadow Fiend seems to be pretty popular as a carry right now as well. Some of these range carries that weren't buying Gleipnir are still going to have, they're going to have more priority going into this one.
Yeah, well, the draft is about to start. We can see it here. So yeah, as I said, probably with the patches, the patch that just dropped, we're going to see probably some very familiar heroes from TI.
Everything is, nothing has changed.
The nerf hammer, we didn't fully bring the nerf hammer, because some of these heroes are still very viable. When I read the patch notes, like Tusk, it's not that big of a change. Invoker as well, Sanking damage has been nerfed, AoE as well. Still very strong hero, still buying the same items. None of these items that he's buying have been nerfed. Shiva's Guard, Bloodstone as well. So you'll still see the same heroes, and Neo will need to wash his face, because I do not like to see that, especially game on. It's still early in the morning for the gamers, 10 a.m., but...
It's been, hey, look, you can't talk. You haven't got your luggage.
Yeah, my luggage got lost for like 5th time. I'm kind of used to it. That's why I have an extra bag that I put, extra underwear just in case it happens.
It's got to be done. It's the esports life.
Might be you.
Exactly. You never know. There we go. It's your boy, DK.
It's your boy, yeah. I mean, this hero has been very popular on the carry role. Sometimes you can flex a mid, but the facet's always the Fire Dragon. The other two facets kind of suck. You don't want to pick those. Which one is the Frost, and the other one's the Poison. Poison got nerfed like 7 times in a row, so it's just not good anymore. But yeah, he's a fast farming hero. Doesn't buy Gleipnir, Armlet, untouched. I think the one thing that I did want to notice as well is the fact that most heroes are OP, not because of the hero itself. It's mainly because the item is OP of the patch, right? So when an item is good and that hero naturally buys it, all of a sudden that hero is just considered good. And that's why a lot of these ranged heroes, we're going to see differences, because Gleipnir got a lot worse, and people are going to find those substitutes, like what's still good right now that was working before, and the DK hardly touched. Like, he has a little less splash AoE, won't matter too much, and Shadow Demon, very popular last patch, continuing to be popular.
I'll tell you what, I played a lot of Dota in the last couple of weeks after coming from TI. This hero, DK, I can't win against it. This hero
he must be a monster now. If all the other carries got nerfed and he didn't, he was already S tier. So
that's what I mean. It seems an oversight, given what we saw at TI, that somehow he wasn't factored into the nerfs.
Not enough.
Not enough.
Well, not enough.
Like, it's a number. It's there, 50. It's basically nothing, because none of the items, as Fear mentioned, have been nerfed. And also the hero that comes online super quickly. Some of the counters that hero does have, these heroes are not popular like these, because he likes to play the prolonged fight. He's sitting there untouched pretty much. So heroes that can get on top of him, for example, like Slark, like Ursa, these are not very popular heroes now.
I mean, there is no true counter to this hero. Like, Shadow Demon used to be when the illusions mattered.
Yeah.
Now it's like, yeah, you get on top of a DK, but he has 4,000 HP and 40 armor. It's like, he doesn't really care if you're on top of him.
No.
But yet again, he's still ranged at the same time. So, yeah, we're going to see a lot of DK. Won't be surprised if we see him creep up into just the bans as well.
Yeah, sure.
So, for now, it's going to get in the pool. We'll see what the response is going to be. Azure Ray. It's definitely going to need damage, and I think that's why they picked a Shadow Demon. It's not necessarily going to be for the clones. It's going to be for, what is it, Disseminate? The one that reduces your max.
That's the one that got nerfed.
Yeah, it did get nerfed, but it's still there.
Too high.
And that's the hero that can do damage.
Yes, this is a good response. You lower his HP, Timbersaw goes in with the explosive damage, and also they protected the Dragon Knight relatively well. I would say with the 2 bans that they had, the Viper, that has been the ban throughout the whole TI as well, because you have that break mechanic. Before, it wasn't considered as a counter, because his break mechanic was tied to his spit on the ground. What's the ability called? There we go, Nether Toxin. Now it's tied to your Viper Strike, so you have the guaranteed one. And okay, this is the big surprise immediately, because I guess even though they picked it into Shadow Demon, so you have a save against the Disruptor, something against the Timbersaw, some extra area of control could be really nice. And now pairing it up with the Snapfire, the combo, you're never going to lack damage. You have Dragon Knight going in. Dragon Knight from the carry roll, he doesn't buy a blink anymore, but he's going to eventually get there because he doesn't care. He just runs in and stuns people or just baits the attention. So you can have the combo with the Snapfire. Insane amount of damage. I really like what they got going for themselves.
Does he, what about the interactions with the Timbersaw? Do you think that's a factor with the Glimpse and the Static Storm?
Yeah, you want to have some explosive damage, because Timbersaw nowadays, like, they don't necessarily need to pick. It depends on the role, but you are also playing for yourself, maybe getting the aura item later on, some Eternal Shroud most of the time, so you are not playing as much for the team. Instead, you're playing for yourself, so you are kind of vulnerable. You have like Kaya Blink type of a build, and you are very sustainable to be bursted with the heroes that they have.
I mean, something we didn't touch upon at all, and we usually don't as well, because we don't have any mid players on the panel, but the mid hero pool, that was very...
Wait a second. Which role do you play, Richard?
I'm a 5.
5? Okay.
I'm on that 5 life, dude, believe it.
But like the meta for the mid has been these mobility mid laners, and we saw it a lot on TI with Nisha. He was playing this Puck, getting dumpstered in lane. Didn't really matter. He just split pushed over and over again. And you play these Queen of Pains. These heroes seemed very, very popular. I'm very curious to see going into this patch. It didn't look like a lot of changes went to the mid lane at all. So it probably won't be changed that much. And yeah, Puck is a hero that you just can't glimpse this guy. It just doesn't work if you have phase shift, right? So that's why they picked it. DK is historically a really good counter to Puck mid, but as I talked about before, it's no longer a mid hero. And if you put it in mid, it doesn't seem to do the job it needs to do.
Don't do it.
It's a debate. You have to use the fire facet. So if you go mid on DK, you're playing as a carry, and then that makes your carry feel awkward because you have 2 carries in the game, right? So they might get you baited by this.
I hope they don't. I want to see something different. They don't have much control. I think something like a Void Spirit could be really good. There is no Invoker. That was the first ban from Infinity, so they're going to use that, use this to pick up Medusa. Anti-Mage, not a hero at the moment, even though it could... It looks good, like you being a carry player, Fear. Okay, it's not going to be it. It's just going to be Gyrocopter for now. But I do like what Infinity drafted for themselves. This is the lineup that's you're always going to have damage. You have this early damage. Problem with these 2 supports is if you... Let's say your XP rune gets stolen. Like, you're going to suffer so much. So they need to fix that 7-minute rune. Very important for Infinity. You want to have Static Storm. You want to have Snapfire Kisses immediately, because you're going to lack damage if you don't get 6s on your...
But they are doing the DK mid, though, which you said you didn't like. So that is the debate they fell into. Gyrocopter, this is a classic carry against the Timbersaw. You have a lot of magic damage to burn through that reactive armor. The lane is incredibly strong with Disruptor. DK
also a hero that doesn't really care, again, if you kind of get on top of him, because he wants you to fight in his ult and he can pop his satanic and that kind of stuff.
Pretty much, like, he doesn't care if he gets purged or coiled. He can just hold his ground. And they have 2 heroes that can do that. It's really going to be about tempo. I mean, Medusa is the hero that did get hurt a little bit indirectly by this patch as well, because mana boots did get nerfed. It is more expensive, gives you less mana back for activation. And the big thing is the Ring of Basilius gives you less regen, which really hurts him in the laning stage. And of course, the one
full
nerf
name, Fear, Ring of Basilius.
Yes.
Haven't heard that one in a while.
But yeah, the mana shield was nerfed too, in the sense you can't blink away. And I think it was the stupidest thing I saw ever at TI. Is you would get the what's the item called? The safety bubble, right?
Yes.
And then you'd buy a
Just
blink
blink out.
dagger, and you just couldn't
Ray
break
blink.
the safety
Now,
bubble.
a quick question here, Lacoste. I was looking at TI graphics and stuff. Night Stalker wasn't picked a lot, was he?
I believe he was
Not a
picked
lot.
once or twice.
I
There
was
was
gonna say,
this
he was
one
right at the
game
bottom.
where Tundra picked it. It was against the Puck. It looked amazing. They don't have too much control. The only thing he needs to be careful about is getting Shadow Demon ulted. And also, if you look at the bans, as Infinity, they're also prepping to this Medusa could potentially be position 4. This is something that Boxy did run one time.
Yeah. Is it good though without the safety bubble? I don't know what to call that, but the safety bubble tricks, as you would say.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. It's okay. You can just play it versus Night Stalker. I think what they just probably need is just a solid support here. Something that can, Treant's Protector sounds pretty cool to me. Just you can root the Night Stalker as he runs in, give living armor, stuff like that. Something that gives him defensive capabilities and something that's a bit more tanky, Undyings, these type of heroes where if Night Stalker does run into the fight, he feels very uncomfortable to do so. And right now they don't particularly have that. And I don't think Medusa would solve the problem for them. And they're just going to do it, all right.
Well then.
They're going to go for the Troll. It's a strong lane against the Night Stalker. I think the one thing you do have to be a little bit worried about, though, is the silence is a problem for Troll. And you're playing against a lot of silence here. You can't really play this game until you have a BKB. So they're going to have to find a way to make this Troll have a free game. Just cruise all the way to BKB and just be able to take the team fights. But if they can't do that, the tempo is looking really good by Infinity.
I'm looking at the facet, Ninth Reign, so he wants to be more active first 5 minutes on the Night Stalker. This is the better overall facet. If there's not like a real save, so they can't target their allies, that's the other facet. But the good thing is it's going to be permanent nighttime throughout the whole game, because they do have a player called Night on their team.
Yeah, that won't change.
We'll workshop that one. We'll workshop that one.
Not how it works, but okay.
No, it's fine. It's totally fine. So look, who do you think got the better of that draft then, guys?
I really do like Infinity, what they've got here. I'm not really sold on the Medusa plus 4 right now, and I feel like it's a lot of work on Han and this Puck here, but this is what he came here for. He came to show off his skills, and this is going to be a game where he has to do it.
All right, Lacoste, thoughts?
I'm a big Night Stalker fan. It's one of my favorite heroes, and really happy that the hero has been picked. I feel like this hero is going to do a lot. Great against Puck, great against Timber, great against Troll, forcing them to buy like different items. I do like it. I feel like Infinity could take this one.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Resident Sleeper, casters start game. It's time to throw over to Fogged and OD Pixel. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, looking forward to this one, and indeed seeing how well this Night Stalker works out. Because on paper,
it looks good.
It looks like a lot of heroes on Azure Ray's lineup are going to be pretty terrified.
Yeah, not only just of the Night Stalker too, but I feel like they got away with getting quite a bit. They've covered their Puck because they have the DK from the first pick, so I was a bit surprised to see Han actually pick that one into this, even though maybe they assumed it was going to be that safe lane DK. But either way, yeah, it does look like they got kind of everything they want on Infinity. So I'm curious to see how this 4-Dusa works, because I haven't seen it in a long time either.
No. I mean, what do you think this was kind of the plan all along with their draft? Or do you think they were kind of leaving it open just in case they did want to do it as the carry?
I really thought that they would leave it as the carry on the Dusa, because I don't know if I believe in it as a support right now. I know they were saying, we saw Boxy doing it and stuff, but this is a pretty niche and very specific kind of hero, and I'm not sure how much he's going to actually be able to do in this game. So I don't know. This is going to be kind of weird, but maybe they've got an idea, perhaps with like the Stone Gaze, with the Puck, with an Aghanims eventually, this kind of crazy style or something, but I have no idea. Definitely looks a bit out of the ordinary, and I would say Infinity just looks a little bit easier to play and easier to kind of run over things, but we'll have to see, because the lanes are also going to be something important to look at, and the Night Stalker's lane could be a bit difficult for him to get off of the board.
Oh, let's have a look now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into this game one. Azure Ray versus Infinity. And overall, would you say, looking at this draft, coming in off the new gameplay patch, nothing too drastic that sort of reflects what we saw in the patch, right, in terms of changes, the heroes that were being picked at TI?
No, nothing too. I guess nothing too drastic. I can't remember every single ban right now, but yeah, nothing too drastic. I think they just went down also a little bit more of comfort style, because I think Disruptor is definitely the weirdest one, but I think this is like Panda's. That's just one of his heroes that he really likes to play a lot of the time. So that's probably the biggest weird one for me. Because Gyro we saw a little bit. It was kind of strictly versus Enigma, and then it died because the other carry heroes were just better. But he got buffed. It's 2 damage.
2 damage.
Hey, it's something.
Now we're going to see a bit of a setup here around the bounty runes. See if each team wants to fully commit to the engage, but Doesn't look like it. As Infinity, they don't want to head up into the high ground. Planet, they'll push the 3 of them back. Bounty runes are just going to go 2 apiece.
Standard stuff. And let's see the other thing that nobody gets the other facets, of course, on DK anymore, but let's see if there's going to be any type of like weird stuff with this fire facet gyro. As Ghost of Bile could be in trouble.
Just step back up. They still have the 3 of them here. They've got the Timber Chain in. That's going to be an easy first blood hit. Picked up by Pichu.
Very cool approach. They're going to lose their ops, but Panda might die.
They might be able to set up for another, indeed, with the disruption once more from Pichu. Panda's going to go straight for the TP out, though. Knows there's nothing else to cancel it, and they don't quite have the burst to kill him. So he'll get away. But Azure Ray, they get that first blood to start things off.
And he does TP to the lane, so that was actually nice by Panda, rather than TPing base panic or anything like that. So not bad. They do have to walk all the way to that lane, too, so it takes them a little bit of time to get to the gyro. So, all right, all things considered, not the worst there. And yeah, let's see how this mid matchup goes, because yeah, I think it's not going to be the easiest game for Han, and it does feel like a game that kind of has to do a lot. He's going to be playing versus this Blink DK stun that's going to come early, the Night Stalker silence, and of course that Disruptor too, and some kind of tanky heroes that he has to go through as well too. So see how much he's going to be able to do on his Grandmaster Puck.
Yeah, it could be tricky. I mean, for the Night Stalker, this is the thing, right? In the fights, there's a lot of juicy targets, but that's the thing, right? There's a lot, you know.
It is.
Illich has got to be very particular in the team fights about who he goes for. And I imagine most of the time, sure, if you're finding one of these cores on their own at the front, great, but in the team fights, you probably got to find the Shadow Demon, right? Stop the saves.
Yeah, it's the thing is you're very good versus, honestly, everyone except for the Dusa. Like, it's a pretty phenomenal Night Stalker game on paper when you look at it. So, yeah, he's got a lot of targets, but the silence is going to be so effective versus Puck, Troll, Timber, SD. But yeah, definitely have to see how he picks and chooses charges and see how he does in the lane. Because that's the thing I'm looking at. This is, even though he has the extra regen from Night Rain, it's not the easiest one in particular playing versus Troll.
Yeah, so far, 6 CS on the Troll, 4 on the Night Stalker, so yeah, pretty close. Not that there's faster starts for either, it's just this mid lane where we're seeing a bit of a difference, but as come to be expected in the DK versus Puck matchup, you're just going to have that easier time at getting the denies.
Yeah, you go bracers, he goes bottle.
Yeah.
You just have base damage advantage, better animation, stun, etc. So yeah, always going to probably see this happen. And yeah, I mean, I want to just see I definitely want to see the blink rush from PP. I know I've seen a couple times these DKs, they go a little bit more greedy, but I feel like this is one of those games that just looks phenomenal, especially because he's playing with the gyrocopter. It's going to synergize well.
And yeah, well, you know, the panel did talk about this, but Fire Dragon, you always take it. Even if you're mid,
always take it. That's what I was saying. Like,
it's just that good that you just never go for the other ones, even if you're playing this mid DK that's going to be quite active.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. Maybe there's sometimes like people just default. Maybe the corrosive isn't as, you know, it did get nerfed and stuff a lot, but maybe as a mid you could see it. But either way, this one's just too good. Top Planet.
I mean, Panda and Costa Pila is trying to stand their ground against Planet.
He's got mangoes.
Yeah, Planet's perfectly fine. And now New chasing down Costa Pila. He's got the stick charges on the gyro, so we'll be fine. But not as easy for the two of them here on Infinity to trade with this Medusa as they may have wished for. Oh, in the mid hand. Oh, he goes down.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's not good. Sure, you, in this matchup, you should be losing out on the CS, but you probably shouldn't be losing your life, folk.
No.
Uh-oh.
2 points in stun. I guess this all caught him off guard. And PP is crushing it right now. And definitely a good game for Infinity, where if they can set tempo on a DK, it does look strong. So
that's rough, yeah. Han, can't be having that again.
No, especially not if you have the confidence to pick the puck into the first pick DK. You know, you gotta be a little careful there. So yeah, PP, he can go, now you go null, so now he's a null bracer. He's gonna go treads, and then, I mean, yeah, maybe he doesn't have to just rush blink. He can maybe go for something else, because you get a free kill on the mid. That'd be surprising.
Yeah, now he's, I mean, PP's just, he's not going to die at all. They can't even bring any rotations in to take him out. He's going to have a completely free opening to the game.
That's the other thing, too, that I was a bit curious about this Medusa pick, is they already had Shadow Demon as this defensive hero. I'm not sure how much a Medusa overall as a 4 position provides as damage. It's not really the greatest. So I'm looking at the combos of when they can gank. It definitely looks very awkward. I feel like most of their ganks is going to have to be a puck and a timber in every situation, because I don't know how they kill a lot of these heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. Dream Coil, Dream Coil and the Disruption, that's the only two setups they really have.
Yeah, and then it's the, Mystic Snake plus the vent, like the, Gorgon's Grasp, I think it's called, or whatever.
Oh, that's true. They've got the Gorgon's Grasp, yeah.
Still, like, is that enough damage to follow up from a coil to kill some of these targets? We'll have to see as it progresses, but Han, gotta be more careful.
At least for Infinity. Oh, sorry. Oh, see bottom lane it. So if we can get this one here, I mean, low, it's going to be fine. Definitely trying to find the chance to get aggressive. As Costa Bila, okay, he just deals with Planet on his own.
Move speed, baby.
All right.
Yeah, he just had the chase down.
Had a missile upon him by the looks of it. Takes him out. Easy one there for the top lane carry.
So daytime has now been hit. They've done pretty good, to be honest with you, bottom. That night rain in particular does let him have that bit of a better lane. Now, see what he does with the daytime. They did get the
mid
pretty low, but mid again, Han.
He's already used the orb. He's got it back up now, but Glimpse is up. He's going to have the phase shift to dodge it. And, I mean, that should save him, yeah. Can't quite chase up to him. So this time, Han will get away. He can deal with the two of them.
Love this rotation from Panda, though. It's around this 6-minute power rune. They've got the DK ult already active to force. Han is low, and his gyro at this point now had gotten a solo kill, so he knows Costa Bila is a bit safe. This is a nice move. He'll actually back up and be more efficient. He's going to go for a stack. Might actually allow Han to get the rune because of that, so maybe a bit of a misplay there from Panda, trying to get a stack rather than go for the rune, but it happens.
Now, PP's still able to get a lot of damage in onto Han each and every time, finding these opportunities to get the Dragon Tail in. But yeah, at least he, as you said, has the regen ring, so we'll be able to stay fine in the mid lane. Top lane, pressure's definitely being put onto Costa Bila.
But not much. I mean, that's an SD rotation, and he doesn't... Like, usually that's when they get the kill immediately. Now they're going to go take advantage of that bottom, because the SD's top. Low. It's got raindrop. He should be okay, but keeping him low.
Oh.
Got another round of nukes in a second, too. I'm keeping eyes on this.
I mean, yeah, we might... Ooh! Okay. He's fine.
Close. Only just.
Definitely stuck in a bit of a rough position here. He's going to get the backup coming in as PG returns to the lane.
Does he have it? There's no regen. He has a salve at base, but that's going to take an eternity to come down.
He's still...
It's very, very... There's a very scary
There's
position
some
for him.
danger farming here from low. But he's getting away with it. As long as there's, no scatter blast waiting for him in the trees, and there isn't.
PB, he still has his catapult alive. So trying to take advantage of as much as possible. He is getting so much done here. Yeah, so it's the secondary dragon form. He's going to get a good amount of damage here. Not the easiest way to respond to it either. But on the flip side, New is having a very good time, and overall the Troll Warlord's lane is still very, very good. So overall on the farm, even though DK is 1,000 gold ahead of the puck, the other lanes are doing pretty decent.
Yeah, like if Han hadn't died in that solo situation, honestly, the lane would probably be looking as how you'd expect it to have happened for a puck against a DK. But unfortunate misplay, definitely costing Han, and this one he's not going to be able to play his way out of. Quick plays from Infinity, lock him down.
Not easy for him. He even tries to go for the Waiting Rift Silence to get the pre-orb off, but the stun's already out from the DK. Catches him again. And yeah, when Planet shows up, it's just literally a snake.
There's what can you do? It's not really with his support Deucey. You just got to watch your puck die.
Yeah.
At this point.
I feel like this game is going to be a lot on just how much the cores are able to do with these early rotations, in particular New. How much he can do with these temper plays. I think he's the main killer. I just don't really see great kill threat on their lineup with the way like an SD and Medusa kind of work.
Oh, looks like they want to try something top maybe here, Infinity. They're bringing in the three of them.
Are we going to get a Battle Fury? That's the other thing I needed to check, and it looks like we are going to get a Battle Fury, so...
Okay. Talk to me about what was the buff?
Nothing.
Okay, no, never mind then.
No, it's just the nerfs on the Gleipnir, so... It's just,
I guess that's true, right?
But the Troll was...
But then you can still go some Maelstrom build, right? You don't have to get the Gleipnir upgrade,
This build has not worked for a long time now.
Battle Fury's been... It's been rough. We've all been hoping for it, but I've been hoping for it, but it's not come. No. We haven't got that buff that we need.
Look at this move top. They're already preparing for Costa Bila, but in the meantime, the read is actually there from Infinity. PP is making the move.
Yeah, they're bringing the numbers in here.
Han, he could be in trouble again.
Ooh, can they get any sort of catch on him? It's going to be tricky. He's out to the side, but he still gets caught by the stun. He's dead.
Down. He has to be careful.
I mean, Illich has to back off as the rest of the team want to try and push forward. New tries to find him, does manage to clip him with the Chakram, so Azure Ray will get the trade.
The fight's kind of split.
So they get the big glimpse back onto New, but do they have the damage to bring the Timber Sword down? A pretty nice angle there from Costabile with the cooldown. Catches the 3rd, then they bring down New, as Infinity will be able to continue to push Azure Ray back. Dragon Tail connection onto a Shadow Demon. Beautiful cookie play from Knight. Sets up for Planet to get caught as well. Infinity, they find 3 heroes for the one they lose in return. They knew they could take that fight. They were
4.
They were more than happy to take that fight.
Yeah, well 4, right? They got Han at the start of it as well too.
Right,
so
true.
yeah, this was a complete.
And look at this stack.
Complete devastation.
Look at this stack they're taking as well. It's like a quad stack.
The orb will secure almost all of them. Actually, I think he got like 2 or 3, but either way. Do they have any follow-up?
No. Well, the follow-up's coming out from Infinity with this. The Static Storm comes out in return. Han, they will get in. They will manage to chase down the Snapfire.
They've got damage.
Can they kill this Dragon Knight?
The Timber Assault provides all they need.
They're just running at him with the 4 of them. PP turns with a Dragon Tail, but they don't get the job done. Takes a lot. The 4 of them diving in, chasing them deep into their half of the map. But Azure Ray, they strike back. Pichu, he is the one getting the kills, though. So the Shadow Demon's getting a lot of money. The Core's not so much.
But that was probably the clutchest situation there for Han. He jumps in, gets the haste and is able to play and dance around, and the Timber actually came. I think that's going to be the only times that we see for Azure have these good team fights, is if the Puck and the Timber are able to get these good spells off and follow up properly. So that one, very, very nice.
We'll check it out again here, this chase. So, immediate Dream Coil, didn't quite have the initial follow-up. It takes time, this play. But it does pay off for them. And good save coming in, of course, from Pichu. I mean, Pichu kind of carrying pretty hard on this Shadow Demon, I feel, so far. Bottom lane, bad news for Low, as he's knocked out, taken away, and almost likely to lose his tower here as well, with the pressure coming in from Infinity around PP's Dragon Knight.
And Costabile just looking to get more and more involved.
Yeah, he's ready to fight.
That's the nice thing about these gyros. You can fight super early. Meanwhile, Troll going for Battle Fury. He's never going to really want to fight, so
absolutely
big advantage,
not.
I would say, in comparison right now for Infinity. Even though it's like that 1K kind of gold lead, they got a couple kills for sure. I'm feeling that the looming pressure is just going to accelerate more because Blink DK's up, Nightstalker now has nighttime again, and Costabile is going to be very active.
It's just, it just feels like a nightmare for Low to play this game. It's going to be... He's just going to have to be kind of hoping and praying that everything around him does not fall apart before he has the Battle Fury and the BKB. Yeah, and that's going to take a fair bit of time.
I think New and Pichu they're going to have to super carry this mid game in terms of just spellcasting and kind of dodging things. Mostly the Timber, at least in particular for me, because I feel like he really is all that damage, but perhaps some clutch saves that can come up from the SD can turn things around.
As I said, Pichu so far has been doing a lot of great stuff. Maybe too much great stuff, as I say, getting the last hit on many of the kills. So, the cause, it's a lot of assists.
Yeah, maybe I'm underrating a little bit of Planet, but we'll have to see. That's on again.
Yeah, they'll drop the ults for that one. Absolutely worth it. They want to keep this Puck's game as far behind as possible. Static Storms, kisses every single time. They're doing whatever it takes to just make sure that Han doesn't get to play.
Hey, the Blink being up on the DK this early is incredibly problematic with the terms of how much catch that they have now for him, and now the SD.
Look at this rotation as well. Illich swings across. He's ready to dive tier 2s. I mean, at this point, Infinity know they can do this. They can run at them. We saw Azure Ray early get away with a bit of running at Infinity. That's not going to last. At this point, when Infinity start to get a bit of a lead, a bit of an advantage, Azure Ray, they've got to play fully evasive. They can't deal with this right now.
I'm just concerned because of this Battle Fury build too. I don't know if he's ever going to actually be able to get involved and be a hero on the map, because I just feel like Infinity at this point, this is their time to just take over pretty much everything.
And they know it. Illich swings across the mid, swings across the top. Planet. It's taken a bit too long to take down, so they have to back off. Response coming in. Han drop the Dream Coil. It's only going to catch onto the one of them. Onto Panda's Disruptor. So indeed, Infinity, if they get everyone else out, they're fine with this. Azure Ray, they bring 4 heroes up here chasing them. They only get a support kill.
Yeah, and can they even turn this into a tower with the 4 heroes? I mean, they're going to definitely want to try at the least. So they're actually going to bring the 5th hero top 2, so Low is going to get involved at least for that tower. So 5 heroes committed to kill this top lane. Immediately see Infinity spread out already.
Yeah, and they'll be able to take this. Infinity, they're not going to try and willingly take a 5-on-5 head-on. They're more keen on going for the pickoffs and having the outnumber advantage against Azure Ray at this point.
I'm really trying to see, I'm looking forward to the late game if we do get to these points. Because I'm the Stone Gaze plus the Troll and stuff, I can see maybe some type of damage then at that point, but that's going to take some time.
Literally, if Low can get Battle Fury BK being +1 item online, the Troll can carry this late.
Yeah, perhaps. Definitely still some kiting issues and just
It
overall
gets
damage issues
easier,
maybe,
though.
but it
With
gets
time,
easier.
I think it gets easier
I would
for
agree,
Life.
yeah.
But that's the thing. It's going to take time. So Infinity, they've really got to try and punish him at this point. Sure, Infinity's not going to be out of the question in the late game. They've still got a lot of power themselves. But I feel like the kind of the offset, the difference in these two drafts is going to be the strongest in their favor much earlier in the game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, Infinity, it feels like they can start. It's full dictating pace for them. While for Azure Ray, I think it's more of a responsive kind of game, protecting the stacks, get the Troll Warlord online. So we'll see if they can do that. As Infinity, for the moment here, is slowing things a little bit here. I know Night Stalker Illich did lose his Courier, which I think has a full Echo Saber on it. So quite a bit of gold. I think like almost 3k gold on that Courier.
Look at this here. Very unfortunate there for Panda. Tries to get the catch, dropping the Static Storm as well. But this time, Han able to make his way back to safety. Good escape from him.
SD again, just to bail him out. Nice disruption comes into play. So they're not losing heroes now, so they're getting time to sit back, getting time to get this farm for the Troll. PP. Doesn't want to mess with Planet.
Yeah, just trying to take away what he can from their side of the map.
I think Hostabile is probably telling them like he's pretty happy with the kind of game state because he's halfway to Aghanims. I think when he gets Aghanims, I want to see them play that fast pace, look to take those accelerated fights because now, yeah, things are starting to definitely stabilize a bit here for Azure. Getting some time for Han to catch up. I think he's got the Witchblade and Treads at the least done now already too, so things are definitely looking better. And I like that we're seeing Pichu sit on him. Just have the SD sit behind the puck to protect him so he doesn't die.
They're going to try and start something mid. Bringing in the TPs. Costabile's ready to join the fight. Planet will get the Stone Gaze off. Mistel's going to be heading down towards him, and they'll get the glimpse over, but the disruption save, it's there. It's going to be able to dodge both of them, the glimpse and the homing missile. So Pichu again coming in clutch to keep his teammates alive in these team fight attempts that Infinity are trying to bring to them.
He just wasted so much time of theirs. Right? That's 4 heroes committed to go for this kill, and one disruption turns it back. And gives that time to farm.
Yeah, this hero is as strong as ever, as strong as CI, right? Comes out first pick. I think that's... Even if we do start to see some other aspects of the meta change, that's probably going to be one of those heroes that, in this patch, is going to remain first pick, first ban material.
Yeah, I mean, SD, yes, he got what? He got the Disseminate nerfed, Promulgate overall nerfed a couple times especially, but he still has a built-in save. He still has a super anti-carry ability, and yeah, so far. Definitely being the clutch factor, it feels like. Smoke now, coming out from Infinity.
He's holding the game together, Pichu.
Yeah. They've got their mech, they've got the Blink and the Mage Slayer on DK. So yeah, looking to use these timings. I believe they also have ult ready on NS, and he did get that full Echo Saber delivered. So they kind of just got a surge of 5k gold at least.
This time, I don't think, is he going to have anyone to bail him out of this? And he's going to have New try and join the fight. Static Storm's placed down to try and split them up. They'll use a glimpse here to take New away from them to give them room to back off. The chase is coming in. In fact, Lowe's found a chance to turn up. He's in on top of PP. Save there from the disruption. They'll bring PP down. Lowe's going to be fine. They even get the catch on tonight as well. Azure Ray able to respond this time. Double kill for New. Good answer there to Infinity. Trying to poke for a fight, but in a very risky position, and in one where they didn't have the means to get everyone down there, get Costabile involved.
It was very over-aggressive, it felt like. They did get those big items, right? They got these timings, but they didn't have Illich in position. They didn't have the gyro like you mentioned also, and they go for the tankiest hero in the game. They go for the Dusa, so yeah, if Neo is able to get his spells off like this, he will provide this damage, so great response, and I like the way that Azure has just kind of changed these last like 8 minutes or so of how they're playing with the SD sitting behind these heroes perfectly.
It's going very well for them. They've managed to definitely slow down Infinity at a point where Infinity, I think they could have maybe gotten away with a bit more, but Azure Ray don't let them. And I think you see the comfort as well in like Lowe's build, right? He doesn't feel the pressure of I need to get this BKB ASAP in a hand, sort of making plays. He's getting on quite the roll here with after what was quite a tough start for him on the puck. But yeah, he's going for the S&Y after the Battle Fury, and then we'll get the BKB. Or at least getting the Yasha first before the BKB. So Lowe's chilling. He's like, this is fine. I'm hitting creeps. They've not taken much from us at all. I've got this game in the bag, so Lowe's ready to carry this.
Yeah, he's like, now the pressure is stopped in the last 8 minutes onto him pretty much. So, and I have to give credit to, I mean, the Dusa, I was a little questionable about switching it to the fort. Planet is level 11. He is massive on this hero. The amount that he's able to farm.
They're getting a lot.
He's got 4 staff, so he's got the way to protect his allies versus the Night Stalker now with that force to push them away from Crippling Fear. And he's just incredibly durable. So pretty cool stuff seeing this.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see, because it does feel like for Infinity, for them to have those kind of few rough moments, that just really hurts them in the overall outlook of this game. And now they have to, it's kind of falling towards the part where maybe they do just have to be like, all right, let's just farm up ourselves. Costabile, get ready to carry us late. But I feel on paper and with someone like Low on the Troll, he's just going to be in a better position to be stronger in those later moments. So
I thought that they would be bringing Costabile a bit more.
Yeah.
Like, I thought that they'd be trying to put the onus on taking it, like at least the 3 tier 1s, pressuring the Ancient side and stuff like that. It's been more chilling back from him. And yeah, Azure, you see the gold lead reflecting it. Now it's 3K.
They're just going to make more from the map, it feels like, Azure Ray, with the efficiency when it comes down to these sort of more passive moments. We'll see. Maybe Infinity, they're able to come in with a big hit now. Here's the smoke.
Let's see what they catch.
Costabile, does he want to be involved in this one? He's kind of lagging behind them, but he's moving over to join them. So it looks like this is going to be a full 5 move.
Looks like it, yeah.
But Azure Ray themselves, they've also smoked up. So they're maybe aware that this is happening. They're ready to try and play defensive. And Infinity, can they actually find a chance to jump this?
Panda.
He's been caught kind of split from the rest of the team. I mean, Infinity's heading over to help out. Panda, is he going to drop his spells? Does he want to drop the Static Storm? He'll turn.
They're on the SD.
They get the jump indeed onto the backlines, but the Dream Coil comes down in return onto the 2 of them. New, he's ready to stand on top of Illich. Illich bursts down pretty low, but Costabile, he's here and he's ready to fight. Cooking forward, they're in onto New, but they don't have quite enough damage. The Stone Gaze from Planet comes out, holds back the side of Infinity, and now Infinity, they're getting split. Off to the side, the chase down over towards Illich. He's trying to get out of this away from Han, but he can't escape. Again, another fight where Infinity caught in an awkward sort of opening. They went for this smoke, but Panda rather separates it from the rest of the team. They try and make something happen with it. But he doesn't get the chance to get his full kit out. He didn't even get the chance to throw down a Static Storm. At that point, it's very hard for them to try and take the fight, and Azure Ray know that. They're happily going to turn and take what's presented to them.
This was the moment where they got the double blinks on, and they double blinked on the SD. So in these type of fights for Infinity, one target wants to blink the SD, the other one wants to blink the puck.
Yeah.
The DK either goes for the SD and the NS goes for the puck. So they double jumped, and then the fight was totally split. PP was left isolated. So Azure Ray just thriving on team fights quite a bit more, and now it's really a massive lead.
It really is. Just look at little things like, as you say, Planet now taking over the farm that Illich has got on the Night Stalker. It's going to be difficult, when you're playing from this position as Infinity, what is the plan? Is it like, okay, I guess we've got to sit back and try and farm, hope for the best, maybe Costabile can kind of 1v5 this game?
But that's not been really the case for Gyrocopters anymore lately. It's just not really that 1v5 hero. So yeah, even though they have a tri-scaling core, they've gotten slowed down so much. Like you said, yeah, the 4 position on Azure right now, pretty much surpassing the Night Stalker. Now they get to go back for a Roche, and overall, Troll, Low now can get involved in every fight. He pretty much has the BKB done. Yep. He's got the blanket of coverage with New with a pipe, and I believe the Crimson Guard is done too, so a lot of damage going to be blocked.
Yeah, Low.
So now, Infinity, they have to find their own answers, because they have no auras, they have double blink initiators, and your 2 or 3 fights back-to-back on your blink initiations have now gone sour, and you don't have auras to default to. So usually when you go for these type of blink plays, you need to win those fights, because the team that ends up building the auras now just have better stats overall. So if you go for these blink plays now versus all the auras, you're just probably not going to have any of this damage.
No, it's going to be difficult for Infinity. And just in terms of feel, right, because you've got to imagine for they themselves, they probably felt at some point that they had the hold on this game, right? They knew what they needed to do. They tried to make these plays. They didn't go to plan. And now it's kind of like you're dealing with the ramifications of that. It's like, what do you do now?
Yeah, I mean, Han died, 3-4 times or something? He got killed.
They were crushing the puck.
But then eventually, just 2 quick saves, a coil, follow up from the team. It's just been the team fights, really. And just overall, the better distribution of farm across the map. Because it's 11-11, but look at that gold, that farm that they've been able to get on these supports and stuff. So, and now, yeah, with Aegis, they're looking to take every head-on fight.
Yeah, Azure Ray's not afraid at all. Low's ready to be involved.
Infinity still does have, the gyro is still quite large. But they're
but is he big enough? That's the thing, right?
No, and they're going to have to just do these team fights a lot better. Like, they cannot double blink on a target unless they're able to, like, insta-kill and move from to the next. They have to do these type of jumps perfectly. And for now, fighting into Aegis, probably not the most ideal go, so they're just going to allow Azure Ray to take this tier 2. Yeah, multiple moves with the blinks is not working. Azure just taking over more of the map here now. And these auras, they're really starting to kick in from New. He's part of every single one of the kills.
This one definitely feels like if this smoke doesn't go great,
It could be over for Infinity.
It gets rough very quickly.
Yeah.
Illich, he's running in. He's able to get the jump over towards the back lines. He's trying to get over towards the Shadow Demon instead, but by the looks of it, they don't have the damage. Shadow Demon, he's getting low.
He's still alive.
Pichu finally falls, but it took so much. They'll turn their efforts over towards Planet.
Han is getting away with quite a lot here.
He's got a BKB. He's ready to just stand ground against the three of them. Jumps in, takes down Panda. And Costabile, he has to BKB and get out of here. He's on the retreat. Onto the side, New. Finding Knight in the tree line low, chases him down.
Oh, and they had to commit everything
to kill the
for
Shadow
the Shadow Demon. He just tanked every single one of these ults. That was pretty crazy. And yeah, Han, I love this. He's able to just recover so much. He's able to get a BKB, so they know they can't initially go for him. He's able to just free reign in the fight, and that may have been it. That could have been the last attempt there from Infinity.
Have been. They may have one more team fight or so in them, but this whole mid-game, it could have been a lot better from them.
Pretty much from 10 minutes onwards, honestly. Like 12 minutes, actually, I would say. That one coil. Everything's just been disaster.
Okay.
Han, though.
All right. Never mind. They're back in the game. The puck's dead.
Can they chase for more? New is very tanky.
He is.
Nice play with the chain.
70% for low. Still has this Aegis for 2 minutes. I mean, they feel like they have to, right? They've got to kill.
They do have to.
They've taken out Han. They've got to try and find something more from this.
They have 5 seconds on Glimpse, but the turn?
They need something more than just the puck.
Here comes a Glimpse, but it's a BKB troll.
And there's a disruption.
And there is that disruption again.
So that sort of setup's not going to happen. And with that, looks like they won't be able to punish them any more than that. So a little bit of a slip up in the proceeds here for Azure Ray as they lose Han.
Very minor, though.
But it will be back to business when he's back up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, overall that one. I mean, Costabile, does he get the last hit on it at the least? I think he did, right? So he did get, I think, like 1,000 gold or something for it. So it does enable him quite a lot, which they did desperately need for him to try to match up versus this troll now at this point. But they wanted to get more. They wanted to get these continuous Glimpse kills, at least 1, 2, 3, and that would have been a good comeback. But at least they don't lose the Rex.
True. They're able to hold. They're able to push them back. I have a momentary pause, hopefully. Just should be a short one. But yeah, in terms of the build for Costabile, it's probably got to be the Satanic Insta Rapier, right?
Yeah.
Has to be. It's a long way away for him. But maybe. Maybe if he's able to get that online, maybe if Han does another crazy play where he dives in, gets caught on the high ground, that will give Costabile the chance to be able to 1v5 this game.
I was even thinking maybe he could go even more aggro, but never mind. I was thinking maybe it's a butterfly rapier or something like that, but I guess
he's already got the Reaver.
He already has the Reaver, yeah. But standing toe-to-toe versus the troll is always difficult anyway, as this gyro is. Yeah, 30 seconds, Aegis still online. Take another tier 2, they're going to force them back to base. New with another aura, Veil is online. Onto that Shiva's next.
I mean, I think it just goes to show as well, we look at the KDA, right? Lowe's just had a very chill game. They weren't able to pressure him that much. Well, 1-1 and 2. He's not been involved in a lot of action, but that's exactly as he would dream for the situation to be. He's got away with it.
Yeah, Neo is part of every kill. We said this Timber had to do some pretty heavy lifting and stuff with the terms of killing heroes. He's part of all 14.
Well, Glimpse, but disruption always there from Pichu.
I don't know how much more disruptor that we will see overall.
Especially in a game where the Shadow Demon gets through first pick. Just that little interaction, right? It feels like it takes so much away from what the disruptor normally has to offer.
I mean, the hero overall just isn't the greatest ever. We were mentioning this is probably the biggest weird hero overall in the drafts in terms of like how tier S, tier A, etc. But it is a Panda specialty and a Panda comfort. But yeah, it's just been answered time and time again.
Yeah, and even in patches when it was good, right? It was always one of those supports that when you're playing from behind, a lot of your kit feels kind of rough.
Yeah. Some players absolutely detest this hero just because of that. And you don't provide like a stun or anything, or a BKB piercing, anything, so. Azure playing confident, playing on this triangle. Another item soon coming out for low, Basher. Looks like it's going to be that choice, perhaps. And he, of course, gets blessed with a Paladin Sword. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, level 20 soon as well on him. Yep. So just continue just to hit all these power spikes that... yeah, it very much looks like they plan for. I think with Azure Ray's draft and play style, they came into this just knowing that they'd have the strength to get through any sort of early aggression from Infinity and just allow Low to have this sort of game.
Yeah, I was definitely a bit worried for them in terms of like damage and everything, but yeah, they've really covered their bases because they showed up to the fights with the Timber every time, and yeah, just so much farm on this Dusa that she's obnoxious. They went for her 3 times it felt like, and they were able to turn these fights massively because of it.
That's funny as well, actually. Even with the Blink nerf, still an item that's nice to get on the Dusa.
Oh, is he actually going to do it?
Or did he not read the patch?
Okay, well, we'll see.
Well, we'll see.
Either way,
Yeah.
positioning is important.
Sure,
right?
yeah, you're getting in a nice position for the stone gaze. For the initiation, it's not about the escape, it's about the getting in there.
Maybe not the most. Whatever. Either way, he's
I
doing
mean, he's
great.
chilling. He's got so
chilling.
much money, you
Yeah.
know what I mean? This is basically a free blink dagger if you consider the amount of farm Planet has on his support Deucer compared to where, most support Deucers would be at this point of the game.
That is
He's
definitely
that far
very
ahead.
interesting, though, that you would see it, even though it literally just got removed pretty much with the blink dagger's nerf. But whatever.
Because, yeah, just to clarify, the whole thing is what you can no longer now get the free blink
No,
away.
Mana Shield pops your blink.
Yeah.
So if you get hit, you can just, it's constantly interrupted. Next item finished up, I believe I saw DK get a Shadow Blade, so that's a bit interesting. So looking for a way to just take out the Timber, perhaps. Maybe they're really feeling the problem of New, but, I mean, he's so tanky anyway, so I don't know if the Silver Edge is going to solve the issue of all these auras. But PP trying to find something here. And now speaking of PP,
Are they prepared for this Infinity? I don't
cannot
think so.
BKB TP.
No.
There's a Basher on the Troll, so...
I mean, that's a very risky part of the map to be in. Sure, he had the backup of Panda, but that was it. It was just the two of them poking around that mid lane.
And it's not like Panda's like a Shadow Demon who can bail him out of a bad situation.
No,
He's
he could just watch on and walk away and say, well, good luck, buddy.
Map state just feels very awkward for now, for Infinity to do much of anything. BKB now was finished, of course, from Mileage with disassembles and stuff like that. Going toward the Psycho Saber, but yeah, his impact does feel...
And disappointment. No Divine Rapier queued up yet by Costa Bile.
Is he queuing up Daedalus?
Wants to finish the whole Daedalus first.
Oh, that's a bit surprising. Okay. Maybe he's feeling like he's in a better position than he is.
That's
but-
true. Maybe it's like, guys, I got this.
Yeah, maybe.
He's confident. I appreciate that. He is top net worth, but just the problem being that there's these three pretty scary heroes on Azure Ray
Four
right
even.
behind him.
I mean,
yeah,
Planet
four,
even now at this
Planet,
point,
that's true, yeah.
The
Four
Stone
heroes.
Gaze, like, if he gets Stone Gazed and there's a Troll beating on him, he's dead pretty much instantaneously, so... Maybe that's just the exact reason why he does want the Blink. It's just like you said, the initiation, right? Blink, Coil,
Get in
Stone
a good
Gaze,
spot,
Troll
yeah.
runs in, good luck.
Here we go.
They need to have some success with these smokes. But fighting outside here at this point, not the easiest either.
And this is a point of Costa Bile. He's not quite got the Demon Edge out to him, so losing a fair bit of damage that they could have if they fight now.
And Azure Ray is prepared. They are here. Planet on the front lines, not the one they want to go for.
I mean, Illich is trying for the wraparound.
He's giving info. So he is giving this information of exactly where the Troll is. They know that the whole team is up here.
They're thinking about going on Planet, but they really don't want to, as you say.
They want to see the SD in the puck.
They're going
See
to
the
jump
SD.
They're going to jump the Shadow Demon. Illich is in on the back lines, but already off to the side. Knight's getting pushed away by Han and New. It's going to take quite a bit of time to chase him. Disruption comes out.
They can't even kill him.
Turn over towards Illich. Illich gets taken down. And indeed, Pichu walks away alive. Costa Bile is going to try and fight against them all,
This
but
is
he's
so
completely outnumbered. The Static Storm will come out. They're bringing the Troll a little bit low. Can they kill him? No,
Nope.
He's got the ult ready to go. Takes out Costa Bile. Han's able to turn and help take down PP.
They didn't kill the Shadow Demon.
They didn't.
They couldn't. They literally tried for 20 seconds to get this perfect wraparound. I believe they didn't drop a sentry during the Glimmer, and he just faded because I was looking around. I maybe got killed.
It's rough.
Maybe
yeah.
got killed. Either way, if he faded, they weren't attacking for like 3 seconds during the Glimmer. Then he disruptions and lives. I mean, disaster really for Infinity.
Yeah, they're gonna have some heavy damage done to the base here, and maybe even the whole game. We'll see how much Azure Ray is able to take away from them as they head up to the high ground. Buybacks aren't available.
I mean, they killed nobody. You found the squishiest hero and you couldn't kill him.
Oh, yeah. There was definitely a sense of this coming, especially after that earlier fight where they struggled to kill the Shadow Demon, kill Pichu. I mean, Pichu, he's just been having a great game, I think. Done a lot, and probably reason to be to not let this team, or maybe any team really, just get this first pick Shadow Demon.
Honestly, the first two picks, it's Neo and the Shadow Demon. Right? It's both of these two kind of just popped off and took over the game. 7, 1, and 12, 19 of the 20 kills on the Timber. Great itemization. And then, yeah, just positioning overall from the SD has been phenomenal. And he has an Aghanims. It's also massive at this point. Panda. They just don't have the damage. Even with the Gyro up, the problem of the Timber.
I mean, they just can't deal with New. It's too massive. Costa Bile TP'd in.
Wait, what?
BKB is on cooldown.
What?
I mean, he gets it off now. It only just came off cooldown. I mean, I think this game was as good as done anyway. And indeed, it's now going to get called. GG is called. Azure Ray will take this game 1. They look pretty comfortable here, folk. This one didn't look too tricky for them.
No, first 10, 12 minutes or so, Infinity, it looked cool. It looked great coming out of the lanes. And then nothing really happened. They tried to make these moves, but they lost every single one of the team fights afterwards. So they definitely need to fix up, just get some better shot calling and stuff like that in that mid game, because they got these timings. Their heroes overall weren't terrible, but yeah, they just kind of just got owned in every single one of the fights because of a Shadow Demon disruption or a Timbersaw just leading the charge. So.
No, yeah, Azure Ray, they came in with a bit of their own flair. They support Medusa, getting an insane amount of farm, and doing so much from the lane to stage. I mean, it did seem like a lot of the game they just underestimated how hard it would be to take down the Medusa.
Yeah.
A lot of fights that just didn't fall into place for Infinity. Azure Ray, very solid win here as they take game 1.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that. It turns out he's done our job for us. Like, we just don't need to add anything to it at all, do we? Fair Lacoste, we were watching that with great interest, and it started out promising. You know, we thought we might actually get a game of it. There was a kind of 10-minute window where our expectations were maybe being subverted a little bit, but then the better team did win.
Yeah, it came down a lot to what we'd call the DK mid bait. I think it's very difficult to pull that hero off right now just because of the nature of how mid likes to play right now and how the Fire DK doesn't allow you to play that way. And I think one of the big fights was this one right here. I think shortly, this is when the Ancients were stolen, shortly after. But yeah, around the 10-minute window is, I think, where this game got really awkward for Infinity, because they stole the Ancient stack, but then they lost their DK for it. They lost their support for it as well. And I was kind of had to rewind to see like what was going on there. And Night Stalker, he was farming bottom, right? And on the top lane as well, Gyrocopter, he was also just farming. So if they want to make a play like that and they want to infiltrate the enemy triangle and steal their farm, you have to bring numbers. Like, either the Gyro has to come or the Night Stalker has to TP mid with ultimate, whatever it might be. But they didn't respect that, and Azure Ray just got like a bunch of freebies in return for that. So I want to see more aggression from Infinity. I think they kind of like half-assed this game. Some of them were being aggressive, but the rest were not joining.
Yeah, they needed to, I'd say, play the tempo, because they had this Dragon Knight from the mid lane. As you mentioned, Night Stalker, he did go for the Echo Saber, which I really don't like. I think you need to be able to put the pressure. You need to be able to jump in with the Blink Dagger, BKB. Sure, you can disassemble that, get a BKB out of it later on, but overall, they need to push the tempo, because you could feel in the post 15 minutes, they were lacking the damage. They needed to focus down Shadow Demon. They went in too deep a couple of times, especially with PP, because he was in the front line jumping in, and he gets bursted. Like, you jump in as a Dragon Knight. This is not your armlet S and Y type of a build on Dragon Knight where you're unkillable. You have this status resistance. You jump in, you get ulted by Shadow Demon. Pichu had a great game. Pichu, his positioning was top tier, and once that pipe came out on Neo, on top of that, Shadow Demon with the disruption, some Glimmer Capes as well. It was pretty difficult for Infinity to play the game, because they were definitely lacking that damage. And
it's always a bad time when your PP gets burst. So, you know, what can you do? I mean, we talked a little bit in the pre-show about Azure Ray and kind of like how they would revert to a more clinical and kind of clean, methodical version of Dota. And, you know, they just played the fight so much cleaner. You know, it just was a better execution from them.
Yeah, they showed all the things you need from like a top team. Like, you're getting dove, you're bringing the right numbers to deal with that, and you're punishing the aggression. And outside of that, they're bringing the right amount of heroes to the Roche fights. They're always just a number game, right? That's what Dota's all about, bringing the right amount of numbers. Knowing how to, or when to be greedy is very important. And Azure Ray really showed that they know what numbers to bring to which fights, and kind of just outclassed Infinity in this one.
Yeah, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I would say that really happy that Neo is back. Was really sad when they didn't qualify for TI, because this guy is a beast. He reminds me a lot of similarities with XXS. I think he's one of the top offlaners, and Neo was also a top laner at the TI 12, which I really liked. His has very explosive style, and this one he did opt to go for more teamfight oriented items. We are still, even after all these nerfs, into Aura meta, and he did buy it. Even after the nerfs, you still need something from the off lane. You play a little bit for yourself, but this guy has been pretty much a part of every single kill from Azure Ray.
Well, you were talking about this as well, the kind of draft, the way that you felt the draft was worse actually for Azure Ray, but then you know noticed that there was this like incredible discrepancy sort of in the timing where you can see almost the exact point where the window slammed shut.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think Azure Ray just kind of just showed that they're the better team right now. Where Infinity, they were set up for success in this game. Like, I feel like Night Stalker had a good game in the off lane. Mid lane was devastation. Like, this Dragonite just owned puck super hard. And top lane, you're doing really well as well on this Gyrocopter as well. It's just, they kind of just played their own type of game here. But speaking of that mid lane here, Pond versus PP, like, this DK was so far ahead in the first 10 minutes of this game. So far ahead. And then, like, later on, if we fast forward a little bit, if we go to like that 20-minute mark here, there's going to be a big change in these numbers here, where the puck now is going to be overtaking the DK and net worth. And a lot of this just had to do with the fact that his team couldn't play around this Dragonite. They could have, but they chose not to, and you just brought more numbers on the side of Azure Ray, and they really punished this DK, even though he's off to a great start. And what you will see from some of the top-tier teams as well, when someone has a good game, you want to continue to play around him with your other cores, and they just, unfortunately, on Infinity did not do that.
Yeah.
They did find some kills with the Dragonite Blink Stun into Static Storm, but they have to heavily commit, so you're using all of your big tools. Gyrocopter, he's not going to join until he has Aghanim Scepter, which also gives Troll enough room to farm. Every single time I see this hero as the last pick, if I have the, wow, this is such a good Troll game, always loses this time around. Nothing, no reaction whatsoever, owns the game. Even though he had a pretty difficult time in the lane, he was playing into Night Stalker first couple of minutes. They do put some pressure with that facet, but still managed to get some good farm, and they kept him busy. This was the pretty much puck drawing all the attention. He dies, and also love the itemization coming out from Han, because he picked up relatively early BKB, and you have Shadow Demon, you have Glimmer Cape again, and they needed to focus down Shadow Demon in most of these fights. Then the rest of the team does have a pretty free reign in a team fight, what they want to do.
Any final thoughts about that first map?
Yeah, I think in general here, going to this next game, and Infinity, they shouldn't really doubt their drafting so much. They should think about where things went wrong and really just polish the gameplay, because it wasn't a hard outdraft or anything. It's just like they had a couple bad timings and they ended up losing the game for it.
All right, then. Thanks for your thoughts. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the second map in this series, and we see if Infinite can turn it around. Join us then. Yeah, welcome back to PGL Wallachia. Love those graphics. We are in the middle of a series, so if you're just joining us. Azure Ray versus Infinity. Fear, Lacoste, they're going to be here for a while. You're going to see us a lot. Let's talk about some players that stood out to you there just before we get into this draft for the second map. Did anyone catch your eye?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's definitely new. His Timber Saw has been a signature for some time now, and this guy is good on that hero. So you might want to rethink if your first pick overall is going to be a hero like Dragonite, where you're supposed to be playing this as a carry, right? And you give your opponent one of the hardest Dragonite counters, and the Timber Saw forces you to put it into the mid lane. We talked about earlier, that might be the debate, putting Puck mid against DK. Now all of a sudden your mid is a carry. Now you have two carries. Feels a little bit awkward. So yeah, I think strategically, you have to remember, he does play this Timber really well. Maybe DK first pick isn't the answer.
Yeah, the other hero the other player I would like to praise was Planet. He always was a bit of an X factor when he played for PSG LGD. He had a couple of these niche heroes that he did play, like Muerta, because they did love to run this hero as a position 1 hero back in the days, did like to play it, but they also flexed it to position 4, paired it up with a Centaur. Now he's playing Medusa. This is the first game that they show at the tournament, playing Medusa position 4. I'm pretty sure that this guy, because he has a pretty big hero pool overall, and he's not too afraid to experiment with some of the picks, and that's why I like the guy.
Yeah, what did you think of the Medusa for?
It looked good. This is something that people theory crafted. At Riyadh Masters, we had this Morphling position 4 that people try to play quite a lot. Then it came with the Medusa. This is all pretty much Boxy's ideas, I would say. He's the one who theory crafts a lot of these new heroes and makes them look broken. He played it once, as we said in the pre-show during last DI. And yeah, I think we're going to see more of the similar heroes being played at different positions, something that is historically played as a carry, but we're going to bring him up as a position 4/5.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because I think that this hero in particular is not super popular as a support, but I think because the patch nodes, Solar Crest getting changed, and all these other different changes, we're going to see different supports, and I feel like the pool has been affected pretty heavily by this patch of what you can play as a support. So they're going to experiment, try new things. Medusa didn't really look that bad. I think he outplayed him in a lot of regards by getting that early Lotus hero that really benefits from it. So I'm not sold on it yet, but it didn't look too bad.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting because obviously, again, with the meta it is going to shift, but it's going to shift gradually over the course of the tournament, and we're going to get to see it happen live before our eyes. I didn't think it was going to be a thing, so there you go. What do I know? That's why I'm in this chair. So yeah, we're going to have the draft coming in any moment now. Anything in terms of theory you think Infinity are going to do now? Do you think they're going to take a lesson from that and maybe look to go in a different direction?
Yeah, I think getting rid of Shadow Demon, Timber that you mentioned, these are the heroes that were really popular, especially Shadow Demon during TI. This was pretty much the hero at TI because he was anti-auras. If we talk about the Solar Crest, any kind of a buff that you can throw, he removes that immediately. He's anti-carry, which was always good. You remove the Crimson Guard as well. Any kind of a buff that you can use, Shadow Demon was always good against it, and they will remove it, but they left the Timber in the pool. Bristle is the one that was also banned in game number 1. This is also another offlaner that can be played as a position 5. People are playing it more. Even as a position 4, I've been doing some research. I see that Saksa played it a lot. This is another hero that can scale from position 4, and you become super tanky. We might not see him as much, I would say, considering the 25 minutes, because he buys 2, sometimes 3 bracers, even on the hero. But yeah, there goes Mirana. Still good.
Well, yeah, still good.
Still a good hero.
Yeah, and still a great flex, right? Obviously, you can do different things with it.
We'll have to see about that one. That's the one where I'm questioning, because this is one of the double nerfed carries, right? So as a support, sure, it does all the things you need as a support, as long as the numbers are strong enough so you can trade with the offlaner and stuff like that. And we're escalating things by just first picking Puck here. I did talk about before how this hero was really good, but I never seen this hero just overall first pick of a draft so far. There's a lot of answers to it, and typically when you slot this hero into the draft, it's like on that 18 pick where you already see 4 heroes that can't catch you, right? And yeah, Mirana can't catch you, and Puck is great lockdown for Mirana, but there are tons of heroes in the game that can can lock down a puck and make this hero's job very difficult, not only in the laning stage, but throughout the game. So this is a bit of a risky pick here. Hopefully it's not a desperation thing, like, oh, this puck kind of owned us. Like,
let's pick it right
let's
away.
just pick it right away, right? But it was picked for a reason. Like, Disruptor couldn't catch it, right? That's just one of the things that puck does. You can't really have a lot of heroes. It was only the DK stun that kind of locked it down. So yeah, we'll see where this one goes. I'm not sold on it quite yet, but we'll see.
Puck has been nerfed in the previous patch as well. Puckish base HP restored and mana has been nerfed, and also coil duration, but still super strong hero. In terms of scaling, this hero scales insanely well, but he does have counters, as you mentioned. Like, first picking Puck is not something that you would usually see. This also doesn't give me too much confidence coming into the second game for Infinity, because you need to have like something prepared. They definitely didn't prepare this Puck. This was more like reactionary to what happened in game number 1. So they don't. This tells me they don't believe in their own ideas. Sometimes adapting to certain situation is good, but I would say it's too early to pick something like that.
I would say they probably don't really have any ideas going to this one, because they literally changed their whole roster coming into this, right? Except for one person. So they're kind of like figuring out as they're going at the moment. And Omni Knight, this is a hero that was nerfed recently too, but it still has its merits. You can always get rid of the arrow. That's
what are the merits?
I mean, mainly just it was the survivability meta, right? Where you just have like one hero you sit behind, you keep him alive, you buy the Solar Crest, which is also nerfed, and you just like make one hero completely unkillable on that front line there.
Kind of like the days of the 4 protecting 1 kind of meta that we were.
I mean, yeah, but in this particular meta, it could just be any core, right?
Right.
Because you're not going to just like run around and have all your net worth on one hero. So yeah, Omni, and plus his laning was really good. And I think that was one of the things that they did change with the fact that the Facet did get nerfed.
Wow. This is immediately Tiny pickup.
It's a puck counter mid,
that's game 3 from last TI, Liquid against Gaming. They pick Puck. They respond with Tiny. Usually you would see like Tiny on different roles a couple of months back, but this is 100% mid-Tiny. Good matchup. You always have something. And also you have a toss back, which is going to be great against Omni Knight, because you can toss somebody away into your own team. Omni Knight with his cast range, it's pretty bad, so he can't follow up on that one.
I mean, I think for Infinity, what I noticed in the last game isn't going to be necessarily a draft thing, but I feel like they need to get on the same page, where normally the Peruvian squads I watched are very aggressive, but Costa Billy, he's a Brazilian, and he plays more conservative and likes to farm a lot. I think he needs to be the one to step up and start getting more aggressive on his heroes. So I want them to draft him something that can get active and like join these fights.
Well, Clock Mirana always feels like that's a duo that's gonna, do damage, a lot of lockdown.
All 3 of those heroes scream they want to like skirmish in like that early game.
Yeah, but to go back to your point about Costabile being more active, some of the most successful safe laners last TI were the ones who were super active early on using the twin gates. This is something that we haven't seen, and this is something that can be punished, especially with Luna pickup. This hero is really good at going through the gates, level 6, punishing the enemy carry. You have that night vision, and you're also putting more points in Lucent Beam nowadays because of how the skills changed. So that means that you have damage to threaten a kill on enemy carry, and that's what I want to see. Problem is they don't have much lockdown other than this coil from Puck, so they will need to, play around Puck, because Omni Knight, what he wants to do as a hero is sit back, protect some of the heroes. Most likely it's going to be Luna, but I don't see that playmaking hero that's going to be playing with Puck. That one's fine.
Yeah, Dark Willow is, I want to say, like the hoodwink of this patch right now for the position 4s, meaning she is the strongest laning position 4. Is going to pressure lanes really hard. That probably puts, Azure Ray into a position where they feel like they need to match that tempo by picking a strong carry instead of a weaker one. And Troll has always been historically known as one of the stronger laners. There's not a lot of offlaners that you can think of that are just going to crush Troll in the laning stage. Normally, it's typically you're surviving the Troll lane, and they don't see who's offlane yet, so they're kind of forced in a position where Dark Willow, strong laner, paired with potentially another strong laner, so they had to pick a strong laning carry.
Makes sense. Why is Dark Willow so strong, Lacoste?
She deals insane amount of damage. Before she was played with Thorny Thicket as her facet, but that one got nerfed to the ground. Nobody's picking it up. The other one is the one that got buffed, where you can pretty much solo kill the people during the Shadow Realm. You deal insane amount of damage. This hero has been buffed and nerfed constantly. The biggest upgrade to the hero was when we allowed Dark Willow to use Bedlam on allies, which is now completely gone again. So some of the best... I don't like that one, being a Dark Willow player, because you could pair it up so easily. It was a no-brainer type of a play where you were playing with Centaur, with your Slaughter. You had guaranteed kill throughout the whole game. Now you're putting yourself in a much more difficult position where you need to get on top of the target, and a lot of the times you will die. But this is the hero that was super successful during the last TI. Boxy played it like 7 times, and for a good reason. You have AoE control, you have damage, you have good scaling as well if necessary.
Yeah, and I think on the side of Infinity now, you're kind of looking for, take your pick of Crimson Guard carrier right now, because Troll, he likes to do a lot of small instances of damage, so Crimson Guard deals that well. Doom, that was already a great ban. If you Doom the Troll, he can't really use his ulti and heal back, so that is a hard counter. And Mars is one that used to be good too, but that's banned as well. So a lot of offlaners are getting it banned out here, so you're not going to have a lot of choices here. So they might be in a situation where maybe Centaur or something is something they're looking at.
You're not winning the lane with Centaur, but you are going to be farming. You are buying the Blade Mail, going back for the stacks. They opted to go for more of a, like, they wouldn't have a single melee hero on Infinity lineups because they have 4 range nows, and they removed the Razor, which always was considered
Omni
a counter
plays
to
like
Troll.
a ranged hero, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I mean, he's kind of a ranged hero, to be honest. He sits in the back.
What's up with Underlord these days?
He's chill. You can pick him.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, he can buy a Crimson Guard. I don't hate it. It's not bad.
Okay.
They need one of those like guys that ideally does that job, right? You just kind of sit in the front. You can lane. The lane itself, it's okay, and they're just going to deny pick it right away. So options really come down to maybe just Centaur, but Underlord's pretty good for Centaur as well because you put the pit down and you can't really freely use the Stampede going through that. So some good drafting here from Azure Ray.
They like to play Primal Beast from the off lane, but it's terrible Primal Beast when it comes down to playing into tiny Clockwork Underlord. I'm just thinking what other options could be possible for them.
I mean, there's not a lot of offlaners that are just, you might just be pigeonholed and taking the Centaur right now.
Centaur, maybe some like Kunkka to have good catch, something cheap.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate Kunkka. Kunkka's okay as well. It's a really bad lane against Troll, though, because you do want to spam your Tidebringer. This is a hero that we have not seen for a long time due to just the items it buys. It used to really like going for like the Radiance, but that hasn't been meta for some time. Not a really good Crimson Guard buyer, but it is a hero that can apply a lot of annoying stuff to the Troll, mainly the tornadoes, just cycle him over and over again, and you can have a crazy amount of evasion so he can't hit you. So
was it Riyadh Masters where Brewmaster, everybody was picking up Radiance, and then people realized, oh, it's quite bad. We need to go back to Auras.
Yeah, it was EWC. Yeah, that was the event. And he was actually really good because like the auras are really good and people were just like picking up aura items. I'd like to see that from Illic here, where it go non-Radiance build
a Spirit Vessel, like they
Spirit
have
Vessel, Crimson, whatever it might be, Pipe, and just kind of like play that frontliner.
Yeah, I got to say, I mean, at least the drafts feel refreshing. Actually, coming out of TI. I mean, they might not be brilliant, they might not be perfectly executed, but at least we're seeing something a little bit different. The Brew definitely feels like a wild card.
It does. This hero brings a lot to the table when it comes down to control. Paired up with Dark Willow, you will have the kill threat, not necessarily in the lane immediately, because it's going to be Clockwork and Troll. They can definitely punch back. Clockwork will also secure the lane for Troll. But yeah, I think they made some nice adjustments. Even though they first pick Puck, they don't have many answers other than Tiny for this Puck.
Yeah, your thoughts? Who won that draft this time?
For me, I'm jumping to the other side here. I think Azure Ray won this one. I think Troll Clock Lane is disgustingly hard to play into as a Brewmaster. And I think the Omni plus Luna is not really going to touch this Underlord. And of course, you have the Tiny, which is favored against the Puck. And we already saw Azure Ray. It's kind of like outskilling them already. So even if the draft advantage, I have to go their way.
So uphill for Infinity. Thanks for your thoughts, guys. We're now going to get into the game and we're going to go over to the casters. It is, of course, OD Pixel and Fogged again. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, looking forward to this game too to see if indeed Infinity can step it up a bit. We saw in the draft, as the panel was talking about, there's a change around where they're going, well, we're going to take the puck first. But as the panel pointed out, a bit of a risk, right? When you try and do that sort of drastic movement with a hero like puck and you put it out there as your first pick.
Yeah, and we also, I mean, we just have to go back to this first game a lot. Is like the first 10, 12 minutes look good. Their draft overall is good. Just things slowed down. They didn't play cohesive as a team. Well, for Azure Ray, they played cohesive, and they definitely have a lineup that looks very nice if you're able to play cohesive with the buff up and everything like that. And just a very, very strong draft to be able to put pressure on. And I feel like this time around, they actually do, like I was mentioning with Fear also, like they have the stronger draft, it feels like, especially in that early game too. So Infinity last game, they were kind of starting to dictate tempo. It stopped immediately, and this one it feels like they're actually on perhaps the back foot of it. So see what they're going to be able to do. And they go for Troll again.
They do.
So I'm confident.
I was going to say, after that first game, I think it very much shows itself as a pick for Low that he goes for it if he knows there's not going to be any difficulties on the road ahead. Very safe one for him to carry things out if nothing, if they don't get like overrun in the first few minutes. And this game, after what happened last game, it's maybe hard to see that happening from Infinity. But maybe they can turn up and surprise us here in this game too.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, they do have an unbelievable amount of wombo, combo, and team fight this time around from Infinity. Last one was a little bit more about like the blink, jumping, catching specific heroes. Yes, they had the the static storm and the snapfire kisses, but this one it's more contribution to be able to actually commit onto some of these spells. For ultimates in particular, the Brewmaster ulti would be able to get them more involved. But I actually want to talk about Illich quite a bit because I feel like that last game, and I was mentioning like Costabile a bit because he wasn't getting involved with Gyro, but it felt like the Night Stalker overall in like the crucial moments, he just wasn't there. So I want to see him playing much more active.
So does that mean, are you going to be pretty concerned then if he does AFK farm and Radiance this game? Because that's going to be the opposite of what you're saying you want him to do.
Yeah, I mean, probably just some aura stuff looks pretty nice for the Brew versus this game. Like, if he's able to just get these buff ups for his Luna, the Luna will carry, so... we'll see which build he does end up going.
And would you agree, I think, what Fear was saying, that this lane is not going to be easy for the Brew against the Troll Clock?
Maybe Willow can do some type of crazy stuff overall, but no, Clock Troll is quite strong versus this Brew in particular.
We'll see how things go down in the mid lane. Obviously last game, Han, he was the one to play the puck, and in the matchup against the DK did lose his life and got heavily pressured. We'll see if a similar amount of pressure comes out into PP this game on the puck.
I don't think so. I mean, I think that was just, a little bit of jitters perhaps from Han. A couple mistakes that he started warming up and he started playing a lot smoother afterwards, but overall, Han should have a good lane. PP shouldn't get crushed either because of what I've seen lately. The thing about Puck, I started to see it a lot more at TI. Even though Tiny's like the counter to it in some of these instances for combo and chain stun, you heal so much. If they throw the tree at you or they toss onto you and you phase shift, it's an absurd amount of healing that you get because it's a projectile, so you get like 4 times the amount healing. So, yeah, that's the innate ability, of course, of the Puck.
Now, what do you imagine sort of the game plan is going to look like this time for Costabile on the Luna compared to what we saw from him on the Gyro last game?
Probably just about the same, I would say, actually.
Sure.
Maybe even
think
less
a similar
involved.
level of sitting out these early fights. And
I mean, I wanted him to get very involved as the Gyro in the last game. So I think this one is a little bit more of sitting back a bit. I still want to see him at least a level 6 rotation that we do see from these Lunas. You take the portal, you gank the core, but besides that, I think he can just chill back and farm it up.
And how does this lane look for him? With the backup of an Omni, pretty easy lane for the Luna to farm in?
Yeah, it should be pretty okay for him. Overall, Omni got nerfed, right? Some pretty significant ones across the board for the laning phase, but this hero still does secure lanes pretty nicely. It's insane how well you can trade with most heroes, even after the nerfs.
Looking like first blood, maybe Knight.
Can he get away?
Caught. Can he get out of the reach of Low? He can. He's going to be fine. Couldn't quite kill him off, even with the cogs that they're able to trap Knight with. So no first blood to be had quite yet.
That lane gets harder and harder, though. I'd say the first 2 levels for the Brewmaster is okay, but then it's like level 3 hits. Level 3 is probably the hardest when the Clockwork has either level 2 cogs or level 2 battery assault to put pressure. But yeah, so far, not bad. Up top, 12-3 to the 13-0. All lanes looking pretty good. PP actually is winning the mid lane as well, too, so...
I'm a bit of an edge, and I guess the surprising thing as well, actually having a few more denies than Han's been actually able to get against him. I imagine that should change, as a Tiny. Should be able to get some of those easy denies in, but hasn't necessarily been the case so far here against PP's Puck.
Yeah, I think this matchup definitely changed when the innate thing got added, the whole matchup, because this used to be a pretty I would say kind of one-sided one, where the Tiny being able to apply a lot of pressure to Puck, but yeah, I've been seeing them, they're trading better. And when it was Quinn versus Nisha, Quinn actually did pretty good. So yeah, 16-5, 16-3, keeping it consistent. New suffering a little bit, but overall that lane does get... Actually, lane stays kind of the same for him down there. He should be able to farm on the Underlord, though. Shouldn't die to an Omni Knight Luna lane, especially if Planet's in the area. Nice little tree throws there. He's kind of playing with PP to use the phase shift, so kind of cool stuff.
Definitely trying to really go at one another in the mid lane. Could be a lane where we see a solo mess up for an early death. Bottom, they get the setup, the pit into the arrow. The save coming in from Panda. Is it going to be enough to get him out? It is. Costabile actually thinking about turning, getting a loose and being back in. Have to sit back now. So we'll live, but kept very low here by the harassment of New and Planet in this duo.
I mean, these two are always so fun to watch. You know, it's like Planet overall, I know Lacoste was mentioned. We've seen him a lot throughout the years, and he's always just he's kind of like this very hit or miss player where either he pops off or he doesn't have too much effect. Mirana is one of those classics for him. So immediately hits level 3, puts 2 points in Starstorm, and they get aggro instantly. So cool stuff to see them put pressure on this Luna down here. Which isn't always the easiest versus the Omni. Seeing the skill point being held here from Panda, though, just in case of anything. Yeah, these Starstorms, though, they'll be nice. They'll definitely be nice to be able to clear out small camp or get that extra bit of burst. And mid just continues to go.
PP's crushing it.
He's doing so well.
He really is.
Love to see it. He played, I mean, honestly, his first 10 minutes in the last game was near perfect. Just once the team play started to come together is when things really start to fall apart. So see what he can do with this first pick Puck. Planet.
Oh, they're going to try and get the combo, and I tell you what, they've done it.
Oh.
They get the connection, but do they have the damage? PP's got the orb back up, and he's going to be able to get away with it. A good effort from Azure Ray, but not enough to take him down. First blood is actually going to occur top, as it looks like Panda make the move to try and turn this into a 3v2.
And they lose.
They lose the 3v2. Azure Ray, they're the ones to get the kill. They take him out after rotating to the top lane.
And they didn't even, like, I was checking, they had the Lotus still on the clockwork. I thought that it was like a Lotus turn play. No, they just killed him, and now Illich.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to get the kill onto Pichu, but backup's coming in. Illich, he's going to die for his efforts. I mean, that...
Now that was the healing Lotus. They baited him a bit there, so Lotus comes out there from the
I mean, that's rough, right? Not only are you trying to make this 3 versus 2 play happen top, you lose the support that's rotated up there, and then you go on to lose the core, the offlaner up there.
And now with those deaths happening too, the Ruin, it's going to be secured. Knight also potentially in trouble, caught inside the cogs. Does juke it out, PP here with the coil.
Yeah, you get the connection with the brambles. They'll be able to punish Pichu.
Okay, and he actually hangs on to coil, so doesn't want to just commit it to try to get like a Mirana kill perhaps. But doesn't get the rune, of course. Does have coil ready. They maybe were going to go on mid, but not the case. Panda, he doesn't want to play mid. He wants to probably look to play around bottom, continue looking to secure Costabile's lane, it's not really the best lane for him overall in this Luna. Quite a big differential between him and the Troll right now. 800 between the two because of the kills that Low was able to get.
Because what do you do about that top lane now? If you're Infinity, right? You tried to make this play, rotate into Low, went horribly wrong. Do you try and make it again?
Only if the puck comes.
Okay.
I don't think you make this play without the puck. I think, okay, maybe if Brew is 6, then you can maybe go for something without the puck 6, but without the puck 6, I don't think it's a good idea to go for an aggressive move. You're probably going to get turned on. Rotations can come, so their damage overall is not the greatest to go for this Troll, who's now also hit 6, so definitely not the easiest of plays to make pre either coil movement or pre-Brewmaster ulti. And he's going to go Vessel, so it's more early game oriented build overall. I'm cool with. It has gotten buffed as well. So besides you always getting a charge when the owner dies, you also have more healing reduction. Nice catch from PP.
I mean, are you okay with this at this point, dropping the Dream Core for support kills?
Yeah, for sure.
You think it's fine?
It's just like when it's like the thing slowed down a little bit. He probably is looking back and being like, man, maybe I could have used it 40 seconds ago. Kill's a kill early game. And probably feels like it's difficult for him to threaten some of these other two. They can threaten the Underlord, though, with the Luna ults plus a coil, so maybe there could be another situation where he goes for a coil on a core.
Bringing in the numbers here, Azure Ray for the 8-minute power rune.
But similar stuff's happening, at least a little bit like to that last game. Yes, I mean, better for Azure Ray, but in terms of Low's farm, it's just so much better.
Yeah, this
He's not getting pressure.
Yeah, he carried the game pretty easily after having a rough beginning in game 1. This time round, yeah, it doesn't get much better than this.
And I would say he's, last game he didn't have any like buff ups. Yes, he had defensive things coming up, but this one he's gonna have Solar Flare. So it's gonna be a troll that has some amplification as well, which is gonna be pretty cool to see. And yeah, it's just gonna be these Battle Furies. So maybe we will see a little bit of rise of melee cores. Maybe. Although he's kind of a hybrid, so.
I mean, they want to try and bring the fight to Costabile down bottom.
They've got 4 here too, and this is a fragile Luna right now.
Yeah, he's got to get out of this area. Cannot afford to step up to the tower.
They might be reading it. Panda is here, has a point in repel.
Yeah, they had the ward's top set.
Yeah.
Costabile should know to play pretty careful here. In the mid, gonna go for the setup on a hand. Rotation from Illich comes in. Backup is in. They're trying to turn it, but they'll lose hand. They get the kill. Can they get anything more? Illich trying to dive in with the split. But he's getting quite low here on the split.
Low.
It's getting very low on the split. He's still trying to fight this. He's got to run.
It's got one hit
into the trees. They're going to kill him off through it. So they get the 2 kills. Cost them Illich's life, but they'll probably take that. They got a hand +1.
Can they turn it into more? Finishing off this tower, probably pretty unlikely since the Underlord is here, so. They bring Costabile. They really want to try to get more out of this pressure here. But response is coming from Azure. Tiny's respawning.
It doesn't look like they'll be able to get more damage done onto the tower. So they get that early action, and it's what you wanted to see, right? Illich gets the Vessel, and it's straight away, he's just running down mid at them.
Yeah, I actually really like that. I like that he went for this Vessel too. I want to see him just do probably auras afterwards, but yeah. Earn Vessel, kind of a standard a little bit for the Bruise after we saw the Radiance disappear from some time ago. But yeah, it does look good this game. Gives them that extra damage that they do maybe need versus Tiny and Underlord early. And yeah, the heal reduction, something that can definitely be significant as game progresses. 60% is a lot now.
I guess, where does he go with this build? Do you go Vessel into the auras? Or
I like a Pipe this game, Pipe Crimson. It looks great.
Because in the past, right, some Bruisers would go Vessel back into the Radiance, right?
Yeah. I think Pipe and Crimson is very good versus Troll until he gets Aghanims for the Dispel and stuff, which he probably will rush, so maybe he doesn't do the Crimson, but Pipe is very good versus Firestorm, very good versus the Tiny Avatars to cover yourself and your teammates, so we'll see. We'll see which one he does end up going. PP might find a solo kill. Oh, Planet actually gets the leap off, so he'll live. And able to apply pressure at least on these towers, but the Troll is avoiding. Just watching low, get this free farm going.
He's getting just that bit more than Costabile.
Yeah. Hans Blink is going to be quite a bit slower than we do see on some of these Tinies, especially, in that matchup, which we can sometimes go pretty dominant for the Tiny. It is going to be quite a bit slower. Knight just charging in.
I mean, they want to try and make a fight happen here on the mid. They're bringing in Illich. Dreamcore down onto Han, see if they can get him out to the side in time. PP pushing him back in with a waning rift. Han, is there any way to save him? The Spirit Vessel ticking him down, he's gone. Another play where they bring the numbers in around the mid-infinity, kill off Han, and can get back to business, putting the pressure on the tower.
I like that Elish just turns up just in case, right? And maybe not the most needed type of rotation, but he's got split in case a fight goes off. He wants to keep these Vessel charges going too, so I like this. This is very different than how I saw him play last game as the Night Stalker. He's getting involved every single time.
That's what they have to do. They've got to step up the speed. They can't allow Low to get away with a similar style of gameplay as he did in game 1.
That being said, though, the attention is not being driven to the Troll. It's being put more on the Tiny again. So Han last game did struggle first 12 minutes as well.
I guess if they were killing the Tiny and getting the tower, then it probably feels quite good. But as it is, Azure Ray's holding on to this tier 1 mid.
I mean, Neo is doing the right play pretty much every time. Rather than playing bottom side, he goes mid and he's just Firestorm spamming it. So tough for them to get that tower. Can they finish off the clock? Should be able to.
Nice speedy.
Another Cinder Brew. Should have him.
Oh, get the bounty.
Oh. Panda was leaving it for his puck. Almost got it stolen. Either way, they'll get it. Maybe they can turn that into the tower. I believe Neo, he went to go farm Ancient, so this is actually an opportunity that Infinity can seize to maybe finish off this mid tower.
And we see, well, both offlaners trying to get the pipe online. I mean, for which side is playing into the pipe going to be more brutal for, do you feel?
It's just, pipe is just such a good item. Probably more brutal. Probably more brutal if versus, like when the Underlord has it in particular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, and he's going to have a pretty good timing by the looks of it. You know, New getting some good space.
Yep, and he can always be involved is the important thing too for these Underlords, right? You're fiend skating into every single one of the fights, so you're always there with that aura. Sometimes for the Brew it can be a little bit more difficult, so 6-3. I mean, much more even. You know, last game at 12 minutes, the game completely just got quickly out of control. Azure Ray started taking control of everything, so...
Yeah, like, so far the moves from Infinity, nothing's gone horribly wrong. Apart from that, well, okay, that's not true. That one play top, but after that they're able to rectify it, get back control of the game, and indeed just make sure that there is that little bit of pressure being put onto Azure Ray at this point.
I gotta be honest, I'm pretty impressed with PP. Even in the last game, it's, yes, they... You know, the team synergy and stuff started to fall apart, but yeah, this game again, he's 4-0-2. He did excellent versus the Tiny. So yeah, love to see it. 6,600 net worth versus the 5K Tiny. He's keeping himself at a good margin ahead. And overall, this game, it is one of those where the Tiny is the puck answer. Besides that, it's not the greatest actual ways to deal with her. Or it.
There we go. They're coming into the triangle. Going to take some vision away.
Nouns trying to finish off the pipe. He's 300 away. That's probably when they'll look to force and just fight into every single one of the moves. I believe Tiny does have the blink now too, which is spotted. Han does show himself in mid. So let's see if they still want to smoke and look for some type of movement with it.
And Costabile, the farm is starting to catch up with Low. The gap between the two carries is definitely closing. See Low with his build, as you mentioned, playing into the Omni. He's going to go for the Battle Fury straight into the Aghanims. So definitely showing that this game, Low, I think respecting the fact that Infinity are getting to do that bit more this time around in the early game, and knows that this next time after the Battle Fury has got to enable him to turn up and fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a game where he has to adapt a little bit more because he is versus Guardian Angel, so just having the Dispel is going to be very, very useful. Another aggressive play bottom. They're just putting a good amount of pressure onto these early towers, and Costabile even showing up. Doesn't get the last hit on it, but either way, 3 tier 1s dropped. And they're keeping theirs alive. You can see Costabile, he ports top, ports to tier 1, Panda ports to tier 2, so they're keeping these TPs available for the other heroes as well.
Okay. Here it is.
Pipe's
now,
ready.
Yeah, let's see how much more they can get away with Infinity when the pipe's online.
They do get a good catch on Han, but the Underlord's coming in.
He's coming through. Can he save Han? The pipe is popped. Is it enough protection to get him out of this? It isn't. Han still goes down.
But I think
the split gets completely destroyed in return. Planet's able to leap away, but the root will still catch him there with a bramble laid down on the ground. So 2 kills found for Infinity.
I mean, at the start of it, too, it's PP again. He gets the catch. The coil is pretty much perfect to get this Tiny low enough so when the pipe comes in, he's already, what, 30% HP. So again and again, PP impressing. 8 kills, 5-0-3 puck. 100% kill involvement, and he had shield rune, and I believe he should be able to secure this next rune as well, too. I think he's gotten... What, has he gotten like almost all but one? Feels like he's gotten almost all of them.
Yeah, that was the early one where they brought the 3 of Azure Ray in.
Ah, never mind. Han got an Invis and an Arcane. So either way, whatever. PP still, either way, he's, yeah, excellent game. Blink's going to be online soon too. Big disparity, 2,200 gold ahead of the Tiny.
Let's see if they can find Knight. It's a bit of a tricky one. With the 3 of them, I mean, Illich is here to try and provide some sort of backup. It's not going to happen. Knight, he's gone.
PP's here.
Do they want to fight?
If they see the Tiny, PP knows he's free to go for plays.
Panda's been caught on the side, though. Was trying to get over to connect with the rest of the team, but Han gets him in the combo. Back off to the side. PP does indeed manage to finish off Pichu.
As soon as they see Han on the map, that's when PP's like, I can make very aggressive plays, but now is there a catch? He should be able to play his way around this on PP.
Well, they get another root connection, but indeed with the orb out, PP's safe to jump back. So the safety of his teammates.
He's playing perfect, honestly.
It's really, good. It's good stuff so far. Yeah, Infinity, they've definitely kind of ironed out some of the problems that they had in the early game, kind of the entrance into the mid game in game 1.
And I think a big one for me really is, I'm just going to keep saying, is Illich getting involved, right? He's turning up for every fight. Last game he played very farmy, when Echo, Saber, stuff on Night Stalker, and he wasn't involved in the early game. Now, he's in every move. So with this coil, with the Brew split in most fights, should be pretty successful. And yeah, keeping this momentum going. They're playing aggressive again.
Yeah, they're going to try and strike again around mid.
Brew split cooldown 15.
The court new off to the side. He's tanky.
This is a bold one.
As soon as they go for that, they immediately don't go for it anymore. They're out.
PP?
Oh, it's a good hook shot. Pichu. Connection on tonight. They're going to find him. They'll drop the Dream Coil, but it's just going to be one to allow them to run. They're not going to do anything aggressive off the back of this.
Panda drops a ward. They see all the heroes. PP's considering
He's hanging around.
He's got to be careful.
He's able to get away and deep with the lack of control. PP should be fine.
Yeah, he's just, he's doing just a great job of keeping tabs of where's Han, where's Tiny. If Tiny's not there, I can play around and make a lot of moves on this puck. So, very impressive stuff, Low.
He's feeling pretty strong. He's going to step up and take the tier 1, or at least try to in the mid.
Costabile going for maybe a little bit of a sneaky kind of play here.
That's the tower gone, and with that and this creep wave, that should be the Aghanims on its way out for Low. Panda, again caught at the side. Catching the Omni a few times now, Azure Ray finding him.
And they finish off that tower. And yeah, now Troll Ags is online. So, I mean, Low, he wants to get involved for sure in pretty much every single one of these situations now, too. Could see some pretty crazy, like, 5v5 fights happen pretty early on here. Roche is going to be making its way down toward bottom in about a minute as well, too. Probably one of the next bigger points of contention.
So just going to take a little bit more time for them to have the pipe online for Illich.
His farm he is having to move a lot, which is causing him to get a bit of that slower farm. So this Underlord Neo is level 13 in comparison to level 10 Brew, and he's probably going to have Crimson almost when...
that's going to be rough.
Pipe, pretty soon, so
Fighting
he's double
into
auras.
Pipe and Crimson as Infinity.
Yeah.
These team fights aren't going to get easy.
And you don't have a Dispel, right? You don't have this Ags that's on the Troll to Dispel a Crimson or anything like that. Of course, Pipe's not dispellable, but yeah, you're just going to have to try to deal through the damage mitigation completely. Oh wait, sorry, you have Brewmaster. Apologies, I'm stupid. They have the they do have the Brew at least Dispel for the Crimson, so that'll come out later, but this Brew is under-leveled. So
and
they're actually going to force the Roche earlier.
And Illich kind of dies through a split, right? We've seen a few times where he turns up, pops the ult. They can kill it. It's not easy for him with that level 1 split.
Wow, Solar Flare level 1 is quite pathetic now, huh? Used to be just insane, I guess, but... Still going to be able to finish it off, and this is a heads-up move. I thought they were going to wait till the Roche sat up bottom to go for this, so the fact that they did it as the Dire side, now they can actually play super aggressive with this.
I mean, now it's super tough for Infinity to sort of make the call of what to do, right? You're fighting into the Aegis, and you're fighting into the Pipe, and yeah, Vanguard's done, so Crimson very close to being online. This is basically 5 minutes where Infinity... I mean, what do you do for this 5 minutes?
You ask Costabile, how does he want to play the game?
Yeah.
He probably says, like, let me finish BKB, and just, you have to play around the Luna. Probably be very careful how you make aggressive moves unless you see information, so PP can take advantage of when he sees the Tiny, but yeah, it's head-on fights. Definitely probably not the case, I would say, here for Infinity now. They will have, I spoke stupidly, they will have that Dispel, from the Wind Panda versus the Crimson when it comes out, but yeah, it's a level 1 split still. That rocket.
Careful. Well, they got it.
Oh, Underlord Rift. He's trying to catch him off guard.
Oh, that's a sneaky play. That's
that
a nice
is aggressive.
Han, is he going to find him? Oh, Panda's out with a repel TP, so that'll be fine.
Looks like there's some indecision there. New started porting back, Han went in, so.
Yeah, maybe if that came out a bit sooner, they could have definitely punished that.
Yeah, either way. Always, it still happens, one of these supports ends up dying. It feels like we see it even at every single tournament, even at TI, saw people dying to the Tormentors. Who do you blame? The core or the support?
Definitely the core, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Aegis. PP does show, Han. They didn't have the arrow combo. Planned a little delayed.
Oh, they're going to try and see if they can burst through Han. They
should have him.
Definitely with the Eclipse. See how much more they can chase for here.
They've got the numbers, so they ideally probably want to try to catch more.
They got the jump in the mid. They got the silence on towards him, but he's still got that Aegis low. He's not too afraid of a fight.
He's dispelling.
Now continue to back off. Maybe they can burst through him the once. Another vessel charge. That will bring him down the first time.
They're trying to push as much as they can. Tiny's still dead 20 seconds.
Oh, try into the side, but it's only onto the illusions. Low's going to be able to step away. Pichu's going to be the focus first, getting low quite heavily to the damage for Costabile. He's out. They get the silence. Have they got the fear to follow things up?
He's getting battle trance off.
He's able to get it. He's onto Illich. He's stepping forward. He still has the split to rely on. The fear comes in, controlling him through the remainder of the charge, and allows them to take Low down.
I mean, beautiful stuff. They know their strength when the Tiny's dead. Now Tiny's back, though. Illich does have level 2 split available, though, so, yep. Azure can't actually get any type of trade out of that there. Han overextending, didn't have the combo to kill the puck, and then they just get turned. As soon as that Tiny's dead, PP is just going super aggressive.
Really nicely played there by Infinity, and with this sort of involvement, Costabile starting to bump ahead. And he's going to be close to having the Hurricane Pike as well, so even easier for him to find the positions in these team fights.
This doesn't tell the tale of how the spellcasting kind of happened, but to put in reference, just the chase down, it was 8 illusory orbs, 6 lucent beams, 4 purifications. So just being able to chase out, because there's no tiny that they have to worry about. Han just definitely has to be a bit more careful about that potential positioning, and maybe he might have to move the BKB up in priority a little bit on this tiny too, because it is a lot of magic damage. Even if there's pipe and stuff, he got burst.
Yeah, we'll see this chase down again. You know, they knew that they could go for it a second time. They weren't afraid of low. And Azure Ray just didn't really have any sort of position to kind of stop them from just wailing on this troll, just smacking into him. They could not hold them off.
They both might need BKBs, to be honest. Low and Han to be able to fight into this insane amount of control and magic damage, because they do have this wombo combo too with the coil plus the terrorize that we saw him pump faking over and over there in the fight. So let's see how they move up the priority at least of these items, because I'm seeing Han, you know, he has the crit kind of queued up, but he has the BKB after. I think the BKB might be necessary. Just because he is the one who starts the fights, and he doesn't want to die initially off of just getting one combo of spells off. But Infinity, I mean, feeling quite confident here with this type of team fight win. Still playing very grouped up.
Yeah, definitely still in their favor, I feel, to push this advantage.
Yes.
I think, especially after the experience of last game, they know that if they do sit back, there's a high chance that Azure Ray is just going to be able to be that little bit better with the efficiency on the map.
Probably.
And overtake them in farm.
But PP is just, he's literally 100% kill involvement.
Yep.
He is going to continue to scale with the Luna too, so between him and the Titan, you know, there's a big difference
and
between
he's
the two of
found
them.
Han. Not going to get out of this one. Tries to TP in the trees, but PP's straight on him.
And he does commit for the Conda. So the BKB, it's going to be significantly delayed if the Tiny wants to go for it. This could hurt them. I feel like the timings here for Infinity could be matching up very nicely. Low does have his finished up, so maybe he's going to have to act as this weird kind of initiator for the fights, but they need to have a solution for PP. He is just getting too much done, and it's the Tiny that has to be that solution.
Oh, and Low? He has got the BKB, as you say, so if he feels necessary to pop it, he will. He's going to tank the silence into the Cursed Crown. I'll hold back the Terrorize. Hookshot comes in on towards Illich, but he has got split. And even without very tanky walks off, they're not even going to be able to force him to pop the split.
Han respawning in 5. Coil at the ready in 20 seconds.
They're looking to Illich, but it's a hard target to go for. They're holding back. They know that they don't want to really fully commit for the Brew. New. He's trying to frontline, but even himself at this point, you know, they could definitely punch into the Underlord much better than Azure Ray can punch into the Brewmaster.
Smoke on the left side. Planet and Han, they're looking for the catch onto either the Omni or the Puck. Can they find it? The vision is here.
That's a big wraparound.
Infinity has double wards placed down in this area to watch the fight. They really want to win this one.
Difficult to enter into the high ground now for Azure Ray.
Yeah, Nu, he's trying to poke and prod to get info.
No, he's just getting poked back.
Yeah.
Down to half HP in Nu.
The standoff.
And not quite able to find that angle that what they wanted to there, Azure Ray.
Yeah, they're like, this is a waste of time. We can't walk in. We can't actually take the fight there. It's not possible. Cool stuff. I mean, much better team play that we're seeing from Infinity this time around. It looks like a night and day difference of teams, really. Of themselves between this game and last game. Just very good teamwork, great synergy. And yeah, PP, now he's got this Octarine as well too. It's even harder for them to bring him down because of the tankiness and just more cooldowns. And they're actually poking high ground a little.
Yeah.
The reaction.
Why not? Yeah, see what happens. They'll now swing back over to the mid. They want to get rid of this final tier 2 tower before they go fully in for a high ground siege.
Han did show himself too, so he did reveal that he does have Conda, not any type of way to protect himself. PP, he's got the backup again, so he's playing confident. And just back to playing around that ward. Kostabile, he'll back up to farm to finish his Conda. And he's starting to, yeah, we're starting to see separation in between the carries and between the mids in particular from the side of Infinity.
Han
baited.
Doesn't get punished for it though. I mean, neither team is, you know, they're happy to take a team fight, but really trying their best on both sides to make sure that the initiation is nothing less than perfect.
Yeah. I like this too. They buy the gem, so just really looking to play around controlling vision so they can get those type of, situations where they had around the dire triangle. They still have this ward mid that I'm surprised has still stayed. It's catching every single one of Azure Ray's heroes, so they're getting all the information possible. Tiny bottom of the cores.
It's been a tough game for Hunt. Was able to really pick it up after the slow start in game 1, but in this game 2, not so much.
Him and Planet have to kind of be perfect with the way that they start the fight. They have to have the Ava toss into arrow combo, but at this point now, it's tough to kill heroes.
They're going to try for Illich.
Repel.
But Andy repels out. Illich is perfectly fine, and backup's in, ready to help out. Low is going to try and commit it onto the Brewmaster, but he gets thrown up into the air. PP's managed to jump the backlines, pretty much catch them all. The Terrorize comes out onto the 4 of them as they're sent running away. Infinity's going to try and chase down, see if they can get some kills off the cleanup. And PP, he can. Jumps in, gets Pichu. But the arrow connects. He's going to get burst by Hans follow-up.
Oh, that's huge.
Maybe this is the chance for Azure Ray to find a bit of a turnaround. The buyback comes in. Can they punish any harder here? Doesn't look like it. Infinity's going to be able to run. Back off.
Yeah, they want to disengage. Tiny wants to re-go for the Luna.
Finally,
they get PP.
Yeah, Azure Ray able to find a bit of a slip up from the puck, one that hadn't happened so far.
He jumped over aggressive a little bit to kill the clock, but Planet overall is just clutch arrow. He just lined it up perfectly, got him, and then they got the big burst from the Conda. And I believe they got the gem in that last fight, so pretty big win, I would say, for Azure Ray to get that type of fight.
Because it looked like a fantastic start here for Infinity. You see the way that sort of PP comes in from the side and gets this whole sort of setup. I think it was the 4 of them here, but 3 of them with the coil, and then 4 of them with the silence.
They were a little late with the follow-up, though, from Knight. Like, if they get that coil into the Terrorize a little bit sooner, and it breaks the coil, then they probably can commit a little bit better to get a kill or two. So the split off of the fight actually definitely benefited Azure Ray massively.
And it's what this arrow here from Planet.
Beautiful.
PP caught at a point where the orb and phase shift, neither were quite up back yet.
And it's a gem pickup too, so it's pretty big timing for them. Troll also, Low now has level 20 talent plus a Basher. So overall now for him, getting and sticking on the Luna is a possibility now. And he's got Vindicators.
They want to do this rush, but they know that Infinity's around.
See who they see. Han. They see the puck.
Not going to get him with the Avalanche. He's able to get out to the side, turns the Dream Coil onto the 2 of them, and now they're ready to try for the fight. They get the Terrorize follow-up onto both of them. Hookshot forward to try and control Illich, but the repel's out. Illich is just too tanky. Low pops the BKB in the battle chance. They're trying to bring down this Brew, but they've lost Han. Can they kill Illich? They cannot. He gets the split off. He's ready to go. Low's taken down. This fight, it's going to be all Infinities as Costabile cleans up the triple kill over towards New. Ultra kill for Costabile. They've caught Planet in the trees.
Give him the rampage.
That man the rampage. There it is. Costabile Rampage.
I mean, it's Costabile Rampage, but I have to give most of that credit to Panda. He just gets the repel, the GA. Low is hitting and doing literally 0 damage. Just a perfect positioning from that Omni Knight. Good bait there from PP as well. As Azure Ray, I mean, they just got all these items. They felt much more confident to take the fight, but a quick repel, a quick GA. There's just no damage from the Troll.
Absolutely nice. This is great stuff to see from a team that did look pretty broken in game 1.
They did.
Infinity.
This is definitely awkward for Azure, though. This time, the Terrorize did come out also in synergy, but just watch. I'm just watching Low in the fight. Look at the damage that just comes out, because Panda, he's perfect with the repel, and then he gets the coverage to just block pretty much every single bits of damage there. So, yeah, beautifully done.
Yeah, they don't even get anywhere close to killing Illich because of these sort of support plays coming out. And yeah, at this point, Costabile really able to just show off the crazy amount of farm that he's managed to build up an advantage against that of Low. The difference now, very difficult for the Troll to compete in towards, as 12k advantage. Infinity looking like they have what it takes to push this to a game 3.
Definitely feels like it now at this point after that last fight. I mean, Azure Ray, they got a pretty fortunate scenario that they caught PP in that last fight, but that's the only reason that fight actually went well. PP, I imagine he's going to be a little more careful. He's been overall very careful this game. Still part of every single one of the kills, but that one time when he got caught was when Azure was able to take things over a little bit. But yeah, now Aegis on the Luna, a full Satanic finished as well. Game has gotten exponentially more difficult for Azure. And yeah, the next aura is soon finished also for Eilich. It's, well, kind of. 700 away. So they just have, yeah, for Azure, it just feels like they have a bit too many things to tackle in terms of how they want to start fights. It's like you have to kill the puck or control the puck, but you also have to kill and control Panda. Because otherwise he gets this repel off, he gets the GA off, and then Costabile is able to clean up. So it's hard for them to execute these team fights, especially without Han having a BKB to just jump and pick and choose the target freely.
So if you're Infinity now, where do you look for the push, you think?
I think though you kind of blew the game open with that last fight, so you can just ask Costabile how hard do you want to pressure? Just play around him. But they have pretty much, I mean, they got the majority of the map control going here. Definitely want to see them maybe poke at least force a high ground push or force a team fight with this Aegis, since they have quite a lot. So probably just force a fight. Level 18's also been hit on Brew.
Yeah, Illich having a great game. I guess compared to game one, you'd say he's definitely the one that stepped it up the most.
The most,
from what we saw in the first game.
Yeah, I mean PP of course too. Like he's just having like this crazy game on the puck because of how well he did versus Tiny. But Illich is involved in the fights, which is a treat to see. And yeah, Auras. We're back to the Auras. So no more Echo Saber Night Stalker probably.
Finally, that BKB on.
It is done. But still now they're a lot tankier, so it's a lot harder. Planet is, we see the solutions trying to be figured out for the puck. He's queued up the Hex. They need more ways to just control him, so he can't just have free reign. But now there is a lot of other things, as we say, a lot of other things that they have to solve at this point with this Luna being so massive.
Oh, Han, he's gonna get brought pretty low. We'll see if they're able to pressure him to BKB here.
Yeah,
they do. Has to BKB and run.
90 seconds where they can jump him now.
Yeah, they're definitely going to want to do something with this. As you said, that timer and pretty much at 90 seconds on the Aegis to match up with it. This is a good window for Infinity to try and push the advantage, see what they can get out of Azure Ray in response.
Yeah, they can force in. I like this too. Just cutting the bottom wave, so they have pretty much all three waves going to be in a very good position. So yeah, they're going to drop the banner. They're going to force.
Can they somehow get in on top of this Luna? They're going to try Han.
Nice toss.
The toss back, they're going to be able to kill off Costabile under the tier 4s. And that doesn't mean Han's on the front lines because of that setup. He's going to get completely destroyed by the looks of it by the rest of the team. Can they kill him a second time? They do. They get the stun lockdown after the Aegis respawn. So they may have lost Han, but Han may have gave his life here to hold the game here for Azure Ray as the rest of the team's ready to step up and clean up more. They're in onto Panda. Panda will fall. The battle charges down for low. They get it onto Illich. He's been caught by the root. The bash. He can't get the split off. They kill him off as well. Azure Ray hold. Han, he gave everything. He absolutely did. Him getting in, getting that toss back, setting up the fight in that way where they got Costabile in such a rough position. It did it. Han, he's dead, but he absolutely keeps this game going.
It was when they needed it the most. He gets completely chain stunned. I didn't see what blocked the Omni from getting in for a Repel or a Guardian Angel in particular, but maybe we'll see it on the replay. But they needed him to be able to get closer to stop this damage.
Yeah, that was. I think it might have been the pit from the Underlord.
I think it might have been the pit, yeah. He had force, but I didn't quite get to see what stopped him. Because the toss happened, I'm trying to watch Panda's positioning, because, he needs to get there for the GA.
For sure, as soon as you see this toss back right as the Omni, you're like, I got to get in there.
Yeah.
I got to be ready for the round 2 save. But the pit was down, Panda. The pit comes to an end. I guess he's sort of focused on saving the rest of the team. By the looks of it, doesn't look like he's kind of prioritizing getting close to the Luna, because indeed he wasn't in position to do that. Maybe he could have been fogged.
Yeah, that was a bit weird there from Panda. I was wondering why the Repel plus GA didn't come out, but
sure, because in that position you would think you got to put everything on saving your Luna.
I thought he was going to just I die for you. I YOLO in, 4-staff through in, and just try to get on top to be able to throw out the Repel plus GA. But okay, because now the problem is also that's a big swing. And now,
it is.
Troll hitting 25 is when it causes issues. Because when you're 25, then you actually dispel the Repel and the GA. You can't dispel the Repel with the Aghanim's. When you have that 25, you will be able to get rid of both of them. So, still a little bit of levels, but these things are things you have to be a little bit cautious of.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can't get away with an Aegis push when they had that sort of lead, things aren't going to get easier for them when they try and go for that sort of play. End of the day, Tiny doesn't matter if he's a little bit behind on the farm. He gets a toss-back play like that. the high ground pushes are going to be difficult.
And Planet has now completely, after that literal one play, Planet goes, never mind, screw Hex, I'm going BKB crit, I'm level 20. Now with the Mirana is actually a core where the Tiny is maybe taking a back foot.
Yeah, this game could have quite quickly taken quite a bit of a turn. And get the jump in on the mid. Illich this time splits out. And he is going to get destroyed here by the looks of it. BKB, no, maybe with the force out, they can get him out. He's going to get away. He is. Han gets the BKB off on in time, does get forced back. I mean, Planet and you, they're trying to stand their ground. That's not going to work at all against this damage for Costa. Bile low.
He is versus the world.
Can he do this alone? He got the BKB off. He's on top of the Costa Bile Luna. Can he get the battle transfer as well? He can. Bash it out over towards Illich.
New bot back.
He did. He's trying to help, but low. He's not. Is he going to win this fight? He's bringing him down low, Illich, but Illich will live. Low will fall. And with that, I mean, they don't have buybacks, folks.
No.
Well,
and Han just jumped in too and gave his life. Maybe just wanted that last kill.
Well,
but, maybe he didn't get too spicy.
They had a chance to come back, but it just completely fell in that little mid play. All right, well, back to business for Infinity. They're back down mid with the push.
And they have a lot of time to get this push going. Crimson will block a decent chunk of damage here. But now Luna's at 25, so...
60 seconds without low. It's a little too long, as this Luna, Costa Bile, should be able to take quite a bit from the base. Butterfly
he could
out.
Just go down, yeah.
I think so. Onto the tier 4s.
He's gone. Yeah, Butterfly just delivering. Han's got the buyback.
Can they defend without low? Dream Core's going to be used pretty early to hold them back. I mean, Costa Bile is having a bit of cold feet here. He's backing off.
They can't actually end it.
They can't end it.
Another fight. We'll potentially see that Azure can maybe go for a high ground toss back, because that was, of course, that X factor to be able to split up Panda from the Luna. This last fight, Panda's just right next to him, so he's getting every spell cast off. Back and forth we go. 17k lead, back to business, as you said, from Infinity.
Still there, yeah. Pretty much this position they were in earlier before that toss-back defense was made happen. You know, the comeback potential was rubbed away a bit off the rough fight that Azure Ray took in the mid lane, and now Infinity, they've still got that very nice window where they're looking at both New and Han having their buybacks used. They kill one of these heroes, that should be the smooth sailing to close this one up.
Yeah. PP also almost having a data list too, so I mean, he is still scaling. Do they have the catch?
Can they burst him? No. PP's able to get the phase shift off, should be fine. As Han not able to get any sort of catch on him. And now, I mean, for Infinity, they're ready to run straight. Planet! He leaps into the middle of the creep wave. They've got the Yule setup. He has to BKB.
He might
get out of it, but indeed he's dead through it. That's him gone for 80. No buyback on him. Han, BKB, TP, they've got nothing to stop it. But
There's no glyph.
He's going to have to hold the high ground here without the availability of the BKB.
Are they going to go just straight for tier 4s, or are they going to play it safe? What's the call? They'll play it safe.
So they can go for the toss-back play, but it will cost Han his life because he hasn't got the BKB and they don't have Planet.
No. And Troll still does not have 25 after that last fight loss. Han tosses his buddy in.
Okay. That toss play is not going to do anything phenomenal, as New is... They need to get him out of here. Of course, he does not have buyback.
He lives.
And he does actually... Oh, no,
he doesn't.
PP's in. That's going to be New out. No buyback on him.
I think Han maybe killed him. Whoopsie.
There was a little bit of comeback potential, but they didn't make the most of it here. Azure Ray as Infinity. They're fearing them back into their own fountain. They get in the space to beat into the Ancient and look to push this one to a game 3 as I say, a massive recovery after what was quite a rough performance in game 1. This game 2, they showed us they've got what it takes.
They played like a team. Yeah. I think that's the biggest thing that I took away from this one. The last game, the first 12 minutes, laning phase sometimes isn't just about that team thing. The last game, it quickly started to spiral out of control when they tried to play like a team and it was devastating. This one, I saw tons of synergy. These coils were coming in beautifully. PP overall played fantastic, but I do have to give a lot of highlight to the Brewmaster. Just getting involved in the fights, going for this early aura kind of build, and bringing it to Azure Ray. That was cool.
Absolutely. Great to see already in this first series that we're getting to witness here at Wallachia Season 2 that, a team getting knocked down hard in Game 1 comes back as strong as Infinity did here in Game 2, pushing us to a Game 3.
You love to see it. Obviously, there was an X factor there. We said in the draft it was the Brewmaster. Came into very good effect there, and Infinity all smiles. Their unorthodox draft worked in the end.
Yeah, I definitely like the pivot where the Brewmaster, we didn't want him to go to the Radiance, we wanted him to go for more of those auras. He did go for the pipe, he went for the Vessel as well, which is really good, and he was in all the right team fights. So the Brewmaster pick, it worked out really well, and I also want to talk a little bit about the Dark Willow, because this was a hero that we did mention a little bit before. Did so much work on Knight with this Dark Willow. Not only in the laning stage, he helped the Brewmaster get by, but these team fights, the 4 or 5-man tears we kept seeing, the brambles on the ground that you couldn't get past, it just made so much space. And on top of that, with the Brewlings running around as well, this lineup was incredibly good from the side of Infinity. And of course, we can't forget the PP. He made a lot of big plays in this game. He won a matchup in which he shouldn't have won in that mid lane. So 2 games in a row now where he's really taking it to Han in that mid lane.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Lacoste. I was going to put the PP in the spotlight. I thought, like, what a... You actually talked about this player, I think it was yesterday when we were hanging out and prepping for the show. You did bring him up.
Yeah, PP, he's playing like very deep when it comes down to playing behind enemy lines, jumping in and finding the 2 supports, making their lives miserable. Because if you're not getting that solar flare early on, you're not getting the damage from the troll. If you're jumping the clockwork instead of him jumping you, we've seen him dying only one time. That was the blind arrow pretty much that did hit him. It needed to be Tiny, because when we saw the draft, we were like, well, they don't have too many things against Puck and PP. He was really playing it well. It needs to be Tiny, paired up with Arrow, paired up with maybe some Cogs pushback into hookshot combination to bring him down from 100 to 0. But other than that, PP played an extremely good game.
Yeah, and I think in general, it's like hard to not spot like every player. Like Panda on his Omni Knight had so many good GAs this game, making it so Troll was doing no damage. And on top of that, Kostabile, 11-1 this game. Sure, he was just playing Luna. He was just right-clicking in what he was doing at damn well.
Well, I mean, we also got a question answered about, where is Luna going to be at?
Yeah.
And still very, very good. Yeah.
Strong hero. Still have the timing. Like, items haven't been nerfed. All the items that she's buying, not touched at all. No BKB, no Manta Style, no Kanda. Nothing has been changed. It's all about the abilities. But once she hits that timing, that level 20, with her talent and also with the Kanda timing, it is an insane amount of damage. And also, like, carry-to-carry matchup this time around, she can keep the distance. She can also, to point out, she was maxing out the lunar orbit, something that usually you don't do. But when you're playing against Troll, you want to have that extra damage coming out.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see here as well, just like a nice little pop-off game. And they weren't able to shut them down. I mean, Azure Ray, obviously, they're not going to be too worried. I mean, I think they still know they are, superior theoretically. But, I mean, I guess it is kind of worrying that they weren't able to execute what was a very clear game plan. I mean, you pick a rumbly team, you want to get in the face of Infinity, take those early battles, and yet they let them back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to look at that and be like, New had a couple of good tosses, like he tossed a Luna back and stuff, but he struggled outside of that throughout the entire game. His mid lane didn't go the way it should have, and on top of that, the space he was making on the map was not enough. So it does, for me, come back to Han. Is he going to be able to play this mid lane to a level in which he's going to give Low more space on the map where he can translate that into taking objectives? And they felt like they couldn't do it in this particular game. And it looked on his Brewmaster, it was good. It wasn't anything fancy. He just went for the auras. There's a pipe. You got the Shiva's Guard and then the Vestal as well to help with the troll we saw in that last fight. He just regen nothing when he popped his ultimate.
It was not fair. They had 5 pandas in this one. They had 4 when they used the split. They had position 5 panda as well, the new panda that needs to be added to the game. But Panda Illich had a great game overall. Like, you said nothing too fancy, but when he uses the split, if he's getting it off a lot of the times, like this is... I think Brewmaster as a hero is one of the most mentally draining heroes to play in Dota right now. If you want to play it to perfection, where you are using all of these stances to be able to, get the evasion, get the status resistance, get the magic resistance. It depends on the situation, but he was shifting really well.
Yeah. Well, just quickly to interrupt you, we are going to pop off to see Nomad now. I believe he's interviewing Kostabile.
I am here with Kostabile from Infinity, who have come all the way over from SA to play here at PGL Wallachia. And I'm very excited to kind of talk and learn a bit more about your team because, it's been a team which has been through a lot over the past year, a lot of different iterations. How have you kind of enjoyed the changes and everything that's been going on with you guys?
So I actually, with this iteration of the team, I actually only played like 1 week and a half together. I was playing with 2 other players from the other team,
Yeah.
but it's actually a kind of nice change of scene for me because I always either play with NA teams or Brazilian teams, and now also just playing with Peruvian teams, and I kind of like it. It's a nice change of scene, and playing with them just gives me another new vibe that I was missing. So I kind of like it.
You know, you've obviously seen the rise of Peru as a region, and I mean, it probably won't surprise you, or you maybe even already knew that Peru is the most represented country at this event. We have 15 Peruvians, only like I think 8 China players. So,
Yeah.
does that surprise you at all? And why do you think that's kind of come about?
I think there's probably just the culture in Peru. Like people are just really motivated to play pubs and like rise. I think there's a lot of new opportunities for teams. I think that's kind of what happens with CIS as well. That's why like CIS has been on a rise together with Western Europe. It's just like a lot of new players just kind of have a chance to play on teams and meets up with older players. And that's probably why Peruvian teams are like taking over also South America, but also like a lot of tournaments.
The world eventually. It seems like we might be on that path. So with this team, this version of Infinity you're at now, you have played the qualifiers under Kuyas, right? And now you've moved to Infinity. So like, how did that kind of come about?
It was kind of like a change of slot thing. Like Infinity needed a team to represent because they had a slot, and we were available, and we didn't unfortunately quite make it to the qualifiers. So it was just like a chance for us. So we were very grateful for that.
Looking at some of the other teams at this event, what are your opinions firstly on the other South American teams coming to this event?
I think they're really strong, especially Team Waska is going on the rise lately. I think they're getting better and better. And all the other teams are also like equally as good. And they're just proven on like TI and Riyadh and stuff. And I think that they're here to bring a lot of trouble for Tier 1 teams.
I like to hear that. But talking specifically about the region, and Heroic have kind of been the gatekeepers of this region, blocking a lot of you guys from going to these big events. Why do you think they've been able to be so strong in that South American region compared to the other teams?
I think there's a lot of reasons. I think the easiest one to talk is like the structure. I think the structure, like having an organization who backs you up, and like you have a gaming house and you play against like Europe teams, you play against NA teams, you can choose whatever teams you want from lands and stuff. Of course, like they had to get there like someday. It's not like something that happens through the night, but I think like that helps a lot. You get to practice a lot against a lot of good teams, but they're also like I think very try-hard players. They play clubs a lot. They dedicate a lot of their time to the game. So like it's just gonna pay off eventually. And I think like that's what everything should do to achieve that.
What is your goal for this event? What are you looking to achieve?
Obviously, winning it would be a dream. Kind of like dreaming awake right now, saying that we could win, but hopefully, I think we can maybe achieve top 6 and like just get better, like as a team, and grow up. Use this land experience to get better and improve. I think that's the best thing we can get out of it, but hopefully top 6, yeah.
All right, good luck. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys can do. Costabile, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome back. You were hearing there from Costa Bile, and I just want to let everybody know, despite what Nomad said, Peru aren't going to take over the world, but they are doing very well in Dota 2 right now. And this is what you talked about in the pre-show. It was spot on. You said, you know, if you want to get better, you need better opponents. Yeah. And that's what's happened with the Peruvian teams being able to come over to Europe and spar against the best. And we're seeing that put in practice when Infinity, you know, they've given themselves a fighting chance here.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think practice is always going to be everything. And if you can't play versus the best, you'll never know how to beat the best. Yep. And they have good training conditions right now. A lot of them are very high MMR players, so they are capable. It really comes down to the fine-tuning of things, like getting all the mechanical things right, the drafting, that type of stuff. And they're showing they can put up a fight against Azure Ray here, going to game number 3. We'll see if they can continue it. I really did like their draft more in game 1 than game 2, as I mentioned. But they really started playing better. Like, it was a warm-up game 1, right? Game 2, they really stepped up.
But this is what we also were talking about there in that interview, right? They haven't been together for a long time as a team. You know, they're kind of having to feel out where we're at on a new patch. You are going to get these anomalies, and, you know, they look very confident coming out of that game.
They do. Sometimes this does happen as a honeymoon period where you're playing better than you would expect after forming as a new team. You're like, everything's going great, but you know that eventually it's going to stop. And I like that he's talking realistically about what they can achieve here, reaching the top 6. You know, sure, you want to win the whole thing, but realistically, you're probably not going to do it. It's more of a training ground, collecting some experience, maybe getting under the spotlight to get picked up by other organizations as well, if necessary. But yeah, Costa Bile getting a rampage in this one on LAN. A good start of the day.
Yeah, and look, obviously as well, I mean, depending on how the results go, and we are going to see upsets, it's definitely going to happen. Yes. I'd be very surprised if we didn't get a lot of them. You know, they could get a favorable bracket here and make that top 6. It's, you know, within the realms of possibility.
Yeah, I mean, at this event specifically, I'm not even sure what an upset is. Like, hypothetically, I'm not even that surprised if Infinity wins this, because we haven't seen too much from Azure Ray. And that last game kind of really just went to prove that, like, there's a lot of uncertainty when it comes to both of these teams and who's going to show up. And that's very exciting to watch. I think this particular game, like, a lot is going to come down to drafting, but more so, like, what happens in game gives you the momentum. It could be one team fight, and that momentum seems to carry these teams really far in these games.
So we've had a fairly standard array of bans here. Is there going to be a curveball here? You know, it's a third map.
No Puck. I think that's the one. Seeing that this is becoming the hero of the series, but this also leaves Invoker in the pool. This hero has been looking so good for quite some time now, where you are not playing with your Aghanim Scepter. Instead, you are buffing up either yourself or the carry, but you're also dealing insane amount of damage, life stealing as well, going for the right-click items. We saw Hurricane Pike, Raid Band, Bracer, whatever is necessary early on, Magic Wand. You come online so quickly, and then building into Gleipnir. I'm not sure if Gleipnir is going to be the build. We saw like Witchblade builds as well. There are other options for Invoker. It's not like he's set to the Gleipnir, but it's also an option for him to go for.
Okay.
And I think the adaptation we're going to see is this Dragonite picked up after they have a banning phase. And well, that's what I mean. They can ban the Timbersaw now in this next ban of theirs, which will help it a lot. It's not the only answer, but that's like the most obvious answer, right? Strength Hero, Timbersaw makes sense. Outside of that, like, there's not a lot of things. Like Underlord could be a good option as well, potentially. We did see it just lose, but it is also something that can deal percentage-based damage to the Dragonite, which is pretty invaluable. And Omni Knight getting banned as well. That hero was problematic. It's very difficult to like quantify like how good that hero is in a game just by spectating, because he did go like, you know, 0-4. That's his end score. But like, he's in the back casting a lot of spells and keeping his teammates alive. And I feel like that was a big problem for this side of Azure Ray.
Yeah, in the last patch, not much has changed for Omni Knight. He wasn't heavily nerfed. Sure, like damages healing. He doesn't care about that. It's for the laning stage. But what you want to do is get that Repel, get Guardian Angel. None of these things have been nerfed. It's all about the mana cost, nothing about the duration or how it works. So it's just numbers. All he needs is slightly more mana, and it's going to be the same hero.
Yeah. I guess the only thing you could argue is he was one of the S-tier Solar Crest buyers, and that item got nerfed. But yeah, other than that, not too much.
Okay, so we got the clock in there. I mean, good little battle bro for you. Always nice.
Yeah, it's definitely okay versus Invoker. You can lock him down, but As Lacoste mentioned, you can just buy a Hurricane Pike pretty easily on Invoker now. It is actually quite good on the hero, so it's not like a long-term solution to him. I think this does give you strong laning, especially in your safe lane. A lot of these ranged carries are still strong. Like, we're seeing ranged carries in almost every game still. We're just seeing particularly different ones. I suppose the Luna's not really new, but we see the Troll in both games. We saw the Luna. They're just trying different ones out, and Clock pairs really well with ranged carries. It's even fine with the DK. Probably not the best laning matchup you could find, but could be position 4 and slow.
So now you have a break mechanic for Dragonite. They did remove Timbersaw. There is still Viper available if they want to run this on Azure Ray, but they go with Pango immediately.
So
I don't understand. Like, you did talk about the Clockwork, but this doesn't strike me. Like, it's not like Clockwork is good against any of these heroes immediately.
They're cooking something.
They have to have something prepared, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
right, guys?
That's the question, isn't it? You never know. You never know. Let's just talk briefly about Hoodwink. I mean, you mentioned a hero earlier.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, like, I mentioned Dark Willow being the new Hoodwink, but the old Hoodwink, which is still the current Hoodwink, is a lane dominator.
Yes.
Particularly very strong at winning your lane for your offlaner. And why we didn't see as much Hoodwink going into last TI was the fact that we would buy auras on our position 4s, right? And we wouldn't do this Gleipnir style Hoodwink, but now auras are nerfed, Gleipnir's nerfed, and so now Hoodwink is a hero that we don't see a lot because like the value of just winning your lane hasn't been enough. But I think when you do pick a hero like Pangolier, which is more on the weaker side compared to a lot of the other offlaners, you maybe need to pick that strong position 4 just to get that hero into the game.
Right.
Oh, my boy Grimstroke is in. Every single time I see this hero, I get pretty hyped, especially if there is any kind of combo. For now, they have Dragonite. Later on, you will have Lucent Beam with level 20 talent on Luna. This is insane amount of damage. And Luna comes online so quickly. You also have the spell mechanic. You have Leash against Pango, which is going to be great. And Razor...
Get that hero into the game.
Right.
Oh, my boy Grimstroke is in. Every single time I see this hero, I get pretty hyped, especially if there is any kind of combo. For now, they have Dragonite. Later on, you will have Lucent Beam with level 20 talent on Luna. This is insane amount of damage. And Luna comes online so quickly. You also have the spell mechanic. You have Leash against Pango, which is going to be great. And Razor was banned in the previous game, something that they maybe wanted to pick. Maybe there was something on their radar when they were doing the research, but this time it's going to be on Azure Ray's side, so that's a counter for Dragonite.
I was going to say that's to deal with the DK, right?
Yes, but also, like, even Luna builds into Pike, Dragonite also builds into Dragonlance Pike, so there's going to be a lot of pushing back and trying to keep the distance, like stay away from these.
You've got Cogs push as well, I suppose, as well, yeah.
I mean, it's definitely not a free Razor game by any means.
No.
I think this Razor pick does dissuade DK from going to the offlane, and that might be just about it. As far as like the matchup goes, Luna's definitely favored in this carry-to-carry matchup, so you're definitely looking at tempo here from Azure Ray. They want to play off the laning stage, snowball that into a mid-game advantage, get Roshans, play the map type of style. But if they do get into a situation where net worths are somewhat even, you're in a kind of an awkward spot here if you are Azure Ray, because the late game is definitely, I want to say, on the side of Infinity.
The reason why Luna is such a powerful hero is she's a mixed damage. She's physical and magical at the same time. Even if you have like a BKB, because her ulti, one of the like relatively recent changes is the BKB, is her ulti now works through BKB. A lot of the times you would see her running away. She's like, I can't pop that. But nowadays she will stand her ground, use ulti, and out damage you.
Yeah. How important is her push potential? Because obviously it feels like it's super value if you can win a team fight and get objectives immediately afterwards, you know?
Oh, that's always been the power of Luna. You win one team fight next to the enemy base, you pretty much lose the game. Like, you're going to lose one side, maybe even two sides if they don't have the buyback, so it opens up the game.
And with the DK as well, it's like, I feel they're just going to shred towers.
Well, that hero went from first phase ban to last pick overall. All right, Sand King, that is probably going to be the offlaner. I imagine, they're going to pick it up on the offlane against the Razor. It's one of those heroes that can just kind of, if you do get static linked, you can just sit there in the sandstorm and just right-click them back. You don't really need to run away. And so they're building the damage with that. You pair that with a Grimstroke. It's not particularly easy, I think, for this Razor to go into the laning stage, but they do have the ET, which will help a lot. That hero does have a briefcase and likes to hit you hard with it, so that lane is still very strong. I'm not sure which of those lanes wins. It's not very clear, but yeah, I think these two lineups are very interesting. I do like that Sand King pick a lot. I feel like the DK has always been good versus the Invoker mid lane. I'm starting to swing more and more Infinity's ways, right? Like looking at drafts, and of course their play has been leveling up over the series as well. So I actually like Infinity a bit here.
Yeah, I'm getting the Nouns kind of a vibes from what they've been doing at the last TI, using this Luna, different support. They've been using a lot of Treant Protector, but Infinity, they're using Clockwork, and it seems to be working for them. They're never going to lack damage with their lineup. It's a really good scaling lineup. They will need to use a lot of stacks. You have Sand King, you have Luna. I would love to see Azure Ray maybe getting into a triangle, try to steal some of these stacks, but it's looking good. I'm giving Infinity 65 in this one.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on the mid matchup. This is Han's last chance for me, you know, against PP. He's got to step it up here.
Right, okay, well, no pressure. No pressure for our casters, of course. They've done a few of these games. It is going to be OD Pixel and Fog once more for the decider. And they're there.
Hello.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, we're there. We're here. We're ready to go for Game 3 to indeed see if Infinity can sort of continue that momentum that they were really building up in Game 2. They look pretty great there, Fog. They're coming on this Game 3. What sort of stands out to you the most from what they've decided to go with this draft? And kind of what they got away with. Things like this Sand King, right?
Getting a last pick Sand King is definitely interesting. I mean, getting a Costa Bile on the Luna is definitely probably one of the big things, too. He looked pretty comfortable on it too, but I think I'm with Fear 100%. This is Han's last chance. He now got kind of destroyed both times in the mid lane.
Okay.
He struggled a lot in that last game on the Tiny too, so yeah, I'm going to be watching that one a lot because yeah, PP, he's looking really good. Both games, he looked honestly very good. The second game was more this kind of team loss overall, but I'm going to be watching this mid lane.
Yeah, let's have a look, see what can come out here between these two in the mid. I mean, yeah, this time around, going for the first pick, getting this Invoker for himself. We can see on the tiers, Grandmaster tier, whatever this icon is. This should be good.
His puck also was, though.
I mean, true.
His puck was good. His puck was good. It was after the lane.
The puck got better, right?
Yes,
he got punished in the lane. The lane was tough. He was against the DK. It was one of those matchups where it was going to be tough. Sure, he messed up. He died. But hey, it was the first game on land.
So this is also something interesting. This got buffed. It was 8 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, last patch. They made it 9. So, yeah, I've been seeing more and more people take this one, so kind of cool that we see New take it. He's always been one of these off-lane Pango players, too, so that's going to be exciting, because I think almost every game that we usually see the Pangos played, I think if not all of them, it's the double jump. So, very cool that we're going to get to see the Thunderbolt.
Okay. And, yeah, talk about last picks. Obviously, you say the last pick from Infinity coming in and help with the Sand King. For Azure Ray, they go for Pichu's Elder Titan. So what do you think they saw with this one?
For me, it's just all tempo. I think they're really just trying to dictate and fight as much as possible in the early mid game to just be able to get that kind of lead to kind of, just get them going to that later stage. Because overall Infinity, they have a very strong lineup, again, to be able to fight early. But ET, Pango, these heroes can stop a lot of fights in its track and turn them almost instantly. So I think that's probably what they wanted. There's some big team fight control that's going to allow them to take every single fight, every single one of these mid-game fights. Yeah, I don't know. This lane, I like how Fear was talking about it. It's a bit of an interesting one because it's a lot of magic damage that comes out from the Sand King and the Grimstruck, where usually like Razor plus an ET, they're going to decimate a lot of these offlaners. Let's see how it ends up going, though.
Yeah.
If the magic damage is able to deal with the damage of the Static Link and the ET. Might be a lot for the Sand King. Might be too much for him to handle, but we'll have to see if it is the case.
And are you a fan of this overall for Azure Ray going with Low taking quite a different direction when it comes to what he wants to do for the carry position, right? Yeah, Razor plays pretty differently to the Troll.
Yeah, it's literally, it's completely different, right? Completely different timings and everything in terms of aggression and everything. And actually, top Sand King, he went for stun level 1.
He's dead.
That's been interesting that he went for stun, actually.
Okay, well,
that lane is definitely going to be very difficult for him. I thought he was just going to Sandstorm, and you trade inside the Sandstorm like Clinton was talking about, but he burrow strike in, and yeah, okay, well, that happens.
He didn't even get a CS with the burrow strike, right? He just went for the heroes. Yeah. He got nothing.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that really hurts that early start. Like, the lane overall, like, that kind of messes with everything for you, but whatever. Let's see if they can restabilize that one. I think it's going to be incredibly difficult to restabilize the top lane, at least, but their other lanes do look good. The DK mid, PP, we already saw how well he was able to do in even not advantageous matchups. This time he should be pretty good. And bottom, maybe this one could be a little volatile. Neo and Planet can actually put a good amount of pressure. Even though it's a Clockwork Luna lane, which is a very strong one, I think Hoodwink has kind of been forgotten a little bit.
And the overall game, you know, last game we saw Costabile have a pretty flawless performance on the Luna. Should there be more difficulties from this game 3?
Yes, it's so much magic damage control and stuff like that, and they're sanking this game might not be able to get these auras and stuff to protect him early on, because we had the Brew getting a pipe super early that allowed and enabled Costabile. He also had an Omni Knight, so he was literally repelled, G8 healed in a lot of fights, so I feel like it'll be quite a bit more difficult for him. And yeah, Rolling Thunder getting on top of you in every single one of the fights as a Luna early.
It definitely feels like that top lane, with the way that first blood went down, definitely proving to not be easy for Illich to do much about Low getting the free farm now.
Yeah, that was definitely a bit interesting that he did just go for the stun, so yeah, we'll have to see how much he's able to restabilize things, because level 3s are going to come even faster, and level 3 timing in particular on this top lane is when it becomes pretty much impossible for the Sanking to lane, so.
I mean, they're trying to step up, but
this is
Illich knows that if he does anything aggressive with the Burrow Strike, he's probably not getting out alive. Has to be very, very cautious. I mean, bottom lane, Planet, not going to have anything to be able to chase down Panda. Yeah, top, Illich each time he steps up, it's going to be easy damage for Low, and we'll be able to continue to farm away to his heart's content.
This is pretty brutal for Illich. I mean, I think at this point, Knight start getting some, like every time that the 50 seconds go get some stacks started. You always want to do that with Sanking anyway, but
We'll see if they can punish Pichu here.
He has Stick and a Lotus. Will he get it off though?
He will. And he'll be able to walk it off. Well calculated there by Pichu. Knew that he could get away with that sort of aggressive position, and that they wouldn't have quite enough in the tank to take him down.
He pushed the limits quite a bit there. But double zoning, Razor absolute free farming, Sanking getting zoned. Mid, DK again, PP. He's bringing it to Han.
Yeah, quite the last hit advantage. I guess it is DK.
It is DK.
Right? DK once again in this matchup should have the easier time last hitting.
Yeah, I mean, once these levels start to come out, it becomes a lot easier for Invoker. You're universal, you know, you're never getting pushed out of lane. But yeah, still 14-1. Not really many denies. You usually see these Invokers really prioritize that because of the Mastermind, but...
Bottom. Now you get the Bushwhack connection. Not enough follow-up, though, from you to be able to take Panda down. And he's got the salve ready. Top. Another setup on towards Pichu. But again, just sort of feel like he's playing with them.
He's committing for this.
He's got the stomp ready, though, and that's going to mean he's going to get the chance to step away. Knight wants to continue to chase.
He's got the nuke, but now too much regen.
Even if he hits just the level 1,
yep.
Probably unlikely that he's able to chase down, get enough right clicks in to bring him down. So space created. Low continues to have a very free time top, 25-7 against Illich's 12-0. Continues to just be pain and suffering for the offlane Sanking.
Yeah, completely uncontested early. And yeah, overall, Razor in this game definitely has some nice heroes that he can stick onto. Either that Luna or the SK early. Again, aggro, magic damage kicking in.
See if they've got enough to take him down, though. It doesn't look like it. I mean, Low's even considering if he can chase down Illich all the way. Has to be careful because of the sandstorm damage. The right click. Ooh.
The stop.
Low's going to live. And now Pichu's able to get in with a few slaps in onto Knight. Knight drops the GG branch there to block off the chase.
Illich, though, he stepped... Oh, okay. Nice branch.
It's risky. Yeah, that branch pretty much saved his life there. Yeah. Good block off.
How's the regen looking for Low? He's got some tangos on the ET. With them being that behind and trying to go for it, that's pretty cool. They won't get the stomp here. He actually canceled it himself by accident.
But now, I mean, they're so low. What do they do?
So it's
they take a walk back to base. They got any regen coming out? I mean, what do they do to stick around? They still can't step up and take any of this CS away from Low.
And Low has the branches. He's got that tango, so he's healing up, and he's got raindrops, so... I mean, they tried to go for something kind of cute there with their deficit, but ends up hurting them more than helping. 2K lead off of these lanes.
Yeah.
2 in particular going very well. Pango, Neo having absolute free farm down here.
Oh, PP in the mid. He was looking over towards the power rooms potentially, but backup comes in from Pichu. Panda will have to just grab the bottom one.
The nice thing for Han in this lane, though, is like he can't get bullied unless rotations come out, and he's just keeping PP at low mana. So no DK for him to just immediately shove the tower as soon as he hits 6. He now has the mana for it, but...
Yeah, and at this point he's doing perfectly fine. Sure, he's a little bit behind,
but it's fine.
But that's the expected difference normally, the baseline of this matchup, DK versus Invoker.
Yeah, and overall it's actually only 100, like 60 gold differential between the two. Like CS looks a little bit different, but yeah, Han. They're doing a good job. And yeah, New doing great, and Low having a absolute free game. And yeah, this Sanking, the last pick, definitely struggling the most. Probably because of that level 1 mistake there, but what can you do?
Oh no, Illich. Ooh.
Well, at least get the finish up on the creep.
Still,
My
he
goodness, he is
ain't getting
struggling.
anywhere near the lane anytime soon.
No. And you're just
P-Tune's
never
making sure of
touching.
that.
You're never slowing down Low. So he's going to have absolute free farm, which means timings will go faster for him to get aggressive, to be able to maybe make aggressive moves onto the Luna early too.
I'm thinking of trying to dive in for Knight.
They're zoning him
Knight.
off the wave. It was almost a triple wave. So yeah, he got a nuke off, but it's still 2 range creeps. He's missing out on a lot of XP. Han is even rotating over. They want to keep this Sanking way down.
I mean, Illich is very much underestimating how much backup there is here for Azure Ray. As Azure Ray turn up out of the trees, Illich is out of the lane as soon as he turns up to it. They'll be able to move over to Knight as well. This top lane,
Oh boy.
it couldn't be going any worse, really, Fog.
This is absolutely devastating. This Sanking is completely out of it. Completely out of the game. The early kind of start, the first minute or two, he kind of screwed himself. A 3K lead, Razor free farm, Invoker doing better than last time. I mean, PP and Costa Bile definitely have their work cut out for them in this game. New?
He's got Thunder, but the Mattress Assault is there. And that'll allow him to set up for the silence to come in. And he's not, surely not going to get the charge. Is he? No way.
That's quite a bit of mistakes. Quite a bit of little miscasts. He could have probably swashbuckled further away and casted the roll, but he swashbuckled toward them and then started casting. A little bit weird, but either way, gets punished.
Illich back to the jungle.
And he's lost his tower now at this point too, so pretty devastating. And they even have that ward placed from earlier to be able to watch and keep tabs. And Han, he just keeps going for these mana burns. PP won't be able to dodge it. Get the stomp, they've got the Pango.
They do, they've got backup coming in. Tornado to buy an extra bit of time for New to be able to close in with the Rolling Thunder. Should be able to bounce him around enough.
He's so speedy.
And PP's pretty tanky, but not enough to survive this. As they'll bring him down, Low rotates across. He's done with the top lane after taking that tower. He's ready to try and help them take down the mid.
All right, this is the first game that we see Azure Ray just dominate the laning phase. It's total domination, really, at this point.
Yeah, they kind of switched it up, bro, because with game 1, they were like, we're going to take it easy, we're going to take it greedy. Low's going to hit creeps on Troll and carry the game. They try that again in game 2. It gets punished. And it kind of feels like Azure Ray is saying to that, all right, okay, we'll speed it up ourselves. We're ready to try and run you over in a very quick amount of time. And that's certainly what they're going for here. 9 minutes in, they've already taken 2 tier 1 towers.
That's exactly how their lineup wants to work, too. It's all about tempo, early game aggression, taking early fights. And yeah, first 10 minutes looking pretty darn good. Han running to Panda here. Stomp won't quite connect, but they've got the range.
Low coming in from the side, should have an easy enough cleanup. Another kill to be found. Low just ruling the map right now.
At this point for Infinity, you kind of have to just stabilize to be able to get one of these 2 cores, either the mid or the off lane, to get a blink, but I'm seeing them both queuing up blink. So it's dangerous. You know, it puts you in a similar position to what happened in the, what happened in the first game of afterwards, where it's like, if you go all in on these blinks and you don't win the fights, the game can be very difficult to recover. So this could be a kind of risky move, but maybe they have to do this because of how poor the lane went top.
It's tough. Yeah, with these blinks, I don't know. I can't even sort of see the situation in which it goes well for them, because in these team fights, look at Azure Ray's lineup.
They're tank.
All 5 of them, they all have basically AoE control, right?
They do.
You know, they have the slow coming out from the Razor, Invoker is full sort of skill set, knocking you around, Rolling Thunder, Bushwhacks, the Stomps. If you blink in on this, you're not getting out unless you somehow manage to blink in and stun all 5 of them.
And they don't really have the craziest of damage follow-up in this game. Like the supports in the first game, they had the kisses. Sure, they lost that one, but these supports don't provide this crazy damage. Most of this damage, it's Sanking and Luna, so.
Well, let's try with the setup in the mid.
It's their follow-ups.
If they've got enough damage, it doesn't look like getting backups coming in. They can't step up to the high ground.
And now that Leash is used, that's when New is like, I can reign. I can just dominate the team fight, because the only thing he has to really worry about is that Leash from the Soulbind. He'll TP in, won't find anything, but he is going to go for that Blink Rush. Panda is desperately trying to find level 6. Won't quite finish it off just yet. Gets pushed away again. A 4K lead. Just continuing to control majority of the map. And yeah, Blink still quite a ways away. They both actually have the exact same.
It's a race
on the
it's a race to prove Your lane didn't go as bad as the other guys.
Yeah.
Who can get that blink first?
DK's
PP or Illich?
PP's lane went pretty okay, to be honest. Like, it was fine. It was good.
Well, Illich won't be having that. If he gets his blink dagger first, he's going to be like, bro, I farmed a blink quicker than you. And I died 2 times in lane.
He's showing again, though, and he is looking pretty dead.
3 times in lane.
3 times in lane, he says. Uh-oh. I don't think he's going to get the blink first now.
No.
PP. It's got Panda.
They got the hook shot. Hey, nice setup there with the combo. Pichu caught by the silence. Won't be able to do anything about this. But Azure Ray, can they get something in return, maybe with Planet in hand? They get the Tornado set up onto the bow for them.
He's just burning their mana. Being super annoying.
They don't mind just losing a support here. Nothing really for Azure Ray to worry about at the moment. Low continues to get all the space in the world.
And that was a hook shot used, which is one of the only forms of catch they have early till those blinks come out. So now they're probably like, okay, we're safe across the map.
Or Planet.
Just poking.
Yeah, Panda does have that.
This ward has lasted full duration. Okay, it does get taken out now, but it blocked, I think it blocked at least 2 attempted stacks, and Panda just took a long time to be able to get over there.
Yeah, I would have thought they would have seen that quite early as well, because that was put down when the Pichu stepped up and pushed back the Sand King.
Yeah, but
So-
I think they just didn't have time, or just things are just accelerating too much for them to go back. And
Yeah,
stack
this
Panda.
game is probably getting quite stressful for Infinity.
Yeah. Does miss the EMP, but doesn't matter. And now a roll.
I mean, they're rolling in on the mid, looking for Knight. That's trying its best to juke it, but their spells, oh, they're hitting them all. They're
It's
hitting
too
them
hard
all.
to
They're
juke this.
beautiful stuff. They're rolling Thunder into the Sharp Shot and the Sunstrike. I mean, at that point, it's a what can you do moment for the Grim.
I mean, Thunderbolt is actually like undodgeable. Like the other facet, you can actually dodge rolling. This one, it's undodgeable. You're so fast with it, so he tries. So Blink Daggers, they'll be done. But oh my goodness, if they don't find some type of insane team fight, these blinks are going to fall flat.
These have got to pay off big time.
Oh yeah.
These blink sort of investments.
And
it
as
is
you said
all
earlier,
in.
there's a lot of ways. The counter initiation from Azure Ray is tremendous.
Yes.
ET, Hoodwink,
It has
Tango.
to be perfect. You've got to get a 5-man stun. A 4-man maybe will cut it.
A level 1 5-man burrow.
He's got to do it. With the Ink Swell, it gets a bit easier.
Sure. If they can get some of these good double stuns and stuff, let's see.
Oh, of course, you catch people on their own.
It's a 2,000 HP DK.
And it's a very tanky low Razor that they've tried to make the jump upon, and it's not going great.
I meant the Razor.
Oh, they're still throwing heroes in on it. Panda. He's gone in on this.
Yeah, he's broken.
They really wanted to try and make that blink play work, but there was no fixing that one.
I mean, I said 2k HP DK. I meant 2k HP Razor.
You didn't mean the Razor. Yeah.
And he had a great healing Lotus. This was not even close. Like, literally not even close. Stands his ground perfectly, tanks all the spells, and that was their reveal.
Well, on the plus side, it wasn't the Sand King's Blink Dagger reveal.
This is true.
So Illich is like, bro, I'll show you how to do it.
I mean, if they run into... I mean, that's actually the worst target they can run into. And usually when you're saying a gank is getting set up and they find the carry, that's usually the best hero to go for. But in this situation, it felt like it's actually the worst because he's the absolute most tanky hero
Oh no, PP. Oh. Well, Costa Bile. If they get the catch on him, it's going to be tricky. Yeah, he's quick, he's fast.
I mean, he's still farming well, but this is a game where he is getting slowed down a little bit because of the pressure that's been going out on the map. But he's getting involved on Costa Bile just feels very difficult early on, especially pre-BKB versus Invoker and ET.
Yeah, and as the panel said, bro, when you have this draft for like the Luna, the DK, especially the DK, mid-DK rushing Blink, you play from ahead, right? You don't want to play from behind with this.
No, and you're literally playing a 4 Protect 1.
Illich. They're throwing everything they can in onto the Pango, and it is enough. They've brought down you. Can they get out, though? Indeed, TP out. It's going to work for Illich. They will probably lose PP as well on the escape, so not a clean trade. So 2 for 1, so numbers still to the advantage there for Azure Ray, but the initial play, it was something, right? They were able to fully commit onto one hero, and they did manage to kill New off.
They have to throw everything, though. They really do have to throw everything. I mean, sure, Costa Bile wasn't able to get in there to throw anything extra, but yeah, they have to throw so much just to kill one hero. And as you're right, they're always there. They're always ready. Yeah, I don't know, this Razor just too big.
He's not dying anytime soon, like.
No, and he's going to have BKB probably before those next fights kick off with the next jump of the Blink and maybe Eclipse, so could just tank through all of it.
Yeah. No, much more active play this game from Low, which is good to see. Now, I feel like Troll gameplay is pretty passive. At least you get this Battlefield Troll play. It's just very unimpressive. It's like, whoop-de-doo, you won the game because the enemy messed up, and they let you farm with your Battle Fury. This game, Low showing that he doesn't need to win games by sitting back and doing nothing. He's getting involved, and Infinity, they're trying to deal with him. They can't right now. Low.
I mean, especially if you're going to get given the kill the way you did in the lane, level 1. You just got handed a free Sand King, so Low definitely having a field day. 4K lead. And yeah, itemization, it's starting to roll in. I think the Vessel is now done for New, so higher kill threat onto the DK and the Sand King, much higher as well. Imagine Azure Ray wants to look to take every fight. Infinity. Illich, be careful. Nice dodge.
Oh, still the cold snap's coming in. Illich. I think they're just going to have to leave that man behind there. No saving him.
He can say he baited rolling.
I mean, over in the mid as well.
Boom.
Han getting some lovely sunstrikes this game.
He is throwing the tips out. He is angry. They did tip him last time, to be fair.
Oh, okay, they started it.
Yeah, they did start it. They did. Having a completely different game. So PP, Han, he's reestablished himself.
Yeah, he's popping up. He's popping up. 606, mid invoker, first pick. Obviously, the hero is good, but still, any time as a mid laner, you're going for this first pick, you're getting it, and it's not having any sort of struggles in the game.
Yeah,
it's good. Han's showing off this game.
Yeah, his pocket invoker actually looked quite good. Yeah. Grandmaster tiers to be expected a little bit, but still. This time around, 14-3. They're completely controlling the map right now. They're all across the river, and for the side of Infinity, they can't really get across. They have to bring 3 heroes for Costa Bile to cross the river. And he really needs this BKB before any chance of looking up to fight. And Azure Ray, they've got these timings.
TP, is there anyone here to save him? He's just slowly dying. They will bait in Han and get the jump on him, and in fact, PP's actually going to live. Oh, no, he's not. New comes in with a swashbuck, finishes it off, but they have the hook shot. Maybe they can punish this as well. Infinity, they'll get a second kill.
Nice stuff. Look to reset and get out now. They used quite a bit.
A big win of a team fight there. Or as close as you can get here for Infinity when they're playing from behind. Yeah, this time round, Han getting baited in. Same to be said for New, both of them. Just going in for this kill on PP, they get it. Cost them their lives.
Good positioning from Infinity to strike back there. They did have the 2 supports sticking with the carry, so they were able to go in and finish off New when he overcommitted for the kill. Azure still looking to play aggressive in this area with
Lowe's, he feels unkillable. He's I don't care that my mid and off lane are dead, you can't kill me.
Top though, are they going to show Costa Bile? He's got to be careful. Han is on top of him. The Ghost Walk though doesn't show yet. Oh, now they'll see him.
He could mess around with him. There's no TP for 10 seconds still on Costa Bile. So he's not got a lot of options out of this one. Especially with these 2 on top of him. Further backup coming in, and indeed, Costa Bile is not going to get away with trying to farm in this position. Shut down, taken off the map. 50 seconds, a long time now for Azure Ray to be able to push in and maybe take a tier 2.
First slip up from Costa Bile this game. He's been playing pretty perfect. His supports actually left him, and he's stuck around the area for a little bit. I think he wanted to take the portal to go down, but yeah, sticking around a little bit too long up there when the Invoker was respawning. A mistake that gets immediately punished. And now New with an Invis, he wants to get another type of aggressive move here. They don't have vision down here. But they will now with the ET Spirit to scout. How close is PP to his next item? It looks like he's gone more aggressive, so he has gone down this Orchid route to at least be able to stop some of the aggression that comes in. Probably from the Pango in particular, Pango and Invoker, but that does put him in a very dangerous and fragile position on this DK. It's all-out aggression. Illich. They're committing.
Oh, they are. They're going in with the Rolling Thunder under the tier 2. Illich, he's gone. The same to be said for Knight.
What a cool play.
Yeah, they just straight it on top of him. They were not prepared for that sort of dive.
And it's perfect timing. It's the Wisdom Rune. It's the Tormentor as well. That was a really, whoever made that call, that was really nice. And they probably made the call, dive him even if he's at these towers. They have the follow-up. And that's, I think he was like about to actually have his Bloodstone finished up. So pretty ideal timing to be able to get that kill.
And the next item done by PP has the Orchid. But of course, this is at a time where BKBs are out. At least for Low, he's not going to care whatsoever. Still, I guess, you know,
he wasn't going to go for him anyway.
Yeah, you just got to sort of admit that you're not going to kill the Razor.
No.
Yeah, you've got to go all in on getting the other kills around him.
Go for the Invoker, go for the Pango, stop them from providing that extra team fight with this Orchid. Maybe kill them immediately. Like I said, it's a very aggressive approach. So if he gets caught afterwards, he's just dead, right?
And they've got a lot of items done right now. You know, they've got the Orchid finish, they've got the Solar Crest on Panda.
Shard on the Grimstroke.
Yep.
So they've got the Dispel, they've got these buff ups as well too. So that's probably why he felt like he could go this aggro build. New, he's in. There's the silences.
Turn with the Dragon, turn with the silence. Hook shot forward as well, but the MP's down on the Panda. New, can he get away from this? He can. Gets the shield crash off. PP's back in to get the kill, but again,
he jumped in.
It's going to be one of those situations where he's given his life just to secure it.
Not worth it. Not worth it at all. Instant tip from New.
It's just costing them too much to get these kills, Infinity. They lose 3.
And they did not have the Luna anywhere near to really want to join the fight. It's kind of awkward positioning for them there. Coastability does have BKB now, so he can look to get involved.
I mean, he's thinking about going for a play. I don't think he wants to.
He's thinking about it.
He's thinking about it. He's going to try. It's the 2-man burrow. They've got the full-up Eclipse, but the BKB's out from Low. The Stomp comes out onto the 3 of them. They're beautiful stuff from Peach, who holds them back. They'll just walk it off Azure Ray.
I mean, I think we mentioned the counter initiate, or the counter of the everything, like, every single time, and they utilize it perfectly. The Stomp to disengage. They lose nobody, and that was a big commitment there from Coastabile and from Island. She didn't use his BKB, at least, but attempting to go for that play. It's a good try. I do have to give him credit to at least attempt for it. But Azure Ray very ready. BKB at the ready. Able to instantly reset. And they can back up for their Tormentor, get their Wisdom. Yeah, PP this time though. We saw him have an explosive puck game. This time it's a struggle city for this DK. Bottom of the course, soon to be overtaken by the 4 position, and a ways away from a BKB. They need to kill a target during that first Orchid. If they don't kill New in particular during that first jump, things are always super problematic. And this one should be a freebie. And it's next to Roche.
Oh, that would be quite the pickup, and they could definitely do it.
Yeah, they kill it fast.
The question is if Azure Ray can get it with the 4 of them. They're scouted out with the Sunstrike. They're going to run straight at it if they want to try and do something, but it looks like they're going to concede this and say we can't get over it, we can't stop this.
Very heads-up call.
So yeah, this is big stuff for them.
I love when you see those type of very team-oriented plays. You know, we saw the one from Azure to go for that 21-minute Wisdom kind of Tormentor. This one was like clear team decision, team call. Everyone poured, everybody come around that one to prep for a kill, and maybe that Roshan. Yeah, they do get exactly that, so very nice stuff. Hurricane Pike, I believe, finished now for Coastabile, so he's got to wait to at least play around and get away from this static link. I say that, but Razor now has the Shard, so we'll at least have a way to counteract that. And speaking of the Razor, Satanic is pretty much finished, so could definitely see Low even perhaps stand his ground versus these Eclipses and crazy amount of damage that comes out from the extra damage you get from the beams, the Moonstorm in particular. And small thing to point out too, kind of cool from Coastabile. Last game he was playing versus the Troll, right? So he maxed his W because of that, you know. Because he's playing versus like the melee guy. Now that he's playing versus the range, he only gets 1 point and goes stats. So just cool little things to point out. Smoke comes out. They have the full BKB, I believe, coming on Courier for Han.
Coastabile. Not going to get jumped. He's going to be fine.
And they'll see.
He's still sticking around on the front of it all, Coastabile.
They should know that this is a full lineup.
Well, the Tornado. See if they can get the follow-up. He's going to get out to the side, but the Rolling Thunder's still in on him. They get the control here, land that static thing to build up, and they'll take him down once.
Pretty good link, too. He's got 90.
With a Sunstrike. Slow to follow up as well, but he has the BKB ready. So.
That was a little awkward. The Sunstrike actually, they could have probably set up with the sleep, but either way.
Low. Get him with the Dragon Tail. They're going to try and fight back on this. Illich is in. He's revving up the upset, but the Cold Snap comes in. Illich, he can't get the ults up. He's up in the air. We'll see Low just run straight down the lane, chasing down Costa Bile. They'll get the Dragon Tail off, but Costa Bile's dead. They can't keep the Razor off the Luna as Low takes him down. They get the setup as well on towards PP. It's a full team wipe as Azure Ray lose nothing.
Far too much control. Perfectly fought too. I mean, they woke him up with the Sunstrike and everything, but it didn't matter. Razor just zoned off both the DK and the Luna, just linking, running her down, no way to disengage. Sanking got nothing off.
It was a rough one for Illich, yeah, but couldn't get the ult off.
Yeah. Beautiful fight for Azure Ray. Even into that Aegis, just not feeling it whatsoever. And they even dragged the mid-wave. Nice little move there from Planet. So mid-wave will push, top's gonna push in. They'll back up and reset, but that was the probably most impactful kind of stomp team fight that they've had so far.
Yeah, we'll
in
have
this
a look
game.
at this again.
6 for 0.
Because see, Illich, I think he opts to go in first with the Burrow Strike, and that puts him in a position where he just can't get that epicenter going.
No, and then he
completely controlled, and for Low to get away with this, I guess once he pops the BKB, they just don't have any way to stop him from just chasing down this Luna.
No, and no way to like reset away or anything like that too. The Grim isn't there to protect the cores, because maybe trying to save the Sanking, so total blunder there.
Nice tornado there onto the both of them.
Panda.
They got the stomp onto Panda. Illich will be able to stay out to the side, get out with a blink, but Panda's out. At the same time in the mid.
Oh, PP. He doesn't have
control
BKB.
on a PP. Indeed, he's still 1,000 goals short of the recipe. PP's gone as well.
Playing it with the snipe. 6-0 and 10 on this Hoodwink. Aghanim's complete. Time to go for this high ground push, it feels. At least a tier 2, and maybe threaten, since they've got 40 seconds. Yeah, their team fight's just too strong. Like you said from early, it's too much AoE control. And with the way that this Razor's game has gone, it's been flawless.
Yeah, it's been perfect for Low.
8-0-13, and he can just pick and choose his targets, and he can zone 2 or 3 heroes off on his own. They do not have the damage to pierce through this Razor. And of course now he has Paladin Sword, so even more healing. Tower falling as well, no glyph.
I mean, can they even push him off the barracks? Oh, so they can for now. Low's going to give them some respect. I don't want to try and push it too hard here, Azure Ray. It's coming in outside the base. They're going to get the jump in. Quick play over towards Pichu. Kill off the Elder Titan. Can they get anything more? Low starts running straight towards them. Illich. He's going to have some time up in the air with the Yules, but he is Burrow Strike out the side. He won't live. Final right click from Ham follows him through, takes him down. They're diving the base now. New in over towards Pandas. Pandas ticking down slowly to the vessel.
Low is zoning 4 heroes. they were trying to get in to help this Sanking, and Low just literally bodies the 4 of them across. So they can't even come in to fix and help Illich, so support trade for that offlane again, as they just make the smart call. Instead of just forcing that Rax, they back up, force Infinity to make a weird fight happen. And I believe that's the refresher almost done also too for this Razor, so continuing to get stronger and stronger.
No, this is crazy stuff. I mean, without a doubt, I feel a game that Infinity's going to be looking back at and saying, well, whatever happened on that top lane can't happen again in this sort of situation.
No.
It just gave him that little bit of a leg up to get his game going. Low, Low, he's not going to mess up that sort of opportunity when it's given to him. He's just going to crush the game.
No, and it causes like that spiral a bit, right? Where it's like the DK had an okay time. He was doing pretty good in the mid lane, but then the top lane is so devastating that they can rotate away from it, put the pressure onto the DK too. So it's compounding results that happen just from that one lane, just from these mistakes. You see that PP has absolutely struggled so much because of it. They just don't have the playmaking. Like they don't have these combos to play make around it because of how much they got, how far behind they got just off that start.
Amplified damage rune ready as well for the next push. Han will take that for himself.
Does PP have the BKB? He does. He's under a ward. But yeah, Han, as you mentioned, continues to grow as well. So yeah, besides like the scaling from the Razor, he is getting
outside of the base. PP, he's able to get the BKB off. Force up to the high ground as well. PP makes it away. That's Soulbind out onto both of them. Not a whole lot they can do other than that. See, Costa Bile's caught by the Stomp Sleep, has to put the BKB himself. He's terrified.
Oh god, he popped the beat. They need to force that.
They're going to get him with the epicenter as they make the jump in with the Burrow Strike. But Han's got his BKB ready to pop, and now Costa Bile's got to run. As Low chasing him down.
Oh no, the double force!
I think he tried to force himself up, but I believe a knife forced him back down. He couldn't get away from Low. That's him out for 75. They do lose New, but Low, he's ready to just 1v5 dive in the base here under the tier 4s, takes out Panda, turns towards Knight, triple kill for him. It's 4 dead on Infinity. As
Mistakes
Low
compounding.
just continues to be unstoppable. 11-0-14 on the Razor.
Oh man, and it's just this weird situation where you're like, oh god, my Luna BKB, we have to force the fight. Oh no, panic from everybody. Double force staff, resets him back on low ground. And Low, yeah, just literally dominating. I think every single one of these fights we bring it up, he's highest damage by a significant margin. Yeah, they played this one beautifully. 33-9, not really any mishaps too much in this game. A firm grasp by Azure Ray in this third game.
Infinity, they've still probably got one last fight in them.
I knew has been a great sacrificial lamb this game, I gotta be real. He is 6 of the 9 deaths for his team. This Pango just really playing to his strengths, just putting himself out there, being that tank for the Razor.
I feel like, yeah, because he only really had one bad death, right?
Yeah.
Which was the one down bottom where they killed him and they get Roche because he gets killed in that position. Outside of that, the deaths, as you say, they've been absolutely worth it.
Yep, he's tanking quite a bit of spells. Now we do see this Aghanims and the Lens, so a bit of deviation in the build.
And more difficulties for Infinity when it comes to making the correct jump.
And it's just coming down to, does Costabile have the damage? And is he going to be able to get at least the Conda to get to that extra bit that they need? Because their damage is just pretty much completely dependent on him. At this point, I mean, the whole game, the epicenter has been a non-factor. And it's interesting to say that when there's, what, no Mage Slayer and no Pipe, right? Or Pipe was, sorry, no Mage Slayer or Pipe, so. Sometimes we see that being the answer versus these tankings, but just because of how difficult the lane was, they're able to get these BKBs and stuff, so it wasn't necessary.
Yeah, they can head back and get Roche themselves now, Azure Ray. Look to close this one up nice and safely. Get the Aegis, wait for that refresher to come back off cooldown for Low.
Fights are pretty, I mean, I'm looking around, I'm like, buy Lotus Orbs, buy everything you can, throw every buff in the world onto Costabile and hope that he can actually take it, because everyone else is kind of out of it. But yeah, they don't have time to finish up these items. They're going to buy out. They're going to try to get a fight on the outside here.
I mean, they don't do Roche super quick, Azure Ray. But I don't know if that's still going to give enough time for Infinity to get here to interrupt it. They're going to try. A hookshot still could be available.
Or do they make it? It's going to be really close.
It's going to be, if they want to go for a blind hookshot, they'd have the timing. And they're not going to be able to stop him. Low, he's already picked up the Aegis. They're going to still try and jump in the water, but he gets the BKB off. He starts getting the link going off towards Costabile. Can they kill the Razor once? They can. They'll take the Aegis out of the hands of Low, but they've lost Panda. Can they deal with Low round 2? Pots the refresher straight in onto Costabile. They cannot. They can't deal with this Razor the second time round. PP goes for the BKB TP out. It's going to allow him to escape just it. Oh, okay, no, he had to opt for the blink, I believe, because he knew that BKB wouldn't last long enough to successfully TP. So he's going to try and run it instead back to base. Won't get away with that either. They catch him regardless. PP's gone. They tried their Infinity to do something, but couldn't quite turn up soon enough. Couldn't stop that Aegis going into the hands of Low.
Costabile can't do it on his own. Nobody else really does anything in these fights. Let's get a good stun at least and just sits in Sandstorm in the pit, but nobody else is committing anything. It's Luna versus the world. Did the okay damage, right? 5,300 from the Luna, but DK did 500 damage in the fight. So yeah, PP unable to really do much of anything in this game as the final racks.
One more fight for Infinity. They're going to give it what they can.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't call it. That was actually pretty bold. Usually we see those like final Roche attempts instantly coming with a GG afterwards, but...
I mean, they know the BKB's going to be back up for Costabile, so they have the tools ready to go. They'll put everything together for one more fight. Illich is going to try and start it. BKB does get forced out here by Low. He turns straight over towards it. He's the hookshot's in the back of the Siege Creep. Panda missing the hookshot. I mean, with that, it's probably time to start typing the Gs. They've got a buyback coming in, but no Illich for 45 seconds. Oh, good pushback. Hey, hold up. They might get new. He's got the Phantom's Embrace upon him as well. Soulbind out onto the two of the Costabile stepping up. See if they can get anything big here. They've killed off New.
Here comes Han. Here comes Low.
Indeed, the two big lads are ready to start running them down. Here the Invoker and the Razor looking for the final cleanup as they're pushed back to the fountain. Another hero out Knight without buyback. Same to be said for Panda.
Oof, and uses the Eclipse. Doesn't even get anybody. Planet will go down to PP.
PP, he'll go down to the rest of them. And Azure Ray, they can turn their attention over towards closing it up. Or maybe picking up some more kills on the way out. Han, it's going to tease around with Costa Bile. Buyback available now from Pandu. Straight back in. Pushbacks. That's going to catch the two of them outside of the fountain. They're trying to get back into the fountain. The EMP dragging them back as well. Costa Bile gets hit by the sharpshooter, but he will live. And Low, he gets taken down. I mean, can they do something with this? Costa Bile still very, very, very low on the HP. The rest of Azure Ray, they're looking to close it up.
Han's killing the throne.
I mean, you got to give it to Infinity. They're trying their best to hold on this one. But there's only a little bit of health left on the Ancient, and it's over. GG is called. Azure Ray take this game 3.
This time they dominated lanes. I think this was, out of the 3 games, this one they really just decimated everything, and a lot of the results coming just from the top lane, because, the supports were free to move around. They were able to set up onto PP. They took his tower. They took top tower. They took all 3 of the tier 1s pretty early, took over the whole map, and overall for Infinity, I mean, it was a bit of back and forth kind of series, but this third game was very one-sided.
It was. Well, at the least for Infinity, they did manage to kill Low that once.
They did.
At the very end. They got him once, but outside of that, a rough time for them in this game 3, and Azure Ray, they'll take the series 2-1.
Yeah, a rough one for Infinity. We did highlight on the panel that it wasn't the freest Razor game, and then they gave him a free game, which was pretty wild to see. So, guys, obviously it's always hard to break down a stomp. We were kind of cooking. Maybe we were going to get an upset. You don't always get what you wish for, but I mean, I respect the hustle and the heart at the end. You know, they didn't call GG after that Aegis fight. They did really try, and I think table time, playing more is important when you're a new team. Every minute matters. So, I mean, Infinity, there's positives. They can learn something from that game at least.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the big thing they probably learned is stop picking DK mid.
Yes, you did say that also.
That one has not been working out for a very long time now. Like, we kind of learned that back at TI, right? Yeah. Like, teams kept trying to make it work. It wouldn't work. No matter how appetizing it may look, it just doesn't work out. It just doesn't play the way you want your mid laner to play the game. You're just farming. Even if you win your lane, that doesn't translate to anything on the map. It just translates to your mid hitting more creeps. And sure, you can go for the Blink Dagger build, but it's not as good as those innate blinking heroes like the Puck, for example, or even Invoker who can just ghost walk across the map. He doesn't need an item to be able to move on the map. So Han, he did make it up. He played a really good Invoker game. Like, his Invoker was good. He hit all his spells. He's a Grandmaster Invoker player, so I did like seeing that. But this game was pretty much the low show, all the way from the laning stage to the end of the game. He played a phenomenal Razor.
Yeah, Illich didn't have a good time in the laning phase as Sand. They did stack a little bit for him in the triangle, but it was really bad. Some of the nerfs that Sand did receive, when you read them, they don't seem like it's much, but the AoE on the Sandstorm, I thought it was 50, but it's actually 100 on all levels. We had to double check that, and it feels pretty bad to play. I think Sand King, he was the first pick material, first ban material as well at TI. Now he was last pick. I'm not sure how much of a Sand King we're going to see for the rest of the tournament.
They just seem to control the Sand King so well in these fights as well. I mean, we didn't really see a particularly big Sand King play, which, we know the hero, again, as you said, from TI, always has that potential, but in this game, it just didn't feel like they could execute.
I mean, Sand King has always had one issue, because we haven't seen Sand King for like 5 years, and then all of a sudden he's been really good, and it's always been the laning stage. And 100 AoE nerf on the Sandstorm is massive. Now all of a sudden a lot of these range heroes that before would be taking a lot of Sandstorm damage can just easily right click them out of the laning stage, and this hero does not play well from behind. You can do stacks, sure, that is like your one saving grace, but if you do have this bad of a laning stage, you just don't want that to happen in competitive Dota. Like, your offlaner to struggle this hard. You want to be able to bully the carry specifically, or if you do get behind, you have some easy mechanic to come back, and he was just too far behind, and you give too free of a game to the Razor.
I mean, I'll say as well, for Azure Ray, obviously, they were the favorite in this matchup, but they weren't convincing in the map that they won, particularly. They drop a map. I think they kind of needed that, like, stomp to kind of, like, reset their confidence, and as you said, there's pressure on, one or two players here.
Yeah, for sure. I think just in general, like, the mid laner, right? He's the one that's probably feeling the most pressure, just having no LAN experience whatsoever. So this is his first LAN, and I think this is a big win for him, right? Like, he lost both mid lanes in both game 1 and 2. Then in game number 3, he really steps it up for the team and gets a lot of confidence going into the next series.
Yeah, I also want to point out the Planet, because just position 4 heroes that he played, he's banging out the Hoodwink, he did play Medusa in game number 1.
Yeah.
And we also see, because we were wondering like what position 4 heroes are going to be good in this meta, and we can already see that people theory crafted slightly more, different itemization as well coming out, but this is the Hoodwink with Psychic Headband, with Facet, with the Aether Lens as well, going for Shard, going for Aghanim Scepter, playing a bit of a different game, and that's what I want to see. Some new adaptations when it comes down to new
Series taught them a lot, and the one game they did win, they looked really good. And the games that they both lost, they had a DK mid, so that's kind of an easy fix.
Yep. Yeah, I do agree. But I do like their drafts. I think they had
outside of the DK.
Outside of the DK mid, you're taking away most of the part what DK wants to do with the armlet, with the the cleave, SNY become unkillable. But other than that, I think there's an easy fix, as you said. But they look fine. This is not a tier 1 team by any means. But you wanted to spotlight the
I mean, this is just like moving on to like the meta right now, and I just wanted to show. Obviously, he was the MVP of the game, but I want to go over itemization here. Instead of seeing the arcane boots that we saw all the time, we're going back to the old-fashioned treads, S&Y, instead of the Gleipnir mana boots. So some of these old builds are coming back, and we're kind of curious before. It's like, people are going to buy Gleipnir anyway, they're going to buy mana boots anyway. Looks like the pro players are deciding the nerfs are enough for these ranged carries, and they're just going back to
means. But you wanted to spotlight the
I mean, this is just like moving on to like the meta right now, and I just wanted to show. Obviously, he was the MVP of the game, but I want to go over itemization here. Instead of seeing the arcane boots that we saw all the time, we're going back to the old-fashioned treads, S&Y, instead of the Gleipnir mana boots. So some of these old builds are coming back, and we're kind of curious before. It's like, people are going to buy Gleipnir anyway, they're going to buy mana boots anyway. Looks like the pro players are deciding the nerfs are enough for these ranged carries, and they're just going back to what was traditionally good. So it's good to see that these items are out of the game that we saw at TI, and we'll see if other teams are going to pick it up. But
you're telling me that Gleipnir, we're not going to be enjoying Gleipnir anymore?
Not for a little bit.
That
maybe
makes me
next match.
happy.
I don't know,
6
man.
Gleipnirs in every single game.
I always get triggered by the unkillable Razor build, man. So, like, I got nightmares about that from pubs, so fair enough. Final thoughts about the series, then, just before we wrap it up.
I guess my final thoughts on this series, like both these teams are shaking off some rust for sure going into this, but they both look very promising, and the match was very entertaining. And I think for the side of Azure Ray, we can see their ceiling is pretty high here, and I want them to stay there.
Yep.
Yeah, for Azure Ray, I didn't have like expectations, seeing that it's a newly formed team. But there are some things to fix. But I could definitely see this team go far if they continue to play like this and adapt to whatever's thrown their way. Yeah,
and of course we want to see if Hon can, like, really cement his place in the team, which would be a cool story. Thanks as always, gentlemen. Now we are going to throw you over to another interview with Nomad.
It's a chaotic time in Dota. A lot of teams are changing players and shuffling around, but one team that hasn't shuffled at all is Nouns, and I'm here to talk to Gunnar. So, yeah, I mean, you guys come in through the shuffle period and you stick with the same roster. Can you tell me what your thought process is behind all that?
At TI, we had like a meeting that we all wanted to help each other at the worst and like make sure everyone got good opportunities, but we all liked playing with each other. So kind of our initial option was to play with each other. And then there were other options, and people had decided different things, but we ended up all wanting to stick together. Like we all wanted the best for each other, honestly.
Yeah.
Like everyone on this team is very like wholesome and very friendly.
Yeah.
And I think we all actually care about each other a lot, wanting to make sure that everyone got a situation they're happy in, and like a happy team and just everything good. And this is what ended up making everyone the happiest.
I'm guessing after TI, you've kind of got that feeling like your team hasn't really reached its full potential yet. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think it's definitely very cool because this is the first time I've been with the exact same roster after TI. And it felt very nice in the scrims, honestly, at like our boot camp for all the qualifiers. We went in and we're just like keep doing the same thing, and we're improving, and we're already on this like very stable platform that we built last year that we're still getting better. And it felt so nice to not have to kind of rebuild everything from zero with a bunch of new players.
There was one change. Your coach Milan stepped away, haven't they? What's the kind of situation there? And are you looking to replace them, or?
We're probably looking at a coach, but for now I think we're fine with the 5 of us. We have Double A, who's like our manager, but he's also being an analyst. So he's kind of filling in the coach role. And he did actually this during the Elite League in Peru. And we did okay at it. We got top 6. So he's been a good coach. So for now, yeah, I think we're happy.
All right, options open. I like that mentality. So after the international, obviously you had some highs, you had some lows. What were those conversations like, you know, after the dust had kind of settled?
I mean, the one we still joke about is that we all just kind of like hated playing versus BB team. They were the only team that 2-0'd us. But in all seriousness, it was mostly that we kind of showed the potential and that we're getting, one of the things that we were worst at throughout the whole last year was that we'd always have like one game or one series that we looked good and we looked bad a lot of the time. And I would say, especially recently, that we're getting a lot better at being consistent. And I think even in TI, a lot of our series, like the only series that we looked really bad in were those series. But even like gaming, we had a close series. So it's a lot of just, I think, being just more consistent. Because I think if we play our best Dota, we're a very good team.
So coming into PGL Wallachia, do you feel confident that you're stuck together and you have that extra experience over some of the fresher teams? Or do you feel a bit of pressure to perform because you're staying with the same 5 people?
I would say it's probably a mixture of both. I know we had the qualifiers recently, and I think it's probably the first time we were rated first seed in NA in the qualifiers, and we all went in feeling really confident, but it was also, there was the air of, if we lost these, it would feel worse than losing any other qualifier before.
Yeah.
But at the same time, playing them felt very, we don't have to do anything special. We all know that we can win these, and we will if we play good. So like, just, we have to respect our opponents, like don't take anything away from them. They're also all very good players, but we just have to play our best. And so going into this, I would say we're pretty confident. I would say that there is pressure, but in probably a positive way, that we're all gonna be, we all feel like we have to play our best because that like we have the ability to do it.
Do you have any kind of expectations or goals coming into this?
Not really any expectations. I would say my goal would be at least top 3, but you know, I want to say just win the whole thing, obviously.
Is there anything really interesting you've seen in a shuffle period, you know, something you didn't expect, or you know, what do you think is the most interesting shuffle?
I guess the biggest one that's out there and confirmed would be the 33 leaving Liquid, which I think from an outside perspective is very strange because they had just won TI. But I know, you know, he wanted to play with Saxa, and like Liquid, it was the same situation where they all really like him, and it was kind of a mutual thing. So I think from an outside perspective, from a fans, it's very surprising, but I think it's like kind of good for all those parties. Like hopefully it makes all of them happy.
We have this other NA team coming called Apex Genesis. Obviously you've played against them a lot, so can you know, give me your opinions? You know, what are they like?
We didn't play them in any of the qualifiers recently.
Oh, that's impressive.
We didn't play them in Elite League in Lima. We played them, I believe, for TA qualifiers and RIA qualifiers, but it was a different roster. They didn't have Yamsen.
Yeah. And
that was the only 2 series I think we played versus them in a really long time. I don't know too much, but from the qualifiers, I think they actually looked pretty good. They were really close to taking out Shopify, both qualifiers, in the Bepim Dacha and in the Dream League. There was honestly points where it looked like both series were going to be a 2-0. And so...
For Apex?
For Apex, yeah. And I think they can be a good team. It's always really hard, I think, for NA teams. Just, you have to play on ping. Either if you can't all boot camp, the Europeans have to play on ping to NA. And then whenever you play Europubs, you have to play on ping for the North Americans. And then even sometimes fighting scrims is harder for NA teams. Yeah. Because you don't have the same level of, I guess, respect internationally. Yeah. And so it's definitely a little challenging to grow for them.
All right. Gunnar, thank you very much, and best of luck here in Wallachia.
Thank you, thank you.
Welcome back. That man you just saw there, Gunnar, will be involved in the next series of the day. Nouns are taking on Team Liga. We're going to break it down on the desk. Let's start with Nouns' campaign at TI. I'm super intrigued to get your thoughts about it. I like Nouns as an organization. I know their management, know them from other games and everything, and I really like what they're doing as a collective. For me, it felt disappointing. It was a bit of a false promise with the Spirit upset that happened in there, but I really want to know what the experts made of it.
Yeah, the way it started is, if this is like bottom, they started here. They lost the BB team. They got 1 kill. That was their opening game when they played against BB team. I'm like, yeah, these guys are cooked. If they keep playing like this, then they lost the second game pretty convincingly as well. And then it comes down to seeding decider. Team Spirit chooses Nouns because they did not want to choose BB team at TI. And suddenly Nouns are like, you know what, we are having some good time. They had really good drafts, same draft pretty much for the game too, and they managed to demolish Team Spirit, I would even say. It was not a close game by any means. Then they kind of stopped. They again met the BB team, which seems to be their kryptonite, the way they play, and they were unable. I think they also got figured out slightly. They had a couple of the strategies that worked the best for them. And that was it. They didn't have anything else prepared, and then it kind of just stopped.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, like, I never count Nouns out at TI, because even the TI before, where they continuously got gate-kept by just every, like, Shopify, and I think it was, what it doesn't really matter. Like, they didn't really make it to any events, and then all of a sudden, they still did really well at TI. And that's just kind of, like, been their thing right now, is, like, they often don't get to lands, but when they do, they really show what they have, and they are a skilled team. This is a roster that, one of the couple that have stuck together. So, like, we're talking about Falcons being a team that's supposedly going to win it all. I think Nouns, if they do have a chance to win any tournament, this would be one of them, because like the competition is a lot lower, I would say, than most other tournaments. They have the same roster, and Gunnar talked about top 3, and I think his expectations are, a lot of our competitors aren't here. We should be getting that top 3 podium finish, because if we don't, well, what type of team are we? We want to win, right?
Gonna do it?
Yeah.
So we've got Team Liga as well. Bit of an unknown quantity for me. Again, doing all the prep work coming into the event. So I wanted to pick your brains about this lineup, sort of how it came together, and how you assess its chances.
These are just temporary stand-ins for them. They have 3 of them, Crystalis and Xantic and Toby. These are relatively experienced players, I would say. At Xantic, not so much familiar for the people who are, watching the Tier 1 scene only, but he's very skilled, the British player, one of the few ones out there. I think Crystalis, everybody's familiar with him, with the team secret, of course, getting the 2nd place at TI 2022, but they've been not getting any results whatsoever with the team secret, but still very strong carry. And I think this meta is going to suit him really well. We saw Razor, that's one of his best heroes in our previous series, in the previous game. Then you have Monkey King as well, which is one of his best heroes, which is still super popular, didn't get nerfed at all almost.
Yeah, I think the L1 team is a very interesting team. They're 3 core players specifically. Crystalis has been known, as you mentioned, for having a niche hero pool. Same with Xantic. His mid-hero pool is like, he really thrives on these Timber Saws and type of heroes you often don't see in the mid lane as a priority. He really loves those. And of course, Toby, he also likes picking heroes later in the draft, picking like these Lycan Beastmaster, like kind of like cheese type of summon heroes. So I'm curious on how their drafting is going to be, because all of them like to pick like these, I want to say cheesy kind of last pick type of heroes, but somebody has to pick early on in the draft. And I wonder which one of them is going to man up here and be like, all right, I'll pick my hero early on the draft and show all the cards.
So it's kind of an unrelated question. I'm just curious, because not all stand-ins are equal, right? Some stand-ins are stand-ins with a view to becoming a permanent acquisition. Some stand-ins are like, look, you need a player. I got your homie, got your fam, I'll be there. So is there an opportunity for this team to become a permanent?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I think all 3 of these players don't really have a home right now, and they're all thriving to be still in the competitive scene right now, and they all look like if they mesh well together, I don't see why not, because I don't think there's a lot of opportunities outside of this, these specific players are going to be offered, especially this late in the game.
Maybe, but I would lean towards more no, because they managed to qualify to BB Dacha in Belgrade with different roster, their original roster. They're not going to have any problems with Weezes getting there as well. So I think they will just stick, because they looked good in the qualifiers. They did look really good. This is also the lineup that did play the Dream League qualifiers. They didn't manage to successfully qualify there, but the team is looking good.
Yeah, so I guess from my side would be like the stand-ins might want to play, but I don't know if they'll get the opportunity to
Right,
play.
yeah, okay. Well, we're into the pick and bans here, and we've got a snap out first.
Nothing tells like snap. It's such a good snap game, but it's going to be one of those position 4/5s. Most of the players are leaning towards 5 Snapfire, where you're buying mech nowadays, other than going for more damage whatsoever. It's a good saving tool. You get the shard from Tormi, 50-50, of course, but you have some extra heal coming out, so you are bringing more sustain in the team fights, and you also pair Snapfire with any kind of a stun, any like puck. This is one of my favorite combos. You always have a kill threat on the map with pairing up Snapfire with any stunner or puck that I mentioned.
What's the facet? Is it the scatter shot?
It's the scatter blast.
One of them
yes.
is
Scatter blast, sorry.
full bore, right?
Yeah, full ball. That's
Yeah.
what it's called. Yeah, that does feel strong.
I mean, it is Nouns though, so I think there might be a high chance of it being Layless. He does love the hero, and then you want to talk about Bounty Hunter?
Yeah, we did mention it on the first panel that this hero has the highest win rate right now on Dota Pro Tracker. Sneaky little fella. He can find Snapfire, and he can also stunner. Very annoying to play in the lane. Not so good against carries. This hero has been used. We were talking about position 4 Bounty Hunter. There is some maybe chance to be played as a position 3 if it's a good matchup, if it's a melee carry, but most of the time we do see range carries, so most likely position 4, which can stun Snapfire in the backline, stop kisses from going off.
Yeah, we'll see what they do with this, but during one of the NA qualifiers, the illustrious Fart Studios did play against Nouns, and they ran Bounty Hunter plus Alchemist plus Visage, and when the money strategy, the money printing strategy.
Oh, that's
but
disgusting.
the thing is, like Bounty, the idea behind it was pretty interesting. Like Bounty plus Visage, it's already kind of a strong lane, and they want to do the same thing, so they want to keep fighting. So we'll see if Visage is on the cards for them.
Now that you said it,
When it got banned, they literally banned the Visage.
Okay.
Because like I said, they already used it. They had to pull out their best strats to beat Fart Studios, of course.
Well, yeah. Something that we did talk about during TI is what 33 played, because he was playing these heroes that create gold out of nothing. His Doom, his Visage. So other teams are copying it and try to make it even better, like Fart Studios, of course, the TI 2027 TI winners.
So why is that a desirable approach to the game?
People always try to break the game because it's all about the momentum. Team Liquid did play with a speed, so if you get that aura earlier, like let's say 2-3 minutes earlier, it's all about stacking, creating gold out of nothing. You will hit an earlier timing compared to the enemy team.
Okay.
And Shadowfiend, that was a hero I brought up in the pre-panel as well. This ranged heroes that aren't affected by the Gleipnir changes, right? Shadowfiend's definitely one of them. We saw the Razor earlier. Wouldn't be surprised to go back to seeing the Treads, Dragonlance, Mask of Madness, Shadowfiends coming out here. Can work quite well. And we haven't really seen the full need for these players to try to play the melee heroes yet. They're still just trying to find other different ranged heroes that weren't the ones that got nerfed. We'll see which ones prevail in that regard, but Treant, that's a hero that's pretty good against the Shadowfiend as well. Just having extra armor always helps because it negates the presence of the Dark Lord, which minuses your armor, so having that armor advantage will be quite good there. Fly loves the hero as well. Plus the Overgrowth, plus Snapfire ult. Good combination in the team fights.
Yeah, I was going to say that's immediately 2 big ults for a team fight right there.
You're never going to lack team fight with just these 2 heroes. Whatever extra they bring, it's just going to be, that little bit of oomph. But they have enough. Like, even if you pick 3 heroes that have no team fight whatsoever, you will still have pretty good team fight. Sniper. Okay. Didn't think we're going to see that hero being picked this early on. I think we're not going to be seeing much, considering the nerfs, especially with the early. But because we're
just going to see a shift, most likely.
Yes.
Like he'll probably go for the other facet, the ghillie suit instead, because like they gutted the facet for what was it, Scatter Blast, I think it's called.
We were mixing up the Snapfire.
Yeah,
it's the scatter shot, and the other one Scatter Blast.
Scatter brain is what it's making me.
They got them both.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously, as you said, that got nerfed into oblivion. It's almost like, you know, not viable.
Yeah, I don't think it honestly will be. They'll probably go for the other facet.
I think so.
And that one's still pretty good in its own regard, but that has been a hero that is good for Shadow Fiend throughout the history of time in the mid lane. But Dota's changed since then. Like Sniper, primarily a mid, but now Shadow Fiend, I want to say, is primarily a carry. So they probably won't even play in the same lane. But you do have the range advantage. So if you do get the Requiem off, you're probably outranging it as a sniper. So you don't have to worry too much about that. And Earth Spirit, that's probably going to be their mid laner.
Yes.
This is a hero that, yeah, you're going to lose mid to Sniper. But at some point in the game, you are going to roll and get on top of him and do the damage. And that's essentially what you need versus Sniper. I've tried to figure out the puzzle pretty much of how do you beat Sniper in lane, and the answer is nobody does. Right? It's impossible. You just have to kill him later in the game somehow.
I love this ET just because of the synergy with the Earth Spirit. So you will have this insane amount of early damage. You go for Spirit Vessel, your magic damage is going to be through the roof. Pair that up with ET Aura. Then later on with Shadowfin, his Aura with the minus armor, ET gets on top of you. Heroes could potentially just explode. I don't think you even need ET considering how strong Shadowfin is with his facet. But Primal Beast, okay, I like this one. He has a pretty free reign from what I'm seeing. There's nothing like no Fissure, no Cogs, no Bramble Maze that can stop him from going in. The only hero who has something is pretty much Earth Spirit, but his charge is very easily executed, getting on top of the Shadow Fiend. You have a BKB piercing ability, so very good pick from Primal for Nouns.
I mean, Gunnar is a very, very smart Dota player.
Yes.
Like, he's one of those guys you talk to about Dota, and they just like, your IQ just goes up just by talking to this man when it comes to Dota-related things. And I think Primal Beast, one of the things, if you do play Primal, that is very annoying to play against, is if you try using Trample, if you get slowed or stunned, that feels really bad. And he realizes he's probably going against, well, it's either going to be a Bounty Hunter or it's going to be ET with Shadow Fiend. They don't have a stun or a slow. So if he gets on top of a unit, he's just going to trample him down freely.
And obviously, as you said, the BKB piercing, value.
Yeah, this has to be one of the freest Primal Beast games that I've seen in quite some time. Like, no stun drafts for Liga team. Forgot to check that box before doing the draft preparation. But, I mean, they have stuns when you think about it, because you have, like, Earth Spirit, ET. These are stuns, but you don't have the instant stun or something that Primal Beast is going to be afraid of. And they will remove the Clockwork. Want to see if maybe they decide to remove something else, because they might be thinking that this Bounty Hunter is going to be a core or some off-lane ET core.
Yeah, that's interesting for sure. I mean, that is definitely Primal's hardest counter. Good versus Sniper as well. Not sure if there's a pivot that's worth it, but they don't think there's anything else worth banning here because, yeah, like, I don't know if Bounty carry is, when you have last pick on Nouns here, is that going to be like, I guess you don't have last pick. I don't know. It's interesting. It's definitely good versus Primal, and you could shuffle your pieces a little bit on L1 if you want to, so it makes sense. So moving on to this next ban here, they're also thinking, what does Nouns want to do? I think you do have the flexibility of Sniper can be a carry. It's very rarely used as a carry, especially as Copy does like it. But they're probably thinking, like, what are the worst matchups we can have versus what we want to pick here. They do have overall last pick on L1 here, so there's nothing particular that stands out for me that Nouns just can't have in this particular matchup. They're going to choose NP. This is a hero that got nerfed. It is high tempo, so I suppose that does make sense because Sniper is one of those heroes. Plays a bit like a carry from the mid lane, right? So having a higher tempo carry would be nice for the lineup.
There's still Monkey available, right? Nouns could potentially pick it up. I want to see some speed because they could definitely run this one real fast. The other one I'm looking into is...
Just pick Luna. Oh, it's banned.
It's banned. I'm thinking Weaver because, sure, you're going to be playing into Bounty, but if you can't be stopped, if you don't have any kind of control, it's a pretty free Weaver game.
I mean, that's definitely not bad.
You don't think Weaver will be hurt too much by the changes to Gleipnir, etc.?
I think is you don't have to go that
You
build on
have the
Weaver.
other option.
The
have
other
the
option is Deso, and Deso's still pretty good. So it's a fine option. Like, I'm trying to rack my brain right now of like, and once all the good ones are out, it's kind of like not easy to pick. You could go back for the Razor that we saw in the last game. The thing is, like, you don't have last pick here, right? So you're kind of forced in a situation where you need to pick something that is going to make the other team uncomfortable to have like an easy last pick. So most likely going to be a ranged hero. You do have Treants in your lane. So I'm thinking about, the same thing, these Troll Razors we saw in the last type of game. Going down that route, Lina could be fine as well. These Templar Assassins, depending on what your ban is, those heroes can work.
I'm checking what Toby has played in the last couple of days. It's been a lot of Breath of Back, a lot of Centaur, some Sanking.
I did talk about before, Toby, he loves his last pick. And it's not even a meme, it's just like some streamers I won't name like call him last pick Toby in his pubs.
Yeah.
Because he likes to do the counter picking. And Gyrocopter, another ranged hero. I named all of them except for the one remaining Gyrocopter.
It's anti-Toby hero, because he wants to play mostly melee heroes that have a lot of sustain, but this gives you damage, gives you super strong lane with the Treant Protector. I see a lineup like this from Nouns. I don't even have to see the last pick. I think this type of a lineup is going to own.
Yeah, I mean, you also think of these Enigma last picks, stuff like that, because they do most likely have 2 melee supports here, so having a ranged support is what he's really looking at. And Gyro, he's really good versus all the ranged. So there's nothing super punishing here, I think. You are going to go for the Wyvern last pick offlane, so this is something that Gunnar, I know, likes to do. And Toby, as I mentioned, he really likes his last pick, so he has a very niche set of heroes we don't often get to see, which is really exciting, because normally we see just the same offlaners over doing the same build. He's going to play like a carry from the offlane here, and Xantic is going to be running around the map, and this is going to be a little bit of a different style than we usually see.
Yeah, this is pretty much Toby or not Toby in terms of picks. It's really 50-50.
How long have you been sat on that one for, dude?
No, it's something that I do. I'm not really feeling it, because Sniper is going to stay away. I'm just wondering how the fights are going to be played out. Why Winter Wyvern? Because there isn't that good target to curse, because they're going to be staying away from each other. If you look at the lineup that they have, it's Snapfire keeping the distance. Primal Beast is going in. He's not going to be close to Sniper by any means. Gyrocopter as well, he can keep the distance. So really curious about this last pick.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not entirely sure. They're not going to play around the curse too much, I think, and he's going to play like a carry.
Yeah.
So how successful will that be? I'm not really feeling it, but if it does work, it is going to work, because it's going to be like this Bounty Hunter or Spirit lineup that's running on a map, killing everyone. But if they ever slow down and the game doesn't feel like you're just being able to run at heroes, it's not going to look good for L1.
That's what I was going to ask you about, just in terms of the draft there, just before we get into the game. Tempo, momentum, feel like it's going to be just super important in this one. That
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Something that Eastern European teams always love to do is whenever they run a Bounty Hunter, is just run at people. And that's exactly what you want to have. Plus, you have an Earth Spirit on your team. You want to be as active as possible. Try to punish the Sniper. Sure, you are going to lose the laning stage, but you will be able to catch them off guard. Bring the numbers, roll in from the fog, from the invis. I think this type of a lineup needs to stay ahead. If they don't, they just straight up lose.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay, right. Well, we've got Nomad on the sidelines as well with an interview just before we get into the match.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. Yes, I am here with Double A off Nouns to have a little chat about that draft. I mean, firstly, the opening with the Bounty Hunter, then the Wyvern coming out as well. Did you anticipate this?
Yeah, so Bounty Hunter kind of was like really propelled up the rankings of like just win rate. We've seen the hero a bit. I'd like to see it more competitively, because we've had like 2 days. So Bounty Hunter specifically is a hero that definitely excels in pubs more than professional play. But 9 starting armor and like just crazy base stats, it's annoying to deal with. So we shall see.
Okay, annoying, but you kind of have ideas in mind of how to deal with it. It's not something which is completely unexpected for you.
Yep. Yeah. We've definitely seen this hero before. And the Wyvern, we kind of know that Toby, he's just like, the way he plays in pubs is like he plays to counter. And we knew that they had last pick. We took first pick, so we knew that a high likelihood once we saw like they picked the Elder Titan. That's a hero they flex 3 and 5 for like we're gonna get countered with 24. So yeah, Wyvern's a little scary, but it's fine.
All right. Hopefully you guys can deal with that one. Overall, what's your confidence in these 2 drafts then for the first game?
Good. We've got a lot of heroes that we've been practicing, and a lot of certain heroes that I would say we would be a lot more comfortable 2 days ago. I feel like I would say that coming in, we would be a favorite team, and favorite teams we've been playing this patch since before TI. So when there's a change, it kind of favors newer teams that may have more creative ideas, considering that we've been stuck just like crunching this over and over for a month and a half. So I mean, yeah, it gives them a slight edge, but I'm not afraid.
Not afraid, that's what I like to hear. Double A, thank you very, very much. We'll throw it over to our casters for game number 1. It's Odie and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nomads. Yes, ready to get into the action here of Game 1 between Nouns and Liga. And yeah, what do you make of this? Did you also agree not reason for Nouns to be afraid, or do you kind of look at what Liga's doing with this, with a bounty and indeed closing up with a Wyvern and say, well, you know what, they could have something cooking over here?
I would say Nouns it's a much more stable, like standard lineup, while Liga's just gone outside the box, which I'm happy to see. And I think we're gonna get a lot of this in this tournament too, because we have all these like newer players, different ideas and stuff like that. So I'm glad to see it, at least this early on, that we're getting such a different style draft. Because Bounty wasn't picked at TI at all, right? Unpicked, unbanned, if I'm not mistaken?
I think so, might have been one of the ones we just didn't see touched.
So I'm glad to see. I know I've been seeing a lot more in the pubs. People have been talking about it. I believe it got nerfed, right, from 7.35D, or it got, like, tweaked, maybe it was, and then it got buffed early and nerfed slightly later and stuff. But either way, definitely an interesting one to see, and one that can thrive on chaos. And they definitely have a very chaotic, aggressive lineup with Earth Spirit Bounty.
A lot of damage. Look at this here, straight away. The two of them, 1J and Toby, running down Yuma. He's trying to juke through the trees.
They can dive.
They're going to have him. Shuriken comes in. 1J draws first blood.
This hero's stats are absolutely ridiculous. I think that's always been kind of one of the main
They could go on fly as well, can't they?
He's got the sapling, but yeah, it's a good chunk of damage.
And not the easiest way for Nouns to start this bottom lane for sure.
Toby saved his Arctic Burn, which was nice, because now he's going to have it for the lane rather than going for more pressure on the fly. But yeah, I'm happy to see this bounty. It's a very pesky hero. Pubs, I'm glad Double A did say it there too, is this hero is very different in official play and pub play, so we're going to get to hopefully get quite a bit of information in terms of pro play of how this hero can work.
Sure. And because overall as well, why is it that this hero would struggle more in pro play?
Struggles versus 5-mans. People are better with sentries. It's like, yeah, many things that across the board that just become difficult. You don't provide a BKB piercing disable. You don't provide really disables at all. Well, in pubs, it's not as big as a deal. In real games, it can be much more impactful. So, but the one thing he always has provided is absurd tankiness in laning phase. One of the best stats that you can start with. Super high movement speed, 8 or 9 armor to start, plus good damage and good regen.
How do you sort of expect this mid lane matchup to go down? And, Xantic on the Earth Spirit, should he have an easy enough time farming here, or is Copy able to pressure him out?
Copy should be able to pressure him. I think that's yet to see. I've yet to see a lane that can actually beat Sniper. I don't think anything does for me. This is definitely not the easiest one. But mid-game, Earth Spirit's one of those that can get on top of a Sniper, and if you do get on top of Sniper, a lot of times he's just dead, so it's kind of a cool concept. But we'll see if it does end up working, because it's definitely a bit of a risky one. Because similar to the Storm Spirit that we saw so much at TI and stuff, and then people just were picking Sniper, and I felt like the Storm was this answer later on, but he would just get so owned in lane that there was not actually that hope for him. But yeah, it's kind of cool. I'm still glad to see it, because I know Earth Spirit's also been crazy on the rise, super tanky, has absurd talents. Xantic, be careful though. Almost just died.
I mean, this bottom lane, we have this Bounty and Wyvern with the potential aggression. Is that enough to sort of pressure this Gyro Treant lane, which one of the more solid safe lane duos, right?
No, it shouldn't, honestly. The level 2 Leech Seed, especially once that comes out, it's very hard to pressure by any means. So I would imagine Yuma should be pretty okay, especially once they hit 3. This first 2 levels, this is their best time to put this pressure onto the lane.
They're really trying their best to fight into it here. Let's hear them, 1J and Toby. That's farm across the board, as you can see. All looks 3 cores for Nouns. That's having that slightly better time.
Yeah, and I mean, top is a very dangerous lane too. It could be at any moment that there's a kill. I'm seeing Gunnery's almost 3 as well. They've got Cookie, Scatterblast, and Panel mentioned it. There's not great ways to stop this Primal if he gets on the SF. They've got the stomp, but it takes a wind-up. This is nice. I love the way they're playing this lane, though. Even though they're not winning in the CS, I like that they're making sure that they can stop them from getting that level 3, stop the heals that come out onto the Gyrocopter. So, good approach here from L1. Even though they're, not getting every CS or anything. And Xantic, he's pretty much securing creeps only with Boulder Smash.
Yes, I think that's all he can do at this point. The lane's gone, as I guess you say, is to be expected with the sniper against the Earth Spirit, and there's not a whole lot he can do now after these first few waves where he's been left quite far behind here. With the double Wraith Bands, the Band of Elven Skin, the stats are out for Copy to be able to hold this lane very easily and guarantee every single last hit.
Yeah. It's going to have to be through rotation to get him, or just a huge misplay somewhere from Copy getting like kicked into tower or something like that. But that's, yeah, super unlikely, so. He's also keeping lane kind of on his hill. I saw him spam denying top.
Ooh. Oh, he missed the
it.
blood grenade! Panto didn't find the connection. He plays straight into their hands there. Nouns outplaying him.
If that blood grenade hits, it's a kill. So, nice play there from Lilas. Little tip there, yeah, he's like, damn you. Crystallis is stepping up pretty far. Lilas is getting aggro. He's got the cookie.
I mean, they've got the stop.
They do have the stop.
And now they're seeing maybe if they can turn with the Razor, but Crystallis, he's still got to be careful. Gunner. I'll say that as well. Gunner is actually tanking quite a lot from this Raze damage. Not enough to kill him off. We'll be able to walk away.
Level 2 ET Spirit definitely coming into play there too. Gunner. Now 300 HP, does have to be a little careful trying to go for this aggro point. So yeah, Crystallis, he's actually doing better than I expected. I thought this lane was going to be very difficult, especially once level 3 came out. Decent CS. Gunner's just going to charge himself away to reset, and that should make sure that Crystallis has an even better time up here. So that's nice. But yeah, mid, definitely seeing Xantic just have the hardest time. But he actually stole, I think it was 2 or 3 of the big creeps there. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, bottom lane. Still not quite being able to put the pressure on, but yeah, Toby's farming fantastically and taking a few creeps away as well. 11 denies on this bottom lane by the Wyvern. Not bad at all.
No, those two level 1 and 2, they played it really well, to be honest. Now that the 3 and the 4s are starting to hit, yeah, it's tough to get aggressive yourself. And actually getting aggressive, we're seeing Nouns make the move.
Yeah, they're going to go top, but this was just after Panto swang by him. He put down the ward, right? So they know that this is coming in, Liga.
Oh, this is really cool. Very nice read here from Panto. Because the lane was so shoved out onto Toby. I think he had a triple range creep or something, at least 2.5, something 2 plus 1 extra or something. So they tried to seize the opportunity because there's no XP for the gyro to make the move first. But Panto was actually first to see the move coming. So some heads up little mini macro plays.
And yeah, this mid, as you said, you know, farm's not great for Xantic, but he's not feeding. He's still getting the levels. You know, it feels like he's doing the best he can really in a situation like this when, you know, the first few waves didn't go great, and you are an Earth Spirit against a sniper.
Yeah, now it's like, at this point, yeah, if you get on top of him and you have a rotation from, you know, a bounty or like some damage that comes in committed from somebody else, you might just be able to bring him down. So, not too shabby. And does have that aggressive ward that they placed from 1J, so they see Copy. They have full information of where the sniper is.
And Panto, he's seeing if he can do something bottom.
Oh, Xantic just placed a... Wait, what? He placed a secondary one.
Where was he go?
But 2 wards. I guess they really want to watch this area. Okay.
Okay.
I thought one was a sentry for a second. I'm like, wait, no, they're both opposite guy one.
Maybe he thought that as well.
Because those kind of do... I guess this one sees the TPs and stuff coming behind the tower, and then the other one sees rotations and stuff. Whatever. He just wants to keep tabs on the sniper either way.
Top. Can he get away from this gunner? He's got the cookie. He's going to be fine. So turning up with the numbers there, Liga, but not quite having the way to lock down the primal at this point.
Or many points. I mean, that's going to be the case a lot of the time.
Yeah, he can walk away, charge away.
I thought we were going to be much more action-packed, though, when I looked at the 2 drafts of this game. You know, last game we already had, or last series in particular, we were having kills aplenty in the first 10 minutes. This one's 1-to-1 with a bounty hunter in the game. I really thought we were going to see like lots more moves, mini moves and stuff like that, especially after the first blood, but not the case. And Nouns of these lanes now. Slight advantage for them.
Oh, Xantic. Setting up once again to get the power rune. It's going to be down bottom. So won't get the chance to grab that. Fly will deny it from him. Take it.
Maybe it will be slow-paced. Maybe it will just not have the craziest amount of kills early. Because now I'm looking at like initiation. I mean, Liga's it's Xantic has to force himself in, but maybe he doesn't want to a lot of times. Now it's a lot easier to see the approaches that they can go for with like a primal to just start things. But
And imagine, well, if it does end up kind of continuing to slow down, that's going to play into Nouns' hands with the Gyro Sniper. Let's fly. Can't quite kill him off. Dropping the Magnetize, continuing to keep it going. The roll in front of Zanti, that's a risky one there. They're both dead. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Well, that went horribly wrong.
And Toby, he showed up to mid, but can't actually contribute either. And that was a very interesting kind of move in. First Magnetize usage, not successful.
Yeah, and I guess even with sort of these double wards and that one there, it doesn't quite give them the vision of the high ground. So he didn't really know what he was rolling into there at Zantic. Takes the risk, it's not worth it, and 1J sticks too close around at the sidelines, gets smacked down by the AoE of the ult from the Primal.
I mean, sometimes placing these double wards like this, they can't, and then it's like you're limited to provision elsewhere, so that's why I did just want to comment on it, that they're like right next to each other, so it's like, kind of doing the same thing.
Well, on the plus side, they've not been dewarded yet.
No,
so
I mean, one sentry could get them both.
That's true, if one sentry comes down and gets the two of them, then that's going to be really some warding gone wrong.
Yeah. Copy. Now the big difference is really starting to be there. Almost, 2,000 gold lead ahead of the Earth Spirit. He's got his Dragonlance treads level 9. Absolutely massive.
Yeah, that's rough. That there was kind of the moment in which maybe Atlantic's able to get a kill or find some action to kind of bump him back up, but went completely the other way.
And now he's tanky. Now it's a 1,600 HP sniper. He's got this lance, he's got his double wraith, he's got even the Ironwood tree for stats too, so not an easy go. I think even if they roll on him, they'd have to commit quite a bit with these magnetizing stones.
Absolutely, yeah, he could turn, stand his ground and just shoot them back.
Yeah, he could turn and kill heroes for sure. And always will have to factor in also, if Fly is there, the extra healing that can be provided from Leech Seed and stuff too, so.
Oh, they're going to use the curse for the setup there.
That's cool.
Surely Gunnar can't get away from this.
Nah,
he tries to dodge the stomp, but the coverage is there from Panto. So they take Gunnar out this time, not able to get out. But yeah, takes a bit. Takes Toby's presence with the curse to get that sort of setup. Was necessary, was absolutely needed.
Yeah, that's one of the more difficult ones to actually get off to stop that, but it's probably one of their best ones to actually stop the charge when you look at their draft, because it's so awkward for them to have these stuns, but yeah, good usage. And Mask of Madness, it is finished up onto Crystallis, so farm will accelerate. They are making that same aggressive move, though, and this time it
They
looks
know
like
where he
it's
wants to
gonna
go.
work.
They're going to see the creeps moving. They know he's here.
Oh, he knows himself,
he does as well.
He caught tabs of him for a second. Courier coming through, delivering the item.
Good awareness there from Crystallis.
Nicely done.
It's not going to take any chances that close to the twin gate.
I didn't get the tab to see if he got vision in the fog or if he saw that the creep gave less XP or what it was that he actually indicated, knowing that move.
Yeah, I think it was like the XP. I don't think he had the vision. Yeah,
I think so too, because it was very heads up. Copy. He's tracked up another ward to scout him.
But can these two? It's the problem, as you said at this point, right? You need quite a bit to take out this sniper. Copy's.
You need 3.
Very farmed.
You need 3 or a lot of magnetize, just rolling and rolling and rolling. And 1J.
They should be able to run him down here. They'll drop the ult to allow Copy to close in and start peeping away.
Man, Copy was really even playing just aware of just trying to avoid the stomp too, just in case. So very heads up. Maybe potentially expecting like an Earth Spirit rolling or something, just in case. He's playing careful.
And this game, as each minute passes, just feels like it's getting harder and harder for Xantic. You know, what does he do? He's slipping behind on farm. How does he get back into this game?
At least he's a tanky hero that can go Blade Mail. So he can revert that net worth that they have back toward them in a way, kind of, right? And he is, to be honest, when they picked this Wyvern last, it's they shifted priority, right? When you do this, it makes that the Earth Spirit is the off laner, and the off laner is the mid laner, so.
No, that's true. Toby's farm
His farm is pretty okay.
It's okay.
Not great, but it's okay. And he's going carry. Like, he's going Dragonlance, so he's going carry.
It's going to take time, right? I guess at this point, right, they're not getting the early action that maybe they hoped for around the bounty lineup. So, indeed, Toby says, I'm going to have the scaling covered.
Yeah, they've scaling, good wombo combo. They have high ground defense and stuff like that. Nouns, though, probably want to just continue to dictate pace. Good aggressive moves they can find outside the base.
Yeah, good angle here from Gunnar and Fly. As they get in onto Panto, Toby does have a curse available. And we'll drop it here in an attempt to try and save Panto. And he's also got the embrace, so good moves here from him to keep him alive, but the kiss is coming, as well as the cooldown. They're going to try and fight into this Liga. Xantic rolls it over towards Lelis, but 1J gets completely destroyed. Lelis, he will fall, so they're going to track kill out of this one, but Xantic, can he get back away from them? He cannot. The roll away is blocked off. He'll keep the magnetize going, but at this stage, it just doesn't matter. The damage not enough to threaten the rest of Nouns. Double kill for Yuma on the gyro. They try desperately to try and make something happen in that fight, Liga. It just doesn't work out.
No, I mean, Xantic, I think he used almost every single stone there to get the spread going, but they sustain right through it pretty easily. Leech seed and everything. Yeah, nice. I mean, the spell usage was pretty okay, too. Like Toby getting the curse and the reset and all that, but yeah, Nouns, they brought the numbers. SF was farming during it, but Nouns, they get a good advantage of it. And just tons of damage. I mean, these two kind of carries from the mid and the safe lane. Kind of going similar builds, too. They are tanky and they hit hard early. They can fight very easy around the rocket barrage, fight very early around the shrapnel, too.
Yeah, Copy's getting some crazy item timings.
Yeah, he's...
I'd be interested as well, so now on this patch, do you just stick at the Maelstrom and go elsewhere? Do you think this is a hero you do still finish the Gleipnir on?
Give me a Mjolnir.
Yeah. Just go straight attack speed, hold your ground.
I like the Mjolnir quite a bit. There's an argument for Gleipnir because he's versus Earth Spirit and stuff like that, too, but... And he is the mid. I mean, I'm okay with either. They're both very good, so... Probably because he has the gyro, maybe it will be that Gleipnir, but who knows? We'll see. Fly. Not spotted.
1J.
1J again. He just keeps getting gone on first, too.
Yeah, keeps trying to start some action. But Nouns, they're always ready to deal with it. 1J, Cold Embrace, only going to prolong the inevitable.
I mean, it reminds me of every time that I'm like, man, I'm so happy to see Bounty, and then it goes into a pro game, and it's this similar thing.
I guess, yeah, that's 20. The thing, right?
It's these sentries are placed, he walks in and gets caught.
All right, they get the roll in onto Yuma.
Oh,
Splitter coming in, and it's not going to catch onto him, but there should be very little to save him. They can't get him out of this, so Yuma will get taken down there. Xantic finding the kill, very much needed, and a big one as well for him. Gives him a nice bit of a bump up in the gold department. He needed that one at Xantic.
Yeah, absolutely. Copy. They'll pop Cliff. They'll be able to take mid.
Fly. He's trying to set something up here. See if he's able to find Toby as well in the tree lines. Toby's able to turn and get the curse off. Fly, he'll drop the ult in return to lock down the Wyvern. And indeed, that move over. He's going to try for a TP out, but Gunner's ready to grab him in position and set things up for Copy to get the cleanup. And this sniper to continue to barrel out of control.
Man, I'm not feeling the Bounty or the Wyvern too much, Owen. I mean, it's the last pick overall of the Wyvern. He's not feeling too great right now. I mean, Christos, he's getting farmed. He's level 13, but...
I mean, at this point, I guess that's the real concern, right? When you look at the farm that these heroes have and you say, well, our last pick Wyvern at this stage has got the same farm as our Earth Spirit mid, who was put into a pretty horrendous situation.
Yeah, he's the bottom. He's the bottom of the course, and he was a last pick. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I still have my questions overall about Wyvern as a hero. We've only saw, I believe, like Katomi, I think was like the only one who played it really at TI. He hasn't really gotten much, if not anything, in terms of buffs. So, that was a big question about the hero, but overall, so far, first 16 minutes.
Yeah.
That offlane is feeling like a bit of a liability.
And I like this as well, indeed. Copy. None of the Gleipnir rubbish anymore.
He's going Mjolnir.
Get that full DPS up with the Mjolnir.
I'm cool. I thought we were actually going to see no more Gleipnirs and see only Mjolnirs when I saw the change, but...
1J. They just know. He's not getting away with a lot right now, 1J. They've got his number every single time. And indeed, as it continues, we might not be seeing a lot of first pick bounty this tournament.
No, probably not. He's trying to run in and cost. It's just, yeah, he runs into a sentry, they pop a dust, and then he just can't get out. It's like, I think 3 or 4 times now I've seen the same exact kind of situation happen to him.
Yeah. Maybe they need to give him even more armor, you know, next up.
I can't just blame the bounty, right? But it's just this duo of lane with the Wyvern just feels kind of a bit underwhelming, and overall, yeah, when you're playing pro games, it just, yeah, at least so far, Nouns has had complete tabs of where the bounty is. And yeah, it's just, only Christos is the one getting good farm now at this point.
And I guess that's the question as well. It's sort of how much can this SF do as the carry, do you think, in a game like this, where things are starting to fall a little bit apart for the rest of the team?
I mean, he's playing versus two range carries that are quite decent versus him is the problem.
He's going to get peeped. He's going to get peeped by the sniper.
From a distance too.
Yeah.
The one thing I do like is that he does have wombo combo with, like, let's say they get a good curse, he's got a good Requiem combo, and he's got the ET aura in the later stages and stuff like that for high ground defense. But yeah, other than that, it's definitely not the easiest either for Crystallis versus these cores. Honestly, all 3 cores, Primal, Gyro, and Sniper, can definitely be problematic for an SF. Although his farm is still good. Yes, these other 2 cores that have really fallen off. And Gunner, no funny business, he just goes straight BKB.
On top, the scan has been hit, so Xante, he knows that. Oh no, sorry, that was actually Fly's scan.
Fly again.
Yeah, Fly was checking them out.
Oh, during the roll, so he's rooted, but he's rolling. That looked weird.
I was gonna, yeah, I thought that interaction would have stopped him in position, but
I guess it was like similar, same frame that he got the roll and he got the invulnerability. But they'll find 1J again.
This poor old bounty hunter. Just give him a break. They're just killing him every time.
You hate to see it because you want to see new heroes, but you love to see it because bounty hunter and invis heroes in pubs are horrifying to play versus.
Yes, this is true.
But yeah, they just, I feel like they just have full read of exactly how they want to play in these first 20 minutes. They've answered the bounty, they've answered the wyvern, they've got great farm on all 3 cores, the supports are scaling. And for the side for Liga, yeah, it's just the SF scaling, so. Earthspirit scales in terms of tankability and stuff in his auras. He did get Vampire Fangs also, which is quite nice, but just definitely not the easiest lineup to roll into.
No, absolutely not. If you don't find some sort of way of getting in on top of the sniper, Copy's just going to clean up every team fight.
Yeah. And you're going to get rooted, you don't have a Dispel, and then they're just going to focus fire you. And it's 1J.
Oh, no, not again. Well, this time he'll get out.
They
Backup
bring the
comes
squad.
in.
They bring 5. Crystals cancels TP.
And what's that? Well, yeah, Copy. Yeah, 20-minute Mjolnir. Excellent timing here from the mid sniper.
Treads and a lance too, and double. Yeah, he's super farmed.
Yeah, for 20 minutes in, the amount of DPS he's going to be able to do is going to be unmatched.
I mean, 217 last hits. That's actually insanely high. When you've got like something like Gyro on your team who's also utilizing neutrals and stuff, that's pretty crazy. Copy. And he bought Shard too. That's the other thing, right? He bought. He went the Treads, Dragonlance. He went these like small items. He bought his own Shard, and then he went for the Mjolnir. So.
Yeah, talking about the builds as well, Yuma, he's gone pretty safe on the build, right? Fully stat-orientated. There's not any, like, Maelstrom or Crystallis.
No small
None of this sort of small damaging farming items. It's purely the Aghanims into this Dragonlance BKB Falcon Blade.
It's pretty cool. Yeah. It's definitely a cool pro because he's super tanky, but also now gives him that extra range where, I mean, who's Toby going to get a good curse on? There's a Sniper and a Gyro with extra range, who are the physical damage dealers, so the curse is going to be irrelevant, at least in terms of damage dealing. In terms of setup, maybe we'll still see an okay curse or something, but this Gyro and Sniper are not going to be playing near targets. Very cool approach.
Now they continue to take these towers as the tier 2 tops taken out. Of course, for Liga themselves, they've only been able to take that one tier 1 tower bottom so far.
I feel like their overall timing is like wait for Toby to have Aghanims. And that's when it feels like they can fight confidently, unless they just have some crazy type of wraparound from Crystallis with the Shadow Blade. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? They've got the high ground hold.
They have good high ground hold, don't get me wrong.
They've got great high ground. As you talked about that wombo combo earlier, like the team fight between the ET and the Wyvern. And as for Nouns, in terms of like breaking the base, getting in on the high ground, it's kind of down to Gunner, right, to charge in. If his initiation goes wrong, it could lead towards Liga being able to hold a good high ground team fight.
Yeah, I think overall though, I was about to say, this is what Nouns wants to do though, is get a Roche, take the outer towers, and kind of challenge Liga to fight you outside the base. Because if you're just going to sacrifice the whole map on Liga, then Nouns is just going to end up winning on farm. So I think this is a cool
move. Who are you
move.
giving the Aegis? You're giving it to Copy over Yuma at this point?
Probably, yeah.
So the Copy can just stand high ground, push objectives, or do you want it on the Gyro frontlining?
Probably Copy.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm cool with Copy. He's more fragile. He's pure DPS build, while the Gyro is a hybrid. So I probably would like it on him. And they will finish that one off. So I think, yeah, it's for Nouns, it's go for those tier 2s. For Liga, they got to have some crazy spell casting in order to be able to defend these tier 2s. Great wraparounds, or try to catch Nouns off guard somehow.
Oh, Crystallis says you want to take his chance here.
I mean, catching off guard is the key.
Hey, there you go. That's him gone once. You're not living through that one. He just immediately wiped out a copy. 1J as par for the course, dead again. Azantic rolls in, he's got the Shivas and he's hitting straight away on towards Copy. Cookie to try and get Copy out of the side. We'll go for the Earth Split, but indeed Azantic able to stay on top of the target and bring Copy down. The Overgrowth comes out. They're trying to put everything into this with 1J coming in with a buyback. Cold Embrace comes out onto Azantic. The curse comes in, but it won't save Azantic as Azantic gets taken down.
Gunner!
Oh my goodness, getting out with the BKB TP.
Oh man, Crystallis though, I mean, you
Not
have
bad
to,
from Liga, right?
You have to do this type of play. You can't let Nouns set up and go for these tier 2 pushes and stuff like that. I love that he goes for that type of risk. It's exactly when they need it to come off. Blows up the sniper. Azantic commits his life, but it's fine to do so onto that sniper afterwards. First successful fight for them.
And can they bring things together to take a fight around the tier 2? Looks like they'll back off. They don't want to stick around too long. They know that still...
Gunner?
Gunner? He's going for this. He's got the opening. Have they got the follow? Crystallis is able to force himself away with the Hurricane Pike. Gunner's still trying to go for the jump on towards them. And the stomp is there. I mean, he's got backup with the Cookie coming in to save him.
Sniper's respawning.
Yeah, they won't try and push for it anymore. But definitely seeing some signs of life here from Liga.
Yeah, and Crystallis in particular himself. Some nice little individual plays in terms of like spellcasting with the Shadow Blade ulti, but then also I think 2 or 3 Hurricane Pikes where he stopped or messed with the Gunner charge that I saw coming out here. So nice individual play.
Absolutely. No, Crystallis, he's been keeping his head down, focused on the farm, played it safe in the early game. Now he's ready to come out and say, I'm ready to carry you, lads. Well, let's see if we can keep it up.
Very, very cool. And the most ideal time that they could have versus this Aegis, because now,
Copy.
if they find Copy again, he's pretty free.
Oh, they've got the track upon him.
He's got the grenade, but he's silenced.
He's going to get him cooking down to the side, but not quite away from them. He'll be able to jump back with a grenade, but Copy, is he able to live through this? He's healing up a little bit, but not enough. Copy gets taken down. Yuma's going to look to fight back, moves in with the BKB, but Liga Toby holds him back with the curse, still gets run over by Gunner, though. As Azantic, he's cleaning up the backline. They've taken out 3. They're ready to try and go for more. Another roll forward from Azantic in on a Yuma.
They've got the
Pato stepping up. Gunner turns towards Crystallis. They're in, trampling on top of the SF. Will force away with a Hurricane Pike, but Gunner's able to stand on top of him. The Requiem's back up, though. Gunner's BKB, it's about to end. He has to back off.
Great fight again from Liga. I mean, great setup. At Xantic, he's tanky now at this point. He's rolling in.
He's making the comeback. We saw how rough of a start he had on this Earth Spirit, but his impact in the last few fights, it's been massive.
Yeah, and he's got an item now too. He's got the Shiva, so he's preventing a little bit of that healing and stuff too, so nicely done. And good disengage. Again, Crystallis with some nice little individual item plays and stuff. The Hurricane Pike and the reset again.
Oh,
bailing him out of dangerous spot. Gunner.
He's going fully aggressive here up to the tier 2. TPs are coming in. Doesn't have BKB for quite a while, but feels that he's tanky enough to get away with this sort of play. And he's right. Backup's there from Fly and Yuma. And Liga, they know it.
This is an exciting game. I mean, this one, I love how they actually are starting to respond.
Well, check this replay out again. I mean, Azantic getting the sort of the opening. Sure, the initial dodge is there, but just causing that panic, just rolling straight in on them. And as it seems at the moment, they can't take out this Earth Spray. He puts the Blade Mail. He's in with the amount of armor that the Shiva's Guard has given him as well. He's tough for them to deal with.
They're not getting the initiations is the big thing. The way these fights are starting is Sniper's in full panic mode, right? And again, Copy, Azantic's in.
I see. I mean, immediately he sort of just hit the 2 of them. Azantic and Toby forcing them to have to split up. Fly ends up ticking out for the damage from Azantic, and the curse is there. They're ready to set up for more. Crystallis, he's coming in from the side. They start smashing into Gunner. Gunner get hit by the silver hair chick. Yuma's going to try and turn with the BKB. Looks over towards Toby. Toby will get taken out. The Golden Embrace comes to an end. This time, Nouns, they'll fight back hard.
Little too aggressive this time around. Does get counteracted. They tried to go for this a little bit too far forward. Nouns responds. Sniper's able to reset. That's the important thing. They need to be able to stick on Copy. If Copy's able to get that distance, that's when the fight becomes scary. And yeah, this one, he's able to push himself away, be able to get that damage out. But what, that was 2 BKBs used, I believe? That was both that Nouns ended up using there, so could see them respond and maybe go again instantly on the side of Liga.
I think so, yeah. Azantic's pretty much got his complete.
He's made a great recovery so far this game.
You're definitely seeing why, Azantic's Earth Spirit, he's ready to pull it out against whatever sort of matchup mid. He got completely bullied out of that mid lane. Double the farm early on, really, that the Sniper Copy was getting out of that early game in comparison to Azantic. But yeah, at this point, Azantic closing the gap.
And this hero does scale pretty
Yeah, look,
ridiculously.
because you've got the BKB now and the Craggy coat. He is so tanky.
And he's 18, so level 3 Magnetize is online, so the damage is pretty high as well, too. Yeah, he's definitely a problem. There is multiple damage sources. Yuma is starting to get that crazy farm also. In comparison to Copy, he's actually surpassed him. So there is good damage, but it's still going to take a long time to bring Azantic down. He's got Solar Crest also at the back, I believe. I think the pipe is soon coming out for 1J, so...
Yeah, he can just go in. Even if there's a lack of information of what Nouns are doing in terms of the setup, Azantic will go in anyway.
Yeah, Copy, I think, yeah, okay, he's doing it.
They're going to try and get the jump on him.
They get the jump.
I don't think they're going to be able to kill him as long as he can put that BKB, and he certainly can. They've got the overgrowth, but the curse is there in response. They're trying to bring down Azantic as he... A cold embrace there as well, keeping him alive. Finally, he'll fall, but a lot of damage being done in return. Copy ticks out to the Magnetize. Same to be set for Fly. Yuma's falling very, very low.
He might
the
die as well.
Magnetize going to keep going. Indeed, it's going to kill him off.
He walked into the stone. It respread the Magnetize. I mean, the damage from this Earth Spirit is insane.
It's crazy. Sure, they kill him, which it already looked to be impossible. They do it, but he's just done so much. At this point, he doesn't care if he dies.
Look at
he gets the setup.
He pings it, too. Yeah. Look at the damage. I was watching Gyro. Like, Yuma was just dying.
Just dying on the back
Just dying in the backlines. He couldn't even attack. Like, he's just dying from the Magnetize himself. And then, yeah, he ran into that stone that was still there, respread the Magnetize, and ticked out because of it.
Yeah, this Earth Spirit is a huge problem.
And that fight, he got initiated on himself, too. So now it's even seeming that if Nouns... You know, the last fights that Nouns lost was because Liga got initiation. This one, Nouns started the fight themselves and still lost the fight. Things are getting complicated for them, perhaps, as now Crystallis also has his first real kind of, like, defensive end. He has his own BKB. So now he has another, like, secondary way to play around a lot of this control. Gunner.
Always going to see if he can find a sneaky play here, Crystallis. And I think he might just be able to. Setups there with the Requiem. Stomp comes through, and indeed Gunner will try and run. But the track's out, the Shuriken comes bouncing in. They're going to keep this action going here. Liga taking the lead now in the net worth.
Crystallis is being a true carry. Very clutch, little small plays that he's been able to do this game to bring the game now into their advantage. And it's Anthony. Yeah. I mean, you have to give him probably the most credit just with that kind of comeback play that he did. He's more than half. He's almost 3 components toward Aghanims now.
No, this is crazy stuff from Azantic on his Earth Spirit. Yeah. I mean, it's got to be one of those heroes, clearly, that when you play against Liga, you have to consider this just being a targeted ban.
I've been seeing this. I mean, this was rising even at TI a lot. People were starting to play it more, but...
I mean, Azantic, he's always been a great Earth Spirit player, yeah.
But this is even when his lane also went like a lot worse than the usual Earth
That's the big thing, right?
That's the big
when
thing.
this guy on this hero is taking over the game as he is, when he's had that rough of a start, you probably just got to get rid of it.
Yeah.
If you can't deal with it in the lane and he's still able to pop off, like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you try and deal with it. It's a huge problem for Nouns, this Earth Spirit.
Did they not get either Paladin Sword? I mean, did nobody get Paladin Swords? I'm saying like none. Wyvern got one. And Lelis, that's it, yeah. So no Paladin Sword for the sniper. These things matter. I always like to bring them up because you're playing versus Blade Mail. So the sniper and the gyro ideally want to be able to get some type of extra bonus lifesteal. They have none. So this Blade Mail is going to be very effective for them until they get an item like a Satanic in particular. So yeah, the buff ups, they're there. They're at the ready. The Solar Crest, the Force Staves, etc. Yet to die on this Shadow Fiend. And he has hit 20 also, by the way, in that last team fight. So more damage. And this Roche dive quite fast.
It's going to go down quickly. I don't know if Nouns can make this in time. They're smoked up. They're drifting towards the Roshan area.
It's actually, they're not committing into it. They're a bit scared to full commit. Only Crystallis is the one hitting it right now.
I mean, I feel like they should feel pretty strong. As long as they got Toby in position with the curse, ready for the counterplay. Yeah, Crystallis can get away with continue to go for this.
Gunner's getting positioning.
They're going to get the jump onto 1J. See Crystallis at the side. He's just focused on trying to finish off the Roshan. They'll lose the bounty, but it gives them the space to finish off Roche.
Toby playing in the Shadow Walk.
What do they want to do with this now? 4 versus 5, but they have the favor of the Aegis on Crystallis.
Nouns. I think they just saw Toby.
Oh my goodness, he gets away with that. TPing out.
Can the rest of them get out?
I think they do.
Should be able to just TP.
I don't think they're going to get anything more than just the bounty kill there, Nouns.
Oh, he showed it.
Okay,
All right. Well,
got the courier.
not worth it. Dead for 45 seconds. Can Nouns do anything off of that? Just probably push the lanes out. They get some kills. This game is very close. Gonna be all up to how these spell combos kind of come out, and if level 25s and things do come out also, because I'm just gonna keep looking at Exantic, because I think that is probably the most broken, if not the most broken in Dota. That 25 Magnetize Undispellable is insane. Still a ways away. But the fact that they've been able to like get this game back into their favor and then, you know, keep it slowed down, definitely opportunities to get the 25s. How's Fly's Blink doing? Okay, he's got it done now. So this is a pretty important one too, just in terms of that extra lockdown and the BKB piercing lockdown. Because they did have Gunner, of course, with Pulverize to do it, but yeah, the Blink roots can sometimes be an X factor. Either stop people from hitting or just allow everyone to get in position.
Now, it does feel though that even with all the control, it's gonna take a lot of focus to like bring down someone like the Earth Spirit, take down a Xantic at the start of a fight.
And he's got Aghanims now too, so he can enchant Remnant himself. He can go in, pop everything, Remnant himself, kick himself out. He has a lot of different things he can play around now in terms of survivability. So yeah, I mean, he's going to be an answer that they've got to figure out.
Yeah, these team fights are going to be very difficult for Nouns, even though the gold is as close as it is.
Yeah, they're just going to... I'm just worried when the BK... Like, they're going to kill themselves. They're just going to die on Blade Mail and stuff, so... Maybe a Vlad's. Anybody got gold for a Vlad's? Lelis, maybe get a Vlad's for your homies. Might be necessary.
Yeah, he's got money to start considering what he wants to get next hit.
So I just want to see more sustain. Because Xantic, at this point, he's always going to get in position, right? He's always going to get on these targets, so they need to be able to hit him and survive through it. I believe Daedalus is done for Crystallis now too. Tower. Cool drop.
Still got 2 minutes left on the Aegis. See how much Liga want to try and push for it.
They're setting up with these Shadow Walks. This is also cool. So I mean, a little bit of other thing now that bounties can do that couldn't do in the past is the friendly shadows. So he is setting up Xantic till he's also be in position. Or Toby. I saw them doing it around the Roche pit. And just playing as a squad. They are not letting go of Crystallis' hand. All 5 have been running together for what it feels like 3 minutes now. Now starting to split up a little bit.
Toby trying to just get that last wave, push back out, whilst everything else has been shoved nicely onto Nouns' half of the map.
Okay, Gunner's got Shivas, so this is also pretty big. Reduce the healing that comes out from a lot of these guys, but also just a lot more tankability from him. This next fight feels like it's going to be pretty nuts. Everyone's starting to pretty much hit that almost critical mass point of their next item timings. 50 seconds for Aegis.
It's really a big question if they can just deal with that sustained damage coming out from Xantic with a Magnetize in a team fight.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally the same net worth now as the Sniper. He was doing that with not half the net worth, but like 3/4 or less of the Sniper, so... They'll try to poke a little bit here. At least get a reaction. 30 seconds.
And Gunner,
he's gonna go.
Looking to try for this. Indeed, he's at an awkward time when there's still a few seconds left on the Aegis. And long enough to indeed mean that Nouns don't want to fully commit to try for that.
I like that one. I mean, it's small little things, but 1J during the meantime, he backed up and he was just farming, so he did finish up that next little item. He's got the Boots of the Bearing now too to reset away from these slows. And Xantic?
Trying to start something outside of the map. Gunner is going in for Xantic, but he's able to remnant himself. They'll also use the Requiem on the sidelines to try and push back Nouns.
Big stomp on
Nice
3.
onto the 3 of them. Indeed, the Ice Split is going to come straight down the middle of them. Curse to the side to hold down Gunner. They'll move and they'll destroy Lelis. The damage coming in from Chris as he starts punching into Yuma. Yuma, he's out. Xantic rolls but Copy is able to BKB TP away. But Fly left behind. They take out the 3 of them.
And that's 3 stacks of the aura now too, so he can go, they can beat on high ground.
Insane amounts of damage coming out, of course, by Crystallis.
Yuma spent his gold too. He bought the Satanic, tried to stand his ground and fight, but cannot do so. The 3-man stomp setting up everything there. Toby, careful, nearly died. But Crystallis, big damage coming out from him.
And you see Xantic, he's ready to roll in again.
Oh yeah.
Looking for that opportunity. And get the warding down. Xantic is going to be tempted if they step up just that little bit further. As it is, yeah, he's going to try for it, see if he can close in across the tree line. They'll back away. That does mean the space is there for Liga to easily take this bottom set of racks.
Beautiful play, really. Kind of picture perfect from Liga. Believe the Lincolns is now also done for Toby, so they've got protection versus the Pulverize versus the Grab. I mean, they've won these last few fights handedly.
They really have. They've turned around. The early game, it was rough.
Until literally 30 minutes, until the Requiem. Until literally Crystallis Requiem right on top of that sniper. It was pretty much all Nouns. And yeah, these last fights have just been a little discombobulated from Nouns, I would say, but very well executed from Liga. They're getting the initiations and they're causing panic. And the panic is just not working out well for Nouns at all.
Yeah, the team fights are just too much for Nouns at this point.
Yeah.
They really are.
And Crystallis has actually played like so well. Like 4-0-3. He's not part of every single kill, but it's the impactful ones that he was able to find. And now a rattle cage for Xantic too. Oh man, he's getting the best possible neutrals he can get.
Yeah, very close to being able to get that next time out as well. I mean, he's gonna be unstoppable. Yeah, 10-4-4.
He will be. And he's got a knock.
Yeah, there is. It's complete Octarine.
I thought maybe he was going to go Refresher. I've seen a couple of these fun Refresher builds when you have the BKB and the Agnums. But this is fantastic also.
Yeah, dude, next fight, he's going to have Octarine and the Arcane.
Oh, yeah.
So,
good luck.
He's going to be killing everybody.
Yuma's still farmed. He is still quite big. It's just he's not able to hit targets.
He needs that rapier.
I think he needs the rapier.
He needs 2 of them. He's got 2 queued up.
Fair enough. I mean, Copy's also, his damage became quite pathetic also. It's like tickling these heroes.
Now, for the start that he had, he's definitely fallen off a little bit this game.
Yep, quite massively.
Smoke time from Liga. They know that they're very strong right now. With the frontline presence of Xantic, the straight raw DPS coming out from Crystallis, and
it's almost 25 on Crystallis too.
Now they're smoking into this. Gunner's trying to go for the jump, but indeed, the grab is blocked. He's not able to get that opening on towards Toby that he hoped for, and now the jump in return on towards him as Xantic leads in over towards Gunner, forces out the BKB. Xantic trying to keep the chase going, get the magnetized pump in amongst the 3 of them, now the 4 of them,
He's
the
just
5 of them indeed. He rolls forward, the backup stepping up, he's able to slide out with the Stone Remnant. The curse is there, controlling Copy, Gunner ticking down low. He'll fall, he's out of the game, Copy's gone as well. Fly steps up with the overgrowth. Humans try to get in range to do some damage with the flag. They get the grab onto Crystallis. The Embrace comes out. Crystallis, can he get out of this one? Hurricane Pike's back off cooldown, so he'll be able to create a bit of distance. The charge force there, they get the control to knock him out. They take Crystallis down. They need more though now. They look towards the Xantic, block off the roll. Cookie forward as well, but he gets the kickback at the same time. Doesn't matter, still dies as the stun connects from the Cookie. Panto goes for a TP out, but Gunner, he's able to put a stop to that one as well. There's Nouns. They'll manage to hold. They'll push him back. Does cost, of course, the buyback from Gunner, but it will at least hold Liga back for now.
He had to do so much on Gunner there. Copy can't do anything on. This sniper just does literally no damage and then just dies. He ticks out. Look at the damage. Toby too, actually, pretty crazy, but it's Xantic overall.
Yeah, the Earth Spirit damage done this game, it's going to be crazy numbers.
Yeah. Now they lost both their carries during the fight too, and Yuma long respawn, so doesn't get any benefit out of these kills also. Supports and Gunner got the XP for them. So Gunner is actually going to be the first level 25 on his team because of that. But now he has to watch out for this Lincolns and stuff also, so they did reveal that from Toby. They don't have a good way to break it.
This could be big for Nouns. Getting the Aegis.
Sniper's up in 2. Yeah, they should be able to get it. Sniper TP's down and gets it. And they'll have Refresher shard, so all right. Definitely still some chances here.
And with this as well, Fly will be pretty close to getting the Vlads online for the team.
He is buying it, right? Okay, good. I was hoping one of them were getting it. They need this extra bit of sustain. So yeah, he's gonna pretty much have that. Do you give Gunner the Refresher shard?
I think you do.
Probably do.
Yeah, 2 rounds of the BKB and the potential grab.
Yeah, nobody else. Like the other one would be Fly sometimes because of the double root, but it doesn't feel nearly as impactful as Gunner, because Gunner's also 25.
Let's see what Nouns can do with this. Still very much playing from behind. These team fights will not be easy. I mean, what is the best way for Nouns to go about taking these fights?
I mean, it's probably finding the Wyvern or the ET in particular. Just take them out because they are being. Panthos is just like invisible impact sometimes, which is a spirit and stuff like that. But these backline heroes can be very pesky.
And those two can die.
They can die.
They can die.
Absolutely. Toby's a bit harder. He's quite tanky. Very difficult to find as well, but.
Oh, 1J. All right, bouncing away nicely there with the Ogre Seal Totem. Now, Yuma, what does he do with the build here? Does he have to invest in upgrading the Ags, or does he just kind of take the phase boots out to get one of these bigger items in ASAP to his slots?
Oh man, it's
okay, how does he sort of fit this next big thing in? Because obviously he wants the Rapier, but he needs the mobility of some sort of movement-based item, whether it be the phase boots or the Swift Blink.
I actually think maybe it's going to be like a Cell Boots to Swift Blink plus Rapier eventually replacing the Aghanims.
I think
so, if he can wait to get to that, but yeah, we'll see. Because it's just, he's starved on item slots, but he needs every type of damage he can get, it feels like still. Bounce. With this Aegis feeling a lot more comfortable to step outside. 2 rounds on copy could be a difference maker.
And maybe Liga.
Oh, Zantic has hit 25 on. Sorry, I think it happened before, and I think we pointed it out, but I was looking elsewhere. But
no, I think he just got it. You're right. Yeah. He's got it for this fight. Gunner has to put the BKB. As soon as he sees the potential Stomp coming in, he can't take any chances. So has to BKB, and with that, they probably just have to bail out. Yuma. He's still sticking around. The roll forward comes in, but again, Zantic just teasing around with them.
He's still giving respect to the positioning. All 5 heroes of Nouns with the Aegis. He doesn't want to commit too hard on Zantic. Copy.
Well, he's taking more damage than he's dealing there into the blade mount.
Gunner. 60 seconds.
Yeah, they hold back Nouns. They can't find a way to get that fight going now that they know that Liga are fully aware of what Nouns are trying to run at them with.
Christos almost has his next big item too. That positioning for these raises, now that they deal damage, Requiem, etc. Much easier. Easier for him to get the backline too once he's got that to follow up, because so far, at least in a couple of the fights, Christos hasn't actually gotten too many attacks off because Zantic just zones everyone away. Definitely wants some way to follow up. But they're scaling a lot. Toby, now he has the Parasma, I believe, pretty much finished up too, so he's continuing to get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, Nouns, they've really got to get over this little bit of a hurdle where Yuma's working towards how he wants to manage getting that next item, because they're not going to want to take a fight whilst he's got nearly 6k gold unspent on the Gyro.
Definitely wants to get at least something here. Some small item somehow.
I mean, I think indeed it does have to. It's just a question, do you get rid of the phase boots to buy the Swift Blink, or do you just keep the phase boots and then prioritize upgrading the Ags to free up that slot and buy a Rapier?
Might be dictated based off how the next fight goes, right? Like if they win the fight, then he maybe just goes to Swift Blink, but if the fight's going like a little sour, he just goes for the Rapier. I will say. We'll see which one he does opt for. Double Obs Ward's taken out. That was nice. Gunner with his gem.
I mean, the fight's coming for them, and again, as I say, it's going to be rough if Nouns are forced to take this while Yuma has not quite got his next bit of progression sorted.
And the wraparound, if they're able to get the back line.
Let's see if Nouns can get out of this. This is a scary spot to be in.
Especially because the age is also 2:45 seconds.
They're going to
time it.
Yeah, for the moment, Liga's missed them completely. Though Liga just opt on setting up vision around this point and seeing if they were farming this bottom area of the map. Wasn't to be the case, so does give Nouns the space to push out and head back to the safety of their high ground. And indeed, yeah, so
do the blink.
he's going to sell the phase boots, I'd imagine, get that swift blink in.
Okay. I mean, positioning is also pretty key. Just to get to backlines as well for the gyro, right? You don't want to be stuck next to the sniper while this annoying Earth Spirit's just spreading everything as well too, so I can see why he'd want to go for this. At least first. Goodbye, phase boots.
It's going to take a long time for the Rapier Dream, though.
Yeah.
But to be fair to Nouns, so things have slowed down. But that, yeah, was with what the Aegis in play. Now that that's not there, Liga more likely to look to really push the issue.
Yeah, it stayed consistent now for what? Yeah, 5-6 minutes at least, around that 10 to 12K. But just waiting to see what the reveal is going to be for the SF. I mean, he's got the Swift Blink. He pretty much has enough for that and almost buyback.
See how confident they feel here, Liga.
And they're scaling very hard on. Like I was mentioning Toby, you know, Xantic, but Panto almost has an Aghanim also on the Elder Titan, nearly level 20. So his impact also will start to increase even more once he's able to get inside of the fights, provide his aura. And they'll get a Vlad, so lots of amp ups. Pipe, Lotus, Vlad's on the bounty. Well, on the side of Nouns, he still hasn't bought the Vlads yet on Fly, so.
That's true. He's taken out the queue, so maybe considering something else doesn't
maybe
feel...
a bigger one.
I mean, what sort of big stuff could he be looking at this stage?
I mean, it'd be like refreshers and stuff like that, but if not, you just go these Lotuses and everything. I feel like the Vlad's is very, very good, to be honest.
Does Ags sort of... It's just lost its value? You don't like getting the Ags?
Nah, it takes too long.
Okay.
It takes too long just to get the Ags, too long to spread it. The copy.
Oh, they're going to get the jump on it. Christmas is in position with the BKB. Trying to get it off, but the Root comes in time to interrupt it. Gives Copy the time to force back. They're still going to try and chase on forward, but he bounces away with the grenade. Copy, he'll escape this one. Xantic rolls in. He's managed to get the connection in over towards Yuma. Holder's position as a stone. It looks like he's still trying to stay on top of Copy, trying to find the sniper as well, as he knows the rest of the team can move in onto Yuma, surround him, and take him down. As Yuma's gone, Xantic, he did indeed continue to play around with Copy and the rest of the team, forcing them all back. See Lelis be able to spit him back to safety there, Copy, as he's sent back to the fountain. See if Gunnar and Lelis can make it back as well. Gunnar has to BKB to make that last bit of space back towards the fountain, as they will escape.
They can't handle Xantic.
They really can't.
They just can't handle him. He's
he just goes straight for them. He knows that the rest of the team can just deal with Yuma and just runs the rest of the lineup.
Yeah.
And the rest of Nouns, they just have to run.
They literally just curse the gyro during his, I don't know if it was during the Satanic or whichever, either way. They just isolate him. And Xantic just rolls 1v4 and knows that he's not going to die.
He's terrifying. And he's pretty much got the money to get that refresher done next.
Goodness.
So he's really getting to show off this game on the Earth Spirit.
There's like no way for him to die then. Double BKB, double Enchant Remnant, double Magnetizes as well. It gets increasingly more difficult.
They need those rapiers yesterday.
They need them.
It's going to take time, and with the players going as such, I don't know if Yuma's even going to get the chance to see a rapier this game.
And he might just kill himself even. You know, we're talking and hyping up the rapier potential, but there could just be a rapier into a blade mail and he just dies as well too, so. And yeah, there it is, full refresher.
He might just kill his team as well. He gets caught by a curse.
It's true, yeah, very much so.
Somebody's going to feel the wrath of their teammate's rapier.
But they need it on either or both of these cores at this point.
Yeah.
But I mean, Copy just can't even attack is the problem. So I just don't know what he does. He just has an Earth Spirit in his face. He doesn't want to hit him because he can't. It's tough to see that solution for Nouns.
And just getting all these luxury items, yeah. Refresher on Earth Spirit, Swift Blink finished on Chrysalis. Chrysalis has been playing it very safe as well with the money, always making sure that he does have buyback gold.
Yep, and now Toby has hit 25 as well, another insane 25 talent, because it works with your Cold Embrace shard as well, so you're able to chain stun pretty effectively with that, plus the Cold Embrace and everything too. It gets harder and harder for these fights to see how the Sniper and Gyro can actually hit targets long enough to kill them.
Roche up in a few seconds. Liga can hold the map in place to get that for themselves.
Oh, he walked outside though. Panto. They left the pit. Check it again. And they will.
I mean, at this point as well, does Chrysalis need the Aegis, or can you give it on one of your heroes like the Wyvern? if Toby's getting jumped.
I think I still want it on either him or Xantic, personally, but maybe because Toby has the slot for it, they might just give it to him. No. He did make space for it, too. He
did.
dropped his wand.
Okay, he'll set with a refresher shot instead.
I thought maybe because these two were, like, they're pretty full.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like Chrysalis, is he really going to die?
He doesn't want to.
He is very, very farmed here. 38k. 8k ahead of that of Yuma's Gyro right now. Had a pretty perfect game here on the carry SF.
I really think he made like 0 mistakes so far this game. Like that one death he had, I can't even fault him for that. And he's been kind of, I mean, yes, it's Xantic as well too, but the whole Aegis redefining moment of the game was, you know, Chrysalis's call.
Yuma dodging the potential information that 1J was looking for there. Doesn't get spotted out by the bounty. Fly away in time. Yeah, 1J trying to make the rounds here to find a hero or two, but they're evading him nicely.
Yuma, the only one able to find farm outside. And the thing is, too, is like he needs Rapier, but he needs to consume the Ags or
he needs the Ags recipe.
Lance. It's one or the other, right?
He might be forced to do that. Just sell the Dragon Lance to get the Rapier for the next defense.
Yeah, he might just be in a position where he needs to because the push shit's coming in.
He's got to do something soon.
We'll see. It's just it's so scary. Does force the wave all the way top. They can send someone to respond. But they still just have control of pretty much the whole map.
I mean, Liga's been pretty careful with this Aegis sort of timing, right?
Yeah.
They're not going for anything crazy. They're happy to sit back and continue to just scale up on all fronts.
I mean, everyone's hitting neutrals now, right? You see 1J's hitting Ancients on the left side, so they're feeling very free now at this point in the game. Probably just really understanding the fact that Nouns is just trapped inside the base.
Yeah, it definitely seems with the way that they're playing that they don't have any fear of the Rapier comeback that Nouns are going to be looking towards.
No.
They're like, whatever, you guys can farm your Rapiers. We are that far ahead. It's not going to make a difference. Definitely seems to be what Liga is showing it.
They are building 5 cores, you know. Like ET's turned into a core now at this point with the Aghanims. Bounty is, he's probably the least core-like hero, but he's very high level. But his items are more supporty. But yeah, everyone's just kind of transitioned at this point now.
Yeah, and it's worked out for 1J, right? Tough start, right, where they killed him, feels like 7 or 8 times back-to-back. Yeah. But at this point, you know, he's able to have the impact, get the tracks out, and just be nice and annoying. You know, this is exactly what Bounty Hunter players dream of at this point. It's like, you killed me loads at the start, but hey, look at the position you're in now.
Yeah, and I didn't even get to, I can't keep track of every single one of these friendly shadow position kind of plays that they do make with it too, so yeah, definitely.
It's paying off here in the long game. Coming up to, closing in on that 60-minute mark.
Yeah, track money isn't what it used to be for like allies and everything, but still, these small things do add up.
And the Rapier dream, it's getting close.
Toby has a Scotty now. He is also dealing absurd amount of damage, as he has been for a lot of this game. Just kind of a bit of a more quiet performance from him in comparison to a flashier Spirit. Yeah, firm grasp, 80% control or more of the map. And a shield rune.
And we're trying to spot the courier, but it makes it safely back. Copy has got his online.
All right, very all in. That's one. Yuma pretty much has the gold for the second one.
I mean, yeah, sniper high ground with Rapier.
Also, this is actually, thank you, Observer. There's another one that's actually fun to point out is this got buffed. It's 8 kisses now at 25, not 6 extra.
Oh, so they come flying out.
Yeah, it's double. It's 2 times the frequency. It's a lot of damage.
Now, can Yuma get his Rapier? Can he get the courier out? What's going to be the game plan here? Because 1J has been hanging around this area, keeping an eye out on potential couriers making the trip to grab this.
Do you set a trap for these couriers? Do you care?
I mean, really, honestly, Liga, they seem like they're very chill.
Seem very, very chill. I mean, Christos is literally going to be full slotted in a second. Besides swapping items out and stuff like that, like for a okay, fine. Moonshard plus refresher, and then he's finished.
He's done.
He's finished on items.
He's got everything that he could have dreamt of. Yep. This is given the time, though, for these rapiers to come online.
And now he can actually get outside, and maybe this is where he can actually buy the consumption of the Ags and get the rapier.
I mean, I feel even when you have that sort of position here that you want to get at least the rapier purchase. I mean, who cares about buyback?
I think he was scared to step there.
That's true. Bounty could have been there. They don't have vision. It's still, yeah, it's true. As close as he was, it was risky.
You send the couriers for that.
Okay. 2 minutes to the 60-minute items. And I'm at, Liga, they're definitely waiting for those. They're like, we're going to get the 60-minute items. Oh, is this the shopping trip?
This could be it. It's the team route, right?
Okay.
Everybody come with him.
Everybody go together. And then because maybe indeed if there is some sort of setup or trap being attempted by Liga, high chance that it's not the whole team.
They're going out together. Escort.
And get that man his rapier.
And Fly has
Who goes first? Somebody test the waters.
Refresher, by the way.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Closer and closer to that.
Could be pretty huge. If he's able to lock them down and allow Copy and Yuma to snipe them out with the damage they'll have from the rapiers.
No, absolutely. Could still be definitely small possibilities.
Yeah. Doesn't want to make that move to the shop still, Yuma. That would have been the opportunity, if any. Why is he holding back on the purchase?
I don't know.
He's got the money.
Oh, I don't know.
Who cares about buyback? Your sniper's got a rapier. He's not got buyback. Get your rapier. He doesn't want it yet. Oh, is that him sending the courier out now, actually? Is that his...
No, I'm watching. I'm keeping
he's got his courier out. Okay, he's got the courier in position, Yuma.
What? Am I blind? Oh,
yeah, off the side of the map. He's got it here.
Cool. Yeah, nice, very nice, very nice.
Still hesitating on the purchase, though. I swear, if they're forced to fight and he hasn't got his rapier, that's going to be disappointing.
The amount of consumed Ags, Earth Spirit now consuming his. AVULUS picked up. Xantic had 8,000 gold, I guess, that I didn't notice for a second there.
I mean, I guess Yuma just wants to have the money to buy the Ags recipe and the rapier at the same time.
That's what I'm thinking. He has it, though.
Oh. There's hesitation.
It's affecting you more than the players, I think.
I mean, I'm sure his team's screaming at him. There's like, buy the rapier.
Another mission.
Could the opportunities you're going to have to safely get out there or get your courier out there, they're only going to dwindle.
This is it. This is the escort mission.
Okay, they're going to do it as this. Oh,
Panto, he's
Panto.
here.
I mean, they should be able to kill him.
They're scared of him.
Well, they are, actually.
You don't know what else is there.
He's there ready to defend the shop.
Yuma's like, damn it. 1J showing top. They're like, okay, surely this bounty hunter's alone, right? Can you go for it here?
Right, what big tier 5s have we got?
It's Mirror Shield 99% of the time.
Yeah, Mirror Shield here for Toby. Force Boots for Crystalis he's picked up.
Yep, that's a great one. So now he actually can.
Yuma's got his tier 5. So we'll see what he's going to be taking as his decision.
Okay, yeah, we'll see, we'll see.
Wait, was it in his backpack? Did I imagine that? I thought so.
I didn't see it.
Oh, I think he gave it a copy. I think he said, copy, you take the first tier 5.
So he gets straight damage. Okay.
Here we go. Oh, there's a courier there! Oh, they got the courier!
It didn't have anything.
It didn't have anything, but still, they're cutting off his routes to be able to get the item.
This is where you should be able to tell a teammate to buy items for you. You give them your gold and they buy it for you. So your tree can go out and sneak on it or something, but you can't buy the rapier.
No, he's missed the opportunities to get out and buy it.
Well, let's see if he can actually spend his gold.
It's concerning. 9k gold.
All right, tier 5. What's he get? Oh, yeah, sorry. We did get an Arcanist armor also on Earth Spirit, so Xantic.
Yep.
Even tankier.
Oh, yeah, the Stygian Deso on Sniper.
But Yuma, he's
looking at his options.
I wonder what they are.
Let's hope he chooses something. Imagine that, he doesn't buy the rapier and he's not able to choose between the two. He's just a very indecisive lad at this moment. The pressure's building up. We are getting to 62 minutes in. Pirate hat for Panto.
Imagine if we have a longer game of this tournament in day 1 than we did at all of TI. Because what was the longest game
of TI?
It was not that long.
I think 28 minutes.
I can't remember. No, I think it was like, was it 80 or 90? It wasn't that long. It was like one of the short.
We did have one game, you're saying, that was about...
I think we had one that was kind of long, but I can't remember every single game.
He's still not made his mind up with the tier 5. Maybe he's just got terrible options. I think because I think he did indeed have the...
He might be able to get out to get the rapier here. This might be the option.
This has got to be it.
This has got to be
If he doesn't buy it now, come on, Yuma. Here we go.
For Owen's sake.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah.
Locks it first.
Job
Even
done.
more careful. Very
Job
nice.
done. I like it. I mean, we saw it with the build as well. Right, this game. Yuma, he's playing very safe. He's
playing
game.
extremely safe.
Extremely safe.
We have ET, so looking at the other ones, Panto. We were mentioning how he's transitioning into a core 2.
Yeah,
Mask of Madness is purchased, and he's got a pirate hat. So ET's also going to be beaten.
Dude, that's going to be insane. I mean, is this the point where you sort of buy Basher next?
On ET?
You got a pirate hat and a Mask of Madness.
You go Daedalus, 1,000%.
Okay, you don't need a Basher
or an
if they're dead.
Yeah, no, you go the big damage. Longest match TI 69. So
69.
6 more minutes and we'll pass.
And we're not memeing. It was. 69.
Actually, yeah, wait. Production?
I don't know if production's having a joke. I'm going to assume they're not. There's some very serious lads out there. They're screaming 69. It's 69. So we've got to beat 69. We might do that.
Oh, Yuma, he decided. Giants ring. Okay. So he probably didn't have
I
some,
think
like,
he didn't have
insane-
anything crazy.
Yeah.
I think he had the first one and he passed it off to Copy because he was like, I don't have anything crazy in the item choices.
Yeah. And this looks really weird. I don't think I've ever seen a gyro Giants ring. This actually does not look normal.
What the hell's wrong with his thrusters?
I don't know.
I guess it's just massive.
He's huge. Why does it look? It looks extra large. Maybe because he's a floating hero.
It looks like some sort of like Agslab boss. That's pretty cool.
Dude, it's Dr. Robotnik, I think, actually. Just
Dr. Robotnik.
Look at him go. All right, Aegis. What
Dude,
else did
if only they're the Pango, they don't have the Sonic counter.
True.
Yeah.
It's actually true.
Dr. Robotnik might be a bit too much for them here.
Okay, Fly, he's got a pirate hat also, so, I mean, his isn't as impactful, but it's in terms of the gold. And that will probably get him as a refresher a little bit sooner. Gunner has a gem, sees the SF.
Oh, he's going to get the opening. It's a lot of damage. Crystalis, he's going to get turned into stone. They're able to save him. And Xantic coming in clutch allows Crystalis to get the blink out. Gunner tries to keep the fight going and try and get a catch on somebody else. It's not going to happen.
What an enchant remnant. Gunner.
He's ready to go again. This time he's going to go on to Xantic. Yuma jumps in with the BKB. He's bringing in the damage and he's got it. He's able to take Toby down the ones. Crystalis, he's got to run with the Silver Edge. Gets out with the Invis. Refresher from Xantic. He's ready to go round 2, but Yuma's doing the damage. Takes out Panto. Copy holds his ground with the BKB. The Embrace comes out here from Toby trying to protect himself, but they're going to be able to take him down low a second time. I'll put the cheese, Toby. Will it be enough to save him? And Xantic's back in on top of Copy. Cold Embrace again. Toby still alive.
How is
as he
Toby
survives
alive?
throughout it all. Gunner's trying to get back in. Yuma blinks back in once more here as he comes in with the buyback. Gunner falls. Now turning over towards Xantic. Can they finish up this Earth Spirit? They can. Yuma comes in clutch with the buyback to make sure this fight doesn't fall completely apart for them. Of course, he did lose that rapier.
They recovered one. Lelis got one of them back.
Crystalis, whoop, does a lot of damage there with this rapier that he's been able to pick up. There's a lot of buybacks they have to use. 3 buybacks from Nouns to try and keep that fight together, but indeed a rapier exchanging hands.
I actually thought that Nouns was going to be able to probably take that fight, and then Toby, I feel like he tanked for like, I don't know, I feel like he was tanking a rapier sniper for 30 seconds or something.
Oh my goodness.
The Cold Embrace just putting in massive amounts of work, but it allows his team to just get on top of everyone. The save from the Enchant Remnant, obviously in particular, the first thing to turn everything, but holy moly.
And the good news for Yuma, of course, he's pretty close to being able to buy a second rapier.
This is true.
He's going to have that, but yeah, you see on the numbers now to that fight with the amount of buybacks they had to use on Nouns and the fact that a rapier changed hands over towards the side of Liga under Crystalis. It's a 45k gold lead now for Liga.
But this gold, it feels like a less of a gold lead than like a 20k early game one though, because of these
Because of the late game,
Yeah, the super late game changes things quite a bit.
Oh,
jump forward.
Gunner tries to get the setup there as he gets spitten by Lelis.
Nice play from Lelis too. Just small little Aghanim save that he did in that last fight also, but then just getting the recovery of the rapier. He literally
he picked it up right.
He
straight
ran for it right afterwards.
Yeah, made sure that he could bring that back for Copy.
I still want to see. I want to see Vlad's. Please, one of you these supports.
Well, one of them did buy it, didn't they?
Lelis or Fly, buy it. Please, I want this Vlad's for these rapier cores.
I mean,
I'm still
Fly
seeing
can
them.
get it. He's got slots for it.
Yeah.
Get
I
rid
know
of that
that it
Windlace,
does.
get rid of that wand or something, pick up that Vlad's.
I do want to see it. I mean, little things all matter at this type of stage, especially if you're, now you used all these buybacks. It's that the next fight is probably your last unless you can delay another 6 minutes. So, do want to see that. Yeah, ET hit 20. Everyone's hitting their 25s across the board, so. Try to keep track of the Book of Shadows, too. That fight was just, I watching Toby just tank so much.
He really did that fight. If they could have taken him down that little bit easier, then would have been a different situation. Probably wouldn't have had to use as many buybacks as they had to in that fight there, Nouns.
But now Toby's gonna have a Satanic as well too, so a lot of extra healing on top of that for himself.
A crazy game. We've really had quite the treat here in this game one so far with the back and forth.
1 more minute.
I think we're going to get there.
Yep, but then we are longer than the longest game at TI after just 1 day here.
After just 2... Well, that's not true.
Well,
We've got, what, 2 streams? How many streams? A handful of series have been played so far in this tournament, and indeed, we're already there.
How many refresher shards are still left? I know they still had 1 on the ET.
That is an aggressive noise.
And the Shadow Fiend. That's the Arcanist armor, right? Yeah. I feel like it's gotten louder over time, which is nice. Because I feel like some of these you can't tell when they happen.
Well, let's have a look. Liga. They want to try and shut this down before the 69.
Yeah, they're thinking about that. Toby. And his friendly shadows is annoying. Look, they're smoked or invis. And Toby's able to play a lot easier around in the fights because of this. Some cool impact. Still being careful though. 40,000 gold lead, but high grounds are devastating, especially versus a sniper.
We need to get a pirate hat check. Make sure both are digging sufficiently. Yep.
Fly
Panto
instant.
digs. Yeah, they're
Panto
both on the instant dig.
They're really on point. The 5 positions tend to be on point, you know.
Good
Score
stuff here.
players, they don't dig as much.
I mean, what do you do if you're Liga? You know you've got this advantage. Do you try for the high ground, or do you just wait for Nouns to come out? Because the high ground's still going to be difficult.
You'd want to fight when they don't have all these buybacks, I would say. There's 3 minutes where they don't have them, so you don't have yours on your ET, but...
Gunner? They're going to use the curse for the setup. Gunner's going to get rolled in upon by Xantic.
He's very tanky.
He's able to get the grab on towards Xantic as well. They might have to step back a bit from this Liga. They get the last player onto Yuma. Yuma getting burst pretty low. Xantic rolls in very aggressively. He's ready to stand his ground here with the stone form. He's off the map.
Wait, that's an awkward one.
Oh, wait, he's going to get sent back to here. Xantic, he's gone.
Uh-oh, over-aggressive. They went a little too deep there.
This is the risk when they're trying to break high ground at this late stage of the game. It's just going to be so hard. Even if you have this gold lead, it doesn't really matter. That breaking high ground against a sniper gyro double rapier, it's always going to be difficult.
Yep, and I mean Snapfire overall, I think solo killed the ET. The kisses, they're pretty crazy late game. They do an insane amount of damage when you've got that 25 talent. So.
Oh, Chris, look at this. This is sneaky. He's under a sentry. They saw him momentarily.
But yeah, that was probably the worst way, I would say, for Liga to start the fight. They started on the Primal with Arcanist armor and everything now at this point. So he's at 5,000 HP, 60 plus armor. So it'd be crazy how tanky he is.
And it's kind of a tough start to take the fight, right? Where you're playing around this area with that wall that you can't cross into the base. Ooh.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that barrier does cause some issues.
I'm sure there's ways to jump over it, get past it and such, but not everybody's going to easily be able to enter the high ground from that point.
No, and not everybody can match Xantic's rolling into the base there. And I think he did the angle of the Remnant and the kick too wasn't really the nicest either. He got put in the same spot rather than kicking himself up and maybe resetting out, so. I mean, they tried to force it though because these buybacks were on cooldown. They're starting to get close to being back up, 90 seconds or so.
1J. Trying to get out on the map, get what information he can.
By the way, he bought a halberd, which is kind of cool. So he's got like a lot of different ways of saving. And they did buy the Vlads on.
71 minutes, we've got it on Fly.
Thank you, Fly. This game is, even though it's that 29k gold lead, it still is really anybody's game.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially once this minute passes and the buybacks are back up.
Yes. Gunner?
Holds back on that immediately as soon as he sees the Lotus come out. Xantic's trying to see if he can punish. And now they're backing off.
He's got to catch either Copy or Yuma with the roll, though, initially. They do not want to go on Gunner first. Gunner, Arcane Rune.
But they don't have the ET with them right now. Panto.
No.
Still separated from the rest of the team. They're just going to go fully back to base. They don't want to try and risk a fight outside of the high ground. They know how strong they are when they hold the high ground. At this point, Nouns, they don't need to take any risks outside on the map.
No. Play for that high ground defense constantly because you've shown you can still absolutely take 5v5 fights. The game is even though it's a 30k gold lead, it feels like maybe a slight advantage for Liga, but pretty dead even.
No, I think
Like, this
so.
Rax's bottom don't
It
matter.
really is, especially with the buyback status.
It's coming back up in 14.
It's basically all good now.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah, everybody's going to have buyback. Now, Liga, they'll have the Roshan advantage, because even though the smoke's coming out from Nouns, I mean, yeah, they can't make it here in time. So this should be now a question for Nouns if they're going to see this Aegis being picked up and they want to fight it, or if it's just a case of getting back to the base. Because I imagine the TPs are probably still on cooldown, right? They are, actually. They can't get immediately back to the high ground because of that TP back they made when they pushed out bottom, or at least made the move into their own jungle. So they've got to be careful.
They'll probably cluster around a ward, because if they can have a vision advantage fight, then that's maybe what they'll take, but maybe just wait until those TPs come back up and then go back. Let's see what their choice is.
How much more do they want to stay on the map? They have the option to TP back now. Refresher's going to get sent out to Crystallis.
Now he's 9 slotted. Literally 9 slotted with Force Boots and bots too.
I guess no one else on the team wanted the refresher shot. Oh, they're going to send Yuma in! They're going to send him straight on towards Crystallis. He's in. Has he got enough damage to hit Crystallis down? Crystallis is healing up here with the Satanic. Fly's got the high ground vision to make the flat cannon keeps doing work, but the curse is there. It's the Requiem. Crystallis had the fire control. They take him down. As Yuma, he's out for 2 minutes, and that's the Rapier hitting the ground. Copy. He's going to try and hold his position here. Pots the BKB Fly, trying to get the overgrowth, but Crystallis is able to keep his distance. Zantic, when rakering away, Liga, they've got Toby on the side, tanking the kisses through with the cold embrace, and Zantic he'll back off now. They force out the buyback here. See if they can get more. Yuma trying to chase out Crystallis. The BKB, the Satanic is back up. See TP's coming in around the outpost. Gunner holds his position, grabbing Panto, but Gunner's very low.
Copy's hunting for Crystallis. They found him.
Now Yuma, he's going straight towards Toby. They take Crystallis out on the side.
That's a Rapier down.
They get the stun control there, but the push to the side. Yuma's able to separate from them. Gunner's gone. He'll buy back immediately.
Copy's getting to do sniper things. He's just peeping them from high ground.
And this time round, you look at the buybacks, it was a Liga that ended up having to spend 3. Only 2 from Nouns.
They get a Rapier, another one onto that gyro.
Oh, there we go. Double Rapiers for Yuma.
Crystallis couldn't get away. He kept trying to reset himself to hide from this sniper and stuff, but they just kept finding him. I believe Lelis spat the sniper also on top of him, so he couldn't get away, so that Rapier drops. Fight was totally split up.
I mean, and now with that fight going the way it did,
now they're
I don't think we're going to see them try and push for the high ground anytime soon, Liga.
No. But that was, I mean, it's such heads-up plays there. There's so many little spell interactions that we can talk about in that last fight, but the way that they want to take the fight is put vision down and jump immediately onto a target. And that's what they did. Fly jumps across on the other side, roots 3 targets while they're getting the burst. Constant like resets and fights have to happen, but overall Nouns, they're able to get the success because the one main core Copy survived during all of it.
1J. Oh, they're both very close to one another indeed. Splitter coming in, but Copy's able to dodge it off to the side. Gunner heading forward aggressively. I mean, still no Zantic for 30 seconds. 1J able to get away with the book. Oh, it's going to be difficult to force out the buyback from Zantic. He should be fine to hold off for 20 seconds. They're trying to push in nonetheless here, Nouns. Bottom lane's getting pressured by creeps.
They'll have to respond that eventually. They've only got 1 tier 4 left. 1J. Trying to inch forward here, Fly.
He is. He's got the connection in onto Fly. Hard to go for him though. Crystallis is going to commit, and that's actually enough. The rest of Nouns, they'll bail away. They don't want to try and waste anything to try and save Fly.
They have to go back. Tier 4 is dying. Half HP on it.
Fly. Of course, his buyback still intact.
Yep, they've
if
all got
Liga
the
come in with the push.
More than enough with the pirate hats. They've been digging and digging and digging. Main target for Liga. I mean, if they can find Yuma, would be pretty huge. He doesn't have that buy, but not the easiest of targets to bring down.
And with these, the rapiers back in the hands of Yuma, having the 2 of them, we see that. Actually, what's he going to do? He's going to leave one as the backup.
He was dropping them quite a bit. He was doing that a bit here. Maybe they're discussing like, does he want to hold it or does Copy? Because Copy has buyback. We'll have to see what they want to do with that. Either way, these jumps are very interesting.
Wait, they can't give it to one another, can they? What do you mean?
Sorry, apologies. I mean, like, if he dies, he'll have one to go back.
Just saving one as a backup one, yeah. I mean, obviously, with the fact that there are these 2 rapiers on the gyro, Crystallis, he knows he has to get his own. He has to be able to stand toe-to-toe with the DPS and be able to sustain with a Satanic heal, and to do that against the double Rapier Gyro, he's got to at least have one himself.
Yeah, and now now we're seeing Fly, he is getting the Ags. At this point in the game, when things are getting stalled out, then the Ags is definitely valuable. Super valuable on Tree.
It's just so hard
vision.
for Liga to break the high ground once again. It's only going to get harder. Nouns holding.
This is anybody's. This game is wild. It's as even as it comes. Buybacks could be the difference
I mean, that's the
maker,
thing. Probably once again, when you look at the buyback situation, would you say one team is in a favorable spot, or are both teams going to be like, we just got to wait this 4 minutes?
You could see the wait, but because Chrysalis doesn't have it, but Yuma doesn't have it. Copy has it, but it's Zant. It's like kind of exactly the same of who ends up having it. Snapfire doesn't based off gold, but he's going to very soon from the Pirate Hat, so maybe based off of that, Nouns will be a slight advantage in terms of buybacks. Who knows at this point?
Copy is able to get that next bit of progress. He'll get the Ag's Blessing. So
that's a big deal.
A little extra bit of a quick setup with the Assassinate.
It's a big deal when you've got a Rapier.
I'm just waiting in the base here now. No reason to head out.
I mean, how much does Assassinate do with this? It doesn't do well over 1,000 damage, right? Because it's with your So
they're going to try and creep out of the base here now. It's risky. But at the end of the day, they can, I guess, hold the high ground for as long as they want, but it won't necessarily win them the game. They've got to take a little bit of a chance.
I think Fly wants to get these wards and eyes out, right? If he starts planting these eyes of the forest everywhere, if they start getting full control of everything, then they can pick and choose which fight they want, and it will probably be pretty difficult for Liga to take out the Vision. They have a Bounty Hunter, but you need to get like a Quelling Blade and stuff, or Force Staff through them. I guess they have Force Boots, but yeah, you'll have to start cutting trees down, which is... It's not
it's like kind of whatever you do, there will be Vision upon you.
There's gonna be Vision. And Vision at these points in these games, get away from the gold lead means like nothing. Like, it's all about who gets these type of jumps, who gets the better full analysis of the team fight.
Now Chrysalis, he's going to get the courier out, get that Rapier, I imagine, sent over. Last time around he was playing with it in his inventory instead of the Hurricane Pike. So I imagine he'll do so the same. And with that, he truly is completely slotted out.
Again. Because he had the Rapier before. But
that is true, yeah. But did he have the bots upgraded last time?
He did.
Oh, he did,
yeah.
Okay. So he is done. It's the time of the game where you start buying moon shards for your teammates. Treat your ET to a moon shard. That wouldn't be a bad shout, right?
I mean, Panto's not attacking. I gotta be real.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I was hyped because of the mask and map, but he can't actually get in because he's playing versus Gyro Sniper. He dies so fast.
That is true.
When he runs in.
It's just such an incredible amount of damage. So, yeah, I had to get this kind of ghost online instead. Give him a chance to live.
Okay, can Lelis start building toward the full hybrid? He's a full magic build.
He could.
He can start converting to a right.
It's going to take time. But if they have anything this game, it probably is time.
I mean, if they die and he starts scooping up some rapiers, I mean, this game could go on for a while.
Oh, yeah.
And every time I say it, it ends abruptly. But this game could go on for a while.
No, this is a good one.
Okay, we'll have buyback on. I'm gonna have current gold on mine while we have buyback open on for you guys. Because I'm just gonna be looking at these 10,000 golds on like 6 different heroes.
I mean, Roshan's going to be the next one, and it's going to be down on the Radiant side of the map.
Feels like this Roche is actually kind of not helped.
I mean, that's true.
It's kind of wild stuff.
Yeah, you might just let the other team take it at this point.
Because everyone's just got like everything, and like everyone even has their own refreshers. So like the refresher shard or the Aghanim's blessing, it's just kind of meh.
Copy. Oh, that's risky. That's very risky.
He's very alone.
Oh no.
All right, Christos gets another rapier. Does he even have a slot for it?
Give it to Toby.
Give it to Toby?
Give it to okay.
Oh, give it
to the ET.
I mean, is Panto even gonna whatever? Well, hopefully now he's able to hit target.
But he may just walk up and die.
He may just walk up and do nothing and just hand a rapier because he's melee.
Well, at least for Copy he does have buyback, but
that was quite.
You can't do that.
No.
80 minutes into a game, farming in that position, it's a big risk to take.
Especially if you have 3 heroes on the bottom line.
And
they were in the Roche.
Yeah, and especially when you're not farming for anything.
No.
You've already got all the items you need, Yuma. And here comes the push, of course, Liga. They'll look to do whatever they can during this time where the sniper's out. Oh, he's going to be sending Yuma.
Him in again.
Okay, so Jabate blinks back out after being fired in by Lelis. Now, do you expend the buyback there on Copy, even though they weren't really able to get away to get that fight going? Maybe could have gotten away with holding that for a little bit longer.
He tried to pick up the rapier from Yuma, and he's like, wait, it doesn't work.
Oh, that's not how the rapier tech works. No, that is indeed not.
I think.
I mean, it's worth trying, is it? Just in case some patches sort of mess with it. And
I
you can pick
think
it up.
also Yuma was trying because this is you can't disassemble. I think he was trying to disassemble and make this type of weird. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there was something weird that he was trying to do with it or something, but either way, it doesn't work. So who cares?
Nah, it doesn't work. Yeah, cannot disassemble rapier or Midas.
Of course not.
But you never know. Sometimes
You never know.
the code is a little bit funky.
Yeah, something slipped through.
He's got his own.
He's got his own now.
He's got his own. But indeed, he's the one that sticks out for the next 7 minutes. The one hero that will not have buyback for the next 7 minutes of gameplay.
Yep.
And gameplay in which they will be holding against a team that has got that Aegis. They've got whatever they want to take here on whoever wants to take it.
And do people want to switch items at all? Christos, do you want to switch? You have 14,000 gold. Is there a better option on anything?
Dude, he's got to buy some moon shards for the bros.
Why?
Why not?
They're not attacking. They can buy their own.
Just for morale?
They have 7,000 gold each.
What about a moon shard?
I mean, he should.
What about a moon shard for his wife?
He should buy one for them, but
you know what I mean? Can you not do it anymore? You can, right?
I don't
you
think
can
they
still buy moon shards for your mates.
I don't know if I've ever seen anybody actually do it, but... All right, Nouns.
7 minutes, no sniper buyback.
Copy.
It's something that Liga can punish. Yeah, he has to be so careful. If he's seen on the front lines again, it's game over.
But Yuma doesn't have a consumed moon shard either yet.
Yeah, surely he does.
He doesn't.
Oh. Well, that's...
Maybe he forgot.
Come on, Yuma. He forgot that he could buy them for himself. He forgot they existed.
Well, maybe he doesn't want either because he wants the gold to be able to buy that rapier when he
Maybe, sure. He's thinking about the backup rapiers.
Yeah.
Because you know what? He's still got the backup one. He's got the backup.
Yeah, he needs the backup.
The backup.
Oh, there you go. Zantic.
I mean, he needs that moon shot.
I don't see why not.
You don't want a backup.
There's more things that they're thinking about in the game.
I guess
right?
so.
They're very focused.
Was that courier with 3 Roshan banners?
I think it was 3 or 4, right?
Wait, where is that at?
Where is that?
I saw that pop up.
It's coming. 3 Roshan banners on the ET courier.
Dude, if he gets 4, he gets the secret item.
If he combines it with a block of cheese.
With cheese, you get... I don't know what you get.
Do you just drop all 3 on one spot?
It stacks.
You can't kill 3.
It overdrives the creeps.
There's 1.
All fly, careful. Yuma.
There's 2. 2 banners.
Gotta be careful as well. Gets clipped by the stun. They're pushing.
Toby.
That's it. Toby. Yeah, kick him out.
Okay, that's 2 banners. I believe they still have 2 more.
But they had 4. They only had 3, right?
No, they had 4. Bounty had 1 also.
But they did have... Wait, okay. Oh, they had... Well, no, because the 3 were on the side of Nouns, right?
No, the 3 were on 3 were on ET's courier, 1 was on Bounty. And they used 2 there. They still have 2 left.
All right.
They're hanging around.
Oh, they've still got 1 in the base. Okay, yeah, Nouns, yeah.
Yeah, Nouns still has 1 in the base.
Nouns
There's been a lot of Roshans.
Oh,
Against the jump. Toby.
He's in, and he's out. They're going to get the stone form over towards Toby, being able to pull him out to safety. Yuma, can he get off this? Yeah, he can. He's got the giant string. He can go wherever he wants to go. And in fact, Gunner's going to jump in, gets the grab in, but the BKB was already off. Yuma trying to step back up on towards Crystallis, but Azantic's in, pushing them back. They're trying to do something here with the overgrowth from Fly, catching on to the 2 of them. Gunner's in, trying to bring the damage to bring down, but again, the Stone Remnant able to get Toby out towards the side. The Rikku comes out for Yuma. He's in onto the side. The Curse will come out, but not before they've been able to take out the support. Buybacks are coming out. Now it's pushed forward. They're in towards Crystallis. Crystallis out as well.
They are destroying this fight.
They're ready for round 2 as well. The Aegis not going to do anything to allow Toby to turn this fight.
That was an absurd fight the way they kind of got it. Fly got this overgrowth onto 2 heroes, but Gunner just charged in versus everybody with no fear.
Who grabbed the rapier from Crystallis?
I think it was Lelis, was it? I couldn't see. I was trying to click around.
Lelis.
Yeah, it was. Okay.
He's got himself a rapier.
And they just weren't able to get hits off. Like, Azantic got almost nothing off because both of his plays that he had to do was to bail out Toby. I think he had to refresh and chant Remnant him, and then he has no way to protect himself, and SF couldn't just free fire hit.
He's got the backup rapier, at least, Crystallis.
Okay.
He had more than enough money to do so.
That was the biggest win for Nouns by far. I mean, they completely wiped them without losing anything.
But do they feel confident enough to stick around for a high ground push?
I don't know.
They want to get at least one of these buybacks out, surely, from Azantic or Crystallis.
They've got 15,000 gold too. Another jump.
Oh, it's deep. It's under the tier 4. That's the buybacks. Now you want to get out of there. You force out the buybacks. You don't want to stay around for this fight.
Oh, massive.
Unless you want to do some advanced sort of double back play with a smoke, but they don't. They'll get the buybacks out. They'll get the hell out of there.
They can back it up and pick up some of these next few items. Copy will be careful. BKB TPs back up to crazy amounts of gold. Now he should definitely get the moon shard on the gyro.
Get that moon shard.
But yeah, these plays, this is, I mean, really cool usage overall from Lelis and Yuma of the way they're starting fights. When have you ever seen a gyro Snapfire be the initiators, right? Like, pretty cool stuff with the Aghanims plays.
Wait, did he make Gunnar buy him a moon shard?
I think
he's got so much money. He just bought it for himself, Gunnar. Or is he going to use it on his gyro?
Using himself.
Okay.
I think he bought one on Yuma also.
Right? He bought the upgraded bots. He bought bots level 2.
Okay.
But it didn't have moon shot.
Whatever. You know what? We're nitpicking. So Lelis now, level 30's hit, right? Shredder damage, multiple hits, multiple targets, rapier.
I got another gem out on the side of Liga. And what we get? A bit of shopping trip. This is going to be the moon shard. There we go. That's one of them. And what are we getting from Fly? Fly full Octarine.
Oh my. Okay,
so,
more trees.
These trees are going to be flying out left, right, and center. The whole map is going to be covered.
They're starting to take over. Is he a buyback? He does, right? No, yeah, he does. So yeah, they'll have.
This is as good as it kind of gets for Nouns, right?
Buybacks.
Everybody on Liga, if you go down, you're out for good. So this is the time for Nouns to maybe seize the opportunity to win the game.
Lelis is in. Lelis is going big. The double rapier.
So he's going to be able to, what, spit Yuma in, or blink in, and then also blinking himself, and then just the immediate kind of physical burst coming from that sort of initiation, it's going to tear through someone. Someone in Liga's going to die.
Is you can little shredder, blink in, refresher, little shredder, and double kaboom, and anything is going to die. Just a Lelis now at this point too. Yeah, these fights now it's very difficult.
Nouns have the complete setup to close this game.
Now they've gotten through that 40,000 gold lead that it did reach at 45,000 at one point. It's given us the 50-50, but it feels like Nouns has a bit more of an advantage now versus 0 buybacks.
Liga, they have to play this fight better than any that they've played so far, and they've played some good fights, but this has to be something else. 1J.
The trees are being planted.
Just the initiation is so terrifying for Nouns. This gyro could come flying at them through the assistance of Lelis.
And even if he doesn't, like their distance that they hit from, it is insane damage. They've got the mid lane in, they've got that bottom lane in. Still so much time for these buybacks.
4 minutes of pain for Liga.
Rax is dropping. Rax is not nearly as important, obviously.
I mean, they've been very careful about this now. So really, it's up to Lelis really to make the call of who he wants to spit in.
Him and Gunnar, they can make the call of how they want to make this fight happen.
It's a lot of pressure on Lelis, right? It's one of those moments, if you make a good spit, it's game over for them. If you make a bad spit, it could be game over for you. And Zanny's going to try and initiate in Yuma. He's able to find the two of them at the side. The Earth Splitter comes out. Yuma straight on up with Chrysalis. Chrysalis trying to heal up with the BKB Satanic. The cards comes out. Chrysalis, can he continue to sustain through this? All the corner brace there. But he dies through it. He's gone. 3 of them dead. This should be game over unless Zantic and Toby can do something insane, and they cannot. 5 dead. GG is called. Nouns will close up this game 1, 91 minutes in.
Holy crap. I mean, what a really interesting kind of way that they've identified of how to win the game. It comes to the back of Lelis's Ags, right? Like, I think that's kind of the biggest one that started turning everything for me. Gunnar started to be able to charge in and have a follow-up. He'd always have this gyro that flew in and started fights with him too. This was a really cool approach. I mean, it started to get to some crazy number levels and stuff like that too, but this game was fairly even for the majority of it in terms of how these teams were taking fights versus each other.
Yeah, just able to keep their cool that little bit more when it came down to it here now. So what a game. I hope we get some more of this one. 91 minutes, 91. And you say on the first day of the tournament. Crazy stuff here. Nouns, they take game 1.
Yeah, thanks for that. It was crazy. Nothing like a game of Dota that's as long as Avengers Endgame. I love that.
Quick one
Yeah.
before going to bed. Always happens.
So anyway, let's break it down. There was a really interesting moment in minute 7. No, I'm kidding. Just do it. I'm out. I'm tapping out. I'm done.
All right, where do we start? We are going to start with saying that Nouns had a better draft. Just kidding. It doesn't matter. Late game Dota is so chaotic that it breaks down the game. Like purchasing multiple rapiers, having neutral items, tier 5 neutrals as well. There were so many things in this game, like, because we can divide this game in like multiple stages. The one where Nouns were winning in the first like 20 minutes, 25 maybe, and then at Xantic, or should we call him Chad Xantic, who kind of rolls in, controls the full team fight, and then post rapier, post 60 minutes. Fear.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I think right now Nouns, they had the better early game, right? Like the mid game was going to be very difficult for the Earth Spirit, as we knew. That went really well for them. They didn't do particularly well on that Wyvern lane either, so their lanes went really well. And Gunner, he had a pretty free game as well, but at Xantic, once he ended up getting that Blade Mail, getting in there with all the magnetizes, really made the difference. And at one point, we did think like L1, like they had this one in the bag for sure. It's just like Crystallis, he played one of the best game of Dota I've ever seen him play on this Shadow thing. He played so incredibly well. And at some point, like you just turtle in your base, you have the 3 absolute best rapier carriers in the game on your team. All you got to do is wait for like 89 minutes in the game and your lineup will shine, I suppose.
Back when we thought the game was going to go one way, a long time ago, yesterday I think, it was going to be a wonderful segment about how well Xantic played, and you highlighted him, before the game. He
still played out of his freaking mind in this game.
Fantastic game, but obviously without the W, it's going to feel bad. So, but I mean, towards the end, I'm really impressed with how Nouns found a way to make the fights work for them. With the execution, with the gyro and
throwing in gyro. This is the one. Like you see this Giant's Ring gyro flying in. It takes him like good 3 seconds to land with his gigantic thrusters, and the rest of the team is just peeping from the distance. First of all, Snapfire, Lillis, he recognizes what needs to be done. When he first throw him in, I'm like, man, he's griefing. They need to disable help on gyro because he might get him killed. Overall, it looked really good. They had buybacks. It was, when it comes down to late game Dota, it's more about who has buybacks available. You buy back, our enemy team is going to try to pressure, maybe win the game off of that big buyback, especially if you need to buy Divine Rapier, have also enough to purchase another Divine Rapier, have buyback. This is like 10,000 gold plus we're talking about.
Yeah, and Yuma, he joined the 100K club of doing 100,000 damage in one game. Not easy to do unless you're a Zeus, so he managed to get that one. And sure, game duration does matter, but it's still very rare. You'll find one game where a hero gets 100,000 damage done.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of not being able to kind of get it over the line for Team Liga, is that like something that you think they're going to be disappointed about? Or do you actually think the way that they played so well individually with a team of stand-ins, essentially, they're going to be taking a lot of positives out of this one?
No, I think they played this really well. Somebody at the end of the day needs to lose. We're almost at the end of the day, considering how long this game was, but I think they had some really nice moments showing that also with the stand-in they have good chemistry. I think one of the hardest things in this patch as well is coming back into the game when you are down like 10K gold lead, which they were. We haven't seen many comebacks. A lot of the TI games were 2-0s and they were like very one-sided because the patch kind of favors it, the snowball meta. We're still in it, and they managed to make a really good comeback for the good 60 minutes in the mid game, as we want to call it.
And I think we have one of those moments ready as well where they were doing well as well,
do.
So we can check that out.
Yeah, let's get into that. I mean, obviously as well, you were talking about Xantic here and the net value. I mean, as you said, it doesn't really matter that much when the game lasts forever, but hugely important. Such a wonderful
This is part of like how they got to where they were in a winning position, right? Like I really want to highlight the itemization he went. That was really good. The Blade Mail plus the Shivas were the 2 items that just allowed him to get into these fights, get on top of the sniper, and really make the magic happen. So like his itemization was really well. He knew he was going to lose the laning stage, and then he just like decided to pick a hero that could just like make the team fights magnets work. And we saw in this one too, when everything was working for L1, it was during these moments here. He gets the magnetize off, he gets the BKB, they ended up focusing him. We didn't talk a lot about Toby as well, but his cold embraces were phenomenal this game for the largest portion of the game. He ends up saving him, and sure, he goes down in the end, but look at the damage this magnetize does the whole time. They ended up killing like 3 heroes, and Yuma, sorry, is trying to go in as Gyro. This magnetize did half of his HP.
And
he just dies.
Pre-25 talent, so he didn't have that magnetize is undispellable here, but it was causing a lot of issues on top of that. One thing that I did mention in our green room was that maybe Revenant's Brooch could be an item, as you pointed out. Toby, he was giving them a lot of trouble with these cold embraces. They didn't have enough magic damage to go through it, so maybe that was something on the back of their heads, but decided to go for Divine Rapiers.
1776 all over again. I thought the Brits were going to beat the Americans. No, wrong again. Let's talk about the Divine Rapiers. Obviously, that was mercifully how we got to end the game. There was 6 on the field at one point, is that right?
Yeah, I think the total ended up being 6, and 2 of them were on Laylis on Snapfire, level 30, by the way. This is one of the absolute best rapier carriers in the game. Crystallis had one as well. Then we had 2 other guys holding rapiers, which are also on the Radiant side of Nouns, Gyrocopter and Sniper, both rocking the rapiers here as well. So it was definitely one of those games at some point in the game, there's just a rapier sitting in the middle of the field. Nobody wanted to pick it up. Nobody knew who should be picking it up. And that's just late game Dota for you. Like, everyone ends up buying rapiers, and it becomes a snowball effect where, well, I got one rapier, got to get another one, and then you lose one, you have to buy another one to replace that one. And all of a sudden there's 6 rapiers in the game, and it just gets wild.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, the Dota is just so chaotic when it comes down to late game decision making. One, like this big play that they did with the Gyrocopter and Snapfire could change a lot. This is not something you would expect, so you need to adapt. Like, there's going to be a lot of situations in Dota post 60 minutes especially where you need to think outside of the box, like how we're going to win the game, and they've found that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, guys, thanks a lot for that and hanging in there. We were sat here thinking that one was going to be over quickly. It wasn't, but it was excellent. So make sure you come back after the break for some more NA Dota. Yeah, welcome back to the second series of the day here at PGL Wallachia. I know you wouldn't believe it. Been here a while. It's Nouns versus Team Liga. Nouns took the cinematic epic, or horrific atrocity, depending on which side of the fence you're on at home, and now go obviously into the second map. What's it like when you play a game like that as a pro and it's like super long? I mean, is the win essential so you can have that like
from
energy
Nouns'
boost?
perspective?
Yeah.
I mean, I think for Nouns' perspective, they're pretty happy about this one because it wasn't going well for them. It was going really poorly. They ended up turtling the game for as long as they could. They won off the back of like some rapier plays, and they made some good shot calling, right? Like the snap with the Aghanims was a really good idea as well. So I think they're pretty happy about this. But L1, on the other hand, like, this one's got to hurt, right? Like, you feel like you should have won this one.
Close.
You were winning for most of the game, and then you're going to the next game. You feel pissed off.
Yeah.
Maybe it's going to go one or two ways. Either it's going to light a fire under you and you're going to play better this one and make sure you secure the deal, or you're going to start thinking, man, you know, but it's not enough. And
you don't talk too much about this kind of a game afterwards, this, like what went wrong and stuff.
Depends on the player, but yeah.
You're going to leave that for the afterwards, because there's so many things that went wrong where you could have maybe won the game of a couple of plays, but it was too long. You need to reset. You need to prep for another game. And also something that I noticed, Panto's nickname in-game is OG No-Tail, bringing out that ET, you know, the spirit of No-Tail is with us.
No, I saw, like, I was watching, like, pubs last night, and I saw an OG No-Tail in the pub. I'm like, who is this guy?
That's the
guy.
There you go. Now you know. So look, obviously we are about to get into the picks and bans. Is it going to be the case that you think like Team Liga are just going to be like, look, okay, we were in that game, you know, we should have won that one. We'll get some comfort picks, you know, under our belt, and like we're in there. We can actually mix it up with the big boys, considering Nouns were aiming for top 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think you don't look at the minor details of that game. You look at the point where you were in a position of power. You should have won that game. If you would have made a couple better decisions, then the game was in the bag. And I think that's what the approach you have to take going to this next game.
Just by the way as well, I should say this for everybody at home, while we're waiting for the players to get situated, we have had some news. I did say I'd give you some updates about the Falcons situation, as well as Team Nigma, who have had players that missed flights. We have a resolution for Team Falcons. It looks like they're going to be using Aui as a stand-in for that game. We don't know what's happening with Team Nigma yet. They are in talks with PGL to maybe get some substitutes in. I've heard some very interesting, spicy names, by the way, but whatever. No spoilers. What do you make of that, guys?
I think Aui is no stranger to standing in for Falcons. He's done it a lot. And even in this exact scenario, I think what they're going to do is they're going to move Snaking to the offlane, and AUI is going to play position 5. Because Snaking, for most of his career, played offlane. So he hasn't played in a while. It's definitely a downgrade, but you work with what you got.
Yeah, the AUI as stand-in, it happens so many times. And he's also a type of a coach that still plays a lot of Dota. You know, he's high rank. It's not like he's there existing, saying, you guys are doing good, you know, pick it. He actually knows the game, not taking the credit. He's the guy who breaks down the game, all about these like little details. Very smart and very hardworking person, and we're gonna see him on stage, which is always gonna be nice.
And look, I guess the benefit is at least your opponent is using stand-ins as well. Because obviously, I mean, Falcons are the favorites. We spent all morning setting that up, and anything that could derail it and cause them to lose the game could put them in a difficult situation somewhere down the line.
Yeah, most definitely. But we'll have to see on that series, as we do have Nouns against L1
we're in.
ready to go.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's see what
Bounty Hunters banned this time.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, we did mention it that this hero could be popular, considering that every pro player out there on Dota Pro Tracker is pretty much playing it from position 4. Reminds me of Venomancer from the offlane when it comes down to itemization. Back when in the days when Venom was popular, can buy pretty much any item, and it's going to feel good on position 4 bounty. Earth Spirit is the big one that
they're going to ban it.
They probably should, considering what they did on Xantic. Like, Xantic played out of his freaking mind.
Yeah, he did. He definitely played really well. And the respect ban as well on that Snapfire. We saw how much work it did in that game. Laning stage all the way to the late game with the Aghanims pickup, and of course the ultra late game where you can turn into a carry yourself. So
You were talking about Exantic's hero pool just in the break and saying it was a little bit, kind of unorthodox, a little bit maybe outside of the current meta.
Yeah, that's how he came into the scene playing Kunkka, most known. Fear you did the numbers, 1,300 games on Kunkka or something?
1,220 Kunkka games in pubs. That's not even counting his official games.
Yeah, sure.
He plays a lot of Kunkka. However, it's not like the best Kunkka mid patch, so we're probably not going to see that. Monkey King, he also has over 1,000 games in pubs as well, so he definitely has his specialty heroes, and we saw his Earth Spirit mid was also master tier, so there's a lot of heroes he does play, but he just plays some heroes that other mids don't play, and I think Timber's one of them that I brought up. Earth Spirit's not something every mid player plays as well. We saw what effect it can have. Same with these Monkey King type heroes, so we'll have to see if he's going to cook up something else. I think the Earth Spirit was very specific to the sniper pickup, so it's really up to Nouns if they're going to switch it up.
Yeah.
Interesting one. Naga Siren, even though the hero has been nerfed, still one of the most contested heroes. Previous TI, the hero does so much, slowing you down, removing your status resistance as well. And Pugna, as a response, Lelis did play 3 Pugna games in the last couple of days, did win, let me just check, all of those games. So he feels pretty confident. With the Shard, it's always going to be good against the Illusions. Maybe it's better on paper against the Illusions if Naga Siren is a carry, because what you want to do as a support is split push, try to provide vision instead of grouping around a single target when you play it as a carry and try to kill off the target. So not going to be as effective, but there's some upsides to it.
Yeah, but it does force it into that support position now. And I know Toby as well, whenever you play against him, you can't rule out that he might pull out
Toby
the
and
off-lane,
jabs.
the off-lane Naga, right? So I don't think it's a bad thing, because if you completely don't address this Naga, then all of a sudden it becomes a core, and that's a problem, right? And Naga's in Dota is one of those gotcha picks. If you don't address it, it can be very annoying.
When's the last time we saw Naga Siren being played as a core? Considering how popular she is, I don't remember in the last couple of months that
it's just been too OP with a Deluge on support to even consider it putting at a carry role. It's just happens, some of my favorite carry heroes. There's that Terrorblade patch, right? I love playing Terrorblade, right? But support stole it away from me, and I just couldn't play it anymore, just because it was still a good carry, but it was just so good. You just first pick at support that got to that point, and I think Naga was also at that point where it's still a viable carry.
Typical carry mentality, not even picking the hero, blaming the supports for it.
It's just how it works, dude. I've heard it all before.
So. Can't first pick my hero, That's just not smart. All right, so they got the Pugna already. They're pretty much picking blind. Well, not entirely blind. You have to assume that Naga is most likely going to be the 5. I would roll with that assumption. Another hero that's really good versus Naga, this one specifically, you use that sleep to disengage fights, maybe TP out, but have that rolling thunder in the middle of it. I wonder if he's going to go the buffed facet, which gives you better turn rate, and also I think it extends the duration of the roll. So you can actually maybe do some bowling pin action here and knock out a couple TPs while they're trying to go, and that can disrupt those team fights as well.
Could be a better option in this one, considering the sleep. You want to prolong it as long as possible. And Dark Willow, this is a hero that is control against Pugna as well. Insane amount of damage, and also something that Pango doesn't like to play into is always going to be the root mechanic, so he can't get out with his spells. Naga Siren and Dark Willow, usually, we've seen some Naga Sirens being played as position 4. It was Gaming Gladiators when they play against Liquid, game 2, I believe. But Monkey King, now you have a setup, all your heroes. It's a bit of an anti-synergy if you want to use Terrorize with Wukong's command. Sometimes it does happen, but maybe stick to Bramble Maze, Reel In, and Snare type of a play.
I mean, I think this, we just talked about it before, Exantic's hero pool with the Monkey King, but Crystallis literally came into the scene playing this hero. This was his hero. So if there's a team that I believe in the Monkey King, it's definitely L1 here. Is they're veterans on this Monkey King. It's a comfort pick for both their mid laner and their carry player, so definitely a good flex for them. Luna's going to come out on the opposite end here. Very good versus Naga as well. I think there's 0% chance this Naga will become
no chance
at this point.
Whatsoever.
So we know what our supports are now. It's definitely Naga. It's definitely Dark Willow. Monkey King is also going to be a core. So yeah, and Tree, it's going to be picked up yet again for Fly.
Is the tree a response to the monkey a little bit? Because obviously you can kind of get in there and...
It's a strong lane with Luna, and now they picked Enigma into Tree and Protector, so you'll always have something. It's Toby Classic, so not really surprised by that, but not an easy monkey game, because you have Pango. They wish Pango would still disarm people, but now you have Pugna as well with the Decrepify, Tree and Protector with his ulti. So you will need a lot of the spells on Monkey King to be able to actually get the punches in.
Nasty Enigma pick, though, because like, Luna doesn't deal with the Eidolons in the lane, and neither does the Tree. And Enigma is a very specialty offlane, and we don't see him all the time. We see him later in the draft, just because like he can have really bad lanes. Like if you lane versus a Gyro, you're useless, right? If you're laning versus some Crystal Maidens, you're also useless. But if you're playing versus two heroes that can't kill your Eidolons, you destroy your lane. Like you just have a free lane, you build drums in 5 minutes, you walk from lane to lane, you kill everyone. And I think this is the exact position Toby wanted to be in last game, but he wasn't given the opportunity to play a hero that hard countered what he saw. Then he just settled with the Wyvern, but this Enigma has the potential to just take over the game.
Ooh. We have the big Wombo combo. Navi's here at the tournament. We're bringing back some old school combos for all the boomers out there. Naga Siren plus Enigma. That's how Navi...
What's the counter?
What's the counter to it? There's no counter. This is the
No, Puppy
OP.
said it. It's Juggernaut.
Oh, it's Jug. Okay. Well, Jug off lane for Nouns. Speaking of Gunners...
Dinner's on me if they actually do that. I'll take you out.
Gunners heroes that are still left in the pool.
Winter Wyvern.
Doom is available, if I'm not mistaken. Could be really good against Monkey when it comes down to stopping the healing, stopping the Enigma as well.
Yeah, I think what they want more than anything in this game is... I mean, they can play this offlane Pango too. I would not take that off as well because we've seen it before. Gunner does play it. So it is still a bit of a flex. He does not have to play this, especially if they do want to switch things up. But I think the Monkey will follow the Pango no matter where he does choose to go. So that is going to be a slight issue. But Nouns, they do have overall last pick of the game, so they're just going to chill. And I think that's why that Pango pick is so good, is that they're going to decide later on what they want to do with it. So we'll see. I think on the side of L1, though, they definitely need to think about what they're doing with this Monkey King, because they have to commit at some point where, is this going to be our mid? Is it going to be our carry? Or can they find like a double flex where they can pick a ranged, like I'll say Wind Rangers because that's the only thing that comes to my mind right now. Pick. Or you have like Wind Ranger mid or carry.
Listen to this.
Okay.
Troll with Aghanim Scepter. Dispels pretty much everything. Good against Pango, great against Pugna. You can dispel yourself, dispel whoever gets the Decrepify. We saw Troll being very popular earlier today. That was like 8 hours ago when we started the day.
Yeah, and earlier this week, we did see that Troll. I mean, I don't hate it. I think it could work out. The world is their oyster here, though. They just need to make a decision on this Monkey King.
Why do people say that?
The world is the oyster. I mean, like, oysters have pearls in, and it's like, obviously, a pearl is a treasure, and so, you know, it means you can open up the world and take the treasure out. It's all there for you. That's probably what it means.
Makes sense. I thought it was much deeper than that.
No, I mean, I'll find out. I'll Google it when we're not working.
Sure.
When we're not on air. I'll tell you. But no, it's a good question. But it's probably that.
Nouns Esports.
All right, decision has been made. Carry MK, and then Storm going into mid lane here. And this is pretty good too, because like even if you switch the Pango to mid, Storm historically is also good versus the Pango.
Yes.
So you're stuck between a rock and a hard place here, where you have to decide where to put this Pango. Either
Now,
mid or
the reason they say that, Tom, is that it's both bad to be hit with a rock and anything else that's equally hard. I'll keep you up to date on other sayings and phrases over the course of the broadcast.
And your favorite fear, DK mid against Storm Spirit. Yes or no?
No.
Thank you. I also feel the same way about it.
They banned Puck already, though. Mid is a
gone.
very interesting spot to be right now, because like they banned the mobility heroes, and then L1 took the other mobility hero. So like at that point, there's no more mobility heroes other than Pango. So I think you just might as well put Pango mid in this situation, and then you pick a hero on the off lane. The only hero that I can think of that's like remotely decent versus Monkey King as a melee is Mars. That's a hero that particularly does okay. Beast in some situations okay, but that one's banned, so no point discussing that one.
I think if they want to go with instant stun, Shaker mid against Storm, you're gonna...
They're just gonna do the Wyvern. Come on, just pull it out.
Pull out the Wyvern straight away?
Gunner Wyvern, off lane, he loves it. Good versus Monkey King in lane. You can cancel Black Hole. Very bad versus Storm, but what can you do? All right, so we got a Death Prophet. That's going mid.
Hero has been buffed. Her Exorcism has been buffed by a couple of spirits early on, I think.
A few, honestly. I think it went from... It's like 10 now, and
10,
before
it was 8.
Was it 8?
It was 8,
okay,
yes.
All right, so couple, you're right.
Because it doubled before. It was 8, went down to 16, and now it's... Let me just double check that real quick.
10 to 20 now, double, sorry. We lost the double.
It doesn't double anymore, that's the thing.
It keeps on doubling.
I wish. So Spirit increased from 8/16/24 to 10/17/24. Not sure where they found the 17, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, just to give some insight on why DP is good versus Storm Spirit is, in the laning stage, Storm likes to play in your face, up in melee range. You just siphon him, you can tank whatever he throws at you, you're going to push him out regardless. Later on in the game, you have a Silence. And Silence is really good for Storm to stop his mobility. So it kind of has like a double purpose in the game where you shut down his laning stage and later on you have the Silence to shut him down. But we haven't seen it a lot because DP has just been kind of an awkward hero to play right now. It's like hard to fit him into a draft. He doesn't really play the map like the mobility heroes do play it. You kind of just have to group up and go. But they got Pugna, they got Luna, they got DP, they got Shri. If they get to a good start, they group up, they could go.
Yeah, I was going to say as well about the push. Seems pretty insane as well.
It looks really good from Nouns side. I also want to see what the itemization is going to be. I'm down for some Road of Atos because they definitely lack catch just to be able to punish the Storm Spirit. Atos into Silence, Atos to catch Monkey King as well. I think this item needs to be purchased as DP from the mid lane.
All right, well, guys, thanks for your thoughts as always. We're now going to throw it... Oh, no, we're not going to throw it over to Nomad. We're going to keep talking is what we're going to do. That was the first one. So, yeah, sorry, and now, that was the end of the conversation, really. Okay, thanks, production. Yeah, we're going to go out to Nomad. He's got a sideline interview.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Yes, indeed. I'm here with No Fear after the draft of game number 2. I mean, firstly, what is it like trying to draft with 3 stand-ins on your team?
We have some problems because they ban all heroes and we pick now Enigma. And I think last game I lose draft. It is we lose game. It is not about skill. Okay, we leading more gold, and in end game we have some problems. We can't end. We mix not super good team, and it is okay if we lose late game. But I think it is mistake draft last game.
That's very kind of mature of you to kind of take that on the chin. So is that the kind of conversation you had after that crazy last game that you just went in and said, "That's on me, my bad, let's reset"?
We don't care. We just chill, see how enemy play, pick better, and now we just see how game end. No problem.
No problems indeed.
We don't tilt it after game, last game. No, not tilted. No tilted.
No tilted, no tilted. All right, all PMA then. I mean, is that kind of just because you guys are feeling quite relaxed this tournament, just seeing what happens?
Yeah, we just relax because we mix, we now have pressure, we play for this tournament Nouns good team. I mean, not in general, for this tournament, it is good team, we underdog, we don't care. We just play for chill, you know?
Perfect, all right. No Fear, thank you very much for coming to talk to us. Best of luck in game number 2, and we're going to send over to our casters who are OD and fogged.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, we're ready to get in the action of Game 2. And that way for that Game 1, if they were kind of playing chill, they played pretty well, right? Liga gave Nouns quite the run for their money in that Game 1. Couldn't quite close it up, of course. Nouns finding the superior position to hold in that crazy 90-minute game and find those winning moments after it all. But yeah, let's see if we get another crazy one out of this Game 2. And it was No Fear pretty much said he didn't like his draft from Game 1. What did you make of his one this time around here in Game 2 from Liga?
I mean, it's got a lot of cool wombo combo, that's for sure. Nagasarn plus Enigma plus Willow always has really cool ones. Same thing with the Monkey King. But I mean, I didn't hate their draft the last game that much.
No.
I thought it definitely had problems that you could get to in the later stages of the game when you're playing versus like Sniper Gyro scaling, but I don't know. I had problems, you know, with the Wyvern and stuff a little bit, but you know what? Whatever. I think this one definitely, it has cool opportunities to be able to seize. It's just, I'm worried about the tempo that Nouns can set, because they have a really fast-paced draft. They have Pugna, they have DP, they have Luna.
Bottom line.
They have a good start. They're going to be able to take towers early.
They're going to be able to take him out. Not a bad start to having their safe lane there, grabbing first blood for Crystalis. And yeah, so on the topic of the push, and this mid hero in particular, right? This is something that you feel that we're probably going to see quite a bit, right? This hero Death Prophet has a lot of potential.
I just wanted to see it more and more. I wanted to see this facet in particular. I know it's still mixed in pubs. People really like the one where you get the spirits that look like the heroes and stuff like that because it's stronger in terms of some situations just for aggressiveness. But this one is really cool in defensive purposes and probably overall better because sometimes DP can just get burst and struggle a lot. So definitely an interesting and strong hero versus the spirits. So that's why I was actually asking for it in the green room as a joke before this game, and we actually got it, so I'm happy. Because, yeah, itemization, glad Lacoste said it as well, too. Atos is fantastic this game to catch the storm, prevent the Monkey King, and just a great stat item overall on DP, so. And the reason why we see it, of course, is the buffs. They said on panel, but more spirits, you've gotten so many buffs across the board, and you got the facet. It's been a while since you got this facet, but we haven't really seen it in pro play too much. This will be another very difficult lane for Xantic, just like last
Top lane. Should be another kill here for Liga, as 1J able to help Toby take down Fly.
This lane in particular is devastating for the side of Nouns. You cannot really play too well up here with Tree plus Luna versus these Eidolons. Not much you can do to clear them out, so Toby should have a very, very good game, at least in this early game.
Yeah, we can see the proficiency on the heroes for Liga. 3 of them pretty much up at their master tier level. And mid lane at Xantic, he's got the fairy fire.
Nice play.
Still getting bullied back out of this lane. As Copy, quite like what we saw in game 1. Very different heroes, but very similar situation where he's able to get this high advantage early on in the CS.
Maybe, this one I feel like he's actually bullying harder than the last one, the Sniper versus Air Spirit. This one he's really putting the pressure on.
Bottom lane again. Every single time that they see Lelis having to use the Decrepify, they're straight on him. They know he's got nothing else to protect himself with, and they're finding these early kills.
The power of the Naga Siren, the laning phase of this hero is just insane. And Crystallis, he is playing, in my opinion, his best hero. His most played hero, that Monkey King. So yeah, it's a ton of slow. The Orb of Venom plus the Deluge, you're not really moving after that first Decrep was used.
Yeah, and all in all, with the way that things have added up throughout the draft, how's sort of the outlook of this game looking for the impact of what Lelis is going to be able to do on the Pugna?
That's a good question. It's gotten a lot of buffs. Like this Nether Ward damage it's pretty high. You're also going to be healing a lot, in particular for Storm. If Storm tries to zip and ever kill Pugna and you have this ward down, you're full healing. Every time Storm zips, this Pugna in particular just gets this big heal. So this hero always has crazy potential in almost any game. It just is, are you able to get the opportunities where you get these decrep heals and stuff? Decrep resets. Which could definitely see him getting. He's playing versus Monkey King. This decrep is going to be very, very valuable throughout the majority of this game.
Has to be careful in lane, though. We've already seen 2 times.
Yeah.
Well, they've been able to play around the Decrepify defensive potential. And he's going to Decrep himself here. This Gunner's got the safety to swashbuckle away.
This is not an easy lane for Nouns. Gunner is handling it, though. His CS is pretty good. 22-4. Yes, they're constantly getting bullied, and now he might die again, but the CS is quite nice. Here comes that reel in.
And they've got the Boundless. It's enough once again. Another kill here for the safe lane duo of Liga.
Panto wants more.
Well, they could look to try and dive for Lelis. They got a Primal Spring at the ready as Crystallis.
Ooh.
That's the case. He's going to have to play careful because the TP comes in from Fly. They want to bail out as soon as they can. And Panto, quick TP out in the trees. He'll get away. And Crystallis able to back up. So good response there to Fly coming in. They don't try and push the issue and push their luck.
4-0. And they've taken the Luna out of the lane top now. Toby can start probably taking this tower here, actually. He's got the catapult wave. He cuts the wave as well, too. So this top tower is in jeopardy, especially now that Fly had to leave to go bottom, too. This could just go down. So Toby, he's going to have an explosive timing, one of the faster ones for the drums. Just like Fear was saying, he can definitely move from lane to lane.
And we're seeing as well, sure, in the mid lane, Copy of course, completely won this matchup.
Yeah.
But Xantic's able to keep up. He's backing up, he's doing a bit of jungling, and making sure that he doesn't get left completely behind.
Yeah, Fly's just going to go and annoy him. Soak, maybe contest some of the CS and stuff like that, but is starting to get some recovery. Yeah, so Gunner did die, but yeah, his CS is still pretty good on. He's actually only 500 behind a Monkey King Naga lane. Sometimes these lanes could be pretty devastating for something like that Pango. That's why they wanted the Monkey. And he's doing okay. Not great, but I thought it was going to actually be much worse for Gunner.
Yeah. And Copy should be able to get into a good position to be pretty impactful quite early, right? With the farm that he's getting in the mid, he's going to be able to get the Rod of Atos rush online pretty fast this game. And then he can look to start making plays around the map and helping out the team sort of push their objectives and make sure that Liga don't get too much out of the side lanes.
Yeah, no, definitely. And the damage overall, looking at the side of Liga's draft early, it's kind of limited, especially for something like a DP. They don't have this big burst that's going to come out early. So yeah, Copy could definitely get a lot done with this advantage. Looking to play around bottom with maybe the first Exo. He wants to get a kill and a tower. Not going to find that kill chance. Oh, now he might. Panto does walk back in. But this will be a problem until they get that Atos. The lack of catch is pretty glaring on the side of Nouns. Your two supports literally have no stuns. It's a root that comes out at 6, so definitely going to be some heroes that just are able to walk away a lot in this game.
And how easy do you think it is going to be this game for Liga to find these situations to get that Song of the Siren set up into the black holes from Toby?
It happens. It happens. Like there's not that many ways to avoid it. The one thing that Nouns does have is Gunner as a Pango. If he's not caught in the song, he can trip things up with the roll from the back line and mess up the initiations. But it's bound to happen. Every game I think that I've seen these Nagas, it's always at least once or twice the Wombo combo will connect.
Toby getting complete pre-farm with the way that the lane played out.
Yeah, probably gonna move to mid next. You can just keep looking to apply pressure onto these towers early. Nobody's really an Eidolon threatener. And Yuma, yeah, definitely the most behind out of all the cores. As you see Storm recovering, as you said, from the jungle. Luna's going to take a little bit more time.
And they really want to try and punish Crystallis, but he's playing very careful around this bottom lane. Not finding an opportunity to set up. And definitely not until Gunner's got that 6 online.
They're really trying to make something happen, though. Like, Copy's just lingering between the two lanes. Just kind of ping-ponging between the two of them. And it is spotted. That ward did see him for a second walking over to the left, so
and
they are aware.
This bit of a slowdown from Copy in terms of farm, it's allowing Xantic to really catch up.
He's same level now.
Yeah, when you consider sort of how the matchup was going in lane, Xantic definitely knew how to play his way out of that sort of deficit quite early this game.
Yeah, I think they just, they probably wanted to get like an exorcism. They probably wanted to get 2 exorcisms off by now, but Copy actually just has not been able to or not wanted to just pop the Exo and go for a forced tower hit. Could be a bit of an error now that he just lets the Storm play there and the mid tower is actually pretty much full HP. Gunner.
Can't do it on his own. Crystallis too strong right now. They need a +1 if they want to really try and threaten the Monkey King, because Crystallis is able to continue to farm pretty easily in this bottom area.
And 2K lead.
I really just feel that sort of one little bit of an edge that they had with the outcome of the mid lane. The Copy and the team haven't been able to do that much with it.
No, it's gone. It's like gone completely, yeah. And now the supports are starting to get these levels. I mean, still going to be some of the lower, slower level 6s that come out on a majority of these supports, but now they're going to hit. Okay, Gunner, he's hit 6. They want to stop Toby from being up here.
Malefice, and that's for the running thing. Still able to get it off, though. They get a good angle here, and they're going to be able to drop the ult as well. There's a lot of damage. Toby holds his ground with the black hole. Will control them, but he should still go down. The question is if they can get kills in return. They certainly can. They take out Yuma. The song's at the ready. They might just use this to get out of this one. They will. They'll bail out of that. They're happy with the trade. Sure, they lost their Enigma, but they are able to make sure that Yuma continues to have his game held behind.
I mean, it's 4 Nouns heroes that rotate, and they still end up losing their carry, so yeah, definitely fine there for Liga. Monkey King free farming in the meantime during it, so. Yeah, that black hole ends up being pretty good. Even though it's like a second or two, it allows them to get that follow-up, so. Mid lane, gonna fill the bottle. Exorcism is still up. It has not been used. Are they gonna use it now for this tower? I believe he has the Atos done, so that would be go time, I would imagine, from the side of Nouns.
Now, surely the ghosts are coming out, surely. We'll see if Copy wants to commit with them.
I feel like he does want to, but maybe they want to hang on to it for the fight because they have the Pugna Blast for the
I guess they're gonna take it without. With the push of them. All right, they're gonna bring down low. I mean, Liga, do they want to try and turn up for a defense around this tier 1? Or they just let this go?
I think without Song, it's pretty unlikely. Maybe they catch someone on a retreat.
All right, they get the tower. Still got the ghosts available for the next objective.
Yeah, so maybe he'll just, we'll save it for that fight that comes out. No points in silence just yet. Did point the 4th point in Crypt Swarm. Sometimes I see like 3-1-3, especially if you get the Atos timing, if you reverse something like Storm, but not going to be the case. Fly. Being scouted. Let's see where I'm keeping it tabs of copy. I just want to see what he wants to do with this DP next. Because he's got the timing on Natus, but doesn't look like he wants to make a move toward anywhere. Because bottom there's no tower, mid tower has already been taken too, so looks like he's unsure where to go. Has the point in silence now at level 9.
Dire are scanning.
Oh,
Xantic.
There's the setup. Atos into the silence. Rolling's Thunder coming in as well. But he's able to get the connection just in time and back to the high ground. Oh, it's close. They do get the job done. It's Xantic taken out.
Perfect timing. And if he messes up any of those type of bounces there, he gets away. So nicely done there from Gunnar. Ghosts are out. Not going to hit an objective, but they got to kill at the least.
And they might get another catch.
Oh, just kidding.
So around the mid, I mean, Gunnar. 1J steps very aggressively up for that bit of damage that he gets in. It cost him his life. May have been able to keep them around long enough to try and get some action in return for Chrysalis. He's in on a copy.
His heal just came back in.
The Overgrowth comes up and he's got the Spirit Vessel upon him though. Chrysalis can't self-sustain. He's dead as well. Relis gets the double. And now they turn towards the Xantic. And Black Hole's going to be there for Toby. Holds down the two of them. Have they got the damage to kill off Copy? They do. They bring Copy down, but Xantic, he's actually used all his mana for this, so he dies at the end of it all. The song comes out. It will allow Toby to get away. Panto, what's the play here? He should also want to just run, and he will. So they get in. They lose Copy, but getting these 2 kills for Nouns, they're going to feel pretty good with this one. Definitely feeling the presence of this Pugna now in these team fights.
And back-to-back deaths there for Xantic. So Galvanized stacks, they're gone. He's at 0. And this was, I actually think perhaps, I'll say it, but whatever, but maybe a slight misplay from Lelis. I think he could have actually maybe saved the DP if he used the life drain on him instead of an aggressive target. Because he got the defensive decrep and then went aggro with the life drain. Either way, they get these good kills, but they do lose Copy for it.
Yeah, and Chrysalis, he can't really turn up to these fights with this Vessel on Gunnar, right?
No. The Vessel on Gunnar and the Brute, honestly, Fly was in perfect position to stop the attacks.
Well, some good moves here from Nouns. Closing up that lead that Liga's had.
Playing around those ultis nicely. And Gunnar in particular, I have to give him a lot of credit. You know, it's a lane that it's a Pango versus a Monkey King. And he's doing very well. Almost same net worth. Yes, they gave up some kills,
lane
but
where they were giving up kills early.
Yeah, like that's pretty impressive stuff. And now he's got ulti available. He can choose between Pipe and Blink depending on how that next fight goes. Both are very valuable. And they're looking for the fight versus these ultis on cooldown.
Gunnar. Not going to be able to find the chance to get in onto Toby there.
Yeah, it's sad for Xantic, really. That's the biggest one. Even though he did start to get small recovery, yeah, no Galvanized for him.
Panto. See if they want to dive in for this. Gunnar's tempted. He's going to go for it. They'll take what they can. Here as they find the chance to get in onto the Naga Siren. Panto's out.
Playing nicely as a team here on the side of Nouns, while their Luna is just catching up. Yuma. Still bottom of the course, but it's going to start to get that recovery point very soon, especially if they keep playing aggressive like this. Couple bounty runes, I think 3 actually going to the side of Liga, so a good chunk of gold. It went from less than 1k to 2k lead. Gunnar.
Look at the opening with the Bramble. Malefice into the Vortex, drag back Gunnar. Anything to save him?
It's not enough though, is it?
They didn't. That's close to, but didn't have anything else to jump out. But Chrysalis will also find Fly in the tree line. So straight back into play. Liga get the 2 kills and they can put some pressure onto the tier 1 mid themselves.
And they have their ults coming up soon too, so that was a nice aggressive move. They caught Gunnar off guard. He didn't see that one coming. So they'll have Song, they'll have Black Hole, they'll have Wukongs, especially for that next fight. So definitely hard for Nouns to just take advantage of anything being used since they just got picked off for just cheap spells. And, okay, Crystal, I saw him, he was changing his item build, in particular what he had queued up. I think he realized the early game, he didn't stop the early game, so Echo Saber is a bit risky. So going down this hybrid farming fighting build is just safer.
Okay. Definitely does mean he has to be careful turning up to the fights, right? So I feel like he's going to play more passive than active, because if he turns up again, the Vessel, the potential with Decrepify saves to come in upon people, it makes it very difficult for the Monkey King to play these early fights pre-BKB.
Absolutely agreed. I mean, he needs Gleipnir at least if he wants to go down, or just a Maelstrom BKB kind of thing if he wants to turn up early on. Otherwise, he has to just be a finisher, you know, come in just for the cleanup. Nellis? We'll just give up his career.
So if they can get Panto here, he's got the song, and does have a TP.
I mean, forcing that song at any times is good, though.
And doesn't actually need to TP. So just walk away on this one.
3 minutes, though. It's one of the longer cooldowns in the game still. So they can take advantage of that aggressively, knowing there's not going to be a big counter initiate, perhaps. Copy. He sees the trade.
He gets the opening. Boundless set him straight away into the fear. They're moving in. He got one of the Siphons up, Copy. It's not enough to keep him alive, the Siphon, indeed, with a Vessel shutting down that sustain, and now looking for more. They get the Curse Crown on towards Fly. Lelis trying to heal him up. Fly also caught out as Liga make these strong moves around 1J as soon as he gets that Vessel pickup. And you see Chrysalis, he's even looking for more, see if he can get the catch onto Lelis, but Lelis should be fine back over towards the mid-tier 2.
This is a bit of a bold attempt. I mean, he went for Boots of Travel on the DP. So it does make you a bit more fragile. Definitely going to want to try to look for some type of Dispel itemization somehow, because now that this Vessel's done, I mean, great itemization from 1J, but they need to get something to remove that off of the Death Prophet. So yeah, she will go BKB, but either way, need something else. Because the buff on this Vessel, it's a lot versus something like DP. 60% reduction is no joke. So Gunner off of that one, he did make the decision. He's going to go the pipe route to just defend and be better around as a cluster team fight. But now, Death Prophet has been surpassed by the Storm.
Or then with the Arcane. We'll be able to take it away from them as Panto tanks the Eclipse. Gunner, Rolling Thunder up to the high ground. They'll get an extra catch onto 1J on the escape. So Nouns.
Good kill.
Play themselves, also ready to make moves. And the numbers.
Look at top. They're actually immediately TPing on Copy.
So if they can catch Toby. He's into the trees, and I think he's just avoided the vision. They don't see him.
Oh, that was heads up there. He was trying with these Boots of Travel. All right, so, I mean, the Boots of Travel, they're a bit of a risky purchase, like I was mentioning. They can make you a little more fragile, but I guess he just wants to be as mobile as possible around the map to match the mobility that comes out from the side of Liga, so, okay. They might just go for him again here, so see if he can keep himself protected. Lelis has shown himself.
Panto steps up aggressively. Unless he can get away with it, Toby at his side, ready with the black hole threat. This is Antic. He'll poke in over towards Copy. Lelis will try and keep him alive here with the drain. But the fear catches him. They'll drop the black hole for this. Lock down the Death Prophet. Fly pops the overgrowth. It's not going to do anything to turn the fight, though, as he's dead as well. Boundless strike down on Lelis. I mean, they should easily get a third one out of this one. Liga very much prepared for that fight. Nouns try poking at them, but it goes horribly wrong.
Now they can turn this into a Roche. I mean, Pipe had just been finished from Toby, if I'm not mistaken, right before that fight happens. They can just commit. As soon as they see the Pugna, they can commit onto this Death Prophet. And yeah, the Spirit Vessel, it's preventing pretty much all that healing from coming out.
It's a very risky fight for Nouns to take in that position. No chance of any backup coming in for them.
Gunner.
Is he going to go for a play? Oh, he's been caught himself with the song.
Oh, they left the Aegis for okay.
They picked it up now. And he's actually able to get the Rolling Thunder and get out. So at least Gunner not going to lose his life for trying to see if there's an opportunity around the pit. Liga, Roshan has claimed, and Aegis is at Xantix.
They are pretty large now at this point. The DP surpassed from the Storm, Pango as well. They've got double auras coming from Toby. He's got the pipe in the mech. Their team fight is super strong now. For Nouns, I mean, their team fight is strong if they involve the Luna, but Yuma is definitely wanting to wait for BKB till that point, so. And yeah, 1J, he's dropping the Imagine if you had BKB onto the Death Prophet, perhaps. But I don't know if Copy would have had the gold anyway, even if he skipped the Boots of Travel, but yeah, needs to be able to get rid of this Vessel. Yeah, 6K gold lead, just off these last few moments. And it's Antic. He's at 9 stacks. He's got 9 galvanized, so.
Yeah, looking for the BKB himself next. With the 4 minutes of Aegis, that should be easily long enough to buy him this time of safety to farm that up.
And overall throughout the game, you know, I think we were mentioning in the panel was talking about like early game aggression and tower pressure and stuff from Nouns, but it's just been met perfectly from Liga. Like they're actually just the ones dictating this early game.
Crystallis finding chances to set up kills here in the tree line, and off to the side of Xantic starting to play around with Gunner. Still 10 seconds until Rolling Thunder's back up, but Xantic, can he pretty much just do this on his own? He basically can. Crystallis, he'll come in and steal the kill. And he'll get a tip for that one.
It's a well-deserved one. Crystallis, I mean, his timings are also great, too. He's got the Gleipnir done. BKB's almost finished as well. Looking hard for Nouns. I mean, this lineup is about thriving and kind of dominating the early game. It didn't happen. Like, mid lane, yes, but... And off lane went okay, but top lane went pretty poorly, and Xantic is completely caught up. And Copy, he needs BKB, Luna needs BKB. And they still have quite a bit of ways to pierce through it.
I mean, that's the thing, right? The BKB timing's
it's not
just a
some
bit
GG
awkward.
timing, no. Like, sometimes it can be, but in this game, definitely not. I mean, not so much anymore in this meta. Almost ever is the BKB like a gotcha kind of thing, but... They have the Black Hole, they have the Wukongs. Definitely cause issues for the two of them. Yuma.
I mean, they could go for a setup if they want to, if they get the catch with the Bramble. They can't quite. And Gleipnir as well, also the threat from Crystallis, so they've got multiple ways to find this setup.
That was, I mean, kind of bold there from Yuma. I know he had BKB, but he had used Manta, so... Doesn't get punished for it, luckily.
About 10 seconds until they've got the Song setup available.
He's actually about to have level 2 Song too, so... Might wait for that one for the AoE and the cooldown. They have this great ward too that I mean lasted the entire duration behind this tier 2.
Just all these things compounded just makes it very hard for Nouns to defend outer towers right now. You step up, you're going to get Songed and Blackholed.
And even if you don't just like step up and maybe if you make the aggressive move yourself, the Naga Song heal plus these auras, I don't think you have damage to kill off most of these targets now in Liga. Unless you kill the Naga first, which is definitely hard at this point.
Okay.
It's a lot of counter initiation. So let's see if Nouns finds a wraparound, because this ward coverage from Liga, it's quite strong.
Smoke up with the newly picked up 2 BKBs on their main cores.
All right, let's see. 1J scouting them.
Gunner's going to get found first. They're going to jump in onto him. Crep will come out. Gunner pretty tanky. Now they'll drop the Wukong's command. The angle's there for the balance strike onto the two of them. A beautiful angle found for Crystallis. He takes down Gunner. And they're going to be ready to chase over towards Yuma. He's trying to TP out the red. The BKB, though, the Black Hole is ready. Locks the extra kill down. And now with the jump forward to the Primal Spring, the cleanup is ready to continue. Copy will get out with the BKB TP. But Lelis will not be as lucky as 3 kills are found by Liga. A fight that Nouns walks straight into.
This game is feeling almost irrecoverable now at this point. Your double BKB fight you walk into, you get absolutely nothing. You get fully wiped. They completely lose control of the whole map. And this Monkey King is absolutely massive. The Storm is huge, Enigma's huge. They've got all the ways to deal with this lineup. And yeah, Nouns' lineup, when you pick DP, I mean, the hero still feels a little bit similar to what it used to be in the past, is get ahead and stay ahead. They didn't really get ahead too much in this game at all.
We'll check this out again. Now, Gunner, pretty tanky at the start of this fight. Takes a while to get taken out. The Decrepify, of course, buying him in that extra time, but just quick plays with Crystallis. Wukong's down in his boundless. Yuma gets the BKB off, but he only has about 20% of his HP left at that time.
Yeah, and then they're all just almost full HP because of that Song coming in, giving them that extra heal and mana. Even Xantic's able to just continue on. 13 Galvanized stacks. Aegis doesn't even get used. Massive lead, 13,000. And Nouns' draft doesn't like to play from behind. It likes to play from ahead. It likes to keep that ball rolling with the DP Exos. But yeah, not been the case this game at all.
Absolutely not. I mean, Liga, you know, sure they lost game 1, but overall, the play's been pretty good from these lads.
Hey, no fear said it.
Games.
No tilt, right? No tilt after that game. And definitely not seeming like it.
No, they're playing strong. As they're making this game 2 look pretty simple. And in what they need to do now to be able to close this one up. I mean, Nouns, they've got to come in with something crazy in terms of a team fight, and that just seems impossible to do as Liga. They know they can take any fight that comes to them right now.
Oh, and all those fights that they're winning, it's like pre-BKB on the Storm, pre-BKB on the Monkey. They have BKBs now, too. Nouns hemorrhaging kills all over the place.
Oh, they might find Copy. He has got BKB TP.
That does not feel good to use, though. 90 seconds where you cannot get out. Xantic looking for more. They actually see top Gunner.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Thunder in the TP.
90 seconds where you cannot fight, though. No Rolling Thunder, no BKBs. And Xantic using as much as possible out of that regen.
And it really did feel that if you kind of rewind things, that Nouns, they just didn't get enough or anything really done with the fact that Copy got that good start in mid,
Yep.
right?
I mean, the good start at 10 minutes, it no longer was there. Like, Xantic just farmed, and they didn't really get too much extra out of the Exorcism. So, I mean, maybe still a problem of the hero. Could be. And now it's tough for them to start fights. They don't have a blink on the... I mean, now they actually do. They just got the blink on Gunner, but at this point now, you're fighting into such tanky heroes with ways to reset with that Naga song that's constantly up from the lower cooldown.
Yeah, they're looking for that song setup. They've got the Fallout Black already as well. They're going to zip straight in on towards Lelis. Try and quickly deal with the Pugno, get the Decrepify off. Yuma tries to set up with Lucent Beam, but Lelis gets slammed down by the Boundless Strike. The Ghosts are out. Song at the side here from Panto.
It's probably asking for the hole.
It's pretty deep, though.
It's too far.
Yeah, Toby doesn't want to head over that way. He's going to stick with Chrysalis over towards the mid. This does mean Panto's going to get turned towards by the rest of Nouns. Copy really wants to lead in for a fight with the Exorcism, but Chrysalis, he's still got the BKB ready to press if he does get pressured.
I mean, EXO is halfway.
I mean, 1J, he's poking back in. They don't have the song, of course, now for an easy black hole setup, so it's going to be much more difficult for Toby to get in on top of them.
EXO is wearing off. They've got to start looking to reset. Yuma, all the damage is going to come from him without EXO. And he's got to be careful. Those BKBs are still at the ready on both cores on the side of Liga.
I think, you know, Liga, they might just wait out for the next items. They've got some big ones around the corner.
Nullifier nearly done, the biggest one. On that monkey. Probably the... I was seeing Toby, he swapped twice. Either Blink or BKB. I'm fine with either one for him.
I prefer the BKB.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfectly fine.
Because you've got the setup right. If you can trust in Panto to sort of set up the fight with the song, you're in a kind of positioning... I feel it's less important than just being able to actually get the black hole off and not get interrupted.
Well, there's a tree. That's the only reason why I was taking the bleak.
Sure, but it stops the other easier interruptions, right?
Sure. I mean, yeah, both are very valuable this game, especially with the advantage that they have. Gem also being picked up. 1J, I mean, he's had a pretty excellent game. I mean, his itemization was exactly what they needed this game, just getting the immediate vessel to just stop Death Prophet and attract. It's been exactly that. And there we go. Nullifier done. Christus is also level 20, so insane more damage that he's got coming out from his Boundless. Not easy for Yuma. He does have almost 20 in Conda, so at least there's some small thing for Nouns, but that's just about it. Nobody else has really gotten much of anything.
Yeah, Chrysalis having a pretty impressive opening series so far. Sure, the first game was a loss, but the early play, it was solid on the SF. And this game too, I mean, you said it at the start, right, Chris? He doesn't really lose games on the Monkey King.
No. Even when Monkey King was dead hero,
he was winning with it.
He was winning with it, and he was getting first ban versus him for a while, so. Get
very
themselves
strong
a Roche. And Xantic will be very happy with that. I believe Parasma's done too. And they've got Banner.
Oh. Let's see a fight around the Twin Gate here. They're heading through. Chrysalis ready to go straight away as he stands his position. Drops the Wukong's command. Not a chance for Gunner. Panto is going to try and catch the rest of them as they look to retreat.
Toby's here.
He's stepping in from the sides. He just want to drop the black hole here for Yuma. Yes, he does. Controls Yuma completely. The Luna's out. They're ready to continue the cleanup as they drag back a fourth. And maybe even just a fifth. Copy pops the BKB, but he's left completely on his own with everybody dead around him. They're going to be able to find the team wipe here. As they get the Roche, they just nonchalantly head through the Twin Gate, and they find themselves a team wipe cleanup fogged.
I mean, that whole fight felt very nonchalant, right? It just was, oh, they blew ultis, they're doing no damage to us, and we can just walk up and cast our spells. Yeah, I think they know this one, it's in the bag, and it's felt like that for 15 plus minutes or so. Not much that Nouns has been able to get at all after those first 15. They're not even going to lose their Tormentor. And they couldn't even take out anybody. A tough one. I mean, it's a game that it's a lineup from them that thrives about being ahead and setting tempo, and it never happened really this game. So
They're always going to be difficult when you're playing from behind, when you've got this threat of the Naga Siren, and time again, Panto just setting up to ensure that they can really kind of build off the first kill and turn it into an eventual team wipe with the chase.
So some clever setting up of the draft in particular that I'm pretty impressed with. Like Toby getting this Enigma snuck in, it ruins the safe lane completely because they have no answer whatsoever. I mean, ideally they had two very strong lanes. One that was bound to lose the Storm versus that DP, but the other two lanes were kind of perfectly set up. Even though we did mention Gunnar did good in the lane, it still is not enough. As the Scotty's about to be finished also for Crystal, so yeah, Death Prophet just in every way answered, so yeah, maybe we won't see too much more of this hero. Especially because Vessel got buffed too. I mean, I mentioned it like 3 times in the last series too, and then kind of forgot about it for a second, but then yeah, we got to see it just thrown on the DP once, and it's like, oh, yeah, this ruins Death Prophet.
Song of the Siren back up. 30 seconds until the black hole.
Right now, it's trying to catch them off guard here.
Toby's got a BKB though. If he's able to get it off, he may just be able to walk away from this. He'll pop it, start to head back. They've got the Song. They can consider if they want to try and take this fight here, Liga. As the setup's there. Already, Chris is on the back lines. Lelis, he's gone. The BKB comes out from Yuma. They're going to try and fight this Nouns, but they've already lost both the support. Yuma's going to get jumped now by the cause of Liga as he's dead. The buybacks are coming out, but BKB TP has to be the order of the day here for Copy. He cannot fight as the cleanup kill to kill. It really is over. It's been for quite some time. GG's called. Liga, they'll push this one to a game 3 with a very impressive game 2 performance, Fog.
I mean, I would say appropriate. You know, that last game, they had a good amount of a lead for the significant portion, so now we're blessed to get this game 3 because I do feel like these two are, I mean, it's surprising to say actually because Liga's playing with 3 stand-ins, but there is a bit of that even type of matchup. This time we heard it from the coach. He was happier with his draft and definitely got to see the result of it quite quickly after the laning phase. They snowballed out of control. Like this Death Prophet just wasn't able to get what she wanted, just taking over the map by any means, and Luna's lane went miserable. Toby took over.
Yeah, completely destroyed them there, getting his Enigma. I mean, we saw it again on the Master Tiers. They got the heroes they're kind of the best on. And we saw that as well, obviously, Chrysalis on his Monkey King. Maybe making sort of a case, first day of the LAN for teams to really have it in the back of their minds where maybe you do have to, as you mentioned, go back to that sort of phase where you're playing against Chrysalis. You got to ban out his Monkey King pretty early on in the draft.
Yeah, and overall, like Nouns, they did go a little bit outside the box in particular of things, going for the DP and the Pugna, which is this double save old school combo. So, maybe we don't see that going into this 3rd game from them, more standard kind of heroes, but they tried something, it didn't work, Liga punished it completely, and I don't know if we'll see too much more of that DP, sadly.
Yeah. We'll see if they've got any sort of more tricks to bring out to try some other sort of way of catching Liga off guard. But yeah, this time around didn't quite work. And I mean, going into game 3, we'll see what sort of draft ideas they come out with on Liga, because it definitely seems with what they got in game 2, they really struck gold. A very solid performance from them. It's 1-1. We're going to game 3.
Indeed we are. So we've got a wonderful contrast to TI going on at the moment now. None of these 2-0s. Everything's an epic. Everything's back and forth, which is what we want from Dota games. Let's just start there by talking about the game plan that Team Liga executed. And I'll start with you, Dom. I mean, we highlighted it, going into the game, that there was a couple of picks there that matched up particularly well against Nouns and executed flawlessly.
Yeah, they had 2 side lanes that had pretty free reign. Toby completely destroyed Luna in lane. There was nothing Yuma could do. You can fall back to stacks. You can go back to jungle. You're going to lose your early tower. Then you also have Pango against Crystallis' Monkey King matchup, so you're gonna lose that one as well. You don't have enough damage to kill him from 100 to 0, and every single time you use one of your abilities, he's gonna start to play much more, I would say, aggressive in the lane. And also, I want to point out this Spirit Vessel. I think Fog talked about it during the cast. This is the item that has been buffed 10% more region reduction. It feels so good against DP, and this is probably the first and last DP. Coming into the TI, I thought we were going to see more of the hero, because with all the numbers, with everything, it feels like the hero does belong in meta with all these like tanky items, a bunch of team fight. The problem is still the same. If you misuse that ability, if you're not playing from ahead, this hero does feel pretty bad to play.
Yeah, he feels a little bit like the ranged version of Dragonite in the middle lane right now. Or sure, you might do well in the laning stage, but it's very clunky after that. And one thing I wanted to talk about this game in particular is the side priority. Right now, first pick, it's won both sides, right? And these cheeky last pick DPs and last pick Wyvern, and we saw in the last game, they're not really having enough impact in the game to feel like they're justifiable. And I feel like it's not really the team's fault. It just kind of feels like there's no gotcha picks right now, and there hasn't been for a while. Like, you can beat Storm in the lane, but he's just going to hit neutrals for 5 minutes, and then he's going to come back and he's going to be all over the map killing everyone, where Death Prophet doesn't really have that mobility. And that top lane, as mentioned before, it's a big problem, and I think it was a bit of oversight by Nouns to allow that Enigma in the pool if their plan was to pick Tree Luna, because neither of those heroes can deal with these Eidolons, like not even a little bit. So that ruined Yuma's game. Copy had to destroy mid, and he had to destroy the game. So if they want to win this game, I feel like they had to use their supports better, just collapse on the mid lane, make sure Copy could walk wherever he wanted in this game, because yeah, Gunnar and Yuma, they weren't set up for success in this one. The Monkey King is a hard matchup for the Pango, and the Enigma is an impossible matchup for Yuma on the Luna. So
if we
hard out draft, I'd say.
If we go back to the first game where they had the 23 pick Gyro while Enigma was still in the pool, they were like, you know what, we don't care too much about this Enigma. They still picked Wyvern. He did do well in the game, didn't do too well in the lane, but it feels like they were prepared for Enigma. In the second game, it felt like they forgot totally after picking this Luna plus Drain Protector. It's something that worked for them during TI when they did beat Team Secret. They tried to play it one more time. People realized it's too strong, but there are a couple of these gotcha picks that could potentially ruin you in the lane, like Enigma, where they pulled out. And this is Toby's like probably best hero, I would even say. Toby's Visage, Toby's Enigma, Toby's Doom. These are his probably most played heroes as well. You got to keep that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say as well, I think overall it was just like, you could see sort of a little bit of despondency kind of creep into like Nouns there at the end, because it's like, this could have been a 2-0, you know? I mean, like, for real. It's like, and they're going to be the favorites. We saw Gunnar in the interview talking about how they're like trying to take their game to the next level, and they're looking at this as a tournament they can get on the podium for. And now they're kind of fighting to win this one early against a team with 3 stand-ins. So, you know.
Yeah,
tough
I mean,
psychologically.
It is tough for sure, but like you've got to like kind of go into this game and realize that you made some drafting errors. And game number 1, you're definitely thinking about you made some play errors. But it is a new patch, so there's always that rejoice where you'd be like, okay, new patch, we haven't really figured it out yet. Not a lot has changed, I think, and I think they're going to realize that right away, and they can just like shift back into gear of like the last patch, what they learned from TI, and make minor adjustments.
We'll see. You had a key moment in the game that you wanted to highlight for everyone at home.
Yeah, because it's DP, this is the hero that we usually don't see. I did talk about the itemization, because they didn't have a single kill 12 minutes into the game on side of Nouns, so they wanted to, you know, do something, pick up this one big item, which makes DP, she always struggled with stopping the TPs before you can, you know, get shard. Yule Scepter was a thing back then. This is the perfect item, this Road of Atos for Dead Prophet, which does allow her to set things up. Atos into Silence, and we're going to see a clip how they were able to set it up as soon as they got it. So Road of Atos into Storm, into Silence, and great Rolling Thunder coming out from Gunnar. You can see these pro e-gamers, they're really good at you know, reading the situation. They get close to the cliff, they get bounce back, but Gunnar with the facet that does allow him to roll faster, which is what makes them get the kill here, and it's pretty nice.
Perfectly called by you before the game as well. I mean, yeah, it looked, there were moments I thought where, you know, you could see where maybe Nouns had this like opportunity to like execute and what have you, but it just didn't.
They needed to snowball here. With Road of Atos, it gave them another kill on Storm Spirit. This is where they started to group up, try to play as 5. But then again, you're running into Naga Siren, you're running into Enigma. One mistake, you're going to get the team wipe pretty easily.
Yeah. Anything to add to that?
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with the Naga. I feel like this is a hero that kind of went forgotten, and we saw in this game that you can't forget about it. Like, it did so much in these team fights, especially paired with another big team fighter like the Nigma. So, yeah, I think going into this next game, a lot of things you have to address as Nouns, like, oh, they're still playing Naga. What are we going to do about that? Our strategy didn't work. We can't let them have last pick Enigma again in the second phase. So, Nouns, I think they're going to aim for first pick. Both these teams are, because it feels much easier to execute.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, as always, thanks for your thoughts. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have to decide in what is unbelievably only the second series of the day. It is, of course, Nouns and Team Liga. We'll see you soon. So we are about to have the decider between Nouns and Team Liga, but first some breaking news, which I will throw over to the panel. It's been decided that Falcons, even though they were able to find a substitute, Team Nigma were not able to do that. They're unable to field a team, and unfortunately they've decided to forfeit, which means Falcons win that series. So, sad news, difficult situation for Team Travel. And obviously, we hope that that's going to be okay moving forward, or the players are here. We expect Team Nigma to be able to field a team eventually when they play. So it's one of those, unfortunately, but we move on. Anyway, one thing that has delivered has been the Nouns Team Liga matchup so far. It's been back and forth. We've had a long game. We've had a squash match. What do you think we're going to see here?
Nothing different, I think.
Yeah.
So Team Liga has been really impressive, I want to say, going into this one. Like this, we don't know anything about them. This is their first time probably playing together. They go in here, they already take Nouns down in game 2 pretty convincingly. Game number 1, arguably, they probably should have won that one. So going into game number 3, I can only imagine that they're the favorites going into this one. But I really think first pick is really going to be the deciding factor between these two teams, because it seems like drafting, these teams haven't figured out like what are the best last picks. It's pretty early on to the patch. Maybe they just don't know. Whereas you can just play first pick what you know is good right now, and that seems to be good enough.
Also, the trade that they got in the first phase is not like you want to get something out of it. They got Nagasiren, one of the most contested heroes at TI. The hero has been nerfed slightly. It's still very viable. And then on the other side, you have Pugna as a response to it. We did talk about Naga being potentially a carry, which doesn't happen too often. But yeah, I feel like something needed to change. Like you needed to get a better trade out of the first phase. And also the support duo. It's both of them are healers. You're playing into Spirit Vessel. You have these like natural carries that can buy into Scotty, as we see Crystallis did. And he's also going for Gleipnir. So itemization-wise, it still feels like a really good item for Monkey King. It's your setup for Wukong's command. No shenanigans, no Echo Sabers whatsoever. Because he does have multiple options to go for as Monkey. Still decides to go for it, makes him super tanky. It's the catch inside. And also, if you're like last picking a hero, you already have 2 healing supports, and then you're last picking a hero that also relies on healing. If there's one item in the game that's Spirit Vessel, it's relatively cheap. If support can buy it to counter 3 of your heroes, it feels pretty bad.
Yeah, sure. Just on the Monkey King pick, actually, we were talking right at the top of the show about how we might see some, melee carries kind of come into it over the ranged one. Could it be his time, Monkey King?
Yeah, he was one of the few that were still getting picked. I think the melee carries that we did see it was Monkey King and Alchemist. I think those are the 2 that did get some limelight. But yeah, I think for this team specifically, it's just a comfort.
A great pick. Yeah, you got 2 masters with that hero.
So I think, yeah, more so than Monkey King is good in this meta right now. He's still building the same things that are just nerfed, like the Gleipnir, right? But you just have 2 Master Tier Monkey King players, or Grandmaster, Monkey King players. So they're just going to be able to play that at a different level than your average player. So that's always going to be useful, and especially if you can flex it. So in this particular game, they're going to get rid of it. It makes sense. Now it's like, yeah, that's pretty annoying. We don't know which one of you guys are going to play it. Let's just not play against it. That is a problem. They're going to ban it out. We see the Snapfire going out again. L1 deciding this Naga is still a good hero, and they're just going to give the respect it probably still deserves right now and just ban it out of the game.
So that leaves some of the bans that were contested. Bounty Hunter was picked game 1, was banned second game, and it's still available. So now they have the first pick. Let's see if they decide to go with it, because we did talk a lot about Bounty, how he's coming back into the scene. Kind of glad this hero provides you with vision, can easily kill couriers, very annoying to play, creating gold out of nothing. So let's see, because it was banned in the second game where Liga didn't have the first pick.
Just don't die or get hit, and he can't make gold. That's simple. It's a counter. I'm a little bit surprised that Tusk, I thought he was kind of murdered in the patch, right? I'm not sure if that's correct. They're still believing in it. And first pick Bristleback. A little tongue twister there.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Bristleback.
Yeah.
That is an interesting pick here, because this hero in particular, there's a couple things I've seen. Of course, we've seen it played as support, and I think all the games I've seen it support, it has lost.
Yes.
So uninspired by that one. Typically not a hero you pick early on as a core, because there are some really good counters. This is typically your gotcha pick is like, oh, you can't kill Bristleback? Okay, we're going to get him in the front line of the Bloodstone. He's going to do his thing there with the Aghanims. He's going to get really fat off Ancient stacks. You can still do that, of course, but now you have some answers to deal with that. Razor is one of those answers, which...
Yep.
Crystallis
don't know.
is just banging out his own heroes.
Yeah, I mean, this is like old Crystallis. Like when he was on Secret, this is what he started with. And then as Secret developed, he started playing new heroes. And now he's not on Secret and he's going back to his old ways.
This is how they got the second place at TI, playing his own heroes. And these heroes are good in meta right now, so can't really be surprised that he is getting the hands on it. We did see Razor earlier today, different item build, SNY, BKB, Satanic, compared to old Razor where you're getting the Gleipnir, maybe, you know, some Falcon Blade in between. But to go back to the Bristleback point, I love the heroes in Dota right now that have facets where you choose a facet. It kind of puts you in a position where you're playing support, and then you choose another one, seeing red, suddenly you're playing carry.
Yeah.
I would love to see that balance being an option for other heroes as well. This is also a hero that has 3 facets, so
I mean, to me, that's the dream, right? If like facets allow you to choose whether you can be core or support, because that's where Dota's been going for the longest time.
People were saying the bristleback facets weren't very good, though. That's why they added that third one, right?
Well, I think people were upset that you couldn't play the old Bristleback anymore, right? Because like each facet changed how Bristleback used to be played entirely. So like they wanted an option to be able to just like be the old Bristleback in some capacity, and this is the way to do it.
Octomeme.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you know, I think he's a decent flex, but I agree with you. I mean, like the support win rate, like, you know,
not a fan for me.
Yeah, I get it.
I need to see more. I feel like some of the games that we've seen, he was played a couple of times at TI as a support, didn't look too good, but I think there's something to this hero that can be played super annoying in the lane.
Conceptually it's like, it's one of those where it's like, there is something there, it's just no one's tapped into it yet.
I agree. It has to be like something, especially because everybody wants to play this hero as a 5 as well. They want to try it out. It means something is good about it. Because you are lowering their armor by quite a lot. You turn around, suddenly their focus, you're like, yeah, let's kill this Bristleback. He's position 5, doesn't have much, is not tanky enough. Suddenly you have like minus 10 armor.
Yeah, the goo stacks really are something.
I mean, worst case scenario, you can just be like, this is our offlaner. I know Gunner does like playing this as well. And you can be like, okay, we don't really care about winning our lane necessarily. All we really care about is we're going to get stacks, and he's going to come back through killing stacks in the game, and he must have a read that no matter what matchups you play against, he will find some type of impact in the game. So whatever route they choose, I think both can be viable. I personally would rather see it just be an offlaner no matter what. Maybe a carry if you have a good lane matchup, and yeah, we'll just stick support Bristleback on the back burner for a little bit. And they're going to go straight into the Visage, so maybe I'm wrong. This definitely looks a bit like a support Bristleback coming out here.
Well, maybe a carry still if they want to keep the pressure. If you hit the right timing, Visage as your offlaner, he doesn't clear the stack, so you have a pretty free triangle for your safe lane if that's going to be a safe lane Bristleback. But strong lane no matter what. This Clockwork can also be played as a position 4, something that Lilith does play, but they could also pick a different position 4 in the lane if they feel like something's better. You also have, you know, an opportunity to pick a range carry, put this Bristleback as 5 as well, even Clockwork. I've said that Sax has been playing a lot of position 4 Bristleback, which is, I think, also good if you want to go slightly greedier.
Yeah, I mean, it gives me the Batrider position 4 vibe, so you just stack for yourself.
Yeah.
And you just farm as a position 4. I mean, it can work. Some heroes do use that well, but the reason why it's so good on Batrider is because, like, you just come out with, like, some 9-minute Blink Dagger, and then you have tons of impact, but I'm not sure, like, what item can a Bristleback buy that is cheap that has a lot of impact?
In the previous patch, you would go for double bracer. Magic Wand makes you super tanky. You pick up a Solar Crest. All of these items have been nerfed heavily. So not sure what the itemization is going to be. As a 5, I feel it's still good to go for Solar Crest. As a position 4, there are new items that are available. If you want to go for drums, if you want to go for Glimmer, we saw Spirit Vessel being popular again.
Would you look at that? Puck into 0 stums. I feel like I've seen this story before.
Yeah, I know, I am getting some deja vu right now. The Razor as well. We've already seen one huge Razor game today, so...
The draft for L1 looking incredibly scary right now, because, like, I feel like the 2 best heroes right now in the mid lane, at least during TI, were Puck and Quap, and Puck counters the Quap. So you already got that one, and all the heroes that counter the Puck mid, I think Monkey King counters it, but that's banned. Sniper counters it, that's banned. So what's left, like the Dragon Knights of the world? But we saw that one earlier.
Yep.
It doesn't seem to really pan out throughout the entirety of the game, so they need to cook something pretty good here because they need a
They also
stun.
don't have any stuns. I'm down for Void Spirit. I think their damage is not very explosive. It's good in the lane against Puck. You build naturally into Aghanim Scepter. For now, it's going to be Morphling, so you have anti-Razor pretty much. Not the fastest hero that comes online. You have Visage, Clockwork, Bristleback, so you can fight back. But if they start running at you, because again, you have no stuns, you have Puck, you have Alchemist, Razor, Enchantress with the creeps buying these cheap items, whatever she decides to buy, either drums, either a couple of bracers, they will hit a really big timing on side of Liga team.
Very curious on what the plan is right now for L1. Because they have an Alchemist and a Razor. And I'm not seeing the point of picking a Razor that early. Could they potentially be venturing down like an Alchemist support path?
Alch, yeah.
Yeah, because like that is something we do see some players in the Europe region like to do. I think it was like Eki, who I believe was running that one a lot.
Kataomi was playing it a lot at TI.
Was playing a lot. So like there are players who do play it, and that is a hero that potentially could lane with the Razor if that's the route they want to go, or with one of Toby's last pick specialty off lane.
Yeah, we're waiting on that.
And this Razor can go to 2 lanes. Enchantress as well. You could also run Alchemist as 5, Enchantress as 4. We've seen a lot of Enchantress position 4 being viable at TI. Now the scaling is not as good, especially with the Sproink.
Don't.
They banned that
trauma.
They banned that Void Spirit.
If you know, you know at home, guys. Yeah, so what you're telling me is in Enchantress, when it gets past a certain point, it's not another core, basically, like as bad as it was at TI, because those late game Enchantresses just was shredding people.
They were, but yeah, as we said, Void Spirit, good matchup. They also don't have any kind of stuns. I feel like they need a hero for Nouns to buy time. It's all about that. Morphling, not a hero that joins early on. If we talk about some 13, 14 minute, if in the end it's going to end up being Alchemist as a carry, or if they pick a different offlaner that can put pressure on Morphling again, is Enigma still available, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have to ban that if you're in Nouns. Like, you can't be fooled by that again. If they don't ban Enigma here, I will be shocked, because Morphling, that hero can't lane versus Enigma. You have no toolkit to deal with it. The strength of Morphling is you shift all the way down, all your strength is gone, your full agility, so you do good right-click damage, but all single target. But Enigma, unfortunately, just does more single target damage than you. And they're not going to ban it, which is... They're not respecting the fact that this could be a potential Alchemist support.
And
here comes
here comes Tiny. When you don't know how to counter Puck in the mid lane, if Tiny's available, just throw him in there.
The issues I have with Tiny and DK, which are similar type of like these strength blink type of heroes to deal with the Puck, is like you're not elusive throughout the game. You're very easy to gank. Once you blink in, you're in. And typically, if you don't get the kills and you're not snowballing, or if you die once or twice, your game just kind of like stops and you're in a position where...
And there it is.
There it is. Yeah, I mean, I figured like this is going to be a situation where they're going to do it. And do you want to actually end up picking the support Alchemist? And they did pick it up on support, right?
Yes,
1J is playing it. So it's going to be... It's not the strongest Enigma lane ever, but it's good enough to the point where Toby, he's gonna free farm for sure.
Yeah, you also have good synergy in that lane. Acid Spray, you have stun, double stun, Eidolons are gonna split, and also the minus armor, it's gonna be pretty good, I would say. And then again, you have a Xantic playing Puck against Copy Tiny. We've seen the same matchup earlier today where you're unable to like get stuff done, especially if you don't have a follow-up stun. And sure, you have Visage Bird, you have Clockwork, but we've had Clockwork Tiny, and that Puck in that game, that's our previous series we're talking about, ended up with only 1 death. So if you can't execute, that's going to be a huge issue.
I mean, I'm really shocked, actually, at the Nouns drafting here in this series.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think they got backed into a corner here, and the flexibility of using this Alchemist as support caught him off guard. But Crystallis, he got to play his Razor again. They got their offlane Enigma in a good matchup again. Like, it's hard for me to say anything bad about this L1 draft. They're highly favored for me.
Well, we can bring in the commentators as well. What do you guys think about this? Are you shocked?
Yeah, I think, L1 Liga's got some pretty nice heroes once again. They're getting that last pick, Enigma, and sure, what, the game 1 of this series, they lost, but we heard from the coach, they said it was on the draft. I think game 2, game 3 is looking good.
Yeah, I mean, Crystallis is playing one of his 3, right? He's got either the Monkey, the Razor, or his old Bloodseeker. He's got that one, and then they get Toby last pick Enigma, and they don't really have an Enigma counter.
All right then, guys. Well, I'll let you do your job. It's Nouns or never. Take it away.
Hey.
Absolutely. Yeah, let's see if Nouns can step it up in this game 3. Because, it comes to the picks. We heard it from the panel, and indeed, I got to agree, it looks pretty hot what Liga's got.
Yeah.
And can Nouns put a stop to it? I feel like whatever they do, they've got to do it kind of quick, because I don't know if they can kind of rely on the more to carry them late. When Liga, look at these supports, they're ready to scale.
Owen, and look at the tier of heroes. They are as Grandmaster as you can possibly have. It's even more comfort than I would say last time.
It was last time they had like, 3 heroes Grandmaster tier, that sort of level. Now it's up to 4.
Yeah, they pretty much got, I think, everything they wanted. And yeah, I think this little flex that they did here with this Alch Enigma, it's going to be problematic. I'm waiting to see how they're going to look to react it. Maybe they do some type of weird level 1 tri-lane, get a kill, switch things up, and start the Morphling off well. But even that is difficult to secure the lane afterwards. It still becomes overwhelming for the Morph a lot of times versus these Eidolons. So yeah, let's see what they do to trip things up a little bit here.
Let's see if we can get a taste for some early action around the bounties.
They wanted to get a first blood. They wanted to get the sneak play. Yep, they're gonna have to deal with this. Yep, Crystallis playing his, honestly, like, this is his second best hero. It's Monkey King, then it's Razor, almost 100% of the time. A lot of people always had words about his Razor in the past and stuff like that, but it still is one of his most secured.
How's the lane that he's playing into?
What, Visage and Clockwork, right? He has an Enchantress, so I feel like Ench can counteract that a lot with the healing. It's one of the few ones that I think does really well to stop a lot of that aggro from Visage. I think he should be pretty okay. Visage is slow as well, too. Sometimes, Razor isn't the fastest hero at level 1. It gets faster, obviously, as levels come out, but Visage is incredibly slow. So you can get a Link and just kind of run him down, too. A lot of these Visage lanes kind of dominate, but yeah, I think Panto, the Ench, can stop things by quite a bit. And yeah, let's see how mid goes. I think the Pucks for me are actually winning more than the Tinies lately.
I think so.
Just overall in the laning phase, they're actually getting more denies, securing more last hits, and there's no way really to bully the Puck out, it feels like, at least lately.
We certainly saw it once already today here on the mainstream. Puck had that little bit of an edge against the Tiny nowadays with the changes.
Yeah, let's see if is the Bristle, because they do at least have Quills, which can work in a way, kind of, versus Eidolons, but that's usually if you're a core, right? So I'm just unsure if the 5 Bristle is going to be able to stop Toby from pressuring Yuma as much as he did last time, because last game it was Yuma just forced out of lane at level 4 almost.
Yeah, of course, something that we have seen a bit, the Bristle in the support position. What is it that you are picking it for? Like, what does it provide?
Insane minus armor. Absolutely insane. Yeah, you literally, if once you get like 1 or 2 goos on someone, they're dead. You get another like 4 or 5 of them, they're just, it gets pretty ridiculous as it gets to that point.
Well, last time round, Toby on the Enigma had quite the start on the lane.
1J.
See if he can do so once again here and shut down Yuma's farm early on.
Oh, sorry, he did do this. I didn't point it out. Did we do it? Did we point it out on the... Well, wait for a second. Gunner does die, but he did buy the bottle for mid, by the way. Did they point it out? Sorry. My bad. So he's got a null. So even more so, in fact, if like the Puck should win, this Alchemist bought him a bottle. So it's Xantic's set up for success. Because, yeah, I was looking at 1J, and I'm like, wait a minute, something's not right. He got the bonus gold, so...
That's true. So there's no excuses for Xantic. No. We saw Puck beat a Tiny today, and yeah, he's had that sort of boost as well. So far, it's even stuff on the mid ground. Yep. 11 for 3 against the 11 for 3. So Copy dealing well.
I think PP just had Han's number earlier. That was 2.
Sure.
He just did. He kind of did. So Copy definitely a little more comfortable perhaps in this matchup and stuff. But yeah, free bottle. So you're gonna have to deal with that null, that extra damage and attack speed also from the gloves early. Nice play there from Yuma. Dodges at least the concoction. We'll take some damage.
Well, the Eidolons are starting to build up. So it's only going to get more difficult for these two to sort of stand in lane against the players from Toby.
But, I mean, it's a world of difference compared to last game when it was like a Tree Luna lane, which is actually a bit surprising. I feel like that lane maybe does a bit better, but I guess the Quills are actually having some type of answer versus the Eidolon. It's a bit interesting, so. And also you're playing to the fact that the Alchemist has no items, so the overall contribution of what he provides in the lane is very different to what a Willow does, I guess, so. Okay. So a bit better than I anticipated, at least, for these first few levels for the Morph.
And bottom lane, it's been good so far from Nouns.
Yeah.
Keeping Chrysalis a little bit behind here on the Razor to start things out.
Another stun that he can't actually toss out. Yeah, they're playing around it nicely. Oh, he goes for the cheeky acid spray to try to snipe Yuma low. Please don't. Please
that
don't
would have been pretty.
Please don't walk back in.
No, imagine that.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, I've seen some shit.
Sure, we've had some wild morphling deaths.
Yeah. I've seen Medusas getting dunked on pro games from full HP. You know, we see anything. Copy. Won't be able to secure the room, and 1J does get the range for the stun. At least a little extra harassment. But yeah, Xanthic is winning that lane, but not by too much. And yeah, but Yuma it's a very, very good start actually for this Morphling.
Oh, Xanthic wants to dive in for this. Copy's able to turn with the toss. It's a heavy bit of burst, so Xanthic will have to jump over to the orb.
He wants to go for this. He really wants
is
to
it enough? Is it enough burst this next round of spells? No, if the orb misses, probably not. And Copy should be fine.
Would have been close, because the pull back with the Waning Rift and stuff like that. He's gonna try again, but the stun gets tossed from Copy. And Xanthic will be okay anyway, but yeah, keeping him low, keeping him on his toes, and he's got the treads now.
Top lane. I think we're getting closer and closer to the point where this Enigma starts to really sort of take away quite a bit of farm from the Morph.
Yeah.
You're getting the denies in now here, Toby.
And overall bottom, you know, the thing about Visage is you want to be getting kills early. You're about getting this death toll kind of stacking up and racking up. It also got nerfed, is important to point out. It doesn't give you the gold if the target dies. The way that the death toll worked before was even if you just threw the soul assumption, I don't think it says it on the text here, but it said in the patch notes, so your death toll would always count no matter what. Now it's not the case.
Goes in aggressively with a waveform, but there's a rotation coming in from Panto. He's gone. Tries to make that play whilst Panto's off the map, and Panto turns up on the top lane.
I think they dealt with the Visage very nicely. Yeah, Christos is fine. They didn't get many kills early on here, and Gunnar now in a 1v1 versus him is a little awkward. Lelis is making the move down. Christos might get punished. He's actually reading the play pretty nicely.
Should be able to maneuver his way out of this.
He does get caught a little, but he's tanky and he gets out of the cogs. Oh yeah, interesting to point out. You see those cogs? He went hookup, Owen.
Okay. We saw that in a couple of games during TI.
Did we?
Maybe one game.
Maybe a couple. Maybe one.
It might be maybe one game. I remember one game we did see. I'm pretty sure someone picked that one up.
All right, and we'll have to see how much effect it does have because it's just all about like these refunding and giving some extra armor. But it's pretty underwhelming. It's only 4 seconds, but oh well, we'll see. Just interesting to point out. Motation bottom, trying to get aggro again onto Gunnar. They get the stomp. There's a Bristle coming behind. Fly, trying to catch them off guard here.
Look at the heels pumping. And Chrysalis has got the stick charges.
He's speedy enough.
Now Panto's going to get caught in the cogs. And do they have the damage to get through the heels? The heels are strong, but they're not strong enough. As Panto goes down. And of course, Chrysalis is kept alive.
No TP reaction coming out from Liga to try to punish in any way. A bit interesting. I was checking 1J if he was going to, but just deciding to keep the lanes as well. They'll just sack the 5-inch, not worry about it. And Christos is pretty much full HP to continue farming down here, so you just lose a 5 position for the rotation. Copy. Invis in mid. He's only, what, 250 behind the puck, so pretty good. And he's gone the farming build, I call it, the Soul Ring. Where I think earlier we did see, treads. So he's looking to get that timing accelerated a bit more for him, for his Blink Dagger. But definitely not going to be one of the faster ones. And overall, yeah, Yuma, just it's a world of difference compared to his Luna in the last game. Like, he's actually doing fine. He's a little low level. He's level 5, but overall versus Toby. It's Toby last game, but had already taken the tower, had drums, and took over a lot of the game.
Now Xanthic They'll drop the Dream Coil here for a quick attempt at the life of Lelis. It's a success. Now quickly makes his way back towards mid. And 1J was picking up some of the XP. And able to continue to farm here and keep just that little bit ahead of Copy's Tiny.
And he stacks mid. They just have the one so far from the Alchemist in the triangle. Besides that, not really anything crazy going on around the map. Fly has been incredibly mobile, though. He is moving everywhere. Went through the portal, went to mid, now walked out back to bottom to try to keep applying pressure. And Copy's here. Chrysalis.
Now they're diving in. It's going to get tossed back here over towards Gunner. I've got a lot of damage coming in on towards this Razor, and there will not be any help for Chrysalis.
Ooh, I like this too. Visage Bristleback is kind of cool. It's minus armor with the Visage Birds. Definitely could have some nice kind of combo synergy later on.
He's definitely the one to deal with right now. Just take Chrysalis out.
Yep.
Shut down his early game. As we say, you know, his Razor is pretty terrifying on it, so highly sort of positioned as the target to go for here in this early game for Nouns.
Yeah, and something important to say, though, is I was talking about it and then something else happened, was the core-to-core matchup. Razor versus Morph. I mean, Morph can thrive off of that one. Just turning into the Razor, get that link going. If you end up having an even game or ahead, you're pretty comfortable as this Morphling. So far, pretty solid here for the side of Nouns. I'm very impressed about that top lane in particular. Even though it wasn't any flashy kills, it just was, yeah, he was able to get farm. Mid, 1J. We'll at least be able to toss it out.
Starting to bring a lot of members around towards the mid lane now. Gunner wants to bring the pressure over towards here, potentially, and see if they can start playing towards the tier 1. 10-minute power rune hits. It's going to be an amplified damage rune in the bottle for Copy. The Dream Coil down onto the side. They'll kill off Lelis, but they won't be able to go for the Yuma right now. The Morphling too strong.
This amp damage could be pretty huge, because it could synergize with the blink timing. It's coming out very soon. That'll allow him to get if he gets a couple snowball kills, that's where the Tiny can really start to take over games. So definitely an important room for him to get. And we do see 1J. I was clicking around, I'm like, who's going to go the Vessel? Because it's still a very value Vessel game for this side of Liga. Playing versus, I mean, mostly the Morphling in particular, but the Tiny too. Definitely very valuable. So he's going to be the one to go for that. It's going to take some more time because he has been kind of playing like a very sacrificial Alcrol, giving the bottle away and just playing for these stacks and stuff.
Let's see what they want to try and go for next. And bottom lane, that's opened up once again for Chrysalis to return here and be able to continue farming pretty safely.
Now, Copy's got the blink and he's got that amp, so he can definitely look to play around, I mean, any of these sides if he'd like to make an aggressive play.
Who do you go running at? Do you try and find the Razor, or do you just try and go top for Toby?
He doesn't really have to force anything in particular. I think it's just if he sees an opportunity that Puck shows, he can go for it. But I think they're probably very happy with this early game. So Morph was able to withstand the Enigma lane. Your Visage is now, you can probably feel that he's doing very well as well. So let's see where they look to hit. Lelis and Copy are connecting.
Now smoke up with the blink reveal.
Ideally, you want the Puck. I mean, that would be probably one of the best targets.
They'll sell for 1J.
He's low. It's a freebie. And turn into tower. Gunner actually turns up to push this. Brings his familiars in. And Liga, are they going to look to rotate to defend? Toby, is he going to want to make the move? Not looking like it.
Well, looks like they're just letting this one go down. Well, at least take a heavy amount of damage from Gunner in the push of his familiars.
And Copy might be able to find another kill here. Makes the move. Toby makes the move away, so he resets back toward mid.
Let's see if they can hold. The tower's still left alive in the mid. Smoke up here around the cooldown of the Dream Coil.
Their pairing of killing, their kill combo is a bit awkward here for the side of Liga. Puck and the Alchemist. It's kind of all the damage provided from that Puck. Just getting information, I guess. Just getting a ward down. But now they're all about objectives. They're looking for mid. They're going to get the wraparound here. Xantic.
It's still difficult though, getting behind this tier 1.
Yep, Gunnar, I think he saw them there for a second. He has that ward on the side, so yeah, he saw 1J at the least.
It just continues to be quite annoying here for Liga. Nouns getting in onto their jungle.
And they're smoked again. I mean, they can jump again with this blink on the Tiny. He's got the Soul Ring, he's got the mana. And this Morph's farm is excellent. I mean, Yuma, significant, like 600 ahead of the Razor in this early game. Definitely going to be very important once they ever start kicking off versus each other in particular. They're Nouns so far dictators of this game. Copy. Really wants to find a kill, but might just go for this with the illusions for the tower.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Perhaps thinking about invading. They're pretty tanky right now.
Hookshot. Oh, that's a great angle there, Lelis.
Perfect
Getting
shot.
the opening, absolutely.
Great chain stun too. They've got the Tiny and then the birds as well to follow, and the stack. It's a triple. All this meanwhile, Morph is free farming. Now just getting a lot. Won't be able to steal Wisdom Rune. But a beautiful hook shot. They're bringing numbers here. Liga does not want to just sack the stack.
Trying to bully them back out of this area, but Nouns do have the numbers if they want to aggressively get in.
Liga's damage is just awkward. Unless like they bring Razor and Puck, team fights overall is, damage is just lackluster really. They will secure the Ancients though, so they did bully them off, but it required 4 numbers. 4 heroes just to secure this triple Ancient. Well, in the meantime, now it's just farming on 4 heroes, so. Some nice early game moves. Just overall that lanes in particular, seeing the results of them. Yeah, Tiny's now even net worth with the puck, so very good stuff here from Copy.
Yuma. Out just in time. They'll actually let him grab the Wisdom Rune. Just wanting to continuously pump up the Morphs game.
Everyone, it's like the complete dead even net worth.
So if they've got enough to take down Lelis. Over Xantic, shouldn't be much of a struggle. They find a freebie taking out the clock. This has happened a few times. They've been finding Lelis, but not really been finding much more.
No, he saves the coil though, which I think is very important. Playing versus the Tiny and stuff, just always have that. The race to the pipe from the 2 offlaners. I mean, it's pretty much dead even net worth across the board, but Nouns with the greedier lineup, you can feel they're probably pretty happy with these 7 results.
They're going to try and lead in onto this one. Liga is Panto. And he's going to have the backup of Toby. They'll drop the black hole here on towards him. In fact, they drop everything. I think the coil as well there to make sure that Gunnar was not getting out. Lelis
is in.
He's going to go back up the hook shot. Gets the 2 of them caught in the cogs. A jump forward as well for Copy. They're trying to fight into this. They've got the backup of Yuma. The static is going to get broken for now. And can Copy and Yuma get any kills out of this sort of counterplay? Copy is opting for the TP out. He'll make it away, but this is going to allow the space for Liga to continue to chase down Yuma a little bit. Waveform's back up, so Yuma will break away from it all. And now they don't lose anyone, but they don't get anything there from trying to make that play happen in return.
Yeah, just losing Gunnar at the start of it all. They can't get a trade type. I mean, they really wanted to force this fight. They bring in Yuma, but definitely a little awkward afterwards when Lelis jumps in.
Maybe they could get Panto here. The heals are strong, and he does have a 21 charge. So they make them work for it, but the kill is a success at the end of it all. They'd get something. Now,
that was a whole weird situation kind of happening there. And 1J's actually diverted away from the vessel, so that could actually hurt them a bit to get this kill threat onto the Tiny and Morphling in some situations. It's just going for more... Okay, more of just like Pavis and Auras and buff up the Razor, which they were going to have one. They'll have the Solar on the Enchantress, but yeah, just opting away from Vessel. See if that causes any extra effects. Because yeah, Morph will have Manta, but it still feels very valued just versus something like Tiny too.
Well, they found him. Gets the Chemical Rage off, doesn't matter. Getting these kills here for Yuma now.
Level 13. Getting enabled very nicely. He's 1,100 ahead of a Razor, a position you want to be as a Morph. Razor always wants to be ahead in this type of tempo games when he's playing versus something like Morph. So yeah, Yuma definitely very happy with game state, even though it's like still pretty dead even kind of net worth. Xantic though, top of the board, still having a very good game on this puck. Blink and that Witchblade is finished. Oh, that's kind of cool. So maybe this is because of the patch change and everything too, but usually you don't see the pucks take the second point in a Dream Coil when they get Blink. They usually max the phase shift. He takes that second point. So it got changed where now actually lasts longer, so maybe a little bit of effect of it too, but usually you just see max phase shift, so interesting. Gunner with Pipe. I believe Toby also has his, so I mean, again, similar item timings kind of being hit from both sides.
So who's going to be more willing to look for the fight?
Mm-hmm.
As around the mid. Here comes the smoke from Liga.
It's going to be big. It's pretty much, can they chain stun kill the puck? Or is puck going to run rampant in the fights, it feels like?
There we go. Leading from Xantic. Stream call onto the one of them. 1J's going to come in with a follow concoction. Gunner is going to get left behind here. No fight to be had for Nouns. They'll escape.
And he might lose the birds as well. At least one. And likely the second too. Big chunk of gold.
I say a lot of money. I think it all went to Xantic there.
Yep.
The kill on the two birds. So a big burst for him. Puts him at the top of the net worth.
He's scaling nicely. Couple kills now that they found on Gunner. Little split away from the team. These definitely do matter. The downtime with that Visage that can't really look to apply any pressure anywhere. And even though I was mentioning it now, it is a greedy lineup a bit. You know, they have the Morph and they have this 5-position Bristle and stuff. I mean, Ligas is also a bit greedy when you have this Enigma Alchemist, so both teams definitely strong as the game progresses. Of course, the Morph, Yuma. Can he get this kill? Oh my god.
Pato just gets to walk away from it. Meanwhile in the mid, they're making the jump onto Toby. He's going to get caught by the hook shot, but he's healing up. He's perfectly fine. They're ended up losing letters for this effort, so now the Dream is ready to control Yuma.
It's a perfect one.
It absolutely is. Toby just stands his ground, locks down the Morphling, and now Gunner, he's potentially in trouble as well. See if he's fast enough to get away from them. It may just be speedy enough to break away from the chase. They got any further way of closing the gap. The plasma field is going to tickle him. It's enough of a slow to allow Xantic to close in, find a third, and indeed, yeah, Toby just standing his ground. They went all in on him. They didn't even really get that close to killing him.
He got barriered up. He got solared. Yeah. I think he maybe got both, even that and a Pavis maybe, and then also got the pipe heal. And yeah, I think it's just the perfect black hole. He didn't wait a fraction of a second. It caught Yuma before shifting. So he just gets brought super quickly down.
They're going to go for Roche. It's been hit by a scan. They know there's no black hole on Nouns. You think that they maybe try and get the move over in time.
Try to maybe go for a
try.
steal.
How long took? Hookshot's back online.
They're not killing it fast enough either, so maybe they can actually look for the fight on the back line. And Xantic is half HP, so he could get burst.
He's got a lot of damage though. Full Plasma online for the puck.
I mean, question for it really is just, are they going to catch the puck, right? That's the biggest thing for me for Nouns. Otherwise, these fights can be very, very difficult. Christos.
Oh, can they get the jump on him? Yeah, they're going to be hit, but no, the illusion. Chris is able to put the Manta. The illusion ends up tanking the toss back, and that's going to allow them to fight back here pretty strong. They're moving on towards Copy. Chrysalis getting buffed up. They've killed off the Tiny. Now they can turn to chase down more. Gunner and Fly, they've got to go full retreat.
Gunner in trouble. Can't get away. This hero, once you're in the fight, getting out is nearly impossible.
I mean, yeah, it looked like they had a chance to start something on towards the Razor, but the Manta popped by Crystalis puts to stop the whole efforts there for Copy to lead in. And Fly, indeed, also to get chased down. A painful couple of minutes now for Nouns, setting them behind.
I mean, Xantic is absolutely owning as well, too. The two-man coil catches perfectly. He's 8-1-2. Nouns, I mean, they were fueling themselves quite a bit, right, with that mid play where they got super aggressive. They lose a couple heroes, and now they've lost a sequence of 4 or 5 afterwards as well. And now they're going to likely give up this Roshan. And that was a fight without Black Hole. So next fight, there will be that Black Hole available too, plus another set of items, in particular the BKB.
Yeah, and the Sages. Liga looking very strong off the back of those last few plays.
Puck is just looking so broken. Zero just looks way too good. You dish out incredible amounts of damage, even if you're playing versus your quote-unquote counters or something like Tiny. There has to be more answers. There needs to be Orchids. There need to be at least some other forms of controls, it feels like, because this puck is just out of control. Top net worth by 2,100 gold. And can anybody even build something like an Orchid or anything? Not really on their lineup. I mean, they just have to go standard itemization. It does feel like at Xantic, it's his game to shine. Second Solar Crest is done.
Now, what did Nouns do? These last few plays have gone like this. You sort of had to say we're going to sit back, let them all farm, and hope that Yuma can do something down the line.
But is he even gonna? I mean, yes, his core-to-core matchup versus the Razor is pretty good, but not versus the puck, as we see, and even versus the Enigma too.
The Black Hole is causing issues. Absolutely, they've got that AOE control for him.
Yeah. I wonder. I do wonder. Which, I mean, Nouns or Copy, he does have the Conda finished up, so maybe that'll be another try to go. But they're playing into this Aegis now at this point. The BKB Razor. Game's gotten quite a bit more complicated. Tossbacks will always be a factor, but have to be careful. Because you could just put now, you know, Chrysalis could just not Manta and just get tossed at this point and probably BKB and survive. Yeah, Liga really hitting their stride.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's top tier 2. Not really a position that Nouns want to look for a fight in.
And always watch these buffs as well too. I've been seeing more and more Alchemist support after the concoction buff to 15 seconds. It is a lot. The duration is pretty absurd. So it's 600 health you get, you're running super fast, your Solar Crest buff too, so that kind of changes the matchup a little bit perhaps too, where Morphling has no buffs, Chrysalis is going to be, everything's going to be thrown onto him.
Time to look for the fight here.
I mean, Yuma has no buffs, Chrysalis is going to have everything, sorry.
Liga. See who they can catch here on the bottom side of the map. They've got eyes on Fly.
They are very split on the side of Nouns right now. They're trying to maximize during this Aegis. They don't want to fight.
And looks like Fly will be able to juke them, get out into the trees.
Gunners also potentially can cut the wave. It looks like he will be able to at least grab the second wave. Tower dies though. But yeah, they're just trying to farm and split at least until Aegis goes down and maybe look for a fight when Morphling feels comfortable afterwards. It's a bunch of time though that Liga's getting to kind of dictate and do whatever they want. And Xantic almost has Octarine.
Actually able to farm a free familiar there.
Oh, and Copy. Uh-oh.
They're going to get him with a concoction, and with Xantic coming in from the side, they should have the damage to bring down this Tiny. Copy caught alone.
And they don't even have to use Coil, so they have it for the fight as well. And yeah, 45 seconds, no Tiny.
Look at this play from One Chase, able to head over and help out set up on the Fly. They're just getting kills across the map right now, Liga. Oh, Static then will get broken. See how much they want to dive this. They certainly do. Chrysalis just drops the Eye of the Storm, ready to get in under the tier 2. And Chase Fly down. Okay, Fly's actually speeding up to get away from him. Well, this tower could be in trouble as the creep wave's going to get brought around.
Catapult wave is coming in. But they're just looking for kills. I mean, it's Xantic feeling super confident. Look at him go.
I mean, they're getting so much now across the map. It's falling apart for Nouns. Not really able to make any sort of move here in response to what Liga's able to get away with.
When was their last kill even? They killed the Alchemist and the Enchantress, it feels, yeah, 12 minutes ago about. Liga completely have taken over everything here. And Xantic just leading the charge. Now he has the Octarine plus this Aegis for 40 more seconds. He can't get popped. He can't get burst. Copy. They're going to try for tossbacks, perhaps. I see Lelis in position already.
And Fog, you know what's happened? You know, we had this patch, but I'm still seeing Pipe Crimson.
They're good items, Owen.
Yep.
Not enough nerf.
It certainly seems to still be working here. The timings are out, 27 minutes in. Pipe nearly the full Crimson done on Toby.
Yeah, we had, what, one game that we saw the Night Stalker go Echo Saber. Now everybody's just back to Pipe Crimsons. And why would you deviate from these builds? They're so strong. I mean, Pipe just not being dispellable. It was only a 25 damage decrease. Yeah, the duration got decreased a bit, but yeah, it's more about the initial kind of block that it gives. Overall, Liga. Aegis does get reclaimed. Nouns.
Oh,
feels like they gotta go.
Hook shot off the mark there. As Panto, I think he's going to be pretty fine.
He looks pretty
He's
alright.
got the heels going and he's got the backup coming in. Lelis and Copy, they're the ones that have to run. Copy is going to go straight for the TP out. Nothing to stop that one. Lelis also having a jetpack TP away. So they don't lose anyone here now.
Oh, you say that. Yuma does have BKB.
He's going to try and fight this. He might just get Black Hole. He will. Toby just steps up, drops the Black Hole onto him. That's Yuma gone. That's the carry out for 70 seconds.
And they tip him instantly.
Copy's trying to fight back. He's jumped in on this, but he's got no way to walk out of this one. This is falling apart horrendously here for Nouns. Just not able to do anything against them.
The Toby Enigma. You didn't give respect to it. It made it to the end of the draft, and yeah, that's 2 Black Holes now that have been pretty much perfect to just insta-kill the Morphling when he jumps in. Lelis. Okay, he'll be alright. No shard yet on that Razor to yank him down.
Yeah, they've really got into their flow this series, Liga, as the games have gone on. It's looking pretty easy for them now.
Yep.
Nouns looking a little bit lost in this game.
Since the 15-minute mark or so, 16 minutes. They tried to group and go for something, but I mean, Xantic is he is just toying with them. I mean, this puck probably going to start getting banned out. Maybe the priority is going to go up for this hero, it feels like.
Just seemingly no ways to stop Toby from being able to get in position.
Yeah, that too.
Like they're struggling to interrupt it. They're struggling, even in these situations, as we're seeing, as you say, it's just these one-man Black Holes. He's only catching the core.
That's all he needs.
And nobody else is seemingly able to stop it. Nobody is able to help out whoever gets caught in it.
They're having to use these, well, they're trying to use these disables to kill the puck, but then things go wrong, and then, yeah, Toby just gets set up to go for it there. They have to have better synergy. As Panto, I mean, he'll break the smoke with an invis. And now this could be a bit scary. Yuma,
that's the BKB again.
That's rough.
It's just not fair.
Has to immediately back away. And now they can't, I mean, even with the BKB, probably couldn't fight, but yeah, 90 seconds, Liga can kind of do whatever they want.
It certainly feels that way. Nouns, they've got to show something that we're not seeing quite yet if they want to try and get back in on this one. This is a very rough position to be in right now. 30 minutes in, down 11k.
I mean, this feels like almost like Mount Everest a bit here, where it's all these auras are out, everyone's getting tankier and tankier, and the damage isn't really increasing too much from Nouns. Yuma is getting a little bit more, but Copy, I mean, yes, he's got his conduit, but it's not feeling like it's doing too much in this game.
And who's 1J given this first axe to?
I would say Puck. Unless they want to just push an end, I guess maybe with the Razor. That's probably the 2 arguments, but I think just give it to Xantic.
With the hook shot. Do they have enough follow-up with the silence? They do.
Nice play, Yuma.
Indeed, able to use the powers of the puck against them.
Second time. Finally able to get that type of synergy there with Yuma getting that waveform into waning. And it is going to be a run of Roche spawn, 30 seconds. So might just be able to snipe that one away from the side of Liga. So pretty amazing opportunity for him to find that kill. And Xantic finally slips up. And ooh, okay. They're actually going to look for perhaps another catch.
Now, this is the time to do it, if any, when they've found this little bit of an opening. We'll puck off the map, 40 seconds.
Roche is being scouted from both sides. There's an Eidolon from one side and Familiars from the other, so they're both going to be aware of that spawn.
Oh, they're going to see this. They're going to either jump in over towards him. They look towards Toby. Can they take down the Enigma in time? Yuma's popping the BKB going on to Toby. Trying to hold the ground, but the damage is done. They've killed him off. A Black Hole put to waste this time. Nouns. They'll get him.
And it seemed like Liga knew this was coming too, because they identified the Roche spawn. They didn't see them in there, but they got caught anyway.
And they're going to find another here, bringing
wow.
the burst over towards Panto. Nouns. Big moves here off the back of that puck pick off top. They turn it into 3 more kills.
After what, 12 minutes of nothing going their way, they actually get the spell connection kind of perfectly when they needed to. And now they can probably get that Roche too. All right. I mean, the late game Northwing starting to get that itemization. Did just get, what, 2 big kills back to back? I believe he got, actually, all 3 last hits on the kills. So actually has a full Daedalus done. And now the Tiny has an item to be able to reset. Okay, maybe not as much as Mount Everest as it felt like.
Yeah, big turnaround there off the back of that from Nouns.
Yeah, it felt like overall Liga had a pretty good opportunity to stick together and cruise forward for it there, but getting split up, getting caught out from the pickoff, exactly what Nouns needed. And there's that first Ags. It does go to Exantic. And he does find some pretty nice items. He found the Nemesis Curse, so.
They can definitely go for more here now with the Aegis in their hands, and as you can see, pushing this one back to close to 50-50 after those last few minutes.
It's pretty remarkable. I mean, they scale really nice with the Morph, especially versus the Razor, but it didn't feel like they were going to find these type of plays to catch back up, but they have now. And game's back to that 50-50. Could be one of those the crazy games that we can get.
I mean, I guess that's the question, right? How much do you feel Nouns are going to feel they need to get done with this Aegis time?
I mean, I feel like they do scale very hard, right? With Morph and everything, so maybe not feeling like they need to do the craziest amount of stuff, but I think they can make, after those last 2 plays, now you know you can kill the puck too. So maybe overall for Exantic, he might need something defensive, because Yuma, if he's able to get on him with the silence, it's actually the answer.
And will they have ways in the team fight to take down Chrysalis? Because he's got the Satanic BKB Manta. He is incredibly tanky on the Razor. How much of an untouchable threat is he in these team fights, or can Nouns still possess the ability to burst him?
They can. I mean, they have the Morphling. The damage from the Morph is going to be insane. So I think Yuma can, yeah, he definitely can reign supreme in these fights. But the puck is still, I would say, the most important thing that they need to answer. If Exantic is able to run rampant in these fights and just get multiple spells up, it's still going to be a problem for Nouns. But
let's see.
Let's see how the fight goes when they have an Aegis.
See if it's going to be back to business here for Liga, or if Nouns could continue this bit of a comeback they got going. The jump's going to be made over towards Yuma. That's him gone the once. So what they want to do with the round 2. I'll let Yuma sort of stand his ground a little bit. The rest of the team hovering behind him. And Xantic trying to lead in. The coil's there, but the waveform's in time to dodge it. Yuma gets out.
Nouns might go in now.
No Dream Coil. They still have to threat the black hole. Jump in here once again from Xantic, getting the information. Nouns keeping their distance. And they feel that Liga has the chance to set up on towards them, and Nouns, they won't choose to fight into it, especially with the Aegis now lost.
Definitely getting annoyed there from Exantic. You can see how much he's able to do if he doesn't get popped, doesn't get gone on at all. Just gives all the information with that Shiva's done too. But did any of them use their BKB? They didn't, right? So Nouns was able to reset nicely because that coil whiffs. Going Jay. Can he get out of this?
That should be pretty dead. It's just an Alchemist. See if Nouns can do anything with this one. 50 seconds. Well, they know that they have the advantage in numbers. Top lane, it looks like Liga's going to be quick to try and make a move.
They have 2 wards up here scouting. I thought it was a 3rd one, but 2 wards to scout things out. Copy. Won't be able to get away. And Yuma has Satanic now, so can stand his ground, play a little bit easier around the silences, doesn't have to be as worried. Now he has 3 different ways to dispel it.
Has to be careful about getting tripped up by the black holes still.
Yes, absolutely. I thought this was going to be a little bit more one side, but yeah, now it's just after those last few plays where we're at this completely even state that execution is going to be everything now. And just always eyes this control, Lelis stopping black holes. And just if they're able to just stop Xantic from being this menace. The Hex is about to finish, so it's more and more answers, more and more ways of control for the puck. Gunner is very close to having it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Liga. Look like they may be setting up for another smoke play or group play. Still have that black hole. Didn't get the chance to use it last fight.
And he does have the blink now too. Just picked it up after that last one. Since he's playing versus, you know, the hook shot and everything, the BKB is a lot harder to utilize, but... There it is. Okay, let's see. Does Nouns want to make the smoke now themselves with that timing? Definitely a possibility.
It's definitely going to be tempting. Getting that sort of surprise catch could lead them and towards taking the fight. A good tier 4 found here though by Xantic. He's got the Timeless Relic. I
can't believe this item still exists. I'm actually shocked that Timeless Relic is still in the game because it feels like one that it's just, when you see these spellcasters, it's 100% chosen. Ninja Gear, 1J, trying to get information. We'll scout Gunner for a second here.
He's going to see what sort of reaction he can get out of them, 1J. That's going to be a full retreat here from Nouns as soon as the 1J shows.
Oh. Copy. Xantic's gonna chase. Copy's gonna show on the wave. He does have BKB.
I mean, they know he's gonna stick around and farm, but ooh, he's quick with the blink.
His team is coming to connect as well. Scan comes out. They know that all of Liga's coming down.
I mean, Xantic still trying to scout forward aggressively with the Hexit. They're going to find the opening. Do they have the chain stun? No, not even close. So Xantic, he's going to be perfectly fine despite getting initiated upon by the Hex. That's the Hex reveal.
It is the reveal. I mean, these next fights could be everything here. It's pretty much dead even on that net worth. I'm gonna try to keep damage of how much, keep track of how much damage Fly is also able to do. A little bit of a kind of crazy thing that he's starting to ramp up a bit, where he's tanky and he's starting to get these stacks always with his Warpath. He is not, I mean, he's nothing to laugh at. Like, he's got, what, 300 something damage when he's stacked up fully.
Now back
Copy's, okay. Copy went for straight up Moonshard, and then he is actually queuing up the Revenant's Brooch.
Oh.
I don't think I've ever seen one on a Tiny, but dealing with these high armor kind of heroes, that can, okay, this could be kind of interesting.
Okay. It's going to take a bit of farming to get that.
Yeah, quite a bit. And that feels like one of the weirder ones we've seen, but I've definitely seen the rise of it a little bit more because of how high armor heroes are. I feel like this could be another one of these like 60-minute games on. It really does feel like
it's looking to go that way. What, 41 minutes in, only 17 to 11 so far.
And it's just dead even on
it's
everyone's
very
farming.
Close.
Earlier
on, it definitely looked like Liga were going to be able to hold that advantage, but we see that big turnaround when Nouns made that excellent move off the back of killing at Xantic top. They really slammed down that advantage Liga had.
Yeah. I think Nouns, like, for me, it was like the first 20 minutes they played like better than I expected their draft to do, because I thought it was a little bit slower in terms of the morphling, but then afterwards, yeah, Liga slammed back, and now the late game is starting to hit here for the morph. But yeah, all going to be up to teamfight execution. Can they catch Puck? Is Puck going to go crazy? Is there going to be a double link? Because Crystallis is keeping up in farm. And Xantic soon level 25 on him, and he is going for the Mjolnir.
He's got a lot of money.
He does.
He did have the, he bought the Maelstrom component and actually sold it again, so didn't want to get the Maelstrom out on him quite yet. Even though he's got a lot of cash.
Probably just wanted to make sure he has the buyback, just in case of anything. I think he maybe did anyway, but either way. Holding the gem, jump forward, Hex.
Oh, it's a major burst. They've been able to get one. See one more they can get. Crystallis, he's ready to commit into the fight there with the BKB. Punch the refresher, he's ready to try and keep this fight going. There's the black hole control, but the hook shot comes in there to put a stop to it. Doesn't matter though, Yuma still goes down. Lelis to fall as well. Crystallis just able to stand his ground throughout the entirety of the fight. And even there, when they put a stop to the black hole, try and give Yuma the freedom to take the fight He cannot do so. They still kill them off very quickly. They lose the team fight Nouns, and now they might lose some of their base.
Double link comes out. Even though Yuma gets the link himself, the black hole stops it. And yeah, the hook shot comes in, but the damage is done from it already. They have that extra bit. And now, a glyph was
They can
used.
get a lot off the back of this.
Okay, they're
still
not
a
going to
tier 2 down bottom. It's a minute without Yumi. Has buyback. See if they're able to force it out. As the mid-bracks are taken here. Liga ready to look for a second set as well up top.
And Zank, he is 25, so he's got coil up as well again.
I mean, they're in. They're just going to jump straight away towards Fly. The buybacks have to come out immediately. Fly's gone. He, of course, has already used his buyback, so he's out for a long 90 seconds. Lelis trying to slow down the push. He'll get away, or maybe not. He's still getting caught by the stun. He'll live. Lelis able to back out. Yuma's in on a Crystallis. Yuma's been able to take down one of them. Beautiful plays here from Yuma. Has to play with the buyback coming through.
It costs a lot.
But they will manage to defend. And hookshot comes in. They're going to put a stop to the TP attempt out from Azantic. A follow-up comes in from Yuma. He has the control to take down Azantic as well. They'll hold.
Oh, the Mindbreaker comes in clutch. Perhaps he was able to play out of it, but yeah, a Mindbreaker silence hit from the Morphling. It does bring it down that puck. They hold. It's expensive, but that last kill makes it pretty nice. Gets to finish off this puck. An overcommitment. They thought they could kill Lelis. He baited them. The Razor, you know, Crystal's committed in for him. Yuma's able to come in from the sideline and get the cleanup.
And Roshan's up.
Again? Oh, man.
So, of course, Nouns, they can get Yuma straight down. They look to grab that Aegis.
Back and forth we go, baby. And he does have the rapier queued up again.
I mean, if he doesn't get caught by these black holes, I mean, pretty much every single fight where he hasn't been caught by the black holes,
he can do a lot.
He's done an incredible amount in the team fights. So pressure's really on to Toby to try and find some sort of way to catch him in them. If he doesn't grab him, Yuma could take over these team fights.
And now, I mean, the biggest thing really is he got Aegis after having to use buyback. So now they have this extra bit of relaxation that they can play with here. Have to make sure they can collect that cheese too. Hook shot.
That's 1J dead.
Big damage from Copy.
He's out for a long time as well, of course, 90 seconds.
So Copy's gonna, he pretty much has the gold for that revenue brooch now.
I mean, I think they're going to push pretty hard here, right? There's no Alchemist for 90 seconds with his buyback on cooldown.
At least
you've got Aegis.
Yeah,
you could get a lot.
Lanes in. Yep. Pushing bottom, pushing mid, pushing top, get all three of them in.
He's got a full Satanic Rapier still closing in upon here for Yuma.
This series is absolutely delivering. I love how we see, like, I mean, the graph tells us exactly like kind of everything what's happening. It's these super back and forth kind of fights when there's a big advantage. One team just kind of forgets a little bit about the buybacks, gets caught off guard. And it's, I mean, I feel like multiple times in the series, it's been around Roshan timings too, so. Yuma, they're gonna go for him.
See what they can do. The first time round, it's easy. Can they do it a second time?
They've got a black hole.
They certainly do. I think he's going to want to drop it here, Toby. He will. BKB and black hole. No messing around to make sure that Yuma's out for a very, very long time. Lelis, he's not going to make it out either. Sentry's placed down. They've got the Malefice. There's two of them out, Fog. They don't have buyback.
And there's no glyph.
Uh-oh. Well,
again, the mistakes.
Yeah, it looked like they were going to have a chance to come back. They get the Roche, but yeah, what was going on there? You think they just didn't expect them to come out on the map?
I guess he did not expect them to have that extra catch for me. Maybe because he thought he had these double dispels or triple dispels and the refresher shard. Maybe he thought he could get it. I don't know. But
That's
now
rough.
It's down the mid lane.
It certainly is. Here we go with the push. Liga. It's been back and forth. But overall, this game, and I got to say, probably in this series, right, Liga, I feel like they've just made less mistakes than Nouns.
A bit less, yeah, I would say. They're gonna come. They have to come back. They didn't cut the waves at all either.
I mean, I think they could just sort of click the buildings here, end the game.
Right, Copy,
3 versus 5, what can they do? Copy's going to try and make the jump forward, but the BKB's out for Crystallis. He's got the static link going as well. They're trying to stop the push. But it's not working. Crystallis full HP, ready to clean them up, clean up the tier 4s. No buybacks available. GG is called as Liga take this series 2-1 against Nouns.
Had some spice in it, especially this game. In some mid-game things, Liga, early game, dominant, mid-game, little shifted, but then afterwards, all it takes is 1 or 2 catches after buybacks. And it is on the back of the, the Crystallis Razor. Definitely seeing him having a pretty dominant one, but I think Puck's got to go. Probably for like the rest of this tournament, it feels like there's always just not enough Disable. There's not enough to catch this hero, and if there's one fight where it's not controlled, it goes nuts. So.
Absolutely, absolutely. Puck seemingly out of control, and yeah, Liga, great series for them here. The 2 wins they get, fantastic, and joy for the viewers as well. Lots of back and forth today already. We're really getting quite the treat here. This series 2-1 in favor of Liga.
Joy for the viewers, a nightmare for Fear. He is sat here watching NA crumble with a miserable look upon his face. A tough one, especially when we contrast it with the interview that we saw with Gunnar, who was talking about all the hopes, all the aspirations, and then we've seen, if we're being honest about it, 2 fairly inexplicably poor drafts, and then just a number of in-game mistakes that ultimately proved costly.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the drafts themselves, like Toby, you just lost to his Nigma, right? You don't respect it going to the next game. They did slightly better than I expected, in the laning stage at least, right? The support Bristleback, I still don't see the appeal for this right now.
Yeah. I mean, look, I've played a lot of Bristleback. This is where I'm going to give you some Herald knowledge, right? You are right. I've seen people try to use this as a support, and I just don't think it's there. Like I said before we went into the draft, and I know it must be true because Lacoste says so. And it's like there is something there. Like there's an idea, a concept of an idea, you might say, but it's just not happening when people pick it.
They felt confident again, thinking that they have something. I mean, you know that it's potentially coming out. They played it already. Yep. You picked this Bristleback. They did better in the laning stage, but overall for the game, you just don't have enough. And Tiny against Puck, this matchup has been Tiny favored for a really long time, and what we are seeing today is it's not enough. You don't have enough stuns. I think you also need to be able to, get some extra lockdown from your off lane, from your position 4/5, to be able to deal with this Puck, because he's having a freest time of his life.
What did you think about ODPixel's comments there, saying it's got to go for the rest of the tournament? I mean, are we in line with that yet after 2 series?
Potentially. The hero has been slightly nerfed, nothing too big, but some of the heroes that have always been good against them are not really viable right now, or teams that we are seeing don't understand how to draft, because potentially some of these picks are going to come on 15, 16, 17. Most of the time it doesn't survive until the last pick, but yeah, we haven't seen Puck being first phased.
Yeah, it's definitely a contender for, if you know you're playing against a team that has a good Puck player, I don't mind it being banned on the first phase at this point. We've seen Tinies, Dragon Knights, we've seen a lot of heroes try to deal with it. It's just not really working out. And I think mid is in a really weird spot right now. And even at TI, I feel like the pool at mid was kind of weird. It ended up turning into a situation where, let's just use Liquid, who won it, for example, right? He ended up playing Puck and Quap almost every game, and he would lose his lane really badly in some of these games too, but it didn't matter. Yeah, it didn't matter. He would just run around the map, get kills, couldn't die, because there's these lines and these supports like these, they're not very good right now, and you're able to get away with a lot in the game. Even if you do pick those heroes, Puck gets on top of them, you're dead. So I think that is something that you're going to have to deal with eventually, but I do say that on the side of Nouns, a lot of mistakes. And I feel like Yuma made a lot of mistakes on this Morphling as well. Like, I have to call it out. Like, he had Aegis twice in a row, and he just gave away the Aegis 2 times in a row. And I feel like that's something you can't do if you want to win these games.
Correct. Well, look, as you can see behind us, we have got an interview with Crystalis. Nomad's going to take that away for us right now.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Crystalis, and we're going to have a conversation. I mean, firstly, how on earth does a team with 3 stand-ins beat a team which literally didn't shuffle in Nouns?
Honestly, I have no idea. We just did it. I don't know. Like, I just pick Razor, I pick Monkey, and I didn't ban it, and that's how we beat them. That's how I beat every team usually. So it's same old, I would say.
So you could change the player, but you can't change the picks, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. In the end, if I got my heroes, it's just, it's the same as always, the same as Secret, the same as every other team. Just, yeah, go 25 Razor and kill Morphling.
25k, I mean, that's a simple strategy, and it certainly worked. What is the vibe in the team right now? Because obviously, it's a bit scattered coming into this one, but you guys seem to be on the same page. So is that just you've taken the pressure off yourselves and you're having fun with it, or is there actually a lot of kind of planning and strategy going on?
I mean, we do like the average amount of planning and strategy, I'd say. We played like 4 scrims together because, it was a surprise stand-in kind of situation. And I think now we're just kind of vibing. We're just picking what we like, doing what we like, and just seeing how far it gets us.
Yeah, I mean, when I walked into the booth after you guys won, obviously you'd won, so it was kind of a good feeling anyway. But there were a lot of jokes, you know. There was a lot of kind of even in jokes already from you guys kept throwing around. You know, like, are these players you kind of know very well, or have you just kind of come to know them and just having fun?
Yeah, I've played with like Toby before in Entity. He's fine. I like him. He's fun to be around. He's a cool guy. It is that I just know from pubs and just we're just friendly. I've known him for like a long time as well. And then Bontam I just know also only from pubs, but I always thought he was like pretty good 5. And 1J I was always beefing with in pubs, but it is what it is.
Yeah. It is what it is. Well, looking good so far. And lastly for me, is there any language barrier in this team? Are you guys are you all communicating in English, or is there a little bit of multilingualness going on?
Definitely some multilingualness, but who cares? It's just if it concerns us, they will mention us and they'll talk in English, and if it's about other things that we don't really need to hear, then they just talk in Russian because it's easier for them. So it's just it's average.
All right, and one last question actually: are you expecting this trend to continue? Do you feel like the momentum's going to keep going after this win? Because it's a pretty big win here, to be honest.
I don't even know if we play next, so I actually have no idea. I'm guessing, yeah, probably. I mean, but they might start first phase banning my heroes now, so it's going to be hard. But then I'll pick Bloodseeker, and then I'll win one game there too, and then we're out, and then it's over. I'm afraid.
That's the end.
Huskar safe lane, unless I pick Huskar safe lane. That might come out as well. Okay. You never know. You never know. I'll always have one up my sleeve.
I see. So the list of heroes is actually deeper than some people might think. All right, Chrysalis, thank you very, very much. That's going to do it for us, and we'll send it back to the panel.
Thanks a lot. That was the most Dota interview that's ever been done. It was like so good. And by the way, it's been fun working with you guys today. If I had to assess your performance in a word, fine.
Fine.
Yeah, fine.
You did fine, like Toby did.
Look, I mean, he had a absolutely fantastic game. But I just wanted to ask a little bit about, his career. At one point, obviously, like one of those household names. Everybody, knows him. And now he's standing here and kind of like alluding to the fact that we're not even practicing. We played like 4 scrims
It's
together.
wild the way he describes this team / stack, because they have 3 stand-ins. He has beef with one guy from the pubs. They have language problems because they all don't speak the same language, kind of. And then you also have one guy that he describes as fine, which is 3 out of 5, which is not really good if we talk about the professional e-gamers. So, yeah, good vibes, though. Good vibes about the team, and they still managed to beat the best North American team.
Yeah, and that's the point I kind of want to end this segment on.
Hopefully.
I know. You knew it was coming.
Yeah, I did.
I mean, look, I think that there's kind of... There were expectations on Noun that might be evolving overnight as we go into day 2. I mean, do you think that's realistic?
I think they're going to definitely look at this one pretty closely because they, in all seriousness, they've been together for like 2 years now, and they lost to a team that has been together for 4 days.
4 scrims.
Yeah, 4 scrims. Sorry, that could be one day. But yeah, either way, that's definitely hard. You can, at the very least, blame it on new patch, potentially, trying new things.
That is a very NA thing to do,
Yeah.
I agree. It's that or jet lag.
Yeah.
No, it's sad. Like, I always pull for Nouns, and I agree. I think Dota is better when each region has its, a strong team that can come, present a different style, maybe upset a few people. And when you see all the mistakes that were made there, I mean, you did highlight Yuma as well just before we went in. It's like, that's a devastating game for a player of his talent.
It's definitely a rough loss for sure, but luckily that's the beauty of the Swiss stage. One loss doesn't really do... It doesn't do much for you because you can still come back quite easily in the next couple of days. And I think as a whole, just you can have a bad day, but you can't have 2 bad days, and you definitely can't have 3. So going forward, Nouns definitely need to find themselves. They looked a little out of place on this one. This didn't look like the Nouns we saw at TI, for example.
Yes.
So they definitely need to get back that energy that they had at TI.
Yeah, just play that spirit game over and over again in your sleep, God, let it absorb into you. Right, guys, it's been a blast. I've had a lot of fun working through the day with you. Not so much watching Nouns play, but, it's all good. So thanks for your contributions. We are going to be tagged out when you get back. We're going to have a new panel. Shiva's going to be here instead of me, so we can make the Reddit hate threads now. That would be an appropriate time. And we are going to throw over to an interview with Analog. Nomad's doing that one. We'll see you tomorrow.
Heroic have been the dominators of the South American region for this year, and coming into the new season, they are looking to keep things going with this roster. How's that going to work out for them? Well, we're going to find out with their mid laner, Analog. I mean, firstly, how's your long and luxurious break been?
Was very good. Was good to reset the batteries and also like take care of the shuffle, right? After TI, there's so much changes going up, and I think we had some decisions to make, and we had we took the best decisions, and here he is with our new roster, and I'm very excited for it. Very excited to also prove people out, you know, it's gonna work.
Absolutely. I mean, talk to me then about this new roster. Obviously, you've got Parker coming in. What's he like, and are you excited? I mean, sounds like you're excited to play with him.
Parker is like South American carry, and he's very talented. He's like a gen, and we gonna try to build him into the team and bring the culture that we are that we have in the team, of being more like a European team, you know, in terms of the way we practice it, the terms the way we like doing our things, and bring to him, because I think in SA, and I played with Peruvian team before and Brazilian teams before, and there we have no culture with of watching replays or doing this type of stuff, you know, studying the game, and we gonna bring him to the team and do these things together with him, and I think he's gonna improve, and also us gonna be a very good team together, yeah.
Absolutely. And then do you feel like coming into the international, you know, for the end of the last season, do you feel like you're able to show that, or do you feel like you still didn't quite hit your potential? What's your feelings now that the dust has settled?
I think the last international we was a bit broke as a team, you know, because it was the last tournament of the season, and we have a rough season, and we wasn't in the best shape as a team, you know. But I was feeling very comfortable in terms individual, in the hero pool and all this stuff. But yeah, we could not perform as a team together. Was not playing as a team together, and it's a thing that I hope. And we are working to do it properly now, you know.
How do you feel about your placement at TI after that then?
I mean, placements always just show what you did in the tournament, right? How good you was in this tournament as a team, individual, and all this stuff. So we had this placement, but I know me and my team are able to go way further, and we're gonna show this season, you know.
Absolutely. So coming into this event of Wallachia, what are your goals? What are you hoping to achieve at this first event of the year?
Look, that's our first tournament with this team, you know. Yeah. When you change a carry or a mid lane, I feel like the team changes a lot, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we change the team, we're gonna destroy everyone. No, we know we're gonna do our best, and we are practicing to it and to show up, you know. But we also know that it's our first tournament this season. We should not have the expectation super high, so we get disappointed by it, you know. It's step by step. It's the first tournament. We're gonna show up. We're gonna do our best, and that's it. It's about performing.
All right, excellent. So obviously, there's been a lot of shuffling. There's been a lot of stuff going on right now. At this event, when you look around at the other teams, who are you most excited to play against? Is there any team you're really looking forward to playing?
I mean, the shuffle was crazy. I think there's a lot of new teams, but I think interesting team is Navi, with Puppey back to Navi, you know. Maybe I can say to my kids, if I beat Puppey, I beat Puppey in Navi. I beat Navi Puppey, you know.
Yeah.
No way, my kids. Son,
they'll know who that is.
Son, sit here. I'll tell you a story.
Yeah.
And they're gonna think, oh, you beat Navi Puppey, the same that was Navi Dandy, and I. Not tell him it was that, but I will say I beat Navi Puppey, yes.
You beat him, that's all they need to know.
Yeah.
All right, look, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck at this event.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back after a nice interview and a quick break. We're here for the continuation of the second season of day one of PGL's Wallachia. And I'm joined by a wonderful panel. I'll be taking you through the second half of the day. I'm Shiver, but we also have Lizard and T-Gov. Hey Lizard, how you doing?
Doing great. Like, I haven't been a part of this panel like with T-Gov and you for
a long time.
A long time, yeah. Feeling great. Feeling great to be here back in Romania for season 2 of Wallachia. Like,
I think the last time we sat on the couch for a broadcast together might have been the old hub streams. No,
it's not been that long, sure.
Like qualifier hubs.
I mean, you two, I don't know. But
maybe TI 20. Romania TI, actually.
Romanian TI.
Yeah,
there you go.
That was the one.
That was 2021.
TI 20, by the way.
Yeah.
That's mental.
2021, yeah. How are you doing, T?
Yeah, great. No, honestly, it's good. Yeah, 2 weeks since TI. Now we're here, more Dota. Good roster shuffles. I was worried TI would have no crazy roster shuffles because you know these teams, they get used to having friendship and camaraderie, and they don't really want to break apart. And suddenly after TI, the after party, great, good stuff. But roster shuffles, mwah.
Yeah, and we have been treated today as well. You have been treated today as well because we've had everything. In our first 2 series, we had rampages and throws and comebacks and obviously game 3s for both of the series on the mainstream. But we've had 2 streams going on at the same time, so we thought it was time to catch you up to speed with what has been happening. Now, there's a series going on right now. AVULUS versus beastcoast is in their second game, and beastcoast took the first game. Alliance was able to 2-1 Invictus Gaming, and we started the day on a secondary stream with a 2-0 Lizard, MOUZ nowadays, taking out Apex Genesis.
Yeah, like a crazy set of games on the secondary stream. Like, I would maybe talk the most about Alliance and IG, just the fact that these 2 organizations are playing against one another again on a LAN in 2024.
That's where we are at right now, yes?
Yeah, like there's just so many old names coming back into the scene, playing, some coaching. Like, I know it's perhaps not the most stacked tournament when it comes to contemporary great teams, great organizations, right? Because of TI and everything. At the same time, though, I feel like it's maybe even more fun. Just because of all of these names coming back.
Yeah, we could take a look at the stream that you've been watching so far. It has been quite the adventure for numerous reasons, as I already mentioned a couple, but I will also mention that final series of the day, you might have already heard it because it has been mentioned before. I will just mention it again in case there's people that joined us recently. Falcons versus Nigma Galaxy is not happening, or rather, Nigma Galaxy has forfeited their match as they cannot field their full roster. There have been some flight issues there, and therefore that series will just go the win to Falcons and the loss to Nigma Galaxy. So some of the legends that we were going to see play on screen, we're not going to see play today, but we will see them tomorrow. So don't worry. That's a lovely thing about the Swiss format. We're going to see everything.
It's a Mars fault, put it bluntly.
And the other
he
option,
done some stupid tweet, said Nigma's going to get to the event. Suddenly, they don't get to the event. He jinxed it. He cursed it. It's a Mars fault.
He's also not here right now.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, though, they can still play. Aui's ready to play. They got a 5-man.
That's
so,
true.
They had the third option of Slack standing in as well.
Yeah, which
good that it didn't happen.
Yeah.
I think that is good that did not happen. Now, we do have another series coming your way. You saw that just now. And speaking of legends, we are going to have Navi, that includes Puppy, playing against Heroic, who also has made a change since the international. So it's gonna be a really good game, and we're gonna dive right into this one because there is a lot to unpack. And I do want to start by focusing on Navi because I think Lizard is the talk of the town right now.
It definitely is. Like, first and foremost, don't beat around the bush. It's Puppy in Navi.
Yeah.
It's just incredible. Like, to see this name back in Navi, a lot of speculations as well happening because Navi Junior are doing so fine. So it's like, is Puppy just going in and scooping everyone up, taking them away after the tournament? Who knows? But I don't know. I'm just looking forward to these games. Of course, Puppy has won everything there is to win in Dota, really.
Yeah, and when you think about Navi and Puppy, what was it? Let me think. Was it, TI4? The last time he played with Navi, actually, he lost to Eternal Envy 2-1 to get eliminated. So hopefully he's not thinking about that too much, about the Navi jersey EE too much, and he's able to focus on his Navi Puppy performance of present. But look at him, he's also still rocking the secret jersey. Look at that.
He is. Can I just remind you as well, the last time we saw Puppy in his prime form was TI 2022, so
Yep.
TI 11.
Yep.
And he came second, and he was side by side with none other than Zayat,
Yeah. Like, so
who was
they-
sitting next to him again.
Yeah, they definitely know each other really damn well. Like a lot of these players have played together before in teams as well, in stacks. So overall, like you can expect, like the one that he hasn't played with, the two, Uragi and BZM, right? So with them, I'm looking forward to seeing like how well they match. But like you said, he is a stand-in here, and a position 5 captain stand-in. Not necessarily the most usual thing, but it's Puppy after all, so it can make it work.
And there's 3 stand-ins in total.
It's a lot of standing. You got to enjoy it whilst it lasts. But again, Navi, they have struggled throughout time, and they're good to be here. But we'll see. They are going up against Heroic, which strongest team in SA for the best part of an entire year now. So quite a formidable opponent to go against.
I think we had an interview earlier today with Costa Bile, who was talking about, and him and Nomad were talking about Heroic as the gatekeepers of the SA region, because they do prevent teams from making it to international events in qualifiers very frequently. But with that in mind, I think Heroic also is not just the gatekeeper for the region, but if you look at their scoreline, they're basically the gatekeeper. If you can beat Heroic, you have a chance to hold your own at these at the tier 1 events where everybody wants to be at. And I think this is a very good benchmark for a lot of teams here, to make a good showing.
Yeah, pretty much, as KJ stares into our souls, but it's okay.
Who's gonna blink first?
No, God.
But speaking of interviews, by the way, one extra thing, Analog, we just had the interview with him, and what he said was kind of very endearing. Nomad asked him what team he'd like to meet, and it was actually Navi. Why? Because he wants to win against Navi Puppy, so he has that those bragging rights. And we'll see if they manage to, like after this series. But yeah, I think they've got what it takes. Like Navi is strong, but I think Heroic is also on the level.
But going back to your question about Heroic, I do feel like I would like this year for them to not be this gatekeeper team where they're the top of tier 2 but still trying to become tier 1, where I want them to actually progress deeper into tournaments where like top 8 or 9th, 12th isn't a good spot for them. And with the addition of Parker, like that, it could be the correct step in the right direction. We will have to wait and see. But if there ever was a tournament for them to show a good run, it is this tournament where the top teams have, maybe not partake. So like, I'm really looking at Heroic. Like, if they're not top 4 in this tournament,
they're always really weird to me when it comes to their performance in tournaments, because they can really shine one day, usually in one of those first days of the tournament, like, put their A game on, just won versus the best teams. I believe in Elite League they won versus Falcons on the first or second day, and then they just bomb out and lose all their series. Same happened in TI. Not necessarily the same. They were bottom of the groups, right? But in any case, they definitely have what it takes. And back to T and what he said, if they can make it a little bit further in tournaments, I feel like now that a lot of players are playing in Western Europe as well, they have that practice in them too, and that might be helpful.
For sure. And as also mentioned, they are a team that is only playing with one change in their roster since we saw them perform at the International, and that is that K1 or Hector, the carry player, is out, and they got Parker in, who is the, I would say, relatively new kid on the block, but at the same time, I think a lot of people are familiar with him already. We'll see how he fits in with the styles. I know that there's different opinions on that, but we're just going to see it in practice and be the judge after the fact. That's the beauty of being a panel. We can 2020 it and just tell you guys how we feel about that change on hindsight. I do want to talk about the draft that is unfolding on our screens. We got ourselves Heroic on the Radiant side, Navi on the Dire side, and we do have an opening from the Tusk. There's already been 6 games on the mainstream going on. There has been a lot of, I would say, statements made about the patch in terms of which heroes teams feel strongly about and which heroes they don't feel strongly about. The one hero that I'm missing, that I've heard people be strongly about, is the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, it's still extremely powerful. The fact that the red facet, the cleave facet didn't really get changed too heavily. You still farm like a beast. Again, the leather patch, it was very soft. I don't know if you agree or not, but I feel like the 7.37D patch was a light sprinkling of there's a big patch to come, but they don't want to go crazy in a leather patch now if they already have anticipation of stuff down the line. And that's why I think in PGL Wallachia, we are going to be seeing somewhat identical concepts to TI. We're still going to see Naga, MOUZ, DK, Tusk. Even, again, Tusk got a good nerf with drinking buddies, less cast range on the ult cast.
Still strong, though.
Still very strong, though. So, yeah, I think this tournament will really be a demonstration of you've had enough time to see why Liquid won TI. Now you need to unpack that and show how to beat it. Like, you had plenty of time to understand it. There's been a decent enough break.
I kind of agree. At the same time, I feel, no, we're definitely going to see very similar heroes in the first couple of days. I'm just thinking, will the patch evolve a little bit? Even though they were minor changes, I feel like they nerf certain heroes quite a lot with the item builds and stuff.
Like Windrunner, for example.
Windrunner is gone. Like, we probably won't be seeing her before Windrunner.
Slap pick right there.
But yeah, some other heroes I feel like are still strong, like Invoker. Right, like this hero got nerfed a little bit.
You're a support player. You know that we both have to think about items now as supports. We can't just buy 3 braces and enjoy our game. We have to think of like maybe a 4-staff or a Glimmer Cape or other utility. We can't just have 4k HP Tusks anymore, right?
If you're bad, you can still go bracers, and that's it, right? Like, I mean,
so if Puppy goes 3 braces and we do an interview, are you ready to talk to Puppy?
If you have high ping. Like, are you going to Glimmer someone or 4-staff someone on time? Not necessarily. And bad players are like built-in innate high ping.
We are on land, Lizard.
Sweet. I'm not talking about these guys. I'm just...
It felt like you were talking about these guys. Shade. Shade
never. I would never.
20 minutes and you're already just throwing shade.
All right. Let's focus our attention on... Oh, sorry, Lizard, one more point. Go for it.
I just want to say, I'm having kind of high ping in the hotel, and I'm playing Enchantress. This hero is like the easiest hero at the moment to play, especially if you aren't going for max impetus, but if you're going for max heal build. So we'll see how he does.
What I'm thinking is I see 3 signature heroes on the side of Navi.
Yes, it is. There's incredible combinations that they have right now, because the sweeping map play that they can provide after laning phase, Alacrity, Quaswax Invoker, paired with the aggression of Tusk and Enchantress, any smoke gank, like if they want to do something on the map, these 3 heroes together will get a kill, will be able to invade jungle, and that enables the offlaner and carry for Navi, if they want to be slightly greedier and not have to join in. But yeah, I like the fact that they're ready to take the fight, and I'd argue Heroic is matching that with counterplay heroes, right? If you want to make that move into us, they already went for the first phase MOUZ, so there's Arena to facilitate that. Analog's mid Earth Spirit, you go for a quick move, he's TPing, rolling in, like he's going to turn that around. So
there's a lot of cool stuff, cool mind games happening here. Like if you look at the heroes that they're playing, like Navi obviously loves to play a lot of Morphling. You picked up Mars. Mars isn't really that great against Morphling, so you cover him with Skyrat. Like you get that extra long silence, a hero that Morphling hates playing into in the lane. Like you can get even soloed by him if you're not careful. But like one of the longest silences in the game, and it's instant. So I completely agree with you when it comes to rotations potential from both teams. I think Navi is stronger though when it comes to that.
Yeah, no,
like this Ench plus Gyro plus Tusk is just way too strong, and on top of that, of course, Invoker.
I think the difference here, Navi plays into the early game, whilst Heroic are ready to kind of let them run at you, and then they look. I mean, look at their heroes. 25 minutes into the game, when you have BKB on all 3 cores, you don't care about Ench, you don't care about Tusk. It's like whatever, right? And that's where Navi need to kind of facilitate, either triple down on that early game aggression.
There you go.
And they go for a Visage to further that. And Gyrocopter, he's one of the greedier carries. That's why we didn't really see him in previous kind of meta, because even though your lane is good with Flak pushing it out, you Flak out lane for 8 minutes, and then you Flak the jungle, and then you have a Ags, and then you have a Crystallis, then you get a BKB, and you're always chasing another item. That doesn't really sync with how quick we were seeing TI getting played, but
I think in the current patch it has changed a little bit, and maybe Gyro can be the one, like you go crit tags and you just fight even without the Aghanims. Like you constantly just join the fights, especially when you look at these heroes on Navi. At the same time though, Tusk plus Visage, or even Enchantress plus Visage, I would rather see Tusk plus Visage. Like this lane into a Gyro, you won't be able to lane that. Like, at least how I see it on paper, even if you try to rocket barrage someone, like the snowball will save them. There's too much damage. Soul Assumption is crazy good against Gyro too.
I was going to suggest, what about Gyrocopter as a potential support? And it does seem like Navi is holding that position open as well, as they started banning out with the Morphling a carry player.
Honestly, sure, Gyro as support, but then you end up with Sky and Gyro as 2 supports.
Yeah.
My support brother.
No, that ain't it, Chief.
Yeah.
I think as well, Navi have set themselves up nicely. Because of the Enchantress, with the heals that you provide in lane, you don't really care too much about the Sky you're off in the position 4. Like, Sky excels when the 5 isn't pressuring in lane and can't provide any sustain. And then Mars Sky, they'll bully out the carry, and now your carry has to jungle early. But because of Ench, and then Tusk maybe using Twin Gate, you're never really shutting down the Navi safe lane. So I am expecting Yuragi to be able to, read the draft, go, okay, what carry do I want? And because of Ench, I don't have to go for a self-sustaining carry, but in different patches, you could argue a Lifestealer could get picked here. In current meta, you could dictate, you could look for a Shadow Fiend or something. But yeah, I like the fact that Yuragi has freedom with his pick.
Yeah, I'm actually absolutely unsure about their carry. I like the Alchemist ban and SF that you mentioned. I feel like those two were probably the most obvious ones that are played right now, right? There is also Luna, but she's banned out too. We'll see what they go for. In any case, I feel like they could go for an unconventional pick that T just mentioned. Like, there's also this Jug that I'm seeing played a bit in pubs, but I don't think that's that valuable. Like, what else has he been playing? Like, recently some Nature's Prophet and Drow and Medusa, but that's all into Mars, so I'm not sure if he wants to pick them up. We have seen one Medusa into Gyro today, but it was a position 4 though.
Yeah, and
Brood.
They didn't triple down, they quadrupled down on this aggression early on.
Yeah.
So how fast of a game is Navi looking to play here?
I think it looks like it's meant to be quick, but this draft also scales really nicely.
Yep.
Okay.
It's mainly, once you break into that kind of the 20-minute phase of the game, if Navi have taken safe lane, mid lane, tower, expect the Brood to have webs in those aggressive areas. Potentially from the carry roll, you're looking at Orchid, and you're always hunting for the next kill. So I'd say like around 20 minutes, Navi want to choke the opponent out.
Yep.
They don't have to end the game, but that's when Heroic will be under the biggest amount of pressure.
Shiv, you mentioned when it's the last time the puppy was on top of his game, and was at the TI finals. I feel like this is Tundra from that finals. Like, if you look at that draft, it's literally them.
It's like, what have you learned? Well, a couple years ago.
I've lost TI to this draft. It's literally the same draft, maybe without the Invoker. But yeah, Brood looks really strong at the moment. Like, as a position 1, I feel like this is a hero that will be picked more often. It doesn't even have to be that Orchid pick. There's a lot of Echo Saber into some Manta, Butterfly, into Harpoon kind of a play on the Brood, and you're actually just a good right clicker later on. You're not that solo pick-off oriented hero.
Yeah. So for Heroic, at least they go for the last pick Omni Knight, which gives them that security of the later fights, right? The constant repel, Guardian Angel, you turn it around. But again, early game damage for Heroic, when we expect Navi to be ganking, Analog has to pop off, or Arenas need to be good. Like, if Analog doesn't have a good early game, but to be fair, he always seems to find a game on Earth Spirit, so I'm not knocking that, but I feel like if Divine Llama doesn't connect on his positioning and or arenas, this game could be like a massive comeback game for them, where they look towards Parker and it's like, okay, you're new to the roster, but could you please play like K1 where you just farm, please? Because like this Gyrocopter, if you get too aggressive and you fall flat, this game will disappear from them. So Gyro has to farm.
I feel like Parker is a carrier that can adapt. Is that right? I mean,
yeah, I think so too. And he does have this Omni Knight to help him out later on. I'm just still very, very worried about their lanes. Like Omni and Gyro, it should be on paper a strong lane. Like, you get that guy to repel, heal you all the time. Visage does not care. These two do not care. They just bring too much damage to it.
Again, like, this is very clear. Like, Heroic, if they get to like mid 30 minutes into the game, like they're so much happier to play out this game. Like, this, if I was to like write out this little script, it's like Navi builds 10k lead, fans get excited, Navi are back, throw it away at high ground, Heroic wins. You know, that's kind of like a potential timeline that we could see here.
Well, let's see if that script is going to come to fruition or what's going to happen in this first game. Before we get there, though, we're first going to check in with Slacks, who's standing by with the coach.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shiver. Yes, I'm here with Caps. Welcome, my friend. Last pick Brood. One of the nastiest things those sickos can do. I saw Yuragi, Mr. Saitama over there laughing when he picked it. Were you laughing? Omni Knight good enough to be able to counter that draft, you think?
I think we just thought about ourselves when we picked the Omni. We thought about like the Brood coming, but we thought that we had enough answers. Mars is like historically really good against Brood, and also Earth Spirit catches her pretty easy. But they have tempo. I'm a bit worried with the tempo, but if you can survive, the game's ours.
Absolutely. Now, I was in your practice room earlier trying to talk to you before the event, and I noticed a lot of like anime girls on your computer screen on your background. Can we talk a little bit about that? Well, what's up with that situation?
Is that true?
Yeah, it's absolutely true. I don't know what...
Sometimes some people in my team, I'm not gonna point fingers, they like to sneak in someone else's computer and just change the wallpaper just to make them like cringe out, you know?
Yeah, what a absolutely believable story. Yeah, 100. No, okay, fantastic.
I swear to you.
All right. Well, we'll see if that's true. We'll also see if it's true that they will be pulling through in this game. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll get right in the game with our casters.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Of course, we see Navi here speed running the game. Slacks trying to speed run his career as he's asking about anime girls on the profile pics. But regardless, we have an amazing draft here. Some crazy stuff coming in as already Yuragi going to die. That's a good way to beat the tempo, Sin.
Yeah, I mean, if you can choose any hero on the Radiant lineup to get your first blood on to try to, bridge the gap of the early to mid game as Radiant, I think Earth Spirit is the hero you want this on. So this is already a very good start now for Heroic, getting Analog off to a little bit of a head start. The lane matchup against Invoker, however, has the potential to be quite annoying. I think we saw a matchup, either it was this exact one or a similar one at TI, where the Quaswex Invoker was just constantly burning the mana, and then you couldn't make rotations. So I think that's a valid concern here for the side of Heroic, is if Analog can't maintain resources, how are map movements going to happen? The support duo is Omni Skywrath. It's not exactly what you want to see if you're looking to make plays, but defensively, it's all right, of course. And as Caps pointed out in the interview, and as the panel talked about as well, Navi are going to try to play super fast, right? This is extremely aggressive. There's a lot of potential for gate movements. With you're playing carry Brood, you're playing 5-inch. Both these heroes are very good at going through gates and try to overwhelm that bottom lane, where they could combine with Visage, of course, to find some easy kills. So, but let's get through the laning stage first before those moves start happening.
I mean, yeah, that's the biggest thing for me that I'm seeing with this lineup that I'm really concerned about, is just how quickly things could fall apart in the laning stage. But particularly, like, not just the laning stage, but once you start getting those creeps, once you start getting the extra damage out, is already the turnaround. They hit level 2, try and do what damage they can. Zayat's just barely going to get out. And likewise, almost a kill there by Boom onto the gyrocopter. Repel needed very early on to keep him alive.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the only nerf Visage directly got as a hero this patch was the Facet, the gold one, which he has the death toll, that the Soul Assumption needs to connect.
Right.
In the previous patch, if it was mid-air and the target died, you still got the gold bounty, but now it does need to reach. I think for the most part, that's a relatively insignificant change, so the hero should still be really strong. Then it's a matter of the other changes in the patch, how much they influence the Visage, the item nerfs in particular that we've seen. But yeah, I feel like this hero is still going to be a very high priority this tournament, just because among the top-tier heroes of TI, this is one of the least nerfed ones.
Right, and it still feels like there's so many of these early lanes that you can kind of dominate. And, we've yet to fully see what this meta is going to turn into. There have already been a couple of games, or I guess at least one game that was longer than any other game at TI. So, there's still a lot of changes that could potentially happen. But as we take a look across each of these lanes right now, you can see a pretty solid story. Navi is just winning all of them, it feels like.
I think the biggest advantage that they have is in that bottom lane. Right. The top lane I want to call pretty much a draw. So I mean, that's also early levels Brood against Mars.
Right.
Mars should be doing quite well. So I think that's the expected outcome. So it's mainly about bottom. I actually think KJ might be in some serious trouble. Nice sidestep here to bait out the shards, and he will just walk north. He doesn't have a TP though, so this has the potential to be a very long chase down from Zayas. Don't know if he could be bothered now.
I mean, to be honest, though, you're keeping the Tusk away from your gyrocopter.
Yeah.
So, like, in a fashion, I kind of feel like you're sort of okay with that as Omni Knight. I don't know if it's going to end up meaning that Gyro gets a bunch more farm, but he's back over to the side there. You can see it looks like they're kind of okay at this point.
Oh yeah, if you can split this lane up into 2 1v1s, I think that is ideal for Parker. I think just getting... Visage is not a 1v1 beast early on. It's when he gets 6 that starts becoming a problem, but once you combine him with a friend in the Tusk, that's when the lane gets really scary. So yeah, if the supports are separated from the lane, I think that's good news for the side of Heroic. And you could also tell that from Zayas, right? He was chasing the Omni for a bit and he was like, all right, this is just not worth it. Like, I'm going to go back here and try to put pressure on the enemy carry.
Yeah, get the hell out of there. I also should say that, like, the other thing that I feel like is very cool about this Navi draft is that potentially all 5 heroes, as BZM goes in a little bit there onto Analog, it's getting kind of low. There was an opportunity where I think all of them have pushing potential, right? You've got Enchantress creeps, you've got Visage birds with, you know, the drinking buddies that we've talked about, Forged spirits, and then of course all the stuff Brood brings to the table. So if one hero is left alive at the end of these fights, I feel like Navi is going to get objectives pretty early here.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, if they choose not to over-rotate to fights, but they keep one of the side lane cores in place, and Heroic feel forced to make the adjustments of bringing multiple heroes, then yeah, you're going to take some serious structural damage as soon as Brood and Visage hit their 6s. That's when things really start kicking off. Now, for the side of Navi, it is going to take some time on Yuragi. He's actually a half a level behind Davai Lama right now on that Mars. And Puppy on the Ench. This is the problem of this lane. I don't really think they threaten the Mars that much, even in a 2v1. So Skywrath has the potential to move around a little bit, and Puppy, as a result, is actually just going to go for the play we talked about earlier. He's going to gate to bot to try to find Navi their first kill.
And already snowballing in some extra damage. The turnaround purification. Puppy is showing up a bit too late, and so by the time he gets here...
Well, no repel.
Oh, KJ trying to be a little bit of a nuisance, being just this bodyguard in front of all of them, and they didn't feel comfortable running past the Omni Knight.
Nope. Not enough in the tank. I think Zayas was out of mana, and the Visage could have sticked into one Soul Assumption but wouldn't have got the job done. So effectively, Heroic, a job well done so far, right? We're 6 minutes in. I think, as you said, the lanes, Navi are doing fine, but by no means are they like steamrolling them.
No.
Considering that Earth Spirit is completely out of mana and can't help, it's very good news for Heroic that the Mars is doing so well on his own and that the Visage lane has 0 kills. This is not where Visage wants to be level minute 6. You want to have found at least 1 kill in the lane to get that extra gold bounty from the death toll, and he just doesn't have it. So sure, you're ahead by a slight amount of CS against the Gyro, but I think it's kind of insignificant.
Right, and if we think back to what the panel was talking about, you know, they're mentioning these moments where you need to build up this enormous lead, because if you don't, you know what's going to happen on the other side of this power spike that they
Analog
have.
actually has some mana here. Lyrical, he's going for the play.
Trying to make it happen. Magnetize out onto 2. The slowdown is there. This is also a battle for that Wisdom Rune. You need it desperately. Zayat's trying to stay alive, is not going to be able to, but does get the shards down. Now, they could make a run for Puppy to try and get that Wisdom Rune in time, but it looks like Heroic is already going to be over to the side. Analog actually getting hit by the repel, keeping him alive, and he needs just one more hit for the purification. It's not happening.
Oh, he killed Boom.
They take down Boom, and Analog somehow lives through all of it. BZM finally moves in to get the finish.
Okay.
But that was crazy.
How much more can you ask of that situation if you're Heroic? I mean, sure, even if KJ dies here, this is such a massive win. They got 2 Wisdoms.
Oh.
They got the kills. And yeah, these trade-offs, they're something. BZM will get a little bit here, but yeah, that is a massive, massive win for the side of Heroic, all things considered. This is something, I don't have a stat for this. It's just a gut feel for me that at a pro level of Dota, I feel like if you get the 2 Wisdom Runes, the first 2, the win rate of the team has to be like 60% or higher. Like, it's just that impactful in the game that your supports hit their 6s earlier than the opposing ones. So in this game, you look at Navi's side right now, the Tusk is level 3.5 minute 8.
Oh, man.
Like, how are you going to find that impact in the game right now where you can bring yourself into the game? You effectively kind of want to play around your Visage, but that lane didn't go too well. It looks like Navi's game plan here is just, all right, let's just ball up mid. They're bringing 4 heroes in here minute 8, but I don't know how likely this is to be successful. They'll find a little bit of a pick here on Schofield with BZM, but might be a trade-off.
And the turnaround is there. In fact, Divine Llama gets the arena down. BZM low on mana. They try and get some separation, but when they reapply Magnetize another round, that should be enough with the Purification out to take down the Invoker. And Zayat's also just
another stone will do it.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, this is the risk that you run when you play these kind of early, I don't know if you want to call it an early zoo lineup, but let's call it that. You're going to inevitably in this game be fighting into an item disadvantage most likely. And of course, the item of this game will have to be Crimson Guard, right? You're looking at Visage, Ench, and Brood.
Oh, it's so nice. It's like the perfect one for it. As they find the Visage, we'll get Drinking Buddies pulled back in. And now with BZM making the rotation over, a weird little bit of a fight happening behind the tier 1 tower. BZM will get hit though.
Good
and now
call down.
Analog right on top. The snowball save for the moment. Will it be enough to keep him alive? I don't think so. Invoker will die right as they head out, and Heroic, the dive, sometimes it works when you go behind the tower.
Yeah, Omni Knight's a good hero for it. Just turn a hero borderline invincible at this stage of the game if needed, and Navi just don't have the damage to respond. Brood is not really able to rotate. Visage is still level, oh my god, he's going to stay level 5 for longer. He just got dove behind the tower again.
Yeah, it's a 3,000 gold lead at 9 minutes. I mean, we thought that Navi was going to be running through this game, but it is definitely Heroic that are hitting it first.
Hey, it was definitely a potential outcome, but I guess the reason that narrative was this specific one from the panel as well is that it felt like that is the way the Dire drafted, right? Like if you're setting yourself up to play in this fashion, it kind of has to work. So you're going in with the expectation that, all right, Navi have drafted this way, they're going to execute as needed on this opener and get that advantage so that we will get a competitive game. Now, unfortunately, since that has now failed, who do you turn to?
Right.
Is it going to be, because, I mean, Zayas is level 4, Tusk minute 10, so...
Not him, that's what you're saying.
You're not turning to him, Ench is getting 6, that's a really insignificant level 6 for all intents and purposes, so you really only have BZM to play with. So the Invoker has a ton of weight on his shoulders right now to make plays happen. The issue is, everything this hero does gets kind of hard countered by Omni Knight.
Yeah, it was an amazing last pick.
If you don't shut down the Omni on the target that you're going on, he's going to cast one repel on the guy, and your play is actually over. You don't have damage. So that is definitely a bit of an issue. Now, later down the stretch, Invoker, of course, can be amazing against Omni. You can Tornado off the Guardian Angel. You're playing very long fights. Invoker is adept at those, and Omni prefers for fights to end while his spells have their effect. You know, you want to win that fight during the repel, you want to win the fight during the GA, and Invoker can stall, but at the rate this is going, I don't know if that is even going to be a concern for Heroic.
Well,
they find Schofield again. Easy pick.
A nice little, oh, that was a smoke at the end of it, and now Divine Llama.
Oh, that's a good call down.
And they get a good chunk of damage out, and BZM is getting demolished. Puppey is also now in trouble as Heroic, they say, you're not getting any of these kills for free. So they get 1, they lose 3. Oh man, so this is really tough.
Yeah, and they protect their triangle. They have a triple, or I think that might actually be a quadruple Ancient stack here that they could take with their gyro.
So 4,000 gold lead now as we get into the 12-minute mark. And I mean, that's the thing, I guess, is that as Heroic, you also don't have to sort of make any aggressive plays either. Like, you can kind of sit back and farm if you want, or just continue to hold off the aggression that's coming their way.
Yeah, they apparently feel comfortable enough in this game about the, you know, the incoming potential threat of the Zoo that they're not even going for that Crimson Guard that we talked about. I thought that was a complete given for the MOUZ in this game. Maybe deciding against it because it can be dispelled by Tornado, but like regardless, you know, the potential types of fights that can happen, it could still be extremely powerful, but Divine Llama is just going straight BKB. Like, they feel like this game is good enough, we just need to make sure we scale, we don't need timing items, we've already survived arguably the most dangerous part of the game, so now we just need to play our game. And I don't mind it. I think that, oh, he just killed both birds. Boom was not in range with the Gravekeeper's Cloak.
Can they get a little bit of retribution here, though? They'll burn all of the mana, but do not feel comfortable diving into that tower. Yeah, every little move just not really going their way as they tried to take a tower and unable to do so.
It's just a major loss because you bring 4 heroes down here and this tower has taken 9 damage and it got defended by a solo Mars. So you're just getting out-farmed, like efficiency-wise.
And he got 200 gold for it while he did it.
Yeah, he also got the birds, yeah. So he won. He won the 1v4. And you could just see it on the last hits, right? Mars as well as Gyro easily topping the charts. It's just so far ahead. The only hero with decent farm on the side of Navi is, of course, that carry brood. But that's the thing about carry brood is this hero kind of needs to be ahead, and it isn't. It's not like some games that we've seen in the past of carry broods just taking over. They crush their safe lane. They get like 15 CS per minute and just snowball the game out of control. We've seen that especially from Pure in the patch that the carry brood was popular.
Well, I was going to say Silver Linings, they're going to get their Wisdom Rune, but based upon this movement right now that I'm seeing from Heroic...
they'll be too late.
Yeah, they might be able to find a kill, though, on the backside of it, so they will get the Wisdom Rune. It looks like now, Boom picking that one up, but can they get out with their lives after the fact? The scan hits, they know exactly where he is.
Yep. Not the best initiation duo here, but Mars should be able to set this up nice and clean.
Oh, finds the tree. Double bird drop just means that they're going to die as they come up again in a second here, most likely. As Devi Llama, does he have enough for it? No. Another hit, another hit. 200 more gold into the coffers. 5,000 gold lead, 14-4.
And it's not just that. Heroic also, I mean, okay, now it finally likely will happen. They lose their first tower. Minute 15, Navi finally get their first tower kill on the board here, whereas Heroic have already taken 2 as the arguably team on quote-unquote defense this game. Hasn't really been that way, but that was what you could have theorized was going to happen at the very least.
Let's go, puppy.
Mid-tower now, Heroic.
The building damage.
They want to get their 3rd tower. KJ in a good position to just protect.
No, the numbers are going up. It's going up for Heroic the whole time.
Yep. Yep, they can't defend. Another tower.
Puppy. He's going to be found and not able to stay alive. Just too much combination damage onto that Ench.
Yeah, interesting to see Schofield on the Force guy max out the Ancient Seal this game. Prioritizing. I mean, he has some really good synergistic plays with especially Earth Spirit, just benefiting massively from the amp. Gyro to some extent, you could say, but a lot of the time you'll see 4 Skywraths go for different builds. This time the Silence will be the choice. He's very dead, by the way.
Yeah, they'll find a nice little initiation, although will end up dying.
Well, no way he's gonna,
dude, they GA him? Wait, what? Is Schofield actually living through all of that? Now BZM is going to be found. Does he have a way to get out? No.
Okay.
They don't even get the kill on the Sky. When your position 5 Omni is GAing your Skywrath Mage, you know this game is in hand.
Yeah, he protected him against Spiderlings. They Omni ultied against Spiderlings, and it was worth it. Yeah, that... I mean, I know it's going to sound like a broken record, but not enough damage, right? And it's an issue that they have because the Quaswex Invoker obviously is not the biggest damage dealer, but the pairings that he has are just suffering from low levels. Tusk doesn't have enough in the tank, as you would expect. Enchantress, Puppy in this game hasn't skilled Impetus at all.
Yeah.
So perhaps that is something to revise a little bit after this.
You missed the spear, but they find the follow-up double kill. My goodness. And I just saw the item observers are pointing out that KJ has queued up. He's queuing up an Octarine Core. Omni Knight knows his position in this game.
Well, now he's queuing up a gem.
Oh, come on, KJ.
So I would argue, yes, he knows his position in this game because he's not going Octarine Core. I think the one hero in this game that you could argue for Octarine on would probably be Earth Spirit. But the BKB seems like a very stable choice here as well. Birds, 1 dead. Boom.
Dude, how many birds have died this game? I feel like they've gotten so much gold from these.
It's either 5 or 7, I think.
It's a lot.
There are more familiar deaths than Navi have killed heroes, which is a quite unusual sight to lose that many birds. Now they're going to lose another tower.
Moving through this one, easy as can be. And we'll pop the glyph for the first tier 2. But at this point for Heroic, it really is just a matter of where do you want to go? How do you want to sort of prioritize your movements around the map? Because they can do anything that they want. Puppy's still doing a nice job of sending these creeps down along with the spiders, and they're making some stuff happen, but it's not really going to change the way this game is played.
I think it's a good point. Like, the name of the game here is just freedom, right? As long as Gyro is covered by Omni, I think the other 3 heroes on the side of Heroic can do basically whatever they want. Because worst case scenario, Gyro gets jumped. He gets protected by the Omni. The only TP cancel that Navi have is Punch.
Yeah.
So to prevent the repel TP out, they need to hold their Punch, which is arguably their playmaking ability to begin with, together with Invoker. And this is also under the condition that they managed to even get through his health pool to begin with an Omni behind, that it's even a threat. And I think Navi, in order to threaten the Gyro, need to bring 3 or 4 heroes to the play. It becomes more obvious on the map as long as they're pushing them out with their other heroes. So it is a little bit of like a checkmate position here, where as long as Heroic maintain formation and play the heroes in the correct pairings, so Omni with Gyro and then Mars with Sky, I think it's just going to be a matter of time before they find one or another pick. Now Zayas
is going to go down. I mean, that's the other thing
but
to consider here is that, like, it's also not repel of old. You talk about the HP, you're getting extra strength per every debuff. And there's a lot of debuffs that are going to be used on the Gyro if he is going to be brought down and killed. So suddenly, you know, he might have, I mean, who knows how much strength. It's going to be kind of insane, the HP pool that they get to.
And look at this, he's going Mjolnir.
Yeah, why not?
Not the most common Gyro item. A lot of the time we'll see Butter and BKB, but feels like he can bypass the BKB because of the Omni, and he's just going to buy the Mjolnir for... Obviously, it's amazing for continuing his farming with the Ags, but also in team fights, just all of these units, it's going to be bouncing around. If he Mjolnirs himself, it's actually a great defensive tool because of how much just random AoE damage that's going to be hitting him from summons and Invoker spells. Nice attempt to steal that with Sunstrike, but not happening.
I do kind of wonder, because we've seen this a couple of times now, the Mjolnir get picked up in lieu of some of these other carry items that have been more popular in the past. If maybe this is the direction that teams are starting to go with the new patch for some reason. You know, if the argument is that people are building, like, they have less base HP, that little bit of Mjolnir damage might be what it takes to take them over the edge, magic-wise. But who knows?
Yeah, I wonder in the previous patch. I mean, Gyro wasn't too popular. I wonder if this was last patch, if he would be buying Gleipnir here. But yeah, the math is starting to favor Mjolnir more after the nerfs that Gleipnir got, which were very well deserved, of course. Not going to argue against that. But yeah, it's still a matter of, okay, why... Do you feel like the Gleipnir, or rather the Mjolnir... Hang on.
Analog in on him. BKB turn, tries to stay alive, and there it is. The GA repel turnaround. And can they do anything to any of these heroes? Nope, doesn't look like it. Tusk is already dead. The Magnetize hit, and now BZM caught inside that arena. He too is going to fall. They roll forward further with Analog as they catch Boom. Gonna body block him. Tries to get out, no such luck. As Analog is all over this Visage. And Heroic, they haven't lost a hero. Now move in, pin him to the Ancient. Stick a fork in them, they are done. Another punch. Schofield, is he finally going to be brought down? He is. So left behind.
Death taxes and Schofield dying. That's
It is a classic for him.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that they are just... maybe he could have got out there, but like whatever, right? It's not that big of a deal. He's 3 of the 5 kills that Navi have got are on this 4 Skywrath, and sure, it's maybe an avoidable death, but it's so insignificant in the grand scheme of things. And you saw there, this was an attempt from Navi where they finally bring their Brood and they pop all their stuff and they have a huge Spiderling army and they jump on Analog. But if they can't chain stun him 100-0, he's going to get BKB'd and then G8 and the fight is just turning instantly. You have no tools to really handle him afterwards, and Heroic build an easy fight around it.
Invoker, highest damage on Navi, same damage as the Mars.
Yeah, it's not pretty.
It's a tough one.
But this is, again, back to talking about the early laning stage in the draft, this is what can happen with this kind of strategy if things go wrong in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
This was never the plan for Navi for the lanes to go... Like, sometimes you draft lanes and you're like, all right, we might break even or we might lose slightly, but it's okay. This was a, we're drafting to win hard in the first 10 minutes. So if you draw, you're losing, right?
Right.
So relative to expected outcome, this was just a very poor start from them. And it makes for a very one-sided game experience here because their lineup just isn't tailored to handle the adversity that they're facing once the... I mean, they also lost both wisdoms.
Yes.
So it's an insult to injury, right? It could not have gone any worse.
Well, and the other thing to sort of, I think about, at least with this, is we go back to that coach interview and, you know, what it was that Calf said. He was like, I'm a little bit worried about this pressure lineup, but I think we have what it takes. And I think it's worth talking about, like, how valuable that experience can be in an early stage of a tournament to have this lineup that, like, you recognize the threat, maybe you're unsure of, like, if you have the solutions to it or not, and then to come in and execute like this perfectly, it's got to be such a big confidence builder for the team to be sort of looking down the verge of it. Now, that being said, if they lose at this point, it's horrific. It's the worst thing ever. But we'll see if that ends up happening or not.
Yeah, I need to see that before I believe it.
Okay.
That's it's a tall order to lose this game as Radiant, but
a run in with Schofield. And they will spot Yuragi with his spiders right away. Do they want to go for the bigger kill? There's also Zayat's off to the side, but no, they're not going to be able to. Well, they will be able to chase down the Tusk, actually. Now the rest of Navi moving in. Drinking Buddies to back away. Analog, they pop the pipe. And that's enough to keep him alive. In the meantime, Puppey playing behind enemy lines, just trying to grab waves whenever he can.
And that is effectively what you're resorted to here as Navi, right? You can't win the team fight, so you have to play split and try to force a numbers advantage. And Brood and Eng, in theory, are two good heroes for this because they can put significant enough pressure that you are forced to TP back. But it's still tricky for them to do it in two lanes simultaneously so that Heroic feel like they have to respond like in a broad sense across the map, and then they can get, like, let's say 4v2'd somewhere or get some sort of a surprise pick.
Yeah.
If the pressure isn't significant enough, Heroic are just going to 5-man you and force the fight to you, and that's exactly what's happening right now.
And they're on to Analog, though, and force out the BKB.
He'll
live. I was
live.
wondering if they're even going to go for him at all, but that does mean now that back at home, you feel very confident. It's Parker just to step up here and start hitting both the birds and the buildings, and Divine Llama finds BZM. He TP'd into this. Now caught, now killed, and the hits just keep on coming as Navi nowhere left to go. And I mean, you're trying to battle out KJ. It's not going to happen. BKB is out, will not keep him alive. That is a dead Puppey, 26-5. Just absolute devastation at this point in time in this game.
And this should be two lanes, because that fight was without Earth Spirit. So effectively you were outnumbering the opponent at your own doorstep, but you didn't have enough to even take down the Aegis. It wasn't even close. So Heroic are just gonna, they're not even gonna bother for two lanes. They feel like, all right, they want to get early dinner. So might as well go for the 27-minute GG here.
Trying to make it happen. I mean, Invoker's back up again soon, so is Puppey. I don't know if it actually matters at all, though, as the tier 4 towers are going to fall. They will get the Tornado lift up. They need to find this backline. They need to get that Omni Knight, but they just step forward now, going for a moment, but it's not nearly enough. As the Earth Spirit rolls through, he jumps through their fountain. Parker behind the Ancient. And a triple kill, going for more. Why not? Puppey just trying to hide away. A double for Analog. Snowball off to the side. Do they have enough to take down this gyrocopter? Even if they do, it's only the Aegis. And, well, that is going to do it. GG is called. What a beatdown.
Yeah, that was...
He's laid back. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he's lounging. That was not even remotely close, okay? And I think, again, I'm sure the panel will talk about this a bit more, because genuinely speaking, for me, about the first 10 minutes kind of decided this game. So I wonder what they feel like Navi could have done better to solve this problem, but I felt like Heroic were just coasting this very early on.
Well, everybody's talking up Falcons, another team that mostly stuck together. Heroic, they take that first game. So we head on back to the panel.
Yeah, that was not close. And I think, well, I think we have a lot to talk about, but at the same time, I don't know how much different it will be from the sentiment that Cinderin already echoed there. But let's find out what's going to happen here on my couch, because it's an interesting couch. We changed it up a little bit. Lizard, Tiga, very nice. Hey, Slacks.
Hey, guys.
How you doing?
It going? It's so good. And that was a really interesting comment. It wasn't close. I thought it was pretty close for worst game of the tournament so far.
It was awful.
Oh,
You're rubbing off on me, I'm sorry. It's been 2 minutes and I'm already giving the truth. Go ahead, go on. Well, yeah, go on. But why do you so bad, Slacks?
I mean, what happened? I'll tell you what happened. The omniscience, okay? Now, a lot of people don't realize this, Lizard, lesser Dota players. But Navi had pretty good counter to Broodmother, and it doesn't seem that way, right? But it's the Spiderlings, you know? She sends them in, you think you got them, and then boom, that AoE heal, real good, and we saw so many beautiful purifications, beautiful Guardian Angels. People don't realize this, but, you know, God hates spiders.
And Navi hates them too. I get They'll never be picking. No, to be fair, no. Heroic, they struggled immensely. No, Heroic didn't struggle immensely. Navi did. But Analog, MVP, Earth Spirit. I don't know if we're doing MVPs, but Earth Spirit, it was, yeah, insane. I think his performances during TI on Earth Spirit as well was incredible. You know, 9 minutes, he's moving bottom. They're building up like a 4K lead, slaughtering Boom on the Visage, not allowing Zayats to make any map play. Doesn't matter if Yuragi's, you know, farming top after feeding away first, but like, there's no game to play. So yeah, Heroic just slaughtered Navi in game one, and hopefully for Navi's sake they are to bounce back, because this was, yeah, one of the more one-sided games we've had so far in the tournament.
Yeah, like, to go a little bit more into the detail in the lanes, like you could see the stand-in effect on that offlane, because I think that that lane should go much better. And like the way they played it wasn't really perfect, because Omni Knight was just taking Tusk for a walk around the map, leaving Visage one-on-one versus Gyro. Like, you want to be getting those soul assumption stacks, you want to be spamming the enemy, but you can't if your position 4 isn't fighting the enemy with you. Instead, he is just chasing the Omni around. So some mistakes there, which definitely made the lane much harder for them, and that's the lane where the game was broken for Navi. They had to win the offlane. They lost the offlane pretty damn hard. Like, they lost the tier 1 tower very early on, and then Earth Spirit as well rotates in around the 7-minute mark, right? Like, he's 7th-minute mark when the rune is spawning, your Visage is already hiding behind the tier 2. Like, no way in hell they envisioned that lane to go that way.
They didn't. I don't think anybody envisioned the lane to go that way. I don't think we envisioned the lanes to go this way, because when we left it after the draft, and we also heard from Coach Calves, he said, like, oh, if we can weather the storm, if we can, you know, do this, then we're fine. They didn't even, there was no storm. This was smooth sailing, right?
Well, you know, they have to get their time together. This is a stand-in situation, as we said. They got to gel. You go on a first date, you're going to get married the next time, you got to learn a little bit. You got to gel. So hopefully, a disastrous first date, but... You know, puppy, you give them another one. You give them one more date, and we'll see how it goes.
No, you know you have 3 dates in total. This is still the continuation.
I don't think that's how dating works.
The toilet and comes back for the second part of the first date.
But also, after the second date, potentially, they're going to be looking for a new date tomorrow, or whenever they next play. So be a new partner. So they're going to shift through minimum 3 partners.
What's this like? No, because they're each other's part. The team,
guys.
So is Navi?
The analogy is
this analogy was never good in the first place. We're way too deep. I have been on one date my entire life. I don't know what's going on here, but go ahead, Shaper. Sorry.
No,
you've dated more than anyone here. Go ahead.
I don't think that's statistically true.
Look at this guy.
Sorry, Lizard.
I'm just kidding. Lizard,
no idea
you're the biggest Giga Chat on that. How many dates you been on?
1 as well.
That's whilst he's been in Romania.
Sorry.
That's me. But sorry.
Oh God!
Hit your
Getting all
microphone off
touchy there.
Anyway, dog shit game. Let's get but the next game should be coming out pretty good, though. There was a lot to learn.
Yes.
You lose, you learn.
I think they went all in with this one draft. They picked everything going in fast, setting high tempo. They went all in.
Sounds like Lizard on a date.
You didn't complain back then.
Continue,
why are you saying that?
They went all in, and they didn't get themselves a plan B. And I think they got a plan. It's good to have a next strategy in mind, even if the lanes don't go well.
No, again, I think Lizard should be answering this one with his experience. Plan B.
Yeah, let's talk about Plan B. Lizard.
I specifically changed the wording to backup strategy.
Lizard, could you focus, please, and talk about the game, for God's sake?
Refocus. It is time to refocus. We're going to refocus this panel. You're going to refocus yourself on the upcoming commercial break, because we'll be right back. Okay, again, you're in the middle of watching a series between Navi and Heroic in game 1 was not a pretty sight. If you're a Navi fan, Heroic took it easily. That was a smackdown and a half. We're going to find out if Navi comes up with a better plan here for game number 2. That's coming your way in just a second. And I'm joined still by Tigov and Lizard and Sir Action Slacks. Are you still going by your full name?
Wow. Yes. I like how you said "still there," as if I would be instantly fired. They'll at least wait till the end of the series. What? What? But I do, you know, I jingle. I introduce myself as Sir Action Slacks, but my friends call me Slacks. It's that kind of deal. I really regret the name.
You do? What would your name be if you got a do-over and everybody...
Death Lord 69 would be the name. But no, I made this name when I was 13 years old. Very cringe, but stuck with it.
We can change it for you. We can
Go
just
nuts,
go with
Sheeves.
Death Lord.
What do you got?
Death Lord. You said you wanted Death Lord.
You didn't say 69, though.
Because eventually those numbers fall off. You don't say the number is 643, it's Tsunami, do you? You don't call... Exactly.
Can we talk about Dota for a sec, guys?
Yes, please.
Let's talk about the new meta. We're past TI. I'm seeing similar heroes. We got Invokers. We got Visages and stuff. What are you guys starting to realize in this tournament, this Tier 1 tournament that happened right after the International? Who are the heroes that keep coming up? Shit, we got a graphic? I didn't even...
Well, that's what you were segueing to, because this was your segment.
That was on purpose.
Because you wanted to talk about how you really enjoy Puck, right? Because it's still a TI favorite, and people saw Nisha win a TI, now they want to copy Nisha.
Damn.
And Puckish got a little nerf, but not enough for it to not be still, first pick by some teams at the tournament. So.
Did you prepare this graphic as
I
well
did,
for us?
absolutely.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Enchantress, though, that is kind of surprising to me.
Yeah.
It's the current sniper. It's shit win rate and keeps getting picked.
Hey, I was going to say, it's the only one of this list that has a below 50% win rate.
Yeah, it's the day one curse. Every team seems to have a hero that they like playing, but it doesn't really work out.
Do you think that's like a comfort hero for people? Because
it definitely is. Like overall, I don't know why Anch isn't having a higher win rate. I think it might be also because of the teams that are playing her. If Falcons would be playing Anch, maybe she'd have higher win rate because the hero looks strong. Like it got nerfed a little bit. I don't think it's that massive. Plus, it's a hero that doesn't necessarily have to buy bracers like some other supports to be unkillable. So overall, I think we'll see an increase in the win rate if she continues being picked.
Okay.
Are we still seeing bracers?
We are.
No. We're seeing at most 1 or 2. Offlaners buy a couple, and then by 24, 25 minutes, they then sell them to then swap out for a different item. So offlaners still go for it, because laning phase is very important with HP regen and health, but we're not seeing triple. And if anything, supports now go back to casual fluffy hat. We're in a shift for HP.
Do we see a lot of mana boots still?
I think mana boots are still needed.
Supports, yes.
Supports still buy them.
They have to. Because it doesn't feel good.
No, it's very depressing. You hurt the arcane boots, you hurt us all.
Yeah.
But we've had it. Support's been eating good for a minute, though. It's been
Literally, it's been a minute.
Well, no, it's been years, man.
No.
You remember the old brown boots, nothing builds? I mean,
sure.
We have impact. Late game supports are good now.
I want to go back to it, though.
Why?
I feel like that's what got me into Dota. I played Dota to be like the Abaddon that has a Photic shield, and I press it and I feel good. I want to be the brown boot guy. And now there's too much economy. There's too much fun. I like offlaners. So some offlaners out there, they enjoyed being the starved guy who had to go against a tri-lane against them, having to do these little jukes in the tree lines. Like there's creativity.
You got braining, trying to play versus three.
Again, like a good 5 you get through having like 1,000 net worth at the end of the game, but you're still having impact. Like it was testament to your ability to read the game. Now everybody's got gold. Everybody's got items. Everyone's got facets.
Hey, spoken like a true British person. There always has to be someone below me.
Oh God, I forgot Slacks was on the panel. I was like, this is not going to segue well.
God, yeah, sorry that we tea-partied as supports and now we're free of your colonial reign.
The issue is,
Jesus, sorry, take it easy.
Then the cause start taking the support items, using it because everyone's got gold, so everyone's doing stuff. Now cause use fucking mana boots, and I'm swearing for this one, and then they nerf it because cause are buying mana boots, so now supports, when we want to use our mana boots, it's getting nerfed for the cause,
Adding
not for
to
us.
the same argument, they do that with heroes as well.
Yeah.
Core started playing my hero, at some point Dark Willow gets nerfed to the ground.
Exactly, and if supports were starved and couldn't do anything, cause wouldn't go near them.
What should we do about it?
We should economically change Dota.
I've never been more bored in my life.
I do think Navi should, for this upcoming game number 2, change their Dota up, because game number 1 was all in on tempo and they just could not deliver. So they got I don't know, put more stock maybe into what Heroic can bring to the table and just assume that Heroic, regardless, is going to have a decent time, can't really shut them down. So have a better plan going into game number 2. They did swap around. We got Navi on the Radiant side, this time around Heroic on the Dire side. With first pick going the way of Heroic, that does mean that Navi gets overall last pick. So perhaps a chance for Navi to get a strategic advantage.
Yeah, they're still letting the Mars go through, right? Like Navi, they didn't ban it once again, and we're not going to see a first phase Mars instead of Luna. Like Slacks, you talked about the heroes that were popular during TI. Luna still left in the pool, and they answer actually with Timber. I feel like Timber into Luna isn't amazing. Like Timber overall is a strong offlaner versus a lot of heroes. Versus Luna, like that's one of the lanes where he can have a bad time.
That's really interesting. You typically see, Timbersaws mid, later in the draft. I mean, there are counters to this hero, and picking it out so early. I mean, if you got ATF on your team, that's one thing, but I mean, coming out with that, that's pretty nuts. I do like the respect ban on Omni Knight. I mean, it did pretty well, and kept a lot of that momentum. So good to not see that one again.
I mean, Timber as well. Boom's not really had the best laning so far from his stand-in time on Navi, and when we think about heroes that he can get through lane on and create some early impact, Timber is one of those heroes. Again, like Visage, he got shot down on. He's played Kunkka in previous qualifiers, got shot down on. So I'm not opposed to them just making a statement. Like Centaur is kind of the same hero here that I could maybe see them go for if it wasn't a Timber pick. Just you will get through any lane pretty much, so then we get to play our game.
Yeah, one of the heroes that kind of flew under the radar when we were even discussing the last game was Skyrat. I feel like that hero is in a pretty decent place at the moment, especially with all these bracers being nerfed, same as Solar Crest. Heroes don't have as much HP, like you can burst them down, plus he's really good. Like Morphling for me right now, at least in my pubs, is like 3 out of 4 games basically. Like he's being played constantly, so we'll see. Maybe some more Skyrat, maybe some more heroes that are good against him.
This guy is literally sleeping. This is as toxic as possible. That ain't chilling, dude.
He's meditating.
He ain't even looking at the screen right now. That
he doesn't have to. The heroes are picked for him.
He just, What hero? Okay.
Go, that's fine. I'll play it.
Damn, all right, you win 1 game, relax.
He's the guy that complains about a bad draft after the game, the draft's finished.
Yeah, that's
he wakes up, he's like, this draft's terrible.
He is blocking out the lights with his jacket. That is not a good sign. If I saw that on Navi, I'd be shitting myself.
that makes the brain make melatonin, and that makes you fall asleep.
Is that true?
Maybe actually, if you're Navi, you're like, keep it up.
Good. Blind him. Throw some sand at them. Okay, Clockwork coming out here. We saw it from the last series. They didn't win with the Clockwork, but it was effective. It was something. And there's the Mars. Lizard, you're a genius. Absolute Giga Chad.
Wow. It's like one of these picks that's so easy to think of because it's been picked already, and it's a strong hero. It's solid. It hasn't been nerfed way too much. Like just a good hero right now. I think Heroic did pretty damn well with him. Devailama, Alex playing Mars. Both of these teams actually do play Mars quite a bit, so I know T plays Mars on offlane when he gets the chance.
Oh.
Yes, it's the I don't play offlane hero.
Is it?
Yes, because you have 2 spells to push out waves. You always can facilitate any team fight. You make any draft look good because of Arena. You have vision, so it is just a really stable hero. And Sky comes back again.
There it is again. Lizard with another one. Absolutely incredible. Your ability as an analyst is unparalleled compared to T-Gov.
I feel like you're balancing out your pre-draft antics and now getting balanced out with your mid-draft. I see.
Don't gaslight me.
No, I see the meta you're trying to form here.
Speak of a random hero then, and let's see if it gets picked, T-Gov. Better be quick!
Oh, Dark Willow.
We're talking about Dark Willow. Incredible! Holy Take up, hurry up now. Okay. No one's guessing that.
I mean, we did see Dark Willow also earlier in the screen on the statistics that it has been a very popular hero. It's been very good. It's been the go-to. I saw it compared earlier today to the old Hoodwink. So strong in lane. Strong in the game.
Overall, everything about her, like she brings everything to the game. It's one of those super well-rounded supports. Like you have disables, you have like these nasty brambles that no one can move through, and the shard on her is also very damn good. So, and on top of that, I'm kind of surprised they comboed it with the Drow, just because it is into Mars, and they have a lot of burst potential between Skyrat and Mars. Like you have the setup for the ulti, Mystic Flare later on.
I mean, the lane's just really
good.
good.
It is comfortable for them. They played a lot of Drow.
I mean, the lane's just very good. Clock Drow. As soon as Sky wants to step up and bully, if you get out of position, you get kills. Drow as well, I think, is probably one of the most underrated heroes from the carry role at TI, I could maybe argue. Your 20% gain from your facet, from Vantage Point, Glacier as well. Like, the whole meta of TI was range carries that can do a lot of damage and have good laning. Drow, if you're aggressive in lane with a good 5, then that creates those chances. Of course, people who jump you, it gets a little bit scary, but in this game, you can outrange the Luna, you can bully potentially the Sky, Mars, and laning phase. So yeah, it gives them that momentum, but Navi,
There's a lot of frontline as well for her. Literally everything is. Like Dark Willow with Terrorized Brambles, Clockwork goes in, Timber goes in, so this Drow, on paper at least, should be fine to just sit in one spot on that Glacier and right-click away. So in that way, I can see it happening.
So can I ask why Invoker is being picked up almost every game now? What changed with him? Why is he good?
More the speed of the game. You go Coswex, so you can try every fight with Tornado and EMP, and then you like to buff up these big range cores with Alacrity. And of course, we had a Tusk meta with Drinking Buddies. So if you have Drinking Buddies with Alacrity, a Drum, a Solar Crest, like this one carry will have every buff up possible to be the biggest.
And he really doesn't lose the lane any longer. That's one big thing as well. Like you just sit in that mid lane. If they try to dive you, you press Cold Snap on someone and you're gonna heal up through most of the damage that they're dealing to. Like Ghost Walk, it was, of course it got nerfed, but it was absolutely broken. Right? The fact that you could just use Ghost Walk from the mid lane, go somewhere, use all your spells. By the time you're back to mid in Ghost Walk, you have like 50% of the mana that you used back, so you can rotate again. You literally don't have to be in the lane. You can constantly make plays. It's a very fast hero, which we haven't seen in the last game because he got crushed. And that's why they banned out the 2 spirits, the Earth Spirit and the Void Spirit. We'll see what Navi go for in the end for BZM.
KJ gets last pick both times for Heroic.
Yeah.
Like the fact that you're pos 5 and it's like, you know what, I want Omni last pick. Fine, you get it. This time around, like you could argue there's like an ET available, maybe even like a tree if you want for like that annoying, maybe I can get you.
You could go for something like a Disruptor as well, right? Or something, like you already have a lot of magic damage with Skyrat, but I don't know, like you have this Luna. There's a lot of potential. Like if this was MOUZ, I could even see some Witch Doctor coming out.
Give me the no.
I actually banned out last band,
Would you not like something that has a, like Disruptor, has a good chance of catching the Timber Saw and potentially get
winning
the
lane
Ranger somehow?
And that's what the Navi bans are kind of about. It's like winning the lane against Timber. Because if Timber doesn't have a game, who protects Drow? Like, yes, Clock and Willow can do it from a support role, but you need a core to step up and be that same hero, and hence the, the big hitters. But I don't know. I like, again.
Whatever happened to Shadow Demon? You remember that guy?
He's banned.
He's banned.
Banned every game.
I think you mean Shadow Shaman?
Huh?
Did you mean Shadow Shaman?
Sure.
A lot of disabled.
Shadow Shaman, yeah.
No, that hero is...
Standing still is bad in Dota.
Yeah, that hero is gone.
But yeah, Shadow Demon is still very strong.
Yes.
Too strong.
Indeed.
Too strong.
Right,
So,
KJ, come on.
This is how pubs should be. The support should pick last.
Okay.
PAs on their computer.
I mean, offlaners need to pick first phase.
You're going to get flamed in like the first 2 minutes and someone is going to break their icons.
How can the PA flame me when she's drooling on her computer?
Okay, so I think they went for a little bit of a mix. Tiga, he wanted something like fat and up front, like these treants. I wanted more of magic damage from distance with Luna against Timber. We kind of got both. Like
just the child of our thoughts and Jagira.
2 heads, 2 analysts, 2 different things coming to the table. That's very good. And Pangolier on BZM, the classic.
Chaotic, that's also another protection to Drow, right? If you just throw bodies into it, off you go. Invoker doesn't really ever crush people in lane, therefore Pango will have a good time. The key thing here is BZM has to play with Boom for Navi to do well. If they don't play together, because last game, Analog played into the safe lane, shutting down the off lane, it felt good. This time, Navi need to bring their mid lane into the game, play on Boom, break the map early, so then Drow can farm and join behind it. If that doesn't happen, then, well, it's Heroic. They just look like the better team, of course. They don't have, stand-ins.
there is a big discrepancy in not just stand-ins, but also just overall track record of all these 10 players on the field versus each other, Lizard. So there's obviously the big elephant in the room, if you will. But do you feel like Navi has set themselves up for a better game than game number 1?
Look, I actually thought their draft was better in game number 1. And they got crushed. In game number 2, I feel like their draft is still good. I think the Spangolier versus Mars makes a lot of sense. Like, they don't have any BKB piercing abilities as well. At the same time, if he gets silenced by the Sky, there's not a lot to save him with. So he might find some problems when rotating as well in that way. However, I think this should not be a 17-20 minute game like the last one was.
That's a better
brave statement.
A better game for sure. Now I know Slacks, normally around this time you ask questions to a coach, but no coach available. Navi is, for people wondering, they are not playing with a coach here. But we do have 2 people that, if you want to, you could ask them a question to them. We have Lyrical and Sid right here.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. Did you want to ask a question?
No. I don't like them.
Do it.
Okay,
excuse me?
What? So, if it was a zombie apocalypse, which one of us would hide the bite wound while we were getting into the talent shuttle?
I think, I mean, maybe. No, I would just like instinctively take everybody out in case they hid the bite wound.
What the hell?
Oh my god.
You said you didn't like me.
That's my guy.
This guy's
what can I say?
Don't make me get P-Flax out here. He's going to come take care of you.
Oh, that's cute. That's good. Very funny.
All right, gentlemen, enjoy the cast and take it away. We got Heroic and Navi.
Thank you so much, Shiva. As we get into this game number 2, and I mean, Lizard said that he felt like he liked the last draft more. I'm shocked. I'm worried. I'm terrified. Is this going to even be worse?
I can see where he's coming from, because I mean, that's we were talking that to death last game. That's just how it is sometimes, right? We could have easily been singing their praises if things went well in the first 10 minutes, but it was a very all-in approach to the game, and what they were supposed to do didn't happen, but that doesn't necessarily mean the strategy was at fault. There are a couple of things that happened there that weren't supposed to. The first blood that Earth Spirit got, they lost both Wisdom Runes, and they got outplayed in lanes. Like, if you're playing an early game strategy, that's about as bad as it can go. So this time around, Navi have something, I want to call it quote-unquote safer, but I think it comes at the expense of potentially having weaker lanes. However, this
they're
time
surrounded, but who's really surrounded? Parker in trouble, and Zaya takes that one away. It might come at the cost of 3 bounty runes, though, it looks like.
That's still decent.
But, oh, wait a minute. Second blood. Is it better than first blood? Yuragi, he's now in trouble.
Wait, they need to finish it. Okay.
Yeah, they'll get him. So they do stick around long enough to be able to intercept, and now Puppey is kind of in an awkward spot. And are they going to kill the range creep? Okay, interesting. Puppey now steps forward onto KJ. They're trying to hit into him. Does that get denied right away? No, they do manage to get it. Now the wave's pushing under the tower. Sind, all hell has broken loose. Puppey can't get to lane, and then battery assault wears off, and KJ just TP's out. Now both supports of Navi are down here.
Yeah, Zayas is going to TP top, and now things are going to stabilize. So I think all in all, that went all right for Navi. Drow got herself the relatively safe first wave, and we'll get level 2 as a result. And it didn't cost them too much on boom top on the Timber. So I think that was all right for the side of Navi. Of course, good response from Heroic to get a kill back their way, but you're already seeing the early laning stage here looking quite nice for the side of Navi, especially BZM, really putting on a clinic in the first 2 waves here in mid, 7-2 against Analog's Invoker.
An absolute classic for Analog, but running into some issues here as he will step up BZM and get the shield crash out. You know, I think T touched on it a little bit on the panel, but it's something that I felt as well for a while was there were so many times where I was like, man, this would be such a good Drow game as an answer to Luna. Why has this hero not been picked for a while, and what do you like about it this game? Or do you?
So at TI, I think it was tried once or twice, I want to say, but not very much. And the problem that Drow has, from my perspective, is the pacing that we saw at TI. Drow is, for the most part, a pretty weak and exploitable laner, and her recovery curve is quite long as well. This hero needs like 2 or 3 items to really start finding major impact in the mid-late game. So compared to a lot of other carries that were played in the tempo, I just think it overtook her. Like, the game was too fast. But now we're reaching a point where the games are going to be slightly slower, where maybe you can get away with slightly greedier lanes potentially. She could find a place. Like the hero to hero matchup, like you said, is definitely good against the Luna, but Dota doesn't really, it's not that simple, right?
Right.
There's way too many moving parts.
Well, we did just see Zayats get brought down right there, just stepped up to Jakiro, and made us learn why two heads are better than one, as they got the quick and easy kill. We'll come back to lane with full resources. But still doesn't feel good to take that loss at this point, as Yuragi is getting pressured underneath the tower and will be able to farm all these creeps out at the very least, but does not look particularly comfortable down there.
The other thing to keep in mind here as well is later in the game, the panel was talking a lot about protection for Drow. Nice spear there will ensure the Lotus going the way of Schofield. Mars' hero matchup against Drow is insane. Right? The Arena is one of the absolute best spells in the game against her. You protect your team or you lock her in. They have really good synergies with that Arena with both supports, the Skywrath and the Jakiro, so it's not that clear cut for the Drow. Even if she were to have a quite good lane here and get into the mid game relatively unscathed, I still think there are some problems to overcome that Davai Lama can really bring his way. And another thing is Navi are operating without saves, right?
Yes.
Like sometimes when you're playing Drow, you have one of two things. You either have a front line, which they have with Clock and Timber, or you have saves that can protect Drow and get her out of trouble. Now, since you don't have the saves, how much are your frontliners going to protect you if you get caught in an arena? Yeah. Probably not enough. So has to be very wary of his positioning the whole game here on Yuragi.
Right, and of course the issue, as well, we're going to see Zayats get ran at again a little bit here, is that if you stay too far back on Drow, good interrupt there, they're still battling this out. Apparently it's just
he has a lot of sticks.
To the death, this battle. The second tick there of Dual Breath, almost enough to bring Zayats down dead, but not quite, and looks like both sides are just going to cut their losses there. But I was going to say that, like, if you are staying pretty far back on the Drow, that means that you're not able to free hit as much in the fight. Now, obviously, you do have Mark,
Zayats getting backstabbed by KJ.
He just comes in and finds that finish. Will end up losing his life for it. Boom comes in and takes him down. A very weird lane top.
This is a really good trade, I would say, for Heroic overall, though. Boom is out of resources and either has to go back to base or play super defensively. He's going to send out a healing salve here, but he has no mana. Whereas the side of Heroic will now have a fully refilled Jakiro, and Luna with half mana and half health can probably harass the Timber enough that he loses his laning presence here. So we'll see Zayats try to get in a pot shot. Will actually get that, so maybe we'll be okay.
And
nice
the
rambles.
root 2, another hit. Misses the blood grenade. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, that might have almost been enough. I think blood grenade and one more attack would have sealed the deal there, but didn't get it.
Why is everybody so low HP in this lane? Like, what is going on, man?
I mean, that's the classic Luna against Timberlane, right?
Yeah.
Luna wants to play aggressively. You want to box him out. It's why it's a counter pick. It's because Luna has so much early pressure, so you really want to play on that.
Nice play here, and the spear ensures that they won't manage to bring down that Mars. They double up the wave to the side. I guess you're just sort of doubling down on it also in that top lane when you have the Jakiro in there throwing those dual breaths over and over.
This is a ton of free CS for Yuragi, though, on the Drow. So he is having a very good start. Opted for the sidestep facet, so he can cast multi-shot while moving. And use items as well. We just saw that put to use there against that creep wave. And he'll get a pretty fast level 6, and he'll be going for the Falcon Blade, an item that I would say we've already seen be way more popular.
Look at this rotation here. They get the scan and already see that the Invoker is coming over.
So Boom is basically already dead, though.
Yeah, he realizes that they're not going to be able to do anything to keep him alive. Tornado is out. Ice Path, the EMP, done. Now the roll in. Instead, they decide we're going to bring in BZM and try and get a counter kill. It's only on a support, though. Does not feel as good there. And also, look at mid.
Yes, that's why this move is so powerful, is that in the meantime, sure, Pango is going to respond, but this is a 2.5 creep wave mid plus siege creep. He is going to almost lose his tower to this.
This is Schofield too. Like, look at that. He pulled the whole creep wave to the side, so it got max damage out. And now when Boom comes in to try and stop this pressure from happening, it's not going to be enough to keep the tower alive. The catapult's still going, and Schofield, I mean, he will die a billion times for this. They bring 3 heroes in, and that tower is still about to go down.
But yeah, the mid tower is 1 hit away. That's a very big win there for Heroic in this early skirmish, if you will. A lot of pieces being moved around, but Heroic coming out ahead for sure. Also, the fact that Timbersaw had to TP mid to try and defend the tower and failed. Now he has to do the entire walk up top. And while Zayats did get some experience out of this, which is decent, the Timbersaw, who... You know, this hero, a lot of the time when we see it do well, it gets a fast level 6, it maybe dives a tower, gets a kill, and really starts building a house in the top lane. Doesn't really feel like that type of game to me. He's half a level behind the Luna, who has complete freedom to do what she wants. She can just jungle right now. She can look for a fight with Eclipse. Puppey is dead, by the way. Getting cooked by the Jakiro. Some response from BZM. Not going to commit.
Give him 1 more hit on his way out of there. Yeah, it is, and it's feeling a little bit closer than it did earlier, just again, because while there isn't as clear of a path to victory in this game as Navi did in the last one, which was like win early, just keep that snowball going, they're still in a better position because they didn't go all in earlier.
Yes, and the lanes went better too.
Yeah.
Arguably. BCM and Zayas, easy kill on KJ.
Moves in for that, and out to the side, boom! Ooh, takes down the Luna, comes at a cost, and now Drow gets caught too! This is huge for them. If they can take down Niragi here, which they definitely will, Heroic, they lose the Luna, but Drow coming through was rough.
This was a very unexpected rotation, I think, for the side of Heroic. Drow, not known for gate plays exactly.
Yeah.
But does team up there with Boom to get the Luna. Now, unfortunately, Luna did get off the full Eclipse and do a ton of damage to the Timber. So he didn't really have enough in the tank to fight afterwards.
And another
Puppey
battle.
on Analog. No backup, though.
Clockwork right onto him.
Puppey's actually in trouble here, potentially.
Yeah.
He's just going to feed.
And Zayats moves in.
Okay. I thought he was going to be collateral. That would have been...
I mean, this is the thing, right? You see this lineup, and there's good pieces that are happening. Okay, Puppey's on top of the Invoker, but there's no backup, and now Dark Willow wants to go in, and now it's weird here. They're running in towards the kill on the Luna. They actually bring everybody, and that is enough. So in the end, it's not completely pretty, but it works.
Iragi playing Drow like it's Gyro.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting stuff. I will say though, with that sidestep facet, it is actually quite a lot easier for Drow to find this impact because you can more reliably land that multi-shot. Oh, okay.
And just like
Schofield.
Is it going to be enough to stay alive? Dodge just runs into it.
It's staying there.
Get away and then ties to the neutrals. That was interesting.
Well, that TP actually might have turned out pretty good if they can find BZM.
Divine Llama in there.
Good
Silence. Got him caught, but Ice Path better. Now Spear, Arena. Drow can't hit inside. BZM wants to roll up, and it's not going to happen. But Divine Llama, as he tries to get away with no Arena, there's nowhere for him to escape. This entire time, Puppey's farming bottom, but he comes through the gate, and the Fear onto 3. The damage is out, and the Clockwork jumps in with the rest of the team. Boom is right on top of him. Navi, dare I say they are back, Synderen.
That was a godly terrorize. It hit all 3 heroes, and it actually needed to hit all 3 to prevent counterplay there. Perfect placement from Zayats. They're going to get the tower. And yeah, that Eclipse from the Luna looked like it could cause some problems, but they had enough control to just maintain formation with that terrorize. Just absolutely clean from Zayats. You're going to see the replay here. So first of all, I want to commend Heroic on the spellcasting here. This is really good. Like, Pango tries to roll 3 times in a row, and every single time they know exactly who's next to interrupt it. They do get that trade, but now Navi know that with all these resources expended, their Timbersaw is actually free to go in. Another pretty solid multi-shot, and that one's just a beauty. It clipped Invoker right on the edge. If he's not clipped there, maybe there's some counterplay. Not the case.
Yeah, and I mean, again, the thing and the reason that this Drow ends up being a counter to Luna is because Luna, decent armor. You know, you're sitting at 12 or 14, depending upon what you got, but it's all that base. You got this Drow Ray to hit on in, marksmanship, and just beat away. Way too much damage in the end coming from that Drow.
Yeah, and now Parker's had enough of dying top, so now he's doing what Luna does best, which is clear out some stacks. He's going to even get the Alacrity help there from Analog to make it even easier. And he's got some ground to cover. Drow is far ahead. He's got 4 deaths on Luna.
Yeah.
This hero has the tendency to take over games, but generally it does not start this way. So that's the very good news here for Navi, is that mission accomplished in the early game this time around of shutting down Parker's game. Now, I will still say, I think this is honestly still a pretty good Luna game with the exception of Drow. I think her other matchups are quite solid. So it is definitely manageable, and she has a good supporting cast around her. But it was very important that Navi were able to shut her down first off, to not let her get to that key lead that we've seen so many times.
Right, and you can see also here that they're very much planning to... Oh, no.
Well...
Oh, no.
That'll tighten the gap a little bit.
Yeah,
Schofield got a ton of gold for that one.
Oh, man. Just when we were talking about how good that is, and it ends up falling apart.
Don't you just love casting?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you sometimes feel like you have more power than you would think?
Nah.
So it's just me cursing players left,
Yes,
right,
I
and center.
think so.
Then. Yeah, that's a me thing.
Yeah, I just never say anything of value, and then it's all fine, you know? I don't have to say anything.
Ah, the Slacks approach, yes.
Gotta learn from the best. 14-minute mark coming up now.
He's been hustling for many years.
He had a really good cast one time that I learned a lot from. It was that Mongols game. But 14 minutes. We got the Wisdom Runes coming up pretty soon here. And it looks like there's going to be a trade-off there, 2 apiece.
And they'll give one to Parker here, so a lot more experience going the way of the Luna. Still is significantly out-leveled. Drow is ahead by a level and a half. Almost level 12 on Yuragi versus the just now 10 on Parker. But it is still, it's a pretty even game now. And now comes the part where I would say Navi have done a pretty good job with certain rotations. Now comes the part where I think it's potentially harder in terms of like the stand-in and team familiarity factor. Playing an organized mid-game in this kind of game state where things are going to slow down a little bit. It's more about reading the map, making coherent team movements, having the right ideas. This is where Heroic just have way more experience. So I think it will be interesting to see how Navi approach this as a team that's heavily, you know, it's just a stand-in heavy team. That's how it is. How cohesive can they be in the coming 10 minutes? Because if they do nothing, I think Parker's game will be recovered.
Oh, and boom. Going to be found.
Not enough damage.
Definitely, well, yeah, the hook shot in and the Timber moves in also. There was nobody else there, and I mean, that's one way to make it work with the stand-in. Just let them go on you in strong positions and you're going to be fine.
I am actually very surprised that Heroic even went for that.
Oh?
They jumped the Timber with Pipe.
BZM. Going to be catching on to Parker. Do they have enough here now? Pull him back the second round. Pushed into the brambles almost. The fear is out. It's enough damage. KJ goes down too.
Do you sometimes feel like I have too much power?
Yes, I do. Definitely.
Well, we'll see. I think Heroic are more experienced than they dive 4 heroes in 40 seconds. And honestly, it was in kind of subpar ways too, if I may say so. Like, so they'd go Mars Skywrath as a 2-hero combination with a low-level Sunstrike and try and kill a full HP Timber with Pipe. That's not happening. So that play didn't make sense, and it cost them 2 heroes. Then in the meantime, they're pushing further than they have any right to down bottom with their carry Luna plus Jakiro, and they bleed another 2. And now all of a sudden, a game that was kind of even, now Navi are very comfortable once again. And now they kind of just gotta, you know, gotta do their thing.
Right. Well,
let Drow farm and play around your Timbersaw, who's super tanky.
Right, she's getting BKB now. You've got like Blink Dagger coming out on Pango. A lot of things that can start to look pretty scary. And particularly if you can manage to snag one of these Aegises for Navi. That's where things are going to really start to pick up. The aggressive, they managed to catch him. Expanded Armaments finds that Invoker and more than enough damage from Boom to take him out.
He wants more.
I mean, Schofield, he's got a silence.
Okay, this might be too deep, Boom.
That pipe, he pops it. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? The Skywrath Mage ulti is enough. Even though it was Invis, it was still doing the damage. Now Schofield found, gets punished, so they lose the Timber Saw, but in return managed to find at least 2 kills. KJ, pretty good macro pyre hitting onto Puppey, but it won't be enough to get a kill, but it is enough to stop them from diving high ground.
Yeah, see if they can manage to defend their tier 2. I think they really want to defend this tower. Divine Llama is in position to get a Blink Spear here potentially. Invoker respawning with TP ready. Is, however, just going to TP mid. Feels like the play from Navi isn't coming, and he would be right. Navi have disengaged entirely, and will just give up this top wave. But they're not giving up the position on the map, and I like this from Navi a lot. I think you want to stay aggressive here and put pressure, and use your Pango with his Mage Slayer and now Blink Dagger coming in. He has a lot of plays to make right now, combined with the right heroes, but he's going to walk into a trap.
Got him caught. BZM barely late. He gets the strike. Oh,
the plane.
Oh my God, the pick. What? He picked out. He's fine. That was crazy.
I can't believe that missed.
Dude, he picked out.
Yeah, but it still looked like a hit to me, regardless.
If you're pigging out, nothing can hit you.
The extra sun resistance that pigs have naturally from living out in the sun the entire year.
He didn't want to be crispy bacon.
Yeah.
KJ.
Now KJ will be easy food.
Pull him down. Another one in docket. And well, Puppey finds Schofield now. And the Brambles eventually hit. They find and kill that Skywrath Mage Divine.
No!
What?
Oh, he royally messed up his Blink. That was a really good potential Blink Arena Spear into Luna damage next to the tower, but he did a mini Blink.
Yeah, that was the ninja nerf, where if you overshoot your Blink, it goes really small.
Yeah, undocumented change in the patch. If you Blink over 1200 range, you Blink 150 to the right.
Oh my God, I can't believe, what a
look at the Sunstrike. Tell me.
Pig out.
Oh
my God.
Okay.
The movement speed saved him.
That's 10 range.
Yeah.
That is about as close as you can be without hitting.
Oh, jeez.
Really, really close. But hey, Dota's a game of inches sometimes, or centimeters if you're civilized.
Yep, that's fair.
Roche time for Heroic, and Navi seem completely unaware this is happening, so this should be a complete freebie.
Well, now the Sunstrike comes out and they decide, well, even though we know we're not going to do it.
Well, that's the same team.
Oh yeah, that's the one. Don't worry. Well, now they can't Sunstrike the Tormentor.
Another undocumented change. Clockwork actually has Sunstrike this patch. I could use some more buffs for my Clockwork. I wouldn't mind it.
Very good. Yeah, look at the Tormentor, though.
Yeah, so it is a trade-off in the end, but I think for Heroic, all things considered, removing this Aegis from Navi gives them a little more breathing room, but I do think the Tormentor take is good, though, because it doesn't seem likely that Heroic can make their way over and get a one-for-one trade eventually here, even with the Aegis. I don't know if they have the confidence to make their way over.
Yeah, it feels a little bit suspect, that one.
Oh, maybe they're thinking. I mean, Schofield is, I think he's just protecting Parker. I don't think they have any plans of...
I mean, there is the Wisdom Rune play that they can make. If Boom steps up that hill, I feel like you drop... I guess he doesn't have Eclipse anymore, so no, wouldn't be able to. Instead, it's KJ who goes down to Boom.
He's been dying a decent amount this game on that Jakiro. They're really on top of him. And a couple of the matchups here, in fairness, are quite bad for Jakiro, and they picked it into them. Clockwork, I think, is tough. I think Willow is a tough matchup. And the Timber is kind of double-edged. Sure, you can be quite good against him in the early laning stage, which is what they picked it for, but when Timber gets strong and has this pipe and amazing mobility, you're a pretty slow and sluggish hero that just gets run down.
Hook shot. They find themselves a Schofield, and well, more than enough damage coming out to bring down that Skywrath Mage. A 6,000 gold lead fighting into the Aegis. They do not care.
Yeah, they're finding more and more free picks. They have a strong grip on the map. They're playing aggressively around, in particular, the vision and the information they're getting from the Clockwork and Willow, just playing quite deep. They have a lot of confidence to keep making these moves, and this was what I was worried that Navi were not going to be able to pull off. So now that we see them do it, that's very good news.
I mean, you could also say, though, that a testament to what you were talking about, the fact that as Heroic, they make that sort of, you know, move over to steal Roche away as the Tormentor play is going on. It's like this recognition and, you know, as together as a team working together and making the move, making the calls to get something out of the map when they don't feel like they could otherwise. Big connection. Is it enough to bring them down once? Do they have it? BKB still trying to stay alive. Boom is out. BZM rolls in. Bounces off to the side, though. And with Yuragi still alive. Great hook shot in, but he gets stunned at the same time. Now terrorized. BKB out from Analog. Starting to get hit by the Drow. Luna is in very far. Boom is right on top of him. Do they have enough damage to kill the Timbersaw? No, they don't, but they bring down the Luna, and she is
barely missed Sunstrike.
Gonna go down yet again. Yuragi beats it to her. One proc, a second proc, 3 hits, and she's done. Now Analog also in trouble as they step forward on Yuragi, hit away onto the Invoker. 4 dead, looking for a 5th, making it happen. Navi not willing to give up after a tragic and horrific game number 1. Coming to game number 2, cooking.
Okay, he's going to cancel his TP. He was about to get Ice Path comboed there by the Jakiro, so we'll just connect down here. Yeah, I really like that idea from Davai Lama on the Mars by solo smoking and just blink arenaing the Drow with the spear, but they didn't have enough follow-up ready.
And Ewell's right as he jumped forward for the spear, and now he's dead too.
And
they just keep beating one by one. They're going down, and with people respawning, you wonder if maybe they could have stopped it. Just 1 Rax? Do you go for another now? Do you do more? Navi don't need to.
This is probably good enough. Oh, looks like Yuragi might... Okay, that is the least impressive multi-shot I've ever seen. Killed 1 range creep, but that's fine. Going to work on the tower.
They're hitting buildings. They don't care. There's no Moors. Like, you can't fight with just the Invoker at this point. How do you start a fight otherwise?
Yeah, that mid-fight... I mean, it's one of those... It's one of those moments where, because of the way they played it out, it would have been way better if they did nothing. But the whole Mars combo, I don't know if we're going to get a replay for it, but essentially he gets a blink in from smoke where he blinks Spear Arena's Drow perfectly, but they're not in range for the Skywrath ult, so they didn't get the Mystic Flare. They hit the Sunstrike, but the damage wasn't enough, and Navi just turned it around and get a free fight that effectively you gave them, right? This was a risk that Heroic didn't have to take, but I don't blame them for it. The execution just wasn't quite clean enough.
And terrorized, BKB comes out. Parker wants to get involved here, but that is a pipe axe on this Timbersaw. Now trying to back away. They find the real Luna. Yuragi, BKB just rips her to shreds. Didn't stand a chance, and now rolling through. BZM is there. Davai Lama's in trouble. It's all falling apart as the tips come out. And 4 dead, they're going to think about going for more. Tier 4 towers at the ready. I mean, it's low respawn times, but after a couple of long games in the morning, the afternoon shift is going through rather quickly here. As Tier 4s start to fall, are they even going to be able to defend against this?
Gonna need Analog isn't even going back yet. He's out at top tier 2.
Yeah.
He needs to Tornado, he needs to Deafening Blast, he needs to do something here to buy time.
Have a TP, but it's coming in now, but the Ancient is already gone. Luna's not up, they're not going to be able to keep him alive. Step forward, a couple more hits. Ancient still exposed. Analog will Deafening Blast to try and stop it. They are hitting with Puppey and Science, and the support's taken in the end. I think they had TP'd out at that point on the Drow. They decide to just finish the freaking game. And just like that, Navi are going to push us to a game number 3. Wouldn't want it any other way.
And that was, first of all, an impressive comeback after a terrible game 1, right, from Navi, but also the way in which this mid game just exploded all of a sudden. This time the lanes went okay, and they just converted very, very quickly. 1 or 2 uncharacteristic missteps from Heroic, instantly punished, and that's all she wrote. That's a 26-minute win, I believe. Pretty quick game, similar to game 1.
2 quick ones as we head on back to the panel, let them break down all that action.
That is what we love to see, because game 1 had us a little worried that maybe the Navi showing up here in Bucharest was going to have a very fast couple of days. But this is Navi actually the way we're probably going to see it for the rest of the days. They were on fire, and it seemed like they were all in agreement what the plan was, and they could execute where they, of course, could not execute in that game number 1. We're going to break it all down and, of course, prepare for a third game to this series, together with T-Gov, Lizard, Answer, Action, Slacks. What do you want to say? You instantly wanted to say something.
That was just me making eye contact.
Oh, great.
I told you she were on that one, you know? They just say their first date, they go out again, their love is in the air, they're doing good, and Heroic, wakey little one, okay? You saw that man at the end there? Wide awake in full position, all right? That was really cool. I will say already, this event is better than anything, literally anything that transpired at TI.
Why? What?
Because if we get game 3s back and forths, this guy loses game 1 and then actually has the hubris to let another team go through. Oh, sorry. Analyze the game, gentlemen.
Yeah, so here we see the early aggression of No, I mean, you know, if we actually want to look at the game a little bit, of course, Heroic early on, they were trying to rebuttal the aggression from Navi, but I like Navi's relentlessness of constantly coming to top lane, killing off the Luna, keep going, because if you shut down Luna from lane, force her to jungle, then again, Drow she doesn't farm from jungle well, so she needs to take the fight. So if you stop Luna from doing well in lane, stop her from actually accessing her in jungle, then Drow feels like she can match farm, and then you keep fighting. And I just want to say for Boom, I'm very happy for him at least that he got to kind of pop off. You know, he's stood in for Navi now for what, 7-8 series. His score lines look atrocious, but now he's like 11-3-19. He's looking good. Like I want to see him on the Timbers, the Centaurs, like these just big beefcakes that open up Zayats to show off on the position 4 role.
I feel like this is a hero that he also played on mid, right? He's very comfortable with, and it showed. Like the way they lost first game is the way they won the second one, and that's in the offlane, like T-Gov just mentioned. Their offlane, I really think most that are playing 4 or offlane should watch this game again, because the way they played around Luna and Jakiro, not a lot of players are able to win that lane as comfortably as they have. Yeah, sure, Dark Willow died a couple of times, but they were constantly trading. The Luna was not only was she shoved out of the lane early on, like he was trying. Parker would go back, try to fight, and then he would die. That's because he had almost nothing, no resources from the laning stage. Like he was constantly fighting. He didn't find any CS. Yeah, those are the right fields right there.
Because he ran out of tips there.
Yeah, he did run out of tips. He loves to tip.
Oopsie.
Sorry to interrupt. I do want to highlight Zayach a little bit because his Dark Willow, he's a player that even when Dark Willow wasn't in the meta, Zayach is a player that will play the hero, and it's great to see him on the hero when the hero is actually really good, because it shows, Lizard, it shows he was on fire in that game, and it shows how comfortable he was.
Yeah, he definitely was. Together with Timbersaw, like the way they comboed Brambles into Timber Chain, into whirling that, but it isn't really about the skills and how they use them, it's about how they position themselves in that lane, how they dragged the Jakiro away from Timber, and how they went on Luna a couple of times. Just mechanically really well played by them.
I also did see that the last pick coming out from Heroic, KJ had 10 deaths, which is pretty painful. And it does make you think about the last pick that you get. As a support, it's obviously you're going to be a support, so you're going to die a little bit more than the average player. But maybe Jakiro in the end, that wasn't the pick.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking, I was looking for like a tree type hero, a big beefy boy. And then, sorry.
What? I can't do any action without the entire panel?
I was worried. No, it's fine. It's on edge. But no, I think, the tree or something would be a bit more grounding. Jakiro, unfortunately, didn't really facilitate the laning advantage that they wanted. So KJ didn't hit the mark. But, they basically had a near identical concept of lineup. And if anything, I'm looking more towards Analog. Earth Spirit, game breaking. Invoker, you need other people to pop off for Invoker to kind of, slot in behind. So I want Analog. If this is the type of draft they want to bring, he can't be on Invoker. He has to be on a Void Spirit, Earth Spirit-esque hero that can, independently be like, this is my game, and follow me, lads.
Well, he was also counter-picked.
Yeah, because he picked Invoker.
Yeah, but then, he knows he's going to get overall last counter-picked. You can't pin it all on Analog.
The teams are trying to fit Invoker into everything right now because the hero seems kind of broken. And if the hero is broken, then you have to pick him a little bit earlier or it's going to get banned. Unfortunately, this time around, Pango proved to be much stronger. I really like the facet that they're going for, not the double jump, but the speed. Like he is catching heroes off guard and players off guard and getting some extra kills where he usually wouldn't be able to. Slacks. Did you see him rolling so fast?
I did see the guy rolling. Wow, look at that. You can see that right there. That's something a lot of people have seen right before their untimely demise, I believe. That is terrifying. What is that? Why is his face completely... Anyway, BZ, a really good murderer. It's 5-1 with 14
assists.
That's crazy. Lock him up. But yeah, Pango, you know, such a great pro Dota hero. One of the most iconic pro Dota heroes out there. It feels like everybody is a Pango
What
spammer.
hero isn't pro Dota hero?
Oh, there's a lot. Yeah.
Give me your top 3.
Let's see. Shadow Shaman. Definitely not a pro Dota hero.
Really? Shadow Shaman?
We could have said Warlock, but Alliance is trying to bring it back to life.
Yeah, they're trying.
Yeah,
They're trying.
Techies.
They won today, guys, please.
Yeah, for sure. But anyway, we didn't say anything about the Timber Side. He did okay.
Well, we did. We highlighted him at the very start.
Sure.
Timbersaw did very well. It was very clear that Boom has a lot of experience on the hero. And
oh my god.
Go ahead, Sheamer.
No, I want to bring back actually to the point where where you guys were talking about where you were talking at the very start, because the games, I will say, the games that we've seen today, we've already seen more 3-game series than we've seen the entire TI.
Thank the Lord. Ice Frog, continue the balancing, please.
It's
game 3s.
It's every series on this stream has gone the distance with the 3 games, and it's been vastly different games as well. Of course, these are relatively fast, up to 30 minutes. We've had some 90-minute games as well because balance in all things. But what's causing this? What's making this so back and forth?
The honest answer, or
both? What is your honest answer?
Yeah, what's the honest answer?
all right, for the sake of Dota and competition, I'm sorry, Liquid and Gaming, you're never going to be at another tournament. Because my God, when they're here, it's quick Dota. They're too good. They're strong. They're powerful. They obliterate everyone. When they're not here, you know, the class, of course, is a bit different, and you know, teams are closer together. They're not as quick. Therefore, you can pick a drow and not get punished. It's great. So yeah, just delete Liquid and Gaming, and we're back. We have life.
Was this the honest answer?
Yeah, I can't tell, but he's wrong either way. It's the
rebuttal. Please.
Rebuttal.
Thank you.
A lot of stand-ins, a lot of teams, you know, learning about each other, learning the new meta. This is a very interesting time in Dota. This is the exciting time. TI, those other events are boring as ass. Everybody already knows what to do. They all do it. Who can execute the best? Who gives a shit? All right, this is real Dota. Everybody's figuring it out.
Well, and we are going to see 2 teams continue to figure it out in the 3rd game of this series after a break. You are watching PGL's Wallachia Season 2, and we're in day 1 of the group stages. We're having a Swiss group stage form, and that means that you have to win 3 series, 3 best-of-3 series, if you want to move forward into the double elimination bracket, the next stage of the tournament. It also means if you lose 3 series, you're out. So it's, you know, it's either really good or really bad. Day 1 means everybody only gets to play 1 series, and we're in game number 3 of Heroic versus Navi, so winning this 1 series would put you in a very nice, comfortable spot going into the next couple of days. We'll see which one of these teams comes out ahead as we are heading into the draft. I'm joined by T-Gov, by Slacks, and by Lizard. I didn't say your full name. Are you okay with that? Yes.
I'm in a nice, comfortable spot right here. We're having a great time, Sheever.
We are having a great time. We're watching some fun, good to watch Dota. What's so funny about that?
Nothing. I just, I enjoy having very happy expressions. Then when I know the camera's going to cut, making a very angry face, like I'm faking it. It's one of my favorite things to do
One day
on
they'll
camera.
cut back to you, and then...
Oh yeah, that would be embarrassing.
How quickly would you react back?
I always think it's so creepy when people are on camera, they're all smiles, and then like a quarter of a second, they're like... Oh.
One of the first events I did Dream League with Slacks, like first time I ever worked with him, we sat literally the same way. I was talking something and he literally just looked at me and made faces.
Like camera's on.
It was like my first major, first big event. He's sitting next to me and just making faces.
It's not making faces, it's getting you ready, okay? That's how the audience is looking at you.
Well, maybe everybody needs to be getting ready on our screens right now, because we see Navi looking very focused, ready to head into game number 3. Ooh. And we got Navi on the overall last pick, and we have them on the dire side. So that's a little bit of a switch up, because previously every time the first picking team was on the dire side, now the second picking team is on the dire side. So, Heroic Radiant, they first pick Clockwork.
Yep.
And in terms of bans, we still have that Omni Knight ban.
Yep.
We now also have the Timbersaw respect ban.
Ooh, double respect
and
bans.
The Pango as well, by the way.
That's a lot of respect there.
But KJ got demoted. He had last pick 2 drafts in a row. The position 5 for Heroic, he gets Omni, he gets Jakiro, and now in game 3, it's like, I'm sorry, Chief, but your opinion, you have to be first pick for us now.
You ruined it, bud.
Yeah, sorry.
We were all
it's been a
so
good run.
They got 1 series.
Oh no!
You know?
But Doom first pick. This hero is so boring, man. I despise Doom.
I completely agree with you. When you go in, you devour a couple of creeps, you doom someone. You mildly inconvenience them with that ultimate of yours. And you sell items all the time to buy different items, to buy Midas, to use it because you're so efficient.
You're kind of making it sound kind of cool, but honestly though, I mean, it's just like you know what they're going to do with the Doom, right? It's not a hero that has any surprises. His job is to delete another hero, and that is what he does. So,
one surprise Doom had was people weren't aware that Level Pain, his innate, actually buffed everything from him. He had 15% damage on everything.
Yeah.
And in 7.37D, that now is only for his attacks. And when that patch dropped, Reddit was like, what? It hit Doom? Yes, the entirety of TI, Doom was just doing 50% damage on everything.
Well, wasn't Doom also not dealing any damage?
No, that's Scorched Earth, yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, so it evened out.
And then they also forget to buy acronyms. There's a lot of things happening with Doom at TI.
There, absolutely. You know, it's the monkey paw situation. Sometimes hero do no damage, sometimes too much damage. But
sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Just don't pause the game. That's clearly what causes problems.
That's a good advice right there. But yeah, so we're going to see another ban out. Dark Willow ban as well. A lot of respect. Gracious. There's 2 gentlemen meeting at a illustrious etiquette-filled dinner. So much respect going back and forth.
I feel like one thing from Doom, the difference is like you won't dominate the lane. Most likely the way you dominated with the Timber, you won't be pressuring as hard. Some lanes can be pressured, but most of the time as Doom, you're just happy farming, getting your farm up, getting that level 6 Doom, couple of items, and then you join the fights. Back in the day, like even when Zayats was in the old iteration of Navi, like a long time ago, I feel like he used to play Doom 4. And I have seen it a couple of times here and there in pubs, but I don't think we'll see it at the tournament. Yeah, it's forbidden, yeah?
It is forbidden to speak of this here. Okay. But continue.
So most
what was that voice? Oh my god.
Yes?
Yes, okay, so Doom as the offlaner. We also know that the Willows got removed. So basically, everything that worked really well in game number 2 for Navi is out.
Sheever, Mars is still available. I don't want to be losing.
Yeah, okay, that worked really well for Navi to have Heroic
I feel like
play that hero. Yes.
One hero that's kind of popular right now on the offlane is Centaur as well. And when you see something like a Doom, I feel that for Heroic, maybe that's a good option. Right? He dooms someone, you just pop that Stampede, you run away, you reset the fight. So maybe we'll see that.
Centaur plus Rubik for Heroic, depending on Navi's pick here, would be quite a nice way to transition their draft in the next phase. Force Navi to, again, like Centaur is such a beautiful hero because you see it and it's like, we don't really counter it. We just have to respect what it is. And Navi go for the Batrider. They like to play this, Puppy plays it in support. We can easily see it in a 4. So relatively flexible, but often more support than a core. But again, I still think Centaur Rubik for Heroic would be extremely nice.
This Batrider as well helps out a little bit with the Doom target, like you bring a lot of control. Very greedy 2 heroes as openers, by the way. Like you have the Bat and you have the Doom. Like both like to really take a lot of the map away from your teammates. They like to farm a lot, they like to get their items. On the other side, you go full Venge and Shadow Fiend. Yeah, that's some strong right-clicking right there.
You got a lot of minus armor coming out there. Do you feel like this is something that Navi has to address?
They have to respect the lanes that this will bring, because SF plus clock in one lane, you said that Doom wants to farm. You don't really farm when you're constantly getting ran at. Shadow Ray's down, and then once that happens, and Shadow Fiend hits back to the jungle, and it can be really annoying to deal with. So at least in regards to lane, like you lose one fight against this lineup, you instantly lose Roshan, you lose your buildings. It's just, you have to respect the volatility of these 3 heroes.
I gotta say, it's pretty impressive for Heroic already their draft. I mean, back when Batrider was super, super good and I was going up in MMR, it was an insta-lock on Venge every single time. Hey, you just swap out anybody that he lassos, swap him out of position when he's trying to run away, and then combined with a Shadow Fiend from game 1, absolutely did pretty good. He was slapping. Maybe that was the other team. No, maybe that was a different series.
It was a different series.
It was a different series, but that was a good series, though.
True.
But
the point is still valid.
The point is valid.
At some point in Dota history, these heroes have played together. There we go.
Speaking of negative armor, there's a little Templar Assassin as well.
Okay, this is a hero that maybe I didn't expect way too much in this tournament. Or overall, I don't see TA picked quite a lot, but okay, Navi, they choose to most likely play a position 1 TA, and one of the reasons is that the Venge will be on that offlane.
This hero exists?
Look. This hero not only exists, I'm spamming pubs, and this hero is actually like popping out 24/7. His Frost Shield, I believe, got buffed. I think it got buffed by 50% or something on level.
It is good. I also
really
want to say you
right
never
now.
run out of mana. Now it got buffed to the point where you just fine.
And by the way, Slacks asked us all, because he's a mastermind Dota analyst, panelist.
Yes.
He's asking like, how do they deal with this minus armor of Venge and SF? There you go.
Yeah, there was definitely
Frost armor. That is what I asked. Frost armor is how we solve that issue. Interesting.
Yeah, Frost Shield on Lich, its max level is still the same. It just scales better from level 1. But
Why are you laughing?
Because I was the one that asked how to deal with the armor.
Shiver, you need to stop trying to get my glory for you. Stop trying to steal my points. Speak of it or continue.
Guys, we can just share it. It's
Continue.
okay.
What a great point, Slacks. Continue.
Toxic. Go
Permission
ahead.
to speak, Shiva?
Yeah, go ahead,
Permission
Chief.
granted.
Thank you. The reason why Lich was unpicked at TI, I believe, is of course Nullifier is so good. At the moment, Heroic don't have a Nullifier hero, picking up MOUZ as well, still not facilitating that. So the reason why Navi are picking it is because of maybe that window, and yeah, I like it.
So, if I was stupid, why is Nullifier good against Lich?
You press Frost Shield, and then Nullifier hits it,
and you
then
nullify
no
it.
Frost Shield.
I see. That's very strong.
Also, this combo of Frost Shield plus Solar Crest to someone looks pretty damn solid. Plus Refraction charges on TA. They don't really have a lot of damage against Refraction overall on Heroic. And also, regardless of the TA, I feel like they need that kind of a hero as their last pick. Something that actually deals AoE damage, something that can combo well with the arena. Because SF alone, with right clicks and with Requiem, it's not good enough. I feel like you need something that plays the game very fast.
We are talking about a Navi lineup where we're already kind of thinking about like 30 minutes into the game how nice it is to complement each other. But to get there, it looks pretty bad, right?
Yeah,
TA wants to farm Deso plus Dragonlance. Doom wants to farm maybe a Midas plus an Aura. Batrider might get kills but doesn't really break the map. Lich doesn't break the map gank very well, sure, with ultimate plus an active mid laner you can, but there is a lot of pressure on, if they flex TA to mid, it's only farm. and their carry will farm. If TA goes to carry, then BZM needs to be super active to give Lich and Batrider life.
I feel like both sides need something like Void Spirit, Storm Spirit. Earth Spirit is banned out. I think both sides need very active mid laners to play these drafts, and then the drafts would be kind of even. I feel like Navi, if they combo up with a very active playmaker from mid, they can do stuff on the map. The two supports, what's really important for them is to get levels. Batrider makes sure that he can do that, just farming stacks, farming the enemy jungle. Lich, he needs that wisdom rune, so they need to secure that. Secure the wisdom rune, get a playmaker, something like Tiny even, a lot of burst, a lot of playmaking potential.
Banned.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned it. I wasn't predicting it. I saw it banned.
He saw it.
That's
so
great.
he's just saying the
That's
word.
good energy.
Hey, whatever happened to Viper? Remember those surprise Viper picks, you know?
That's literally the opposite of the playmaking, but also possible maybe.
I like Void Spirit for Navi. Sorry to just ignore the Viper point.
Okay, sure. To continue. Transition.
I would like to move away from that and talk about Void Spirit.
Go ahead.
For Navi. Again, it has another shield to deal with the physical damage. You are potent, Aghanims, so when Batrider jumps in, Void Spirit can silence the Venge to prevent the cancel of the SO. And it's now on Heroic to find a hero for Analog that can maybe pressure these types of mid lanes, because Navi have last pick in the draft, and hence why I love the Earth Spirit Tiny Band. It's good, and they go back to Invoker.
Take it easy,
It's still
guys.
active. Okay, Invoker didn't really work.
But this time the Pango is out.
Completely different game though, because they have multiple buff ups for a Shadow Fiend. So once the fights happen, it's Alacrity, Shadow Fiend, and then Venge buffs, of course, Shadow Fiend as well. Clock might go Solo Crest. Like, it's a more farm for 15 and push Shadow Fiend forward type Invoker game compared to the last one.
Yeah.
And there's the Void Spirit.
Oh my goodness, Tea Governor.
Yeah, Slacks.
That was really beautiful.
Thank you very much.
It was like poetry.
It truly was.
All right, so yeah, Invoker. I'm not impressed by that Invoker so far. But we'll see if it turns around this time.
It's pretty good. Like the combos with SF are really good. Also, you have the Vailama with the Mars. Like you have easy setups on the Sunstrikes. Because last game he had one problem: not a single Sunstrike connected, and he had so many clutch Sunstrikes where he could have gotten kills. This time around, it should be a little bit easier. You have Cogs, you have Mars Arena, you have the stun from Venge. It should be a little bit easier to set it all up.
It was that little piggy.
Little piggy,
yeah,
right
Babe Pig in the City. A classic film. Same thing happened.
Yeah, same thing happened. Very true. The pig lived a happy life.
Thank you, Shiver.
And with
spoilers.
this
Spoilers for
game,
that, actually. Awful.
I did hear you guys have some writing in the walls when you're talking about this draft. You're like, happy times for the teams, and it's going to be good fights when it gets to the mid game, but that early game is going to look quite rough. For, in particular, T-Gov, you mentioned Navi not having maybe too easy of a time in those lanes.
I mean, BZM, he might have a chip on his shoulder, doesn't get to play for OG anymore. Now he's off to Navi. Like, if he crushes the game, then Navi have life. If he doesn't have any game, if he's got like 1 kill, 2 assists, 3 deaths, it's over. So BZM, all or nothing for him. And those guys.
All right, Void Spirit versus Invoker. Who wins that mid lane matchup? Is it Void Spirit?
Cinder?
Oh, wait, I have to answer that question?
Yes, please.
I don't know, what do you think, Slacks?
What? Don't do this to me.
Just say even. Just say
It's
even.
not
Who do you
even.
think wins the matchup?
I forgot what heroes we were talking
Invoker
about.
and Void Spirit.
Oh.
Slacks,
the
everybody
homework
knows
also.
this.
Come on, you got it.
It's one of the
This is
most
a
obvious
quiz.
ones.
I believe in you.
Flip the
I
coin, baby.
believe in
Oh,
you.
this is definitely a even matchup.
Yay! I win that.
Jeez, thanks.
Is it?
Throw it, please.
We're taking it. As we're getting into this game, man, I do feel a little bit of empathy out there for, the panel. They just get this ball of chaos thrown in, and we just get to cast our game like normal. This is great.
I mean, that's the thing with Slacks. Love him or hate him, but he does exist.
Okay, that's great. That's true. As we're starting this game off, I was not anticipating that. I thought there was a second part of your phrase, but no.
That's it.
Double Wraith bans for Analog. We'll see how this one goes. As off to the races they will go. Does not look like it's going to be a initial first blood like we've had the last couple of games. Just an easy trade out 2 for 2. And in these situations where it's kind of been, I feel like, pushed the game through, which it's been every time this game, we tended to have a good third game of the series, it's felt like.
Yeah, I think this game definitely has the potential to be quite close and be competitive. As the panel talked about, perhaps Navi's laning in this game might not be the strongest on paper, but I mean, you know, if you want to think back to the beginning of the series, their strongest lanes in theory on paper were in game 1, and they got absolutely obliterated. So I don't know how much it comes down to, you know, who has exactly the best lanes on paper and who just, you know, feels more comfortable. I think for the side of Navi, when you're playing with stand-ins and you're playing something new and fresh, a lot of the time it's down to just full-on comfort and getting some momentum going your way. So if the lanes can start out just fine for them, I think that they'll be in a solid position here. Their lineup is on the greedier side. You're playing Doom and TA in the same lineup. I think you need time. Whereas on the side of Heroic, I think it can be a lot more explosive. So that's like my biggest concern or biggest asterisk, if you will, on Navi's lineup. And on top of that, it is the Doom offlane against a safe lane Shadow Fiend, which I think should on paper be a really bad matchup.
Well,
we'll see.
If Schofield gets put into a dangerous position for Doom later on. I'm having a little bit of trouble with my brain with the Doom boom situation that we've got going on here. But I will feel like if, you know, Schofield can manage to catch him out and you get a couple of those raise stacks, we will see him drop rather rapidly.
And not only do we have the Doom boom, we also have the Venga boys on the other team in Vengeful Spirit.
What?
That was a bit of a niche reference.
Okay.
Do you remember that song from the 90s? Boom, 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 I want you in my room?
Oh, okay,
yep, that was by Venga Boys, and we've got Venga Full Spirit. I don't know. It was a stretch. I know.
That was a great song, though.
It was one of the songs of all time, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. You know, another hero that was like really solid at TI, and if I'm not remembering, or at least nothing is coming to mind immediately as like a super big nerf, was Doom itself. I remember, you know, talking to Blitz about this, and I was like, man, Doom has lost every game in these play-ins, and he was like, yeah, but we think it's good, and then they won TI, so seems pretty solid. No healing available, and in the later game scenarios could be everything that they need. Zayats, one more hit coming in from Schofield. Will it be enough? Yes. That's first blood. How much do you think he can get done in this game? How bad is it if either Invoker or Shadow Fiend get doomed at the start of a fight later?
I feel like that's the kind of question that's a little bit difficult to answer because there's too many like conditionals around it. Yeah, that's... Thank you very much.
No problem.
I think that the Doom target you really want in this game, more so than any, I think is still the Invoker, because I think you have enough solutions for the Shadow Fiend. I think the TA matchup is quite good. You've got Lasso.
Right.
Shadow Fiend is a hero that a lot of the time needs to expose himself in the fight in order to deal damage, and that's where you can get counterplayed by Bat pretty easily, as Schofield will be run down by a nice little Scorched Earth plus a lot of sticky napalm stacks. So yeah, I think Dooming Invoker is the way to go. Now I will say, as you pointed out, Doom himself hasn't been touched very much in this patch, but of course there are items in this patch that have been nerfed that were quite integral for Doom's success, such as, you know, the Bracer buildup, and I was theorizing that this, of all offlaners, might be the one that suffered the least, because you could just, you know, if you took the facet where you could sell back your items, the Devil's Bargain,
right?
You could buy the Bracers and maybe another value item and just sell it at almost full price, which other heroes can't. But he went for Gluttony regardless, so it's not a thing in this game anyway. And should maybe also mention, I guess Doom, arguably... Oh, hang on, Zayat's actually dying again here. Oh, wait.
Oh, Schofield let him go. All right.
Huh?
A little misses here and there.
Was that on purpose, or did he think he had him already?
I mean, Schofield did have his little nap station set up in that game too. So
yeah, that is true.
Some jet lag coming in there, or whatever have you, but does miss out on that kill potential.
Huh. That's unusual.
Zayat's,
I don't know how he
died to the tower.
Yeah, he's just gonna die instead there. So yeah, okay. Boom. However, this should be a kill. Easy for Schofield.
You know, that is interesting. I've seen more and more of this. Because people aren't pulled into the middle, they tend to get hit immediately on the cogs.
Yeah. I actually think in a lot of situations this is a quite significant buff to Clockwork, and we're also seeing teams rate him pretty highly so far in the tournament. So one of the heroes that, compared to many other fours and the, you know, the flavor of the month supports from TI, Clockwork is still in a very good spot, I think. And arguably also benefits from if heroes are tanking up a little bit less quickly than they were before because bracers maybe fall out of fashion a little bit, etc. Clockwork is the kind of hero that will be able to get a kill that he wasn't beforehand. He's very much a chase down hero 100 to 0. So perhaps that style of play will be a little bit more favorable to him.
Yeah, any of those like magic nuke damage heroes. We saw Snapfire in the earlier series look really solid. You know, I imagine that in a game like this, we could see maybe a Void Spirit find some kills earlier in the game that he might otherwise not have been able to. We'll see how that plays itself out here as Schofield is going to get pushed back again by Zayats, and the hits keep on coming. 5 stacks now. Blood Grenade will connect, and one more hit is going to be enough.
Okay, that's honestly pretty even. Yeah. But given the circumstances, I thought that was just going to be a clean hit and run for Zayats, but nice race combo from Parker hitting, I believe, all 3 there back to back. And worth noticing as well, he did not go for the facet that slows on your Shadow Razes, so it's not as easy to hit the 3 raise combo. He's got the lasting presence instead, which is becoming, I want to say, more popular than the other one. Forgot what the other one's called, Shadowmire, I think, the one with the slows. But either way, running the lasting presence here for that minus armor lingering.
Zayats. Another
he's just dead again.
Hit, and
that one hurts, because that's TP into insta-death.
Yes.
And as a result of this, they might even be able to dive boom. You can see Parker immediately using his stick here to get mana.
He needs to go for the wisdom, because otherwise Clock is going to get it.
This is such a good opportunity. Oh my god, Schofield's actually going to steal it here.
If they run in, and boom,
nice
realizing he can't go for that move.
Good call from BZM to not chase the SF kill there. He might have been able to get him together with the Doom, but I actually think ensuring the Wisdom Rune is more valuable.
Definitely.
So heads up play from him to rotate over and cover that in that instance.
And meanwhile up top, trying to drag these waves, Divai Lama, as he's been left alone, is going to need to play a little bit of the safer route. We've been seeing a lot of this out of the heroic off lane, is like Divai kind of just holding onto the lane his own while left to just run around and make moves across the map, and then wave pulling constantly. And the other thing we've seen a lot is MOUZ. Another game with it here.
Yep, 3 back-to-back games for him.
BZM.
Analog gets killed. Zayats will die again.
Dude. This
That's
series,
5 deaths.
It's just been like, it feels like people dying all across the map all game. That's what it's felt like.
So the second Wisdom Rune went to Divai on MOUZ, which means that only 1 heroic support would benefit, which was King J.
Okay.
So he is 4.5, Clock is 4.5, Bat is 4.5, and Lich is almost 5. So pretty even across the board this time. And it's worth focusing on a lot in this game because I think level 6 on supports is a game winner in this one. On one side, you've got Chainfrost and the... Oh, hang on. Schofield will get doomed. He is actually not dead from this.
And, yeah, gets away. Zayats, on the other hand, he
will live.
No, he's dead.
Oh, Schofield will live.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I mean, I don't think we need to mention Zayats and die. That's just a given at this point. He is trying to beat the Guinness World Record right now. 1 death every 1.45 minutes right now. I think this roughly chalks up to, so not bad. Got to keep it up. Run back down mid. Puppy will get stunned, and he has found his own death. I think you make a good point. People are just dying a lot. All over the place.
It feels very random. At times.
That's a good steal, though, for the side of Heroic, just invading and taking away this triangle.
Yeah.
Lot of money going the way of Parker, and it's important because the other cores in his team not doing half as hot as he is. But he will be ramping up very fast. His next item is flying out. It will be that Dragon Lance. So Dragon Lance Falcon Blade Treads minute 9 is a very healthy inventory. Oh, Zayats!
Hey, look at that.
Oh, Zayats lived.
Hey, that's big.
Bit of a highlight moment there. He got away.
Well,
he needs to take space, though. I think this is a good call from him to go mid, but unfortunately, they're on his tail again. Schofield.
Yeah, okay.
And, well, he's dead again. Okay. But from a theoretical standpoint, going to a lane to get experience here is the play. Bat has to recover. He has no game. And that does not help his case to, of course, get dove here another time and now lose his tower.
And also, like, having those stacks taken, sometimes we've even seen bats go back to that as a recovery mechanism. Don't know if it would have been what would have happened in this one, but it definitely isn't when they come and steal those stacks.
Exactly. I think he wanted his big camp as the recovery plan, and that one was taken away from him, so that is not available either. Just farming a single camp of neutrals, or maybe 2 with Firefly, is not going to cut it. You need a fat stack, and there's just none available. So
this would be a huge kill if they can make this one happen. Yuragi is right to the side, Analog on top of him, and Devi tips Yuragi right as they move in and get the kill. The preemptive tip before the kill.
Yeah, the distraction play. Devi will TP bot, connecting with Schofield.
Which has been doomed. And now jumping
There's
in,
no backup
immediately
here.
getting the spear. Doom's dead? No,
he
Schofield's living.
Nope.
Oh no, he's dead. Swap barrier. Oh.
Okay.
KJ right on the money, keeping his buddy alive. And now, Analog onto Puppey will force out that Frost Shield and then backs away. And that is something else too, is like we talked about, or rather, I did it as well. Shiver talked about the minus armor and all the rest of it, and having that Frost Shield as an answer. But there's going to be the Tornado to dispel it later too.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, one of the best counters to defensive abilities is an offensive Nether Swap.
Right.
It's going to be hard to get the saving abilities out if you come out of smoke as heroic and you just hook shot or Nether Swap in the target immediately. Then Lich will most of the time not be in range to protect the target, so definitely something to keep an eye out for. And that's what I was saying, like the level 6s are really important. Now Schofield will finally be getting his in a moment on the clockwork. Venge has his 6. Batrider is level almost 5, which is atrocious.
Yeah.
And Puppey is 6 on the Lich, so they do have the Chain Frost, but unfortunately they don't have the easiest way of chaining things, because they don't have very good zone control. They don't have ways of keeping heroes together, such as the MOUZ arena that's on the other team. And Batrider a lot of the time will be that setup that gives you a Chain Frost by pulling 2 heroes close to each other, but obviously not a play for a while here.
It's mass tips coming out.
And this is starting to be a pretty monumental lead now for Heroic. I mean, Parker's farm is otherworldly right now. There's that swap, big damage, Sunstrike.
Not quite enough.
Puppey didn't, he didn't have Frost Shield. I was like, he doesn't look at explosions. He just TP'd in and ran forward. Didn't protect him at all, but couldn't. Yuragi.
He should be fine with the refraction there. Although Devi now also doesn't manage to quite connect.
I'm taking the spear and then misses.
Completely whiffs. Goes
Still
forward
has
for
arena.
more. Zayat's dead again somewhere on this map. KJ is also gone. Thought about loading up the Requiem. Not quite going to hit BZM. Goes for the jump away. Schofield hookshot. He ends up getting it interrupted by BZM's Remnant. Oh, nicely played. But now the arena is out right after the Doom, and they're going to run into the wall a couple more times and run into the cogs. Boom, starting to fall with the Frost Shield. The Frost Shield isn't enough. No, they can't quite keep him alive. Flame Break push back because he's here again on Zayats, and now hitting onto BZM. BZM barely survives the barrier and the walkaway. Manages to get some distance, and BZM is out. Sunstrike? Oh, didn't quite connect onto him. That was close.
I think Zayats is making a big mistake showing up to this. I genuinely think he should play 100% selfish right now and get levels. He TP'd in and almost got 3-shot by Shadow Fiend and had no impact. Now he is going to protect his own Wisdom Rune here, and that will be his level 6, but...
Going for Schofield. Now Shadow Fiend moves in. Looking, hoping if he had 6 it'd be big. Now the dust, this would be a huge kill for him, but the swap out to get him alive. The cogs actually blocked off SF, and now he's dead because of it. Schofield, that was your buddy.
Dude, what the hell's happening? I guess this is some clowny shit, I'll tell you. What is going on? All right, Navi get themselves a free one. That was a level and a half for Zayats because they also got the Wisdom Rune, so he's
level 7 now.
He's going to be a part of the game now on the bat. A little bit of a gift there. Very, very chaotic stuff. Now, what will bring some order here is that Devi Lama is finally getting his Blink Dagger, and he will immediately put it to use. Never mind, he'll TP before he has it. So he will walk in.
Boom.
Hit his combo. He'll get the Doom.
They got him.
But that kill on Parker is so huge. So
Yeah.
Boom got the kill, so he got a ton of gold and all that experience. He was 6-0 on that Shadow Fiend and was easily destroying the game. Now, the thing about SF is this hero is very vulnerable. If it loses a couple of fights or has a couple of deaths, it falls off a cliff compared to a lot of other carries. Really wants to play momentum-based, and especially when you double down and go for a Shadow Blade build, that's when you're playing really aggro and playing the pacing game. So it has to be careful not to suffer too many unnecessary deaths.
One of these moments where it just feels like they're getting too big for their britches, but they have been playing on Heroic so far forward onto Navi's side of the map and keeping them bullied back. But when you eventually stand up to those bullies, you get knocked down pretty freaking hard. As 16 minutes in, Heroic still feeling like they're in control and down bottom.
They are not even glyphing. Okay, now they glyph. They lost 3/4 of the tower mid before they chose to glyph. Could have easily avoided all of this tower damage by just glyphing early and killing off the wave, but don't know what the plan was there, BZM. They don't see Parker. He was not under vision, only the sentry, but no vision around it, and Zayat's probably going to get 3-shot here. And a raise.
Pretty close. Yeah, and he's going to have Yasha going for the S and Y. Has it done soonish. They almost have Orchid on Clockwork. Oh wait, yeah, Clockwork getting close to that one. Hook shot forward, Analog right on top of them.
Big damage.
The whole enchilada dropped down on Boom's head.
Yeah, it looks like Analog is going for the same build path as last game, where he goes 3-4 and then he maxes out Exort. So that was only a level 4 Meteor and level 4 Sunstrike. There's going to be way more where that came from soon. And I have to question Boom's item bid a little bit in that regard. He's going for a first item Crimson on the Doom. I feel like the damage output from Heroic's side is extremely magical heavy. And yeah, I know they also have a minus armor lineup, but I don't know if this Crimson Guard is going to fall off too fast, because yeah, having damage block is nice, but I don't know, man. It doesn't feel like the right choice for me when I look at this game. I feel like there was some better path to take here, but maybe he just felt like he needed the Vanguard anyway, and then, you know, the build path feels kind of natural.
Feels like he needs it for the towers.
Yeah. All right, decent positioning here for the side of Navi. Maybe they can get a flank. Devi Lama, insta-doom.
Got forward onto him immediately. This is the fight they've been waiting for. Chainfrost back and forth, and they do have Requiem already out. Still in trouble, going to fall. Dead Devi, dead Analog, and now KJ gone as well.
Nice and clean there. And they do get the dust onto Parker.
Oh,
Lasso.
Oh, Lasso's there. Stand alive barely, not long enough. So
No
Zayat
TP though. They can't get
somehow
out.
manages to die here.
Hey,
Deso
Courier.
done, turns, wants to hit. Couple rounds, that's the Orchid. This is going to be too hard though. He's just going to get brought down. Parker, another death for this Shadow Fiend, most likely. He dies to the neutral.
No
they
way,
let him
man.
die to the neutral. Cinderin.
Oh my.
That one hurts.
I mean, it's still a major win for the side of Navi, right? Like, they can't be unhappy with this result, but it could have been even better. You always want more than what you get, but yeah, just a nice setup there on the high ground. Close to their tower, they realized that Heroic were getting a little bit too overconfident, and dooming the Mars, their perfect play.
Oh, yeah.
Analog.
The net, rarely seen but much appreciated. Unfortunately, was not able to turn that into an easy kill, and now he's in trouble. Spear, Arena after, Sunstrike out, and it's this Frost Shield, man. Oh, wait, never mind. Schofield's there.
He's okay. He's not.
He's not okay.
Stop saying it's okay. It's not okay.
KJ hunting. But no more swap. Doesn't matter.
Oh, nice
Spear.
Pretty sexy connection there.
Pulled him to the side, Parker, off to the side.
And there's that NATO against shield you were talking about.
Takes that one away, and Boom is done. Or get on the Lich. Can they find more? Zayatsiragi back behind. They're still hunting.
Yeah. Navi have to be a little bit careful here. There is a Blink Spear play. If they get vision with a Rocket Flare, they can connect.
19 to 10, less than 1,000 gold just about separating these two squads. But at this point in time, definitely feeling like For Navi, it's just hold on a little bit longer. Try and outlast this stuff if possible. Get to that later game scenario.
Yeah, and they're getting a key item very soon. Despite his 10 deaths,
yeah,
Zayats is getting a Blink Dagger minute 20, which is, all things considered, I mean, it's not good, but it's commendable with how rough of a game he's had. He's still able to now get this item, and I'm assuming you just go straight 4-step after, right? This has to be a pretty standard support bat game. You want to try to Blink catch someone and force them away so they're out of range of Nether Swap for the save. And this is step number 1, of course, getting that dagger now. Navi will be taking a Tormentor, and that shard will, unfortunately for them, go to the Bat Rider, who really can't use this for anything, so just dead net worth. Would have way rather had it on... Who's their third net worth hero? The Void Spirit.
There you go.
I mean, that one isn't too great either, but it's probably better than the Bat one. This Roche.
Now.
Navi are starting to make their move, and BZM is gating. This could be dangerous. Heroic, will they get it in time? KJ will be spotted in a sec by
It's really low. The Sunstrike is out to try and help finish it quicker, and there it is! Schofield with the Orchid play stops that aggression. BZM, it's going to make him pay the price.
Yeah, if they cut this one Clockwork kill, that is a very good result. But Navi on the hunt.
Get out.
Bench. Okay, just going to sacrifice himself immediately. Buying time with the swap. Solar.
And eventually goes down. And now Navi, after losing out on the Roche sweepstakes, should be able to take this bottom tier 1 tower at the very least.
Yep. But it is very good news for Heroic to get that Aegis for themselves. Not only do they get it on SF, but they also prevent it from going on the TA. It's such a big part of this hero when played as a carry to get the first or at least the second Aegis. Oh no, miss! Oh boy.
That would have been everything. No luck though. Now, one thing that we should mention, for as bad as stuff has looked for Navi over the last little bit, and of course, like, still net worth very even, they are going to have 3 Blink Daggers along with BZM to do some serious damage as Boom goes down again. How much value do you think they can get in these? I just can't talk about anything besides the fights that are happening, man. They're just running at each other constantly. Now Lasso connects onto 2, but swap to break it. Devi Llama, he's far forward, the silence and the kill. Now, they jump in with BZM. Chain Frost off to the side onto Analog, dying to it, and Science comes in to kill him off in the end. Oh, okay, and then another one. Parker kills him.
So, sorry, what was your question?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I think you're right.
Okay, cool. I love it. Blink Daggers. There's a lot of them.
Oh, yeah. Well, how many? They only have 2, right? They have the Bat and the TA.
And they're
Doom
gonna
has
have
one
Doom.
queued but hasn't bought it.
Yes.
So I think Boom will probably opt for the BKB over the Dagger. He's queuing up both items and weighing his options. And I think it's the right choice to not go Dagger on Doom as well. It's overkill. Like, you can't all 3 go Dagger now. You want some staying power in the fights. You could have maybe argued that the TA could have skipped Dagger instead if Doom wanted to get his, and then you take a different approach where your focus is on eliminating 2 threats from the fight immediately, one with Lasso, one with Doom, and then TA gets to just attack from range. This approach instead, TA is taking matters into her own hands, and she can jump in and kill as Puppy will get caught.
It's like a clown car of heroes running forward. Blink, hook shot, all hitting each other, bouncing in and killing the poor Lich.
Oh, they find Yuragi. He has BKB, but it doesn't matter.
Not even a little bit.
He just walked into them. He literally just walked into them alone. Nobody nearby to say, if this is going to cost them a lane of racks, I swear, man. Like, what is happening, dude?
I don't know.
This is...
Wait, his Presence Aura affects buildings, too. Dude, they could...
He pushes fast. This is a really big blunder.
Oh, my God.
Alacrity, Venge...
I mean, yeah.
Solar... Okay.
This is a problem. It's a whole lane.
He has Aegis.
They have Crimson, though. The Crimson...
There it is.
The value is there.
Boom saw this coming 20 minutes ago.
If only he told Hiragi.
Yeah, well, the Crimson wore off.
Well, that's the nerf.
Okay, that was a blunder and a half and then some.
Yeah.
Just full-on unnecessary movement. Yuragi getting caught out, getting killed, even burning his BKB in the process and losing a full lane. That's a gift that Heroic were probably not expecting, but they will happily take that for free.
Oh, man. And like BZM, he was so close to his Aghanim Scepter too. Like, it's just such a hurt when you lose that set of racks so early on. And the other problem is the pain's not done. He's still got 50 seconds left on this Aegis. If they want to, you could potentially take this tier 2 tower. They need to wait for the creeps to get up there.
Yep, they'll get there eventually. I think this bottom tower is already dead, in my mind. I don't think Navi are looking to defend it, and Heroic are going to make that call as well. They're like, Navi are not coming bot, so they will make a 4-man smoke. Now, this could backfire horrendously if they get a big fight, because their biggest hero isn't there. But he will now TP top, so actually, as a matter of fact, the bot tower is now safe, because they all left. And they will look for Yuragi instead. He has the Blink Dagger, will get spotted. Blink.
Oh!
Oh my god,
that is on the second blink! Is it enough damage? No.
They'll swap.
Oh, the swap! They get it!
Dude.
I can't believe he blinked the same direction as the hook shot.
He blinked the perfect line for the hook shot to collect.
I've never seen that before.
That is just, oh my god. Unreal.
I mean, you play a lot of Clockwork. Have you ever seen that before the entire time you played Dota?
Oh, that happens to me every game.
Okay, got it. Yeah,
but
just do it.
It's no, man. That's a rarity, because it's one thing. I mean, Schofield, he has to go for the hook shot there, right? They're losing vision. We're going to see the replay here, so he just, fortunately for him, if Yuragi would have blinked anywhere else, if he blinks to the right, he can just BKB TP out before the swap connects. If he blinks to further to the left, I mean, you can just tell they're laughing. It's like that's just lucky. And sometimes you're lucky. So, well, that's a big moment. Another kill on the TA, who has really lost some steam now. 2 deaths, 2 BKB charges, and nothing to show for it. Navi got nothing in return both times.
4,000 gold lead, 24-15, and stuck in their base. Navi have not been able to put together a solid move, what feels like a very long time. And now next round of neutral items coming up as well. Yeah, this one is feeling pretty tough.
And this is some big item alert here, right? You got the Axe on Void Spirit. Batrider is about to finish Force Staff, which is crucial against Venge. If you're quick enough to find your target, instantly force them out of range of swap, maybe you can just get a guaranteed kill, and they will go for a move. But this is without the Force. 70 gold to go. They'll still look for the timing with the Axe on BZM, but unfortunately for them, I mean, maybe they'll find Davai Lama if they keep connecting down south, as he will be pushing out this wave. But he's actually playing it very cautiously, so maybe not. The mid wave is a dead giveaway here that Navi are smoking. Yeah. Nobody's defending this. The wave is pushing all the way into base, so you see them draw the lines here. Device just telling his team, go back to base. Like, just wait.
Yeah. And this is what you were talking about earlier. He rocket flares them under smoke. This is what you were talking about of, like, the idea of, you know, the more experienced squad playing together, being able to recognize some of these moments when they want to make the moves together and play defensively when they need to, too. Good job of it.
Yeah, on the flip side, though, Navi did a much better job at it in the previous game than Heroic. So it's... We're seeing both sides of it from both teams, really. We're seeing some moments of brilliance and some moments of... not really sure if this word has been introduced in the dictionary just yet, but...
What word's that?
That's why we don't have it.
Okay, got it. Cool. Well, Manta Invoker is what we're going to have. You ready for that one?
Yeah, interesting. Obviously, against the TA.
Well, also one of the better, you know, just universal hero items in general. Can get some good extra stats in there.
Yeah, it feels like he's specifically buying it because of TA, though. I mean, there's a little bit of extra luxury or value in the sense that you can break one of the Resonance Pulse silences, and perhaps if you're clutch, you can avoid Doom. But I will say, I feel like Analog is not buying that this game if it's not for the TA factor of just being able to get rid of refraction charges easier. But I don't know. Maybe he would have bought it anyway. You do make a point. Like, as far as the build he already has with Witchblade and Pike, it is obviously a feels-good item to have in general.
Yeah.
But there's other items you could go as well. You could go Linkens against Bat Doom, right, for example. And speaking of Doom...
He is gone, and the hook shot connection onto both. They managed to jump away for a moment. Tornado is not quite going to connect, but the second salvo, 4 heroes in the arena, dead on 2. Parker just doing way too much damage in these fights. A triple kill already, could go for more if they want, but Doom is up.
Boom needs to be careful. If he just walks in and gets stunned and hit 3 times by an Alacrity Silver Edge Shadow Fiend with Daedalus, you saw in that last fight, the Crimson Guard, it's just not saving him. It's just not enough. So, yeah, Parker is big.
I mean, and you can see the decision-making for Boom too. Instead of going for one of these other items, goes for the BKB, and his creep is the Ice Armor creep, right? Like, you're doing everything you can to try and help out your team here, but
it's the best creep
not
to have.
enough.
I think it's a good choice to run that creep here for sure.
Second Roche is up. And Navi heading down this direction. They do not have BZM with them at this moment.
Zayats will connect from the gate. He's still not smoked, though. He needs to connect with Puppey to get smoked, or with Boom, it is, as a matter of fact, and will get smoked now. This moment is everything to Navi. If they don't connect, if they get counterplayed here, the game might just end. So they can't afford to lose the second Roche. I feel like they don't have enough in the tank to kill Parker twice.
Devi, he's found, they need him. Is this a good enough fight for Navi?
He has buy.
I mean, the question is, do you go for more now, or do you try and get
no,
Roche?
He's definitely buying back.
The buyback comes immediately, and now, boom, he's out of position. BKB wearing out soon. Has to back away.
Hook shot potential.
There was a chance they could have gone for Roche to side for the bigger fight. Doom is down, connects now, but it's also turned back on him. So Doom is going to die. Can they get more kills? Clockwork gone also. And in the end, the Doom only ends up killing himself. No buyback for 70.
This is such a good spot for Heroic. They can buy back Schofield and TP him to the outpost.
Jumps in, finds him. BZM caught for the moment. The Requiem is out. The fear is there. Do they have enough damage to get that kill? BZM pops his own Manta. Zayat's dead off to the side as Parker got that kill as well. 2 dead now without buyback. And at this point, Navi cannot contest.
Yeah, this feels like it's gonna lead to the final nail in the coffin here. Like, you're gonna get an Aegis on the Shadow Fiend, who you're already struggling to deal with once. Now you have to deal with him twice. There's gonna be a banner for the high ground push for the second wave. And Navi don't have very good heroes to kill the banner with. I think that's actually going to become a problem. Yuragi is, oh my god, he almost died to the Tormentor.
That would have been really bad.
That was close. I mean, that would have, well, he did have buyback, but if he didn't have buyback, it would have been GG, actually.
Dude, the Shadow Fiend, he is so incredibly hitting hard right now.
He is so far ahead.
I mean, he's got 27 souls, right? Like, this guy, I mean, look at the bonus damage on him. He's hitting for 500 a pop. Without Alacrity on him, at least.
Yep.
My god.
That's without Alacrity.
Oh yeah, it's a good point, actually.
He hurts. He's got the Elven Tunic. Probably the perfect neutral item for him to have here. So, I mean, maybe you could make a case for... wow, why am I forgetting the name of that item? The range.
It doesn't matter anyways. It's not.
That's true. It's not an important point. You're right.
Lasso. Swap the other direction. Arena down. Dead Zayats.
Enchanted Quiver. There it is. All right.
Big. That one does matter. Yeah, you're right. Alacrity taunted and building starts to fall. It is dropping rather rapidly down to half HP. Immediately turns it back around. Back up to full. BZM hit. The tower is finally dead. He has to back away. I mean, he is just brazenly walking in front of all of them. They spot it immediately as the Requiem Souls comes out. Puppey, Frost Shield, not enough to keep him alive. Parker is just way too big. And as the hits keep on coming, Aegis in hand does not care about a thing. Heroic are dominating this game number 3 as they hit the tier 4 towers. And Navi, they can't do anything about this. Buildings keep on falling. The minus armor is there. Devi Lama walks forward, makes the hit happen. Oh, and the crit, the come through. Zayats is gone too. Parker is just having so much fun right there. So you take him down one by one. BZM does find that backline for a moment, but it wasn't enough to kill off Schofield. And the inevitability of Parker. Is it a crit? It's not quite. So they don't have enough to get the kill there, but he is just walking, and wherever he walks, people are dying. BKB out. Parker hits the throne. Boom. Does he have anything to stop this? Look at him just get torn to pieces. Get him close. Let him hit. Let this man cook. They walk back in and manage to find themselves the kill on the MOUZ. At any time they can end this game, but Parker wants more kills. He wants more souls. Has he overextended though? Maybe not. Nah. Satanic can back up to full. Pulled into the fountain. Doesn't matter. GG is called. Heroic claim the victory and a smile on the face. That man that made it look good on the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah. I mean, what a strange series, and I wonder what the implications are for the tournament going forward here, because, I mean, obviously this is day one, right? Yeah. You have multiple series still to recover in for the side of Navi, and for the side of Heroic now you get to breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief that you got this one in the bag, but I don't know about you. I feel like this was not Heroic playing their best. So they definitely have space to level up, but at the very least they get the W today.
Very much so. Let's head on back to the panel as we end out today. Victory for Heroic.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Cinderin. And Heroic taking this one 2-1 probably was not on a lot of people's bingo cards. They probably did think they would win it, but a 2-0 was more likely. But let's talk about how Navi had a good fight back in this series. Even in this game number 3, you could see what they were going for, but Lizard at some point, Parker on the Shadow Fiend, King Supreme.
He just kicked it in another gear. It was too strong. Like this Shadow Fiend, I feel like there is one place where you need to kind of dominate him, and that's the laning stage. Even though his laning is good, there's a lot of heroes that can kind of dive him, play around the raises. Like if you're constantly in melee range, he doesn't hit you with all 3 raises, and you can kind of control him from the laning stage and hunt him down afterwards. However, the problem here was Zayats on the Batrider and the Doom. They don't really have the potential to pressure him. And not only did they not pressure him, they were kind of feeding him. Like Batrider died a couple of times, Doom as well. Clockwork, perfect game. Like, yeah, he dies, but every time he dies, he makes a trade for the SF. So in the laning stage already, this hero was set up for success. And I feel like Shadow Fiend in particular is one of those carries that you just cannot allow to have such a good start.
Yeah, free farm just makes Shadow Fiend feel even harder to deal with, and on top of that, you know, Heroic, all our highlights, just relentless aggression. You know, like if let's say they do kill Shadow Fiend, right, which they did twice in the game, Heroic, they pick up the pieces and they go again. They keep finding the fight, they keep running down Navi. So a lineup that we said already was very greedy with TA and Doom. Like BZM, he finishes the game like 6-1 and 8, but no one else on his team really had a good scoreline. Yuragi died, you know, outside of his, you know, tier 2s, tier 3s by himself, then he respawns, dies again. Like, that was a difficult game for Yuragi. There was too much farm, and I think fundamentally, Navi just didn't respect how Heroic wins games. And Heroic was able to play their style of Dota in game 1 and 3. In game 2, of course, Navi, you know, exploited it, found a way around it, but they just weren't able to replicate it.
21-11 on that Shadow.
So,
it's amazing. By the way, to all the legends in the chat as well, to make it kind of relatable, there is one way to counter out an SF stack. That's kill him once or twice early on. Even if he has even more so, if he has a good start and you kill him once or twice, he's gonna rage. He's gonna blame his teammates. SF players are always like that. In the pubs, they're always ragers. Unrelated to this game, of course, because there was no rage necessary, no real emotions besides joy, really, after this performance.
I mean, again, the stats are just filthy, right? Like 900 plus GPM, same for XPM. Like, again, he was uncontested. There was nothing stopping him from playing his game. But it's also just a beautiful lineup when you think about it. Like MOUZ and a Clock with the Venge swaps, the control from Evoke. Like, it is a make Shadow Fiend the biggest hero in the game style lineup. And he stepped up and he didn't falter and he was able to utilize it.
And the only answer, I'd say, that Navi brought for the minus armor was the Lich. And
it wasn't good enough.
No, because I do wanted to touch upon some of the heroes that we have not seen before today, but potentially we'll do that another time. But because first, we're gonna have some winners talk to each other. Analog and Slacks, take it away.
I am a winner, Sheever. Thank you so much. Yes, winner, she called you, my friend. It's good to see you. I'm here, of course, with Analog, who took a big dump on the enemy team. Well done there. Congratulations.
Thank you. Was Kind of harder than I thought, but we did it. Yeah, good start. Good start.
Good start. All right, let's talk a little bit about Invoker and Joker in every single one of those games. You played it 2 times. You having a good time with that? Is it still fun for you? Challenging? I've remember back in the day, I used to talk to guys like Weehaw. Did not like playing Invoker. Too hard. Too many buttons.
No, I do love it. I'm third on Invoker, and it's very broken right now. Like, you have so much things in these new facets, and yeah, it's very funny.
Fantastic. Would you play that hero every game if you could?
Yeah, hope people don't ban it because I don't know how to play any other hero. I just play Invoker, you know.
Good to hear. All right, let's talk a little bit about some of those drafts there. What'd you think about that Lich coming out there? You a big fan of Lich?
I mean, was kind of strange because people are not picking that much Lich, but I don't even know how this new facets works on Lich. I never read that, but there's a time that I was in the game, I was like running, and it was Bouncy Infinity, the Lich ultimate right now. I think when he ultimates, the ultimate's still on you and being like around you. It's such a weird thing. Like new facets, these new heroes' faces, I never read them.
You don't have to know it to kill it, right? You just have to survive. So you guys won. Very well done. Let's talk about the game you guys didn't win. All right? That was a little clowny. You guys absolutely destroyed in game 1, and then things got a little wacky there. What happened?
I think we had a nice early game at the game 2, but we missed it at some fights, mainly on top lane, mainly on defending our towers. And was a bit of miscommunication because we also like changed the team now, and we're switching more to Spanish and English. And I think there's had a miscommunication with Davai. I was speaking Spanish and don't understood, and we end up having bad fight stop. Yeah.
How's the Spanish coming? Is he learning, or how's it going? Is he learning Spanish, or are you guys learning English? What's the deal?
Yeah, he does speak English. He does speak Spanish.
Right, he barely speaks English. Yeah, that's true. I get it.
Yeah, but yeah, Davai Lama speaks Spanish as well. Just that's being rusty because also Hector speaks the English. But now we are switching to Spanish again because Parker speaks Spanish, not English, and so yeah, some mess, but we are taking care of it.
Oh, good to hear. Good to hear. And last question for you. So you guys, staying strong after TI, keeping together, all that jazz. A lot of different teams in here, especially guys like Navi, a lot of stand-ins and stuff like that. What are your thoughts about the other teams in this event? Do you think that they're going to put up much of a challenge against you guys?
They're very weird. They're very new, like a lot of new shuffle, Yeah. And yeah, I'm getting to know all this thing now. Like I don't knew the entire lineup. I just knew like there's Navi Puppy back,
Scary.
I knew that was kind of scary, but the rest of the shuffle I was not aware. I was not checking Twitter because it's also blocked in Brazil, Twitter, so I could not be in the news. But yeah, nice to know the new things. Nice to know the new shuffle.
Hey, I didn't think about that. Yeah, you guys have it blocked, so you see people enter the building. You're like, what the hell are you doing here, huh?
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I just saw that 3-3 won TI and left his team. I was like, wow, I miss this thing of when I don't have Twitter, I miss this type of things,
Wow. Well, many surprises to come for you, my friend. Thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure watching, guys. Thank you. And we'll throw it back to our panel for their analysis of this interview.
Thank you very much, Analog and Slacks. And I do want to pick apart some of what he said in the interview because it is incredibly interesting to hear that they're swapping languages in terms of in-game calls, T, because I would imagine that having crisp, clear calls is incredibly important.
I mean, Dota is all about communication. Yeah. It is fundamental. If you listen to any team, it is, a key word to make every piece of the puzzle move. Dota's complicated enough, so if you misunderstand something and suddenly your MOUZ is blinking into arena and you actually meant, go back to high ground, it's going to hurt you a little bit.
Maybe you take a couple seconds extra to
process it.
Process what is actually said.
I think that's the major point right there, right? Like just that 1 extra second of time. And even poor Davai Lama, like he just learned Spanish for them. Then they were like, no, it's not necessary. We'll use English. And now he needs to revert back to Spanish. At least he does have some practice and he's learning new languages besides some prize money here and there.
Yeah, and I think he already speaks 5 languages or something.
It's a lot of languages,
He speaks a lot of languages. So what's one more? What's one more? We're polishing one more because he did already speak Spanish. but now even better so. Let's take a look at what happened today, because I know there's a lot of people that might still be tuning in that were not aware of this series being the last one of the day. But there is still Dota going on. We're looking at the schedule for the secondary stream, and the series that you see, Tundra versus Waska, is still happening. I'll tell you where in just a second. But let's go over the results real quick here, T-Gov. Because we had 2 series that went the distance. Alliance took a first win, and AVULUS as well.
Yeah, so Alliance, they able to go up against IG, very well-known org, but of course IG also having some, shuffles to themselves. So I think that's a pretty even match series going into it. So Alliance taking the edge is good. I think their next series will be the true test for them. And for AVULUS, they've done incredibly well online as a kind of tier 2 up-and-comer team. But to beat Beast Coast and get a 2-1, I think also they lost maybe game 1 and made a comeback into the series. So that is incredibly good to see from them. Yep. And we'll see how far they can go. Again, Swiss is very forgiving, I'd argue.
For if you have a bad day, easy recovery.
Like if you have one bad game today, just don't lose 2 more series, and you still have life in it. So yeah, day 1 is quite relaxing, even win or loss. There's a lot of time to improve.
It was relaxing, but maybe not for people watching at home, because a lot of games being played. Because we went the distance in our series a lot of times. Every single game here on the mainstream went the distance. But we do have to talk about the last series of the day. Falcons gets a 2-0. That is not played out. That is a forfeit series from Nigma Galaxy, as they could not get their roster fielded in time here for this final series. But as T said, very forgiving. Nigma Galaxy will just have to show up for the next 2 days, and they will still be in it. We'll see them tomorrow. Other than that series, though, Lizard, it has been incredibly eventful today.
Yeah, it has been. Like even this last series that we just watched went the full stretch, and in what a great way. We had 2 stomps and 1 game where it was kind of even. The series before as well, Liga team versus Nouns Esports. NA maybe flopping a little bit again, like we expected at least Nouns to do well against Liga. Unfortunately for them, it didn't pan out that way. And when it comes to the first series, I was surprised. Even with the changes, I expected Azure Ray to be a little bit more convincing, but that also went the full stretch. And we had some crazy games like Nouns and Liga. We had that one massive gyrocopter game. A lot of rapiers. So we already had our 15-minute stomps. We already had our 90-minute games. We already had like some major upsets. Navi, Puppy, wrap it up. It's good.
Go home. It's done. We literally had a rampage in our first series of the day as well.
Yes, we did.
I thought you were looking as if you were going to say something.
No, I was chilling. I actually was thinking about how I was actually, showering during that rampage, and I heard Owen screaming in my bathroom about him having a rampage. I thought, what the hell's happening here? It was very confusing. That's what I was thinking about, Shiva. Didn't really want to share it on panel, but I did anyways.
Missed that rampage. We got it for you here again as well. It was all eyes on Costabile on his Luna, as at this point he absolutely popped off.
Look at that incredible gameplay, right, where he stands still and
A-clicks.
And he treats himself to a BKB at some point, but look. And a Moonglaive. But
even though he's just standing and pressing BKB, I still prefer this gameplay over Windrunner gameplay, where she presses ulti, presses Windrunner, and just zooms around, and that's it. Everyone melts. At least it took a little bit longer for the Luna to kill them.
Yeah, it really did. It did. No, it was an incredibly good day 1, I think, obviously, apart from having to see a series go forfeit. But the Dota that's been played, it might not have been the cleanest Dota here and there, but that just made it all the more fun and exciting to watch, and I hope everybody has enjoyed it. And I will repeat myself, you can continue to enjoy it, because there is still a series going on right now. Now, it's also on Twitch. It is PGL_Dota2EN2, and that's where you can watch Waska versus Tundra. They are in game 2, if I'm not mistaken. So potentially still 2 games to go, but you should definitely check that out. And because this is a Swiss format, 3 wins and you're through to the next stage, 3 losses and you're out. It also means that if you win a series today, you'll go up against teams that win a series today as well. So everybody, the winners go up against the winners and the losers go up against the losers, but you can only make that schedule, you can only know who's going up against each other until all the series are played. So I don't have a schedule for you right now, but that's okay, because First of all, the stream that I just mentioned, where the series is going on, they got you covered. At the end of that, there should be a schedule there. But if you don't have time to wait, you have to go to bed or you have to do something right now, make sure you check in on all the social media channels, because there will also be the schedule for tomorrow on those socials. But maybe you just like to be surprised, and maybe you're going to watch anyway, regardless of what the... Yeah, you just show up.
Should we do that tomorrow? Should we give that a go?
Surprise and show up. No, tomorrow we have another 4 best-of-3s coming your way. Actually, 8 best-of-3s, because, again, 2 streams going on at the same time. And it starts same time as today. Games start 10 a.m. sharp. It is EEST. It's the local time zone here in Bucharest. And, of course, the panel is live with Richard Lewis a little bit before that to start talking about the day that has happened today and the day that is upcoming on that day. That made sense.
That was very
In the meantime,
good,
make sure you keep in mind all these socials. Follow them if you want to be kept up to date with the results and with the schedule for tomorrow, most importantly. Any final thoughts on today, Lizard? Because you already kind of summed up that we were very lucky.
We had everything. Like,
we did.
Yeah, like my final thoughts, I don't know. Like, I'm living the dream, watching all these people that I grew up watching, playing again. Like, we have some... We already had what, like IG Alliance?
Yeah.
Okay, my wish is for Alliance Navi next, if that's possible. It's not possible tomorrow.
It's not possible because Alliance is in the winner's pool and Navi. You could have.
So they need to lose and Navi needs to win.
Yes. There is a potential for Navi versus Nigma Galaxy.
I'm not so down with that.
We could have
Kuro versus Poppy, anyone?
That's decent, but Kuro's not playing, so it doesn't have the same...
But he's a coach, so...
Yeah, but he gets to draft for 15 minutes and then he watches, but it's maybe as good. But Alliance Navi...
Close as we're gonna
I'm sorry,
get it,
Shiva,
T.
but I would like to side with my man Lizard here. Alliance Navi is the better looking series.
Again, that's not possible. I'm talking about tomorrow.
That doesn't matter. I'm looking forward to day 3. That's the beauty of PGL Wallachia. There's more than 2 days of Dota. There's 3, 4, 5. There's many
for tomorrow. It's okay.
Fine. Yeah. True. Yeah.
I'm excited for tomorrow. I know you're excited for tomorrow, but right now you should get excited about watching Tundra versus Waska on the secondary stream. So make sure you head over there. And otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow again for more PGL Season 2 of Wallachia.